Chapter 1. September 1995, Georgetown University Basketball Arena, USA. Con E, a citizen of China. Date of birth: February 25, 1977. Age: 18. Height: 6 feet 10 inches 2.08 meters. Weight: 105 kilograms. Wingspan: 2.30 meters. Palm size: 30 centimeters. Standing reach: 2.83 meters. Vertical jump: 55 centimeters. Running jump: 79 centimeters. 84 kilograms. Bench press: 10 repetitions. 34 sprints in the paint: 3.46 seconds. Baseline shuttle run: 13.01 seconds. 100-meter sprint: 14.11 seconds. Body fat: 18. Greatest strength: exceptional learning ability. Greatest weakness: lacks basketball skills. Hey, Ewing, you bastard. John Thompson, the head coach of the Georgetown University basketball team, trembled with rage as he clutched the physical assessment report, berating the NBA superstar Patrick Ewing. Is this the basketball prodigy you recommended to me? You scoundrel! You dare to deceive me? We are indeed in need of a center, but we are an NCAA Division I team, for heaven's sake. We shouldn't settle for someone who merely possesses height, but lacks the athleticism that is simply appalling. Faced with the fury of his mentor, Ewing lowered his massive head, obediently accepting the reprimand, not daring to utter a word. 34 sprints in 3.78 seconds? Baseline shuttle run in 13.01 seconds? 100 meters in 14.11 seconds? Can this athletic ability be any worse? Is there even a need for your recommendation? Wouldn't it be better to just place a telephone pole in the paint? After all, it can't move at all. At the age of 54, John Thompson had been coaching at Georgetown University for 23 years. Apart from winning an NCAA championship in 1984 alongside the towering Hakeem Olajuwon, he had achieved little else. In recent years, Georgetown University had produced all-star caliber players like Dikembe Mutombo and Alonzo Mourning for the league, yet their performance in the NCAA had diminished year after year. However, this year, John Thompson felt that he had a final opportunity to vie for the NCAA championship. Last year, he had acquired the enigmatic genius, Allen Iverson, who had been rejected by every other university. In his freshman year, Iverson showcased extraordinary prowess upon entering the NCAA realm. Not only did he rightfully become the top scorer, but he was also honored as the best newcomer and best defensive player in the Big East Conference. Yet, having only Iverson would not suffice to conquer the NCAA. During the madness of March, the Georgetown team, led by Iverson, was defeated in the Sweet 16 by the University of North Carolina, spearheaded by Jerry Stackhouse and Rasheed Wallace. In that fierce contest, the freshman Iverson matched up well against the senior Stackhouse, but the interior was savagely dismantled by the youthful Wallace. Currently, Georgetown's frontcourt consisted of Otel Harrington at 2.06 meters and 105 kilograms, alongside Jahidi White at 2.05 meters and 130 kilograms, ranking around 50th in the NCAA. As NCAA starting centers, they were not without merit. However, facing off against a potential top 5 NBA pick in Rasheed Wallace, they were utterly overwhelmed. A fortnight ago, Ewing had mysteriously claimed he would introduce Thompson to a genius center who required no scrutiny. Thompson had waited in anticipation for 15 days, only to find. Is this it? Thompson pointed toward a slender, tall Chinese boy practicing free throws not far away. Goodness, the hoop in the Georgetown arena was nearly being disturbed by this yellow-skinned fellow. Having coached in the NCAA for over 20 years, Thompson had encountered countless prodigies. Yet, this boy, aside from his height, long arms, and handsome visage, appeared utterly unremarkable. Thompson's smile resembled a grimace. This is what you call an once-in-a-century basketball talent? Yes, Ewing asserted, shaking his large head earnestly. Coach, he has only practiced basketball for a month. Oh, Thompson replied nonchalantly. I can tell my son was more accurate when he first started practicing free throws in elementary school. Ewing continued, this guy named Khan, he has already managed to block my layups after just a month of practice. Thompson chuckled. The little fellow you endorsed does indeed possess impressive static athleticism. Blocking you occasionally doesn't amount to much. Ewing appeared flustered. He first blocked me a month ago, which was indeed a coincidence. But after a month of training, during our duel yesterday, he managed to block me 5 out of 10 times. Really? Thompson's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized Con E, who was still diligently shooting bricks. Interesting. That truly piques my interest. Though Patrick Ewing was now 33 years old and clearly experiencing physical decline, he was still an all-star center, averaging 24 points and 11 rebounds. Could an 18-year-old freshman consistently and reliably block Ewing? Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in Thompson's 23 years of coaching. Even the world-renowned shot blocker Mutombo would likely struggle to continuously deny Ewing. Thompson laughed. As it happens, there are several other freshmen participating in tryouts today. Let's have them compete. The Georgetown basketball team will not make exceptions based on your word alone. Coach, Ewing exclaimed in disbelief. Does a freshman capable of repeatedly blocking me still need to try out? Thompson revealed an expression of profound skepticism. Ewing, do you honestly think I would take your word at face value? You are the king of New York, after all. A player who can block you 5 out of 10 times is simply not possible in this world. Half an hour later, Connie lowered his head in indifference as he observed the trial players, who were left questioning their existence after being blocked by him. He sighed and glanced at Ewing. Is this it? Boring. They'll just continue practicing my free throws. At that moment, Thompson's eyes ignited with fervor, his thick lips trembling uncontrollably. My God, this is indeed real. I must secure this boy. During the brief trial, although Connie scored no points, he revealed some shortcomings in speed and strength. However, when the 2.08-meter-tall Con E stood in the paint, he resembled an insurmountable deity, swatting away every attempt to attack the basket without fail. In the 10-minute trial, Con E recorded an astounding 9 blocks. The only reason the count did not reach double digits was that opponents were simply too intimidated to challenge him in the paint. In a 5-on-5 confrontation, occasionally blocking 1 or 2 shots is feasible. But to single-handedly thwart every attempt at the rim is an extraordinary feat. Ewing, tell me the truth. In your one-on-one with Con E, did he really only block you 5 shots? Ewing hesitated, his expression troubled. Actually, it doesn't matter, that's no longer significant. Feeling elated, Thompson waved his hand dismissively. Based on his extensive coaching experience, in a league without 3-second defensive rules, Con E's shot-blocking prowess was already unparalleled. The aspiring young men with dreams of joining the Georgetown basketball team were now utterly disheartened. Oh my, this guy is tall, handsome, and skilled. How can we even compete? This is so unfair. This kid has almost 0 basketball skills. Yet I've been playing for 18 years and still can't evade his blocks? Forget it. Forget it. I'm just an ordinary person, not worthy of competing against a genius. Compared to a basketball scholarship, I'd better focus on my studies. Meanwhile, Connie had grown tired of observing the failures around him and returned to the free throw line for another shot. Duong. Still a miss. Yet the virtual screen before Con E displayed. Free throw training. Proficiency 1. It was evident that Con E was a time traveler, having suddenly unlocked the protagonist's narrative of being an orphan raised in an orphanage after his parents' demise. Thus, he quickly accepted the premise of possessing a system, with the only issue being physical attributes. Height, 2.08 meters. Weight, 105 kilograms. Wingspan, 230 centimeters. Speed, 40. Strength, 60. Vertical jump, 50. Agility, 50. Explosiveness, 50. Resilience, 40. Stamina, 40. Offensive skills. Inside scoring, 0. Ball handling, 10. Layups, 10. Dunking, 0. Mid-range shooting, 3. Three-point shooting, 0. Free throws, 20. Defensive skills. Rebounding, 20. Stealing, 0. Post defense, 10. On-ball defense, 10. Help defense, 0. Shot blocking, 100. Screen defense, 0. Boxing out, 5. Lateral movement, 10. Playmaking skills. Passing, 5. Court vision, 5. Experience in competition, 10. Competition experience influences the effectiveness of various attributes. Each attribute is calculated under the intensity of NBA-level competition, for instance. A dunk score of 0 does not imply that he, despite his size, cannot dunk with no defenders present, but rather that he is unable to do so against NBA-level defense. Mission: join an NCAA Division I university basketball team. Reward: 90 dunk. I still vividly remember the moment a month ago when I traversed into this world and, upon first opening the personal attribute panel, was struck with disbelief all basketball-related attributes displayed as 0. Having crossed into a parallel universe, Han E, a former basketball enthusiast, now possessed the static talent necessary to establish himself in the NBA. Yet, could this dynamic talent and various basketball-related attributes be improved further? Putting aside everything else, with this physique, how could I not easily dunk in the paint? Surely, not all my offensive capabilities could be rated as 0. Such a numerical value is nothing short of an affront to me, a proud starting center of the elite science class. In a fit of rage, Han E stormed into a nightclub, hoping to leverage his striking looks, second only to the readers, to find a wealthy patron for lifelong support. Yet, as fortune would have it, amidst the wealthy woman's desire to support Han E and Patrick Ewing's attempt to charm her, the talent-sensitive passive of the league's superstar Patrick Ewing was triggered, leading him to forsake the wealthy woman and drag Han E to the training court. The beginner's gift package was instantly activated, rewarding 100 block attribute points. Subsequently, a new mission was released: join an NCAA Division I university basketball team. Reward: 90 dunk. The system's user manual also arrived, albeit belatedly. The host can enhance the proficiency of various attributes through specialized training, with a maximum NBA attribute limit of level 100, while the host's attribute upgrades have no upper limit. Thus, the gears of fate began to turn. Running laps improved speed attributes and a slight increase in stamina. Push-ups enhanced strength attributes. Squats elevated jumping attributes. Simplicity is profound, returning to basics. Han E took another free throw. Swish! It went in. Free throw proficiency increased by 5. Free throw proficiency: 400, 400. Free throw: 2021. The proficiency required for level 21 free throw: 0420. Indeed, my skills were somewhat lacking, but the gradual improvement felt delightful. The only drawback was the apparent lack of shortcuts in training basketball attributes compared to enhancing physical attributes. With each free throw practice, the current low level was manageable. However, as levels increased, wouldn't the proficiency required become astronomical? Just as Han E was still lost in his thoughts, John Thompson, the esteemed coach of Georgetown University, approached and extended his hand. "Young man, welcome to the Georgetown University basketball team. Congratulations on becoming the first Asian player to compete in NCAA Division I." What Han E perceived, however, was, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission dunk attribute upgraded to 90. New mission: participate in an NCAA game and achieve victory. Reward: 10 free attribute points." 10 free attribute points. Han E glanced at the proficiency required to upgrade to 100 blocks. 5010000. If 100 blocks were already impressive, just imagine the scene if he were to elevate it by another 10 levels. "Coach," Han E's eyes sparkled. "When does the NCAA season commence?" "Youth, do not aim too high," John Thompson replied. "You have much to learn. The NCAA is not so easily conquered." "Learning?" Han E grinned. "I love learning." In John Thompson's eyes, while Han E's performance in blocking was astonishing, his skills in other aspects of basketball were quite lacking. Having served as an NCAA head coach for over 20 years, John Thompson had never encountered a raw talent quite like Han E. During Han E's first week of training, John Thompson remarked, "If we weren't so desperate for interior players, I wouldn't bother teaching him." Training Han E's second week, John Thompson: "If it weren't for the terrifying shot-blocking talent of this kid Han E, I wouldn't bother teaching him at all." Training Han E's third week, John Thompson: "Han E is truly impressive." Indeed, as Ewing said, everything Han E demonstrates is that of a raw talent who has just begun to engage with basketball. However, the fervent eagerness to learn and the degree of effort he exhibits are unparalleled. Even in my many years of coaching, Han E is like a sponge that will never be fully saturated, continuously refining the various techniques I impart upon him. It is often said that effort cannot substitute for talent in the realm of basketball. But what if effort could transmute into talent? And what if relentless effort could even transcend the limits of innate ability? In John Thompson's eyes, Han Yi's strengths as a center are exceptionally pronounced in static talent. Yet his deficiencies are equally evident. As a center, his strength is woefully inadequate. Even within the NCAA, his level of power is entirely insufficient for thriving in the paint. John Thompson had initially believed that transforming Han E from a basketball novice to someone near the NCAA's passing mark would take at least a year. However, merely 1 month in, Georgetown's backup center, Brandon Bacon, had already surrendered. Han, please spare me. You dunk on me 50 times a day. I dream of being dunked on by you at 2.05 meters and 110 kilograms. Brandon Bacon has played 4 years in the NCAA, averaging less than 10 minutes on the court with stats of merely 3.3 points and 2.5 rebounds, making his prospects for entering the NBA bleak. The very notion of relying on basketball for a living seems daunting, yet Brandon Bacon's physicality is not lacking at the NCAA level. A month ago, Han E was unable to budge him, but now he can easily overpower him. In John Thompson's perspective, this is nothing short of miraculous. For Han, when he once again used his strength to send Brandon Bacon sprawling to the ground, he finally confirmed. So this is what NCAA interior competition is like. Han E had merely elevated his strength from 60 to 65, his speed from 40 to 50, and his explosiveness from 50 to 55. In Han Yi's view, possessing a strength of 65 on the perimeter is indeed impressive. However, for someone of his stature in the paint, it is hardly sufficient. Yet he overlooks that a month prior, the reason he felt utterly weak was not merely a matter of strength. A score of 60 in strength is adequate within the crowded ranks of NCAA players. Han Yi's previous issue was his excessive body fat. A month ago and now, he weighs the same at 105 kg. Yet Han Yi's muscularity is now incomparable, with a hint of defined muscle tone. He has visibly slimmed down. His body fat has dropped to around 10. In John Thompson's eyes, Han Yi's rate of growth is nothing short of monstrous. Please, I've merely been refining his physique to resemble that of a basketball player for a month. And now he has outperformed our backup. Over the past month, John Thompson has been giving Han E special attention. While the other members of the Georgetown basketball team practiced, as usual, Han E monopolized a separate area of the court. Such preferential treatment is obvious to anyone. It's clear that this young man is destined for significant responsibilities within the Georgetown University basketball team. Han Yi's height and size have not impressed Georgetown center Jahidi White, who sees him as an entirely different type of player. However, his teammate, power forward Otel Harrington, has already begun to regard Han E as a thorn in his side. Jahidi White stands at 2.06 meters and weighs 130 kg, with a wingspan of 2.15 meters. Otel Harrington measures 2.07 meters and weighs 106 kg, with a wingspan of 2.10 meters. Han E is 2.08 meters tall, weighs 105 kilograms, and boasts a wingspan of 2.30 meters. Otel Harrington quips, "Come on, family, who would believe this isn't aimed at me?" For Otel Harrington, now in his senior year, this is his last chance to break into the NBA. And securing a starting position is everything. If he loses his starting role, he might as well pursue a career as a real estate agent based on his college major. When Han E was able to easily defeat Brandon Bacon, Otel Harrington could no longer sit idly by. "Hey kid," Otel Harrington approached Han E, who was doing push-ups with a stern expression. "You want to have a go?" Han E politely declined. "Sorry, big guy. I'm in training." You call this training?" Otel Harrington taunted. "Kid, basketball isn't like ping pong for you Chinese. It's about real grit and determination." "Oh." Han E looked earnestly at Harrington. "Big guy, I don't know how much you understand basketball, but I can tell you don't know much about ping pong. Since you want to, let's give it a try. But let me finish these 500 push-ups first." Otel Harrington. The other players gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Hey, is he really going to do 500 push-ups in one go? What's this all about? Will he still have the strength to challenge afterward?" I see this as a delaying tactic. Once he's done with the push-ups, he'll have the perfect excuse to say he's too tired to continue. Han E. undeterred by the chatter, remained immersed in his push-up routine. 177. Skill level increased by 1. 178. Skill level increased by 1. 499. Skill level increased by 1. 500. Skill level increased by 1. Power. 65. A wave of delightful, invigorating sensations coursed through his entire body. This feeling is for men. Those who understand know what I mean. Feeling exhilarated, he stood up, drenched in sweat yet devoid of fatigue, and smiled at Otel Harrington. All right, let's begin. Since you're the big guy, you can attack first. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This yellow-skinned kid has such audacity. Daring to let Otel attack first despite being a rookie. This kid is doomed. Otel Harrington, not known for his defensive skills, has maintained his starting position as Georgetown's power forward for 3 years based solely on his offensive prowess, which rivals that of NCAA all-star interior players. Indeed, if this yellow-skinned kid attacks first, he might score a point or two, but if Otel attacks first, the outcome of this one-on-one duel will be decided before it even begins. Otel Harrington cast a glance at the seemingly meditative John Thompson, who was quietly observing the scene, aware that if he failed to utterly crush his starting position would be at stake. Hence, Otel Harrington readily accepted Ye's offer to attack first, lightly dribbling the ball, and said, "Let's keep it simple. I hear you're quite adept at shot blocking, so I hope you won't disappoint me." Yi smiled. "Big guy, I'm quite different. I have no expectations for this matchup. Having been a devoted fan since Jordan's second three-peat, he had never heard of Otel Harrington. Why should he worry about someone who couldn't even make it to the NBA? In reality, Yi's knowledge was limited. In his previous life, Otel Harrington was the second-round first pick in the legendary 1996 draft class, playing 12 seasons in the NBA, averaging 7.4 points and 4 rebounds, a decent role player that, of course, it was entirely normal for Yi, as an average fan, not to recognize such an unremarkable figure. With the ball in hand, the one-on-one commenced, despite Otel Harrington's future NBA prospects. He was merely a blue-collar worker. However, in the NCAA, his offensive skills in the paint were noteworthy. Averaging 12.4 points and 5.5 rebounds, he was the absolute core of Georgetown University's interior offense. Otel Harrington received the ball and swiftly accelerated to the left, facing Yi's intimidating wingspan, executing a cross-step and a quick change of direction that left Yi behind. "Humph," Otel Harrington scoffed. "You're still too green. To be fooled by such a simple fake is hardly worthy of being my opponent." As he entered the paint, Otel Harrington leaped, preparing to dunk with both hands. However, just as the basketball was mere 5 centimeters from the rim, a massive hand swept over from above. Smack! A thunderous block sent the basketball flying out of bounds. Wow! The crowd erupted in applause. What a beautiful block! I'm starting to believe the rumor that he made the team because he blocked Ewing. The judgment of timing for that shot was nothing short of perfect. By the time Otyra had soared into the air, evading Yi's block was utterly impossible. Nonsense about timing. This was purely a display of physical prowess, as Otyra had clearly outmaneuvered Yi. Yet, with an exaggerated wingspan, Yi managed to swat the ball down from behind Otyra. "You lot, shut your mouths." Otyra Harrington was infuriated. "I underestimated you, kid, but don't get too cocky. Next time I attack, I'll seal the game with a jump shot." "Oh," Yi nodded. "Sure thing, but it's my turn to attack now. Go ahead." Otyra Harrington passed the ball to Yi and retreated into the paint. After all, it was widely known in the Georgetown University team that Yi had no shooting ability. They were even unsure of what Yi would do on the offensive end. Yi awkwardly dribbled the ball into the paint, engaging in a simple physical confrontation with Otyra Harrington. Otyra let out a grunt, thinking to himself, "This kid is stronger than I imagined. But I can still hold my ground." Otyra stepped forward, pressing firmly against Yi, making it difficult for him to generate power. "Kid, you're still too green." Otyra couldn't help but chuckle. Yi's offensive skills in the paint were utterly rudimentary. As long as he held his ground, he had no chance of scoring. However, Yi remained completely unfazed, not even glancing at Harrington, but instead lifting his gaze towards the basket. Harrington instinctively felt a sense of foreboding, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Suddenly, without any change in his footwork, Yi leaped directly in front of Harrington. Boom! A thunderous dunk echoed as Han slammed the ball down over Otira Harrington. Good shot. The loudest cheers came from Han E.'s training partner, Brandon Bacon. Brandon exclaimed this not for any other reason than to inform those around him that being posterized by Han was not due to his own inadequacy, but rather Han E.'s exceptional prowess. Even Otira Harrington, a first-team All-Star from the Big East Conference, was rendered helpless by Han E.'s dunk. Otira Harrington stood there, dazed. Who am I? Where am I? He felt a buzzing in his head as he looked around at his teammates, and then back at Han E. Only then did he realize his predicament. Oh no, did I just get dunked on by this rookie? Enough of this. Head coach John Thompson approached the group, feigning ignorance. Everyone, get ready. Today's practice is about to officially begin. Wait, kid, you think you can dunk on me and just walk away? Not so fast. Otira Harrington was fully riled up, even ignoring the coach's words. Han Yi's offensive and defensive display had utterly shattered his reputation in front of everyone, and if he let this one-on-one end here, Harrington's standing in the team would be irreparably damaged. Yet while Harrington was fired up, Han Yi remained calm, slightly embarrassed. Coach, the coach has spoken. It's fine. John Thompson frowned, having already recognized that Otira Harrington was no match for Han Yi after that exchange. He had come over to defend Harrington's honor. However, Otira Harrington showed no appreciation for this, and so Thompson continued. All right, you two keep playing. I'll give you another 5 minutes. Coach, 5 minutes, 1 TB necessary. Han Yi replied with a smile, assuring the coach that he wouldn't delay their regular practice. However, this sounded like a challenge to Otira Harrington. You bastard. You dare look down on me? It was just a lucky shot. I only need one chance to completely obliterate you. All right then, big guy. Han Yi generously offered. I'll give you another chance to attack. Oh, at this proclamation, the entire arena erupted. This audacious kid, having made just one shot, dared to claim he could take on Otira again. Who among us, aside from Iverson, could claim to contain Otira? Han, he may look harmless, but he knows how to provoke. Giving Otira another chance to attack? If he does win, it would be utterly humiliating. If I were Otira, I'd be compelled to land a solid punch on this kid. Doesn't that imply Otira is no longer worthy of a fair matchup? You little brat, I will devour you whole. Otira Harrington passed the ball back to Han Yi, convinced that the previous dunk was merely a fluke. After all, Han didn't even jump high. Han Yi put on an innocent smile. Then upon receiving the ball, Han Yi charged straight for the basket, skipping even the turnaround move. As he dribbled, he switched the ball from his right hand to his left and leaped over Harrington once more. Boom! He effortlessly slammed the ball through the hoop, sending Otira Harrington sprawling to the ground. Wow, the Georgetown University frontcourt is experiencing a transformation. Incredible. Otira has been so thoroughly dominated by Han Yi that he can't even manage his bodily functions. Brandon Bacon, who had been Han Yi's training partner for a month, stood in shock. Wow. So Han Yi was holding back during our drills. In truth, it didn't take 5 minutes to dismantle Otira Harrington. In just 2.5 minutes, 3 consecutive dunks had decisively ended the match. Han Yi had utterly crushed Georgetown's starting power forward Otira Harrington with a score of 5-0. Thank you, big guy. Han Yi extended his hand amicably. If the first and second dunks had left Otira feeling indignant, after being posterized 5 times in a row, he was left utterly numb. Otira Harrington realized that Han Yi was not there to usurp his starting position, but rather to uplift the team. He understood that in terms of basketball talent, he and Han Yi were not even on the same level. The culmination of his struggles was merely the starting point of Han Yi's basketball journey. Otira Harrington self-deprecatingly mused. I worried about losing my position to Han Yi, but his path leads to the stars and the sea. Hello. Otira Harrington managed a strained smile. I'm Otira Harrington. Welcome to the Georgetown basketball team. Hey, brother. Brandon Bacon, closest to Han Yi, embraced him tightly as if afraid he would run away. From now on, you have to look out for me on the team. Although Otira Harrington still fretted about his chances of making it to the NBA within the Georgetown basketball team, he was already second in command, just beneath Iverson. Witnessing Han Yi effortlessly dismantle him made the rest of the team believers. In basketball, it all comes down to the power of skill. All right. Head coach John Thompson nodded in satisfaction. From today onward, hon, you will practice with the team. Hani glanced around and couldn't he help but ask the coach, "What about Iverson?" Upon hearing Iverson's name, John Thompson scoffed. "That little rascal, don't mind him, and whatever you do, don't emulate him." Brandon Bacon had an expression of obviousness. "Please, who do you think you're talking about?" "Allen Iverson? That guy will be a guaranteed top 3 pick if he enters next year's NBA draft." "No." Otira Harrington interjected. "If Tim Duncan doesn't declare for the draft next year, I don't see anyone challenging his number 1 spot." "Han, I acknowledge your talent, but Iverson is a prodigy born for basketball. His abilities are not honed through practice. They are a divine gift." "Whereas you," Otira Harrington added, "if your goal is to enter the NBA, you still have a long way to go, as I am but a trivial character." "No." John Thompson patted Otira Harrington's head with a broad hand. "Don't sell yourself short. Starting today, you will be Han-es mentor." "Huh." Otira Harrington and Han-e were both taken aback. Although puzzled, they had no choice but to accept the coach's decree, and thus, this unlikely duo of mentor and mentee began their journey. After a powerful dunk, the spin must be executed like this, with the elbow firmly positioned. Foul? Don't fear the whistle. Even if you're called for 100 fouls, the next time you must execute the same spin. With your elbow held high and your stance fierce. Your focus is misplaced. The knees must bend, for only then can explosive power be maximized. Indeed, do not claim that you can manage without this. I am but an inconsequential figure, and your victory over me is hardly remarkable. In the future, you shall encounter countless prodigies. Our task is to execute the necessary movements correctly and refine the techniques that need honing. From the positioning in the short corners to the lateral slides within the paint and the precise points of force application in the post, it is all vital. Initially, Hani pondered what he could possibly learn from a mere benchwarmer who had so easily been overwhelmed. Could it possibly surpass the wisdom imparted by Ewing? However, through the relentless teachings of Otira Harrington, he discovered a basketball realm he had never before ventured into. It became apparent that basketball skills transcended the mere numerical attributes displayed on a system panel. Behind those digitized figures lies a complex tapestry of basketball techniques. Under identical strength, the different points of force application during positioning can exponentially amplify the resultant power. Meanwhile, Otira Harrington grew increasingly frustrated. This little brat truly knows nothing. I have been outperformed by someone utterly ignorant of basketball mechanics. In terms of basketball prowess, Patrick Ewing undoubtedly eclipses Otira Harrington by several streets. However, when considering the education of a novice like Hani, who has just stepped into the basketball world without innate talent, Otira Harrington's reliance on refining skills and details is far more dependable. Georgetown University's head coach, John Thompson, observed Otira Harrington as he furiously critiqued Han's ignorance while meticulously dissecting technical minutiae, and could not help but chuckle. If Otira cannot make in the NBA, he would indeed make an excellent coach. The NCAA tournament can generally be divided into 4 phases. The first phase consists of invitationals, where universities select their opponents through invitations to compete. The second phase is the conference round robin, where each school faces all other conference foes, home and away. The third phase involves the conference playoffs, a single elimination format determining the conference champion. The fourth phase sees the 32 conference champions directly advance to the 64-team tournament, with the remaining 32 spots filled by the NCAA committee based on the performance in the invitationals and round robin, culminating in a single elimination format to determine the NCAA champion. All matches in the elimination phase are winner takes all, emphasizing sheer excitement. As a month passed, in mid-November 1995, the first phase of the NCAA invitationals finally commenced. Georgetown University's inaugural opponent was the University of North Carolina, boasting the superstar duo of Vince Carter and Antoine Jamison. Although Georgetown University is also recognized as a prestigious basketball institution, it is not quite compared to North Carolina University. If we speak of rivalries, John Thompson's first venture into the NCAA Finals in 1982 ended in defeat at the hands of a young Michael Jordan from North Carolina, whose game-winning shot sealed Georgetown's fate. Hani was filled with anticipation. If he could start and secure the victory, he would directly earn 10 attribute points. In the preceding month, Hani's training regimen exceeded 10 hours daily, and the more intense the training. The more he yearned for those easily attainable 10 attribute points. Yet, reality often outshines imagination. After a fierce battle, Georgetown not only lost the match, but Han didn't even see a single minute of playing time. If any gain could be claimed, it was that in this lifetime and the next, he witnessed Allen Iverson's solitary heroics up close. Allen Iverson scored 35 points with 5 rebounds and 5 assists, yet Georgetown still succumbed to North Carolina by a narrow 5-point margin. Han squirmed throughout the game, knowing he could contribute to the team, but not receiving even a moment on the court. In response, John Thompson offered only a single remark. Winning or losing is inconsequential. What matters, Han, is that you grasp how we lost. There's an old Chinese saying I particularly admire. The one involved is often confused, while the bystander sees clearly. Only from the outside can one truly understand everything and know how to act when granted the opportunity. As Han sat in silence until the conclusion of the first phase invitationals, he could no longer restrain himself. Coach, what exactly am I supposed to learn from all this? John Thompson chuckled. Little fellow, do not be impatient. Tell me, what have you gleaned from these games? What John Thompson hoped to hear was, Coach, I learned that basketball is a team sport, although Iverson's individual prowess is extraordinary. Without effective collaboration with his teammates, the game becomes exceedingly difficult. Our team must prioritize teamwork, for if we wish to advance, we must ensure all teammates are engaged, forming a formidable unit. This belief in basketball, which John Thompson held since his days as Bill Russell's backup with the Celtics, was what he hoped Han would absorb from his time on the bench. However, Han replied, Coach, I noticed that our other 4 starters are severely hindering Iverson's performance. Despite having 5 players on the court, the other 4 contribute nothing and are merely burdens. If the others could match Iverson's pace, wouldn't we be unstoppable, overwhelming the opposition? John Thompson nearly choked on his breath at Han Yi's audacity. After allowing you to observe so many games, this is what you discerned. However, hearing Han Yi's words, Allen Iverson erupted into applause. Yes, yes, yes. Han, that was brilliantly articulated. Our coach has continuously pointed out my flaws, and I've been left bewildered, unable to comprehend what those flaws are. Now, I finally see that the problem lies not with me, but with those other guys. Do not doubt yourself. Han ever the familiar figure, threw an arm around Iverson's shoulder. The fault lies not with us, but with the entire world. This old man is quite devious, attempting to manipulate you with his words. Do not fall for it. Iverson looked perplexed. What does PUA mean? Han scratched his head, realizing this was somewhat challenging to explain. Let me think. John Thompson glanced at Han then at Iverson. Great. Just as Iverson was beginning to find his footing, Han Yi's words rendered all of his efforts futile. Indeed, those gifted individuals are often rebellious. It seems a lesson is necessary. In John Thompson's view, anyone can talk a good game. Certainly, if everyone could keep pace with Iverson, they could dominate the NCAA, but the reality of keeping up with Iverson's tempo is easier said than done. The other 4 players besides Iverson are not lacking in effort. It is their physical limitations that hinder them. You think just by voicing it that everyone can keep up with Iverson? The complexities of 5-on-5 competition far exceed your 1-on-1 battles with Othello Harrington. I believe you, young man, are in dire need of some harsh realities. John Thompson fumed, his face turning red. Han, you claim it is simple? Very well, I shall give you an opportunity. In the next game, you will take the court, and we shall see if you can keep up. Oh, then coach, I will go train. With that, Han turned and left. John Thompson, bewildered, asked, What are you planning to do? Han grinned innocently. I'm going to conduct specialized speed training. And then, John Thompson remained puzzled. How do you intend to train? Running laps. Han flashed a bright smile. It would be difficult for any girl to resist the charm that radiated from him. Yet John Thompson perceived him as a fool. Can running laps truly enhance speed? Then, John Thompson witnessed Han tirelessly running lap after lap on Georgetown University's synthetic track. After completing a lap, he scoffed. This is far too slow. What improvement in speed can come from this? Do you think you're training for a marathon? After 10 laps, John Thompson nodded. Larger players often possess inferior stamina. While such slow laps cannot enhance speed, they may contribute slightly to endurance. After 20 laps, Georgetown's cross-country assistant coach, a junior named Adele, approached with her long, toned legs and said, "Young man, would you be interested in joining Georgetown University's cross-country team?" Due to the presence of Adele, the development of long-distance running in Georgetown has made remarkable strides. Many passionate youths have crossed the threshold of the running team merely for the opportunity to train alongside Adele. Barely glancing back, retorted, "Not interested. Humph. Is there truly a man in Georgetown I cannot conquer?" Adele, driven by an unusual competitive spirit as a woman, found herself introspecting. Could it be that this young lad prefers delicate maidens over mature women? Adele hastily pursued him, exclaiming, "Hey, wait! I have a younger sister who is currently in her senior year. Madam, please maintain your decorum and do not disturb my training." He shot her a fleeting glance, resuming his run. "What of a good physique? What of beauty? Does it outweigh my quest for strength? Today's goal, to elevate my speed attribute to 55 first. Hey, you little brat," Adele huffed indignantly. Meanwhile, in the distance, the oblivious John Thompson was growing anxious. "Let that child go. If there's an issue, come at me." The NCAA debut of Han, he had finally arrived, pitting Georgetown University against St. John's University. The greatest player in St. John's history is none other than Chris Mullin. Nicknamed God's Left Hand. For basketball fans in China, the most renowned figure is Ron Artest. Yet in 1995, Ron Artest was still in high school at that time, though St. John's boasted its prestigious NCAA basketball reputation. Its strongest player was merely Darnell Robinson, a power forward selected 58th in the 1996 draft. In Hanyi's imagination, such a team would be no match for Georgetown, which had the first overall pick in 1996. Allen Iverson, however, the reality of the game was far from his expectations. Unlike the NBA, NCAA games are divided into two halves, each lasting 20 minutes, with a possession time of 35 seconds and no defensive 3-second rule. What does this imply? This means that in comparable tiers, interior players wield significantly greater influence than their perimeter counterparts, even a power forward like Darnell Robinson, who struggled to find playing time in the NBA, could shine as the absolute core of both offense and defense when St. John's relied on him under the NCAA format. In the first half, Allen Iverson galloped forth, scoring 22 points, leading the game at 37-32. He was a force to be reckoned with, but what did that matter? Darnell Robinson still managed to rack up 13 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Astonishingly, Georgetown only held a mere 5-point lead at halftime. In terms of interior strength, Othella Harrington was certainly not inferior to Darnell Robinson, as evidenced by their future draft positions. Harrington was the 30th pick, while Robinson was the 58th. The disparity was substantial. Yet within a lineup centered around Iverson, Harrington could neither showcase his full potential nor conceal his defensive shortcomings. This was precisely what John Thompson feared. If the latter half of the 90s NBA had begun its transition from interior dominance to perimeter supremacy, the NCAA still firmly belonged to those who could control the paint. Iverson's extraordinary talent compelled Thompson to refrain from limiting him, and there was no reason to do so. However, with Iverson, who might stand under 8 meters tall, facing off against a league of towering interior players, it would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, as for this match, a little difficulty was inconsequential. John Thompson gazed at Han E. donned in number 1, making his NCAA debut, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. "Kid, didn't you claim you could keep pace with Iverson? Well then, let SCUT-RY.ITS time for you to experience the true essence of NCAA competition," which is a far cry from the one-on-one duels off the court. As Han E. replaced Othella Harrington on the court, the players from St. John's were utterly bewildered. Georgetown's number 1. Has anyone seen him before? Wait, do we even have someone with yellow skin in the NCAA? This is unheard of. Meanwhile, Darnell Robinson, the starting power forward for St. John's, couldn't help but smirk. That troublesome Othella Harrington has finally left the court. This newcomer with yellow skin looks like a delectable donut. Upon his debut, Han E. received the ball from Iverson, who generously passed it to him on the very first possession. However, the pass was slightly high, leaving Han E. still outside the 3-second area. Darnell Robinson intentionally gave Han E. 2 steps, retreating into the paint. If he didn't tee-shoot now, he would surely appear cowardly. Han decisively took a mid-range shot. Yet as the ball left his hands, both his teammates and coaches were left in shock. My goodness, can Han actually shoot? Duong, the resounding clang against the rim provided them with a clear answer. No, he cannot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Darnell Robinson turned to seize the rebound, only to be taken by surprise as a massive hand soared over his head, forcefully slamming the errant ball into the basket. Boom! The sound reverberated, a stunning display of athleticism. Han executed a spectacular dunk over the core of Darnell Robinson. While Han knew his shooting skills were lacking, Georgetown's teammates and coaches were aware. But Darnell Robinson was oblivious. Seeing Han shoot with such conviction, Robinson mistakenly assumed this lanky youth was a shooter. In that fleeting moment, as Han released the ball, Darnell instinctively lunged forward, raising his arm to contest. Little did he know, while he was guarding the perimeter, Han had already charged towards the rebound before the ball even touched the rim. In that brief window of miscommunication, by the time the basketball clanged off the iron, Darnell Robinson was already pinned beneath Han, rendered powerless as he executed a jaw-dropping dunk over him. The commentators were amused, in contrast to the debuting Chinese player. The fourth-year Darnell Robinson appeared more like a foolish rookie. "Well done, brother." Iverson sprinted over, giving Han a high five. "Ah, this is talent." On the bench, Athella Harrington could only concede. "Even if I were to jump first, my short arms could never accomplish such a feat over Darnell Robinson." Standing at 2.13 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, complemented by his intimidating appearance, Robinson was indeed a monstrous presence among NCAA power forwards. Even if he jumped late, finding someone capable of dunking over him in the NCAA was truly a rarity. Moreover, when it came to jumping ability, Han was merely average, yet his long arms and large hands were extraordinary. "Kid, don't get cocky. I'll annihilate you soon." The slow-witted Darnell Robinson finally remembered to trash talk after the crowd's cheers had subsided. Yet Han merely responded, "Oh, sure thing, big shot." A sense of discomfort washed over Robinson. It felt as though he had struck out against a pile of soft cotton. "Humph. Turns out you're just a coward. I expected more." Robinson disdainfully glanced at him before turning to his teammates. Barking, "Give me the ball. Watch me tear this pretty boy apart." Though Darnell Robinson played as a power forward, his style was quintessentially grounded in the low post, utilizing his robust physique to establish dominance. Boom! Upon receiving the ball, Robinson backed Han down effortlessly. With a sneer, Robinson remarked, "With your scrawny arms and legs, how do you intend to compete with me?" He then expertly spun around for a dunk. But just as Robinson had shoved Han aside, the latter swung his long arms once more. Boom! A resounding block. While Han might not match Robinson's strength, he effortlessly outmatched him in agility and explosiveness. One offense, one defense. Han dominated Darnell Robinson. Before the match commenced, not a single spectator recognized this young man with yellow skin. Yet following those two impressive plays, all eyes shifted from Iverson to Han. Even two NBA scouts redirected their focus from Iverson to Han. "Oh, this kid has static talent, is NBA level. Let us check his background. He might be a promising prospect." However, for Han, his primary concern lay in asking Darnell Robinson, "Hey, senior, when does this tearing apart you mentioned actually begin? You brat." Han's face, admired by the girls, was met with disdain by Darnell Robinson. But in the realm of basketball, anger resolves nothing. Darnell Robinson continued his isolation play, this time with a more intricate footwork pattern. He comprehended the situation. Han realized that this young man, Darnell Robinson, was no joke when it came to blocking shots. Yet, being a newcomer, he was prone to revealing vulnerabilities. Indeed, Darnell feigned a move that left Han off balance, and with a smirk at the corner of his mouth, he made his shot with ease. However, this moment of ease lasted no more than half a second. Han, despite having lost his position, twisted his body to recover. Smack! Another block. This rejection landed squarely on Darnell Robinson, sending him tumbling out of bounds. The possession shifted, and Georgetown University launched their offense. Quick, too quick. On and off the court, anyone with a grasp of the game was left astounded. Such a reaction time would be expected from shorter guard. But for Han, standing at 2.08 meters, to execute such a maneuver was truly breathtaking. Quick! Hani shook his head. Just average, really. In his eyes, a speed attribute of 55 hardly constituted as fast. Yet he overlooked the fact that this score was measured against NBA standards, not NCAA. In the NCAA, a staggering 98 of players would never make it to the NBA. A speed of 55, when compared to traditional NCAA big men, was indeed astonishingly swift. NCAA games allowed 35 seconds per possession, leading guards to typically exploit the clock and execute strategies. Georgetown had once adhered to this approach. However, with Allen Iverson in the mix, the pace of the game escalated significantly. There was simply no time to waste. And draining the clock? That was out of the question. In many matches, when Iverson surged into enemy territory to score, his four teammates might not have even crossed half court yet. In this instance, Iverson continued his customary solo assault into enemy lines, and from his vantage point, he gazed upward, only to see a multitude of hands blocking the sky. After all, the entire interior defense of St. John's had been obliterated by Iverson in the first half, necessitating a fortified defense in the second. Iverson had long acclimated to such defenses, stopping abruptly for a mid-range shot. Duong. He hit the iron. Damn it. Iverson frowned, decisively turning to defend. But just as he pivoted to return, he suddenly spotted someone in a Georgetown jersey beneath the basket. Boom! Amidst the crowd, he leapt high, arms coiled, and unleashed a thunderous dunk. The newcomer was none other than Georgetown's number one, Hani. After landing, Hani approached Iverson and patted him on the head. You just go ahead and attack. I've got your back. Didn't that old coach say your style wouldn't work? We'll play like this and bring home the championship. All right, Iverson responded, looking at Hani. It's a deal. At that moment, a photographer instinctively captured the scene, unaware that this serendipitous photograph would propel him a fortune in the future. For this was the first snapshot of the Georgetown twin stars on the court. History would later reveal the significance of this image. With Hani's emergence, St. John's, already outmatched by Georgetown's overall strength, was utterly overwhelmed in the second half. The score ballooned from a 5-point deficit to 10, and then to 15. When the final buzzer sounded, Georgetown triumphed over their first opponent of the second stage, St. John's, with a score of 82-61. Hani played for a total of 13 minutes, registering an astonishing 9 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 blocks. His 7 blocks in the first half shattered the NCAA record for most blocks in a half. The media gasped. Georgetown has produced another Uncle Moo, and this Uncle Moo was merely 18 years old. While Hani commanded the paint, all of St. John's attempts to attack the basket were rendered farcical. It was not that St. John's core player, Darnell Robinson, was inadequate. It was simply that the rest were utterly lacking. After the match, Othella Harrington was genuinely impressed, although he had already glimpsed Han Yi's terrifying talent while coaching him. Standing on the NCAA court revealed just how mistaken he had been. Initially, he had only recognized Han Yi's exceptional dunking and blocking abilities, but still doubted whether these two skills were sufficient to navigate the fast-paced NCAA arena. After all, NCAA basketball was not merely a one-on-one affair. If one could best their opponent, the opposing team would invariably resort to help defense or double teams. For a rookie like Han Yi, who had no real game experience, the ability to accurately read the court under pressure from help defense and know where to pass the ball when double-teamed was a profound challenge. Failing to grasp these nuances could render him a liability to the team. However, Othella Harrington realized he had been gravely mistaken. While these aspects were indeed critical for an average player with moderate talent, Han Yi's innate gifts had allowed him to transcend the confines of NCAA basketball, especially with another transcendent talent, Allen Iverson, in the team. There was no need for additional judgment calls on timing. As long as Iverson and Han Yi passed the ball and supported one another, the opposing team would crumble. Coach Othella Harrington approached Coach John Thompson, saying for the next match against the University of Connecticut, let Han Yi start in my place. Although John Thompson had already considered this move, he was still taken aback by Harrington's proactive suggestion, and he merely nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, if Georgetown aspired to emerge victorious in the Big East Conference, the University of Connecticut posed the greatest threat. While the University of Connecticut had yet to secure an NCAA championship, they had undoubtedly established themselves as the strongest team in the Big East in recent years, claiming 3 titles in the past 5 seasons. This year, their leading figure was none other than the NCAA's premier 3-point shooter, Ray Allen. Although they similarly built their team around guards, Ray Allen markedly differed from Iverson in reality, while Ray Allen played as a shooting guard in the NBA. In the relatively shorter NCAA landscape, he stood at 1.96 meters and weighed 93 kilograms, playing as a small forward. This positioning significantly masked Ray Allen's subpar ball handling skills, allowing him to fully unleash his scoring prowess and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, Ray Allen, who focused on shooting rather than ball handling, integrated far more seamlessly into the team's tactical framework than Iverson. In essence, constructing a new offensive and defensive system around Iverson would be necessary. While maintaining the existing structure with Ray Allen would suffice, his presence merely elevated the exterior offensive and defensive levels of the University of Connecticut. Thus far this season, Ray Allen had averaged 25, 4 points, 6.8 rebounds, and 3.3 assists per game, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Within the Big East, only Allen Iverson, with averages of 31 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 5.6 assists, could be regarded as his equal if Georgetown sought to make breakthroughs this year. The University of Connecticut represented their most formidable rival before exiting the Big East. As Georgetown's newly minted gem, could no longer remain concealed. Meanwhile, John Thompson glanced toward the playground not far from the basketball arena. On this sun-drenched afternoon, while Georgetown's couples frolicked beneath the trees, he remained tirelessly running. John Thompson's lips twitched. One might think this kid came from the track team, with Yi's speed still at 55. He needed to continue training, pushing himself relentlessly. Immediately following the last match, the system rewarded him with 10 free attribute points. Yi knew that allocating these 10 points to his speed would elevate it to 65. Such a speed would be quite rapid for an NBA big man, and in the NCAA, it would be fitting to call him the pinnacle of interior players. The new task: secure the Big East Conference Championship. With a reward of 50 stamina points, in the eyes of this confounded training system, what attribute could possibly be more vital than stamina? Stamina determined whether he could endure the grueling training. Yet this lofty goal felt painfully distant. Winning the Big East Championship was at least 2 months away. Thus, Hani could only invest these precious 10 points into his strength. Strength breakthrough, 66-76, while speed was undoubtedly important. For a big man, strength was foundational. A strength of 66 would not leave him at a disadvantage against someone like Othella Harrington, who was not particularly known for his power. However, facing the physical behemoths of St. John's in the last match, though he could easily dominate in movement, the feeling of being outmatched in strength during every confrontation was disheartening. With a strength of 76, while it might not suffice in the NBA's interior circles, it was more than adequate against these college players whose physiques were still developing and had yet to undergo effective muscle gain. The next match against the University of Connecticut. Then, quickened his pace. Such a compelling dialogue of titans is bound to attract numerous NBA scouts. Prior to the onset of March Madness, live broadcasts of NCAA games were exceedingly rare, yet ESPN had already proclaimed a month in advance. Confirmed, Georgetown University versus University of Connecticut, a nationwide broadcast. Allen Iverson versus Ray Allen. Who will emerge as the king of the Big East Conference? In response to a journalist's inquiry, Patrick Ewing smiled faintly. It is rather foolish of you to pose such a question to me. Without my saying a word, you already know what my answer is. We at Georgetown fear no challenges, for we possess the answers. And this year, we have more than just answers. More than just answers. The journalist was perplexed. Why is Ewing acting like a riddle master today? More than just answers. Is there someone else at Georgetown worthy of attention? Any fan with a modicum of understanding of the 1995 NCAA knows that Georgetown and Connecticut, as the two powerhouses of the Big East, are quintessential one-man teams. One player projected to be a top 5 NBA draft pick, leading 4 others who lack even the credentials to play professional basketball. Those slightly more informed might mention that on certain lists, experts have even ranked Othella Harrington as a potential second-round pick in the NBA draft. But that's about it. The term more than hardly applies, considering Othella Harrington has been playing at Georgetown for nearly 4 years. Aside from the trio, is there truly anyone else worthy of attention? The Verizon Center, located in Washington, D.C.'s Chinatown, was filled to capacity with 20,000 spectators. When it comes to basketball in America, the NBA is world-renowned. However, in the hearts of the American public, no basketball event can surpass the NCAA. After all, those players in the NBA are stars to the common American, distant and unattainable, whereas the NCAA is different. For the youth, their classmates or best friends are competing in the NCAA. For older working adults, what better way to reminisce about their youth than to support their alma mater? And for parents, their sons or their relative children, or perhaps even a distant cousin's child, might just be the next big star on the NCAA stage. If there is anything distinctive about the Verizon Center, it is that it is the only large commercial basketball arena situated in Chinatown across the nation. Compared to other arenas, one can always find more faces with yellow skin here. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Georgetown University has an Asian player? Surely, he must be a staff member. I've been watching the NCAA for over 20 years and have never heard of an Asian player appearing in the NCAA. Come on, have you ever seen a staff member dressed in a jersey, ready to take the court? Han E, standing at 2.08 meters, weighing 105 kilograms, with a wingspan of 2.30 meters, boasts physical attributes worthy of a second-round draft pick. The scout who last attended the Georgetown versus St. John's matchup made a reappearance. Unlike the previous game, where only a handful of NBA scouts were present, today's gathering of scouts could easily form a soccer team. "Hey, Tom, you're here too." The scout for the Timberwolves greeted Tom, who was deep in thought. "Hey, your Chicago Bulls are currently first in the East. What is up? Looking to draft Iverson or Ray Allen?" "Dream on," the Timberwolves scout chuckled. "The championship is yours, but Iverson is ours. Just imagine the scenario of Iverson teaming up with Garnett next season. It's simply exhilarating. If your old-timers in Chicago can still play, perhaps we'll meet in the finals in a few years." Tom replied wistfully. "If Jordan hears you, he might just decimate your Timberwolves by 50 points. Besides, I graduated from UConn. What's wrong with coming back to watch a game and support my alma mater?" Tom certainly wouldn't disclose to others that the Chicago Bulls had already identified a promising inside prospect. But how can true talent ever remain concealed? Last year, Iverson, who had just begun to make a name for himself in the NCAA, had put up impressive stats in 2 consecutive games against Connecticut during the Big East tournament, albeit losing both contests. The consensus was that compared to Ray Allen, Iverson was the more naturally gifted player. However, within a 1-star, 4-supporting cast lineup, Ray Allen was better at activating his teammates, thus forming a stronger collective as the game commenced. Many noted that Georgetown's sole potential NBA player, Olajuwon Harrington, was absent from the starting lineup, replaced by an unfamiliar Asian player. Although this was somewhat surprising, no one paid it much mind. Even die-hard UConn fans began to celebrate upon seeing Harrington sidelined. If Harrington isn't playing, as long as we can double-team Iverson, isn't victory assured. Indeed, UConn's head coach Jim Calhoun shared the same sentiment. From the outset of the game, Jim Calhoun wasted no time, deploying a fierce strategy. UConn's 2 backcourt players relentlessly attacked Iverson the moment he received the ball in the backcourt. Once they reached the front court, Ray Allen, as UConn's starting small forward, began his assault on Iverson from beyond the arc. His determination so fierce that even UConn's own fans cried out in horror. "Iverson is in for a tough time tonight. Come on, it's just a regular season game. Is it necessary to go all out?" That's the price of not having Olajuwon Harrington. If Harrington were in the game, we would have to consider how to handle a triple team on Iverson. But now there's nothing to worry about. Those other 4 scrubs from Georgetown have no chance of winning. The answer is, surprisingly, they do, and it's quite significant. Faced with UConn's opening double-team strategy, Iverson initially struggled to adapt, and, as he faltered, UConn seized the initiative. However, when Iverson, under a triple team, attempted a 2-point shot that hit nothing but air, a formidable player emerged from Georgetown's ranks in midair. Han E caught the errant ball with one hand. Coiling his arm back, with a thunderous slam, the arena erupted, a spectacular alley-oop. Allen Iverson and Han E. Wow. Magnificent. When did Georgetown acquire such a powerhouse? What's the big deal? It's merely a lucky break. Did you see how our UConn center was just outmatched? If he were in, how could such a slender fellow wreak havoc in the paint? Fans might think this way, but if UConn's interior players shared the same sentiment, they would be in trouble. UConn's front court comprised 2 tall, robust black players. As for their technical skills, one could hardly call them refined, boasting little offensive capability in the paint. merely functioning as blue-collar workers. Yet their defense was formidable. UConn's primary scoring method revolved around mid-range shooting, epitomized by Ray Allen. The reason UConn dared to shoot so freely was due to their interior players' unparalleled rebounding ability in the Big East. Kid, don't get too cocky. With us around, you won't score easily. Hani scrutinized the two imposing black players, their faces indistinguishable to him, and could only reply, "All right then, big guys, I appreciate your effort." UConn primarily relied on perimeter offense. However, when UConn's center suddenly demanded the ball in the paint, the interior players dutifully passed it. After all, this hulking black man was up against a seemingly fragile Asian. Basketball is our sport. How dare an Asian intrude? If it comes to it, we'll show no mercy. Despite their daily proclamations against racial discrimination, when it comes to their own biases, they're even more severe. Although UConn's center averaged merely 4.2 points in the NCAA upon seeing Han, he couldn't resist attempting a strong play. The UConn center, backing down, positioned himself against Han, launching a forceful attack without a moment's hesitation. After all, for this massive bear of a man, he had no other offensive skills to showcase. He opted for a brute force approach, attempting to overpower him. Boom! The sound echoed, even reaching the front row UConn substitutes, who gasped at the impact. Brutal. UConn's substitutes began to worry for Han. Hey, this big bear-S charge. It can't possibly shatter that kid's bones, right? After all, this is Georgetown-S territory. Making him a cripple wouldn't be ideal, would it? Shut it. Just watch the game. After the initial collision, the UConn center pressed Han down behind him. From the perspective of the bench players from Connecticut, the absence of Lian Hani's figure led them to naturally assume that the overwhelming advantage lay with their own big black bear. However, if one could discern the expression on the face of the big black bear, which was 10 times darker than the bottom of a pot, the conclusion would be quite the opposite: shock, astonishment, and indeed, sheer disbelief. The big black bear, in his full force of impact, felt as though he had collided with a stone lion. Hani remained utterly still, while the big black bear felt as if his spine had been shattered. Good heavens, how could this man be so unyielding? Hani, puzzled, remarked, "Hey, big guy, are you even trying?" To which the big black bear retorted inwardly, "Damn it, are you mocking me?" Yet, the disparity in strength made it clear to the big black bear that forcing his way through Hani was impossible, so he prepared to showcase some footwork. However, just as he made his first move, beep, the referee's whistle pierced through the air, signaling a traveling violation. The Connecticut bench erupted in a chorus of lament. "You fool. Do you have any post moves?" Showcasing footwork against such a thin guy, just overpower him with your body, for heaven's sake. What are you even trying to do? Yet the big black bear found himself at a loss for words. But when he glanced back at Hani's benign visage, his legs trembled. This guy appeared so slender, but was he made of iron? In terms of weight, the big black bear tipped the scales at 230 pounds. While Hani weighed 210. However, in body fat percentage, the big black bear was over 20, whereas Hani boasted around 7. But what could the big black bear possibly use to compare himself to Hani? Turning back, the offensive possession now belonged to Georgetown University. Allen Iverson received the ball in the backcourt, pushing forward. After just 2 steps, the Connecticut double team was already in place. Although Hani's recent putback dunk was indeed impressive, it failed to raise any alarms for the University of Connecticut, whose defensive focus remained firmly on Iverson. Yet that previous offensive and defensive exchange awakened Iverson's instinct to pass. Of course, Iverson thought, glancing towards Hani, who was sprinting ahead. "I still have Hani." As he ran, he delivered a well-timed pass to Hani. The pass was indeed solid, but perhaps a tad premature. Hani had yet to reach the free throw line when the ball found its way to his hands. A dunk from the free throw line? Hani wished he could, but at that moment, it was merely a thought. Shooting? Hani was not adept at that either. Ball handling skills, to be honest, they were lacking as well. However, the opposing duo in the paint showed no inclination to contest, completely ignoring Hani's presence. This was NCAA basketball, where defensive 3-second violations did not exist. For them, the best defense was simply to remain stationary. After all, Hani was not known for his shooting. What was there to fear? Yet this presented Hani with an opportunity. Given his current ball handling skills, if the defense pressed him, it could be tricky. But since they were not coming out, Hani, despite his lack of finesse, stepped into the paint. The towering duo of black giants raised their arms high, using their bulk to seal off the paint, but Hani's gaze was fixed solely on the lofty rim. As he charged toward the 2-2. 10-meter Titans, Hani accelerated, leaping with a single bound. Goodness, has Hani lost his mind. Not only had the Connecticut bench gone silent, but even the Georgetown bench was on edge. Athela Harrington shouted like a mother hen. Watch out. Yet, all of this was lost on Hani, who soared through the air, oblivious to the warnings below. The Connecticut Giants widened their eyes, gazing at Hani in midair as if he were a monster. They had encountered many talented athletes throughout their NCAA journey, but never had they seen anyone as audacious as Hani. However, this was all a matter of mere moments. When the two giants attempted to nudge Hani in midair, his hands had already completed the dunk. The sheer force of his slam surged toward the Connecticut interior like an unstoppable tide. Thud! To the spectators, it appeared as though Hani's two-man dunk had sent nearly 500 pounds of muscle flying through the air. The two players, hand in hand, landed heavily on the floor, causing the first-row audience to feel the ground tremble beneath them. A dunk is one thing, but a two-man dunk? And to have this guy send them flying? The home announcer erupted, "Wow, NCAA's Dunk of the Year, brought to you by Hani." At that moment, the referee stepped in to steal the spotlight. Hani, one free throw. Hani approached the free throw line, confident as he released the shot. It missed. As expected. Hani pouted. A 40% free throw, still isn't good enough. I need to practice. Yet after executing such a brutal two-man dunk, whether he made the free throw or not became irrelevant to everyone. Particularly the NBA scouts. This was a gem, a true treasure. The Timberwolves scout's eyes gleamed with envy, but when he glanced at the Bulls' Tom, he noticed a contemplative expression. This was quite peculiar, while all the other scouts were buzzing with excitement over Hani's displayed talent. Tom seemed deep in thought. The Timberwolves scout suddenly had an epiphany. Goodness, Tom, you rascal. I thought you were my buddy, but you're playing mind games with me. Aren't you? Let me be clear. You Bulls can forget about him. Our second-round pick is higher than yours. Even if he is still a bit raw, his physical talent alone warrants a second-round selection. Having him as a backup for Garnett would be quite beneficial. A second-round pick? The Bull scout Tom remained silent, still observing the game. That if Hani truly was merely second-round material, why would he need to take this so seriously? However, Tom silently prayed that Hani would not continue to showcase his skills. If he kept it up, the Bulls' late first-round pick would surely be out of reach. Yet the paradox was clear. Despite Hani's explosive performance on both ends, Connecticut still focused solely on Iverson. After all, Hani's sample of offensive and defensive prowess was still far too limited, but Iverson's gaze was locked on Hani. This was not just Iverson's solitary endeavor. In previous games, Iverson's reluctance to pass was largely due to his teammates' inability to keep up with his pace. Passing them the ball for an open shot often felt less effective than taking on one or two defenders himself. One need only look to history to see this was no exaggeration. During his 2 seasons in NCAA, Allen Iverson was named the Big East Conference's best defensive player not once, but twice. Yes, Iverson had indeed earned the title of best defensive player in NCAA. And he had done so consecutively. When Iverson entered the NBA, despite having claimed multiple steals titles, even his diehard fans never boasted about his defensive prowess. The fact that Iverson had received back-to-back Best Defensive Player awards was an abstract achievement in itself. But there was something even more abstract occurring in the NCAA. During the same period, Steve Nash nearly secured the Best Defensive Player title in his league and had once held an opposing scoring champion to 0 points in a crucial NCAA matchup. This illustrates that while both players hailed from the NCAA, the disparity between players could be even greater than that between NBA and CBA athletes. But now, everything was different. Hani had arrived, and nothing would be the same. On the offensive end, while others struggled to keep pace with Iverson, Hani could. Hani's offensive repertoire may have been limited, but with a dunking attribute of 90, he could indeed dominate the paint. Uncontested, that is a dunk. One-on-one, that is a poster dunk. Double coverage, that is a two-man dunk. On the defensive end, Hani's blocks cascaded like waves, sending Connecticut's forays into the paint flying. Although Connecticut was not known for attacking the basket, a sudden drop in interior scoring during a game would undoubtedly disrupt the shooting confidence of their perimeter players. Ray Allen remained formidable. Even under these circumstances, he consistently sank three-pointers. However, the rest of Connecticut's shooters clearly faltered. Aside from Ray Allen, the rest of Connecticut's perimeter shooters collectively struggled to find a mark. By halftime, Allen Iverson had shot 4 for 11, scoring only 11 points. From the perspective of limiting Iverson, Connecticut's performance was nothing short of exemplary. Logically, under such tight defense against Iverson, Georgetown University should have been decimated. Yet from the head coach to the assistants and all the players, Connecticut was left in a state of utter disbelief. 37-25. Despite Iverson's mere 11 points, Connecticut found themselves trailing by a staggering 12 points at halftime. Georgetown had not been overwhelmed. It was Connecticut that had faltered. Looking at the stats, it became clear that while Iverson had scored 11 points, he had also dished out 11 assists, all of which had found their way to Hani. Hani had shot 11 for 11, racking up 24 points, along with 4 rebounds, 1 steal, and 6 blocks in the first half. Before the game began, no one had given Hani a second glance. Now, no one could take their eyes off him. No, that phrasing is inaccurate. One could say that all eyes in the arena were solely on Hani. Originally, for the audience and scouts alike, this match was primarily a showcase of the formidable clash between Ray Allen and Allen Iverson, offering a multifaceted, comprehensive examination of these two supernova rookies of the year. However, it seems that Ray Allen and Iverson must momentarily take a back seat for a thorough study of Han-E. Extremely young, possessing the ideal physique for a power forward and boasting a terrifying wingspan. Although he still commits some basic errors on the defensive end and lacks independent offensive maneuvers, his ability to block shots and dunk has already set him apart in the NCAA arena. With exceptional finishing skills in the paint and an extraordinary talent for shot blocking, he embodies an interior blue-collar prospect of unparalleled potential. "A second-round pick?" exclaimed a Timberwolves scout, lamenting his oversight. "If there are enough samples. This guy might even break into the lottery." Bulls scout Tom shook his head, but you must consider the circumstances under which he achieved such exaggerated statistics. It was Iverson who drew all the defensive resources of UConn away. Hani scored a lot, but they were merely easy buckets, and UConn's interior defense is notoriously weak, so those numbers are unrepresentative. That's true. The Timberwolves scout sat back down. "I thought so. Geniuses are not easily discovered. If he were truly exceptional, he should have made a name for himself in high school, right?" "Wait. No." The Timberwolves scout's expression turned serious again. "You're not intentionally downplaying him to allow your Chicago Bulls to reap the benefits, are you?" "Say what you will." The Bull scout Tom feigned a nonchalant demeanor, though internally he was in a state of panic. How did this guy suddenly become so astute? This is bad. At this rate, we truly cannot secure Han-E. However, as Hani delivered such an explosive performance in the first half, it wasn't just the Timberwolves who were paying attention. As the second half unfolded and UConn shifted more defensive focus on Han-E, his performance on the offensive end diminished significantly due to his lack of self-creation ability. Yet with Hani being closely guarded, Iverson naturally went on a scoring spree. What was initially expected to be a fiercely contested battle turned into a blowout with 8 minutes remaining in the game. 84-64, Georgetown University triumphed over UConn by a staggering 20 points. The NCAA stage witnessed an astonishing double 30. Iverson, 34 points, 2 rebounds, 15 assists, 4 turnovers. Han, 30 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 11 blocks. Meanwhile, scouts from 2 powerhouse teams, the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers, unanimously noted a new name, Han-E. This young man is intriguing. His wingspan is impressive, and if he grows another inch, he possesses the potential to become an exceptional blue-collar player, warranting close observation. For professional scouts, they are particularly attentive to Han-E's shot-blocking awareness at AS for scoring. Until he encounters sufficiently formidable opponents, these points hold little weight. For these NBA powerhouses, having a top-tier core is undoubtedly crucial. But acquiring outstanding blue-collar talent at the right price is equally vital. But is Han-E truly just a blue-collar player? During the circuit, Han-E was fervently absorbing the footwear techniques imparted by Othella Harrington. While dunking over opponents is exhilarating, when the defense becomes more formidable and prevents Han-E from establishing deep positioning, dunking becomes challenging. What Hani needs to learn is how to utilize his footwork in the post to approach the basket. After Athela Harrington executed a spin move that left Han momentarily perplexed, he chuckled at the visibly frustrated Han. Han, I concede you are a genius, but mastering post footwork is not an overnight endeavor. It requires relentless practice over the years. Just that single spin, how to spin, the angle, where to place your feet, all must be meticulously refined. Only after honing these can you begin to apply them in real situations. And once in real action, all theoretical knowledge must be set aside, adapting to the changes of your opponent. And do you think that when you've learned it? No, that is merely the beginning. Once you truly master post footwork, you need to adapt to your opponent as shifts. Instead, you will control their positioning, compelling them to move according to your design. Of course, reaching this level cannot be achieved solely through diligent training. It demands an extraordinary innate talent. Some individuals grasp it effortlessly, like Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University. I once faced him, and in his presence, I felt like a puppet entirely at his mercy. From that moment, I realized that someone like me could practice all my life and still not reach such heights. Hey Han, what are you doing? Why are you spinning in place? Athela Harrington was earnestly imparting wisdom from his past, while Hani, on the other hand, was inexplicably spinning in circles. If it were a child spinning, it could be deemed adorable, but seeing a towering figure like Han, standing at 2.08 meters, doing so was somewhat eerie. Athela Harrington found himself at a loss for words. In terms of training diligence, Hani's commitment was undeniably commendable, and his training volume exceeded that of others by at least double. Yet, Hani's training regimen was always rather peculiar. Sometimes he would run laps until he could hardly stop. Other times he would perform squats to the point of exhaustion, and at other times he would suddenly embark on an intense push-up session. If one were to argue that these were all part of training, that would be accurate. However, these activities seem to have little to no relation to basketball training. At most, they could be said to have a tenuous connection. But what was Hani spinning for? This hardly even qualified as athletic training. Athela Harrington teased. A spin is a spin, and a circle is a circle. Surely, you're not foolish enough to believe that spinning a few times will teach you post footwork. Hani remained silent, continuing to spin for a full 10 circles before finally stopping to rub his temples. Athela, I'm exhausted today. I'm heading home to rest. Athela Harrington replied, Hey, you've barely practiced for 20 minutes today. That is not like you. Hani grinned. I'm taking a day off, Athela Harrington leisurely remarked. Given your satisfactory performance lately, I'll allow it. However, before Athela could finish his sentence, Han had already dashed out of the gym. TSK, that rascal. Athela Harrington gazed at Han Yi's retreating figure, murmuring, I hope you can fulfill my NBA dreams. Upon returning home, the first thing Hani did was continue spinning. Who says spinning cannot enhance one's pivoting skills? While learning post footwork from Athela Harrington, Han observed a steady increase in his proficiency in interior scoring. However, the specific mechanics of this increase seemed largely disconnected from the success of his scoring attempts. After several days of confirmation, Han finally realized that merely spinning could enhance his proficiency in interior scoring. The rate of improvement was far quicker than the arduous training of post footwork. After all, how many spins could one manage in post footwork training? Once Han discovered this shortcut, he spun for noon until the moon crested the treetops. Whether he felt dizzy or not was irrelevant. Each time his attributes leveled up, his stamina would automatically replenish. Seizing the opportunity while his level was low and required proficiency was minimal, Han focused on spinning fast enough that the sensation of dizziness could never catch up to him. This was merely a small interlude in Han Yi's training amidst the rounds of the circuit. 30 wins and 2 losses. Allen Iverson averaged 26.5 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals. Han averaged 18. 5 points, 5.5 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 7.5 blocks. Under the dual leadership of Iverson and Han, Georgetown University successfully advanced to the Big East Conference playoffs and claimed the top seed with absolute dominance. In the subsequent single-elimination playoffs of the Big East Conference, they continued their winning streak, ultimately clinching the championship. This marked Georgetown University's first divisional title since the 1990s. Allen Iverson was awarded the most outstanding player of the Big East Championship. While the title of Best Newcomer naturally fell to Han, However, as the awards ceremony proceeded, Han Yi's gaze once again locked onto the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. 50 points in stamina attributes credited. New task. Win the NCAA championship. Reward. 50 points in free attribute points. Good heavens, Han Yi silently exclaimed thrice in amazement at this reward. The system is indeed quite generous. Although it is also 50 points in attributes, this 50 points in free attributes can be allocated across different categories, meaning that attributes with proficiency already raised to tens of thousands can be swiftly maxed out using free attribute points. Physical attributes. Height, 2.08 meters. Weight, 110 kg. Wingspan, 2.3 meters. Speed, 56. Strength, 76. Vertical leap, 60. Agility, 50. Explosiveness, 60. Resilience, 40. Stamina, 100. Offensive skills. Inside scoring, 20. Ball handling, 20. Layups, 15. Dunks, 90. Mid-range shooting, 20. Three-point shooting, 0. Free throws, 40. Defensive skills. Rebounding, 20. Steals, 5. Bodying up, 20. One-on-one defense, 20. Help defense, 0. Blocks, 100. Screen and roll, 5. Boxing out, 20. Lateral movement, 20. Playmaking, passing, 15. Vision, 10. Game experience, 400. Game experience influences the effectiveness of various attributes. Han Yi's stamina attribute has reached the NBA maximum. What does this signify? It indicates that he can maintain peak performance throughout a grueling 48-minute game. For a basketball player, the level of a player's skill is one aspect, but stamina determines how long they can sustain that level. In a past life, many affectionately dubbed Ginobili as a 20-minute Jordan, not merely because of his remarkable performance during optimal conditions, but also due to his average stamina that hindered his ability to maintain peak form for extended periods. For Han Yi, a stamina rating of 100 means he no longer needs to ration his energy between offense and defense on the court. He can unleash his full potential without restraint, and in practice, he can push himself to the limit. This sensation is incredibly exhilarating. At this moment, a continuous surge of energy begins to flow within Han Yi. It is not merely an increase in strength. Rather, Han Yi feels an inexhaustible reserve of vigor. Since he aims to hone his skills, what could be more crucial than maximizing his stamina? More stamina enables him to cultivate greater proficiency, and with more proficiency, he can level up faster, allowing him to refresh his stamina once again, thus continuing to refine his skills without any fatigue. This feeling is utterly delightful. While winning the Big East Championship is a commendable achievement, the true challenge lies in securing the NCAA championship. The assertion that winning the NCAA championship is more difficult than claiming the NBA championship is not mere hyperbole. In the NBA, as long as one possesses sufficient skill, the lengthy 7-game series format provides a high probability of ultimately winning the championship. However, this is not the case in the NCAA, where underdogs often eliminate stronger teams during the frenetic month of March, a spectacle that unfolds annually. March Madness is not just a slogan. It is a genuine frenzy. In the United States, when March arrives, basketball discussions on the streets rarely center around the NBA. The NBA in March is overlooked. Even if one does not watch basketball during this time, the NCAA is the focal point. It is worth noting that the excitement surrounding the NCAA tournament, even in the early rounds like the 64 to 32 matchups, reaches levels comparable to that of the previous year's Eastern and Western Conference finals. As for the subsequent rounds, they surpass even the NBA Finals in terms of excitement. NBA venues, which accommodate around 20,000 fans, are considered among the largest basketball arenas since the 1990s. However, the NCAA Final Four is not held in basketball arenas at all. Instead, it takes place in football or baseball stadiums, with capacities starting at over 30,000. For the championship game, attendance can soar to 70,000 or 80,000, filling the venue to capacity. Furthermore, the NCAA tournament is not only characterized by high attendance, but also boasts commercial value that eclipses the NBA Finals. On the day of the NCAA championship, all NBA games must yield the spotlight. with advertisement rates during NBA Finals halftime reaching 520,000 for every 30 seconds, while the NCAA championship commands 490,000 for the same duration. Although ticket prices for NBA Finals are generally comparable or slightly higher by about 10 than those for NCAA Finals, the difference in venue capacity, 20,000 for the NBA versus over 70,000 for the NCAA, renders the ticket revenue of the NBA minuscule in comparison, especially when considering that the viewing experience in NCAA as repurposed football and baseball venues pales in comparison to watching on a 32-inch color television at home. Countless fans still willingly traverse great distances to attend. For America, the grandest celebration in the basketball world is never the NBA Finals, but rather the NCAA tournament. It is precisely due to this immense attention that a stellar performance in the NCAA tournament does not guarantee NBA interest for star players. However, for those already projected as high draft picks, a poor showing in such elimination games can significantly impact their draft positions. Scouts evaluate NCAA players for NBA potential primarily based on talent. If the talent is lacking, even stellar performances will not suffice. For those whose talent meets the NBA threshold, their on-court performances in competitive settings become crucial. But what constitutes competition? Scouts do not place much value on invitation-only tournaments or regular season games within the same league, because only a few teams are genuinely strong. And the majority of the games are mismatches. After all, even the player Han easily overwhelmed, Otala Harrington, was a first-team All-Big East selection last season, despite Georgetown's clear disadvantages in the post. For NBA scouts, the strengths and weaknesses of players in these leagues are inconsequential. They will not be considered for NBA teams. Individuals qualified for the NBA, especially those with a high likelihood of being first-round picks, are essentially the Jordan of their student days, and poor data would warrant a negative review in the scouting report. However, good statistics do not necessarily imply anything significant. Scouts focus not on highlight reels, but on the player's shortcomings and deficiencies. At this moment, Han-ES profile in the simplified scouting report reads: confirmed strengths, historical level static athleticism, strengths to be tested against stronger teams, unparalleled shot blocking instincts, elite scoring ability, known weaknesses, average dynamic athleticism, insufficient time spent learning basketball, inadequate tactical awareness, poor boxing out, subpar rebounding ability, lack of self-creation on offense that in the eyes of scouts. Static athleticism is the only confirmed strength, as physical attributes such as height and wingspan cannot be fabricated. The known weaknesses are unlikely to change in the short term for Han, who has only been involved in professional basketball for half a year. What scouts truly wish to see is whether Han Yi's exceptional shot-blocking instincts and elite scoring ability can be showcased against stronger competition during the March Madness. If these strengths cannot manifest in such a high-stakes tournament, then his chances of entering the NBA become exceedingly slim. Only through the confrontation of strong opponents can the veracity of Han Yi's current data be revealed. And nothing serves this purpose better than the NCAA National Championship. It is said that the 1996 NBA draft will be the strongest generation since 1984. This is no idle chatter among scouts. Just look at the dazzling array of talent in this year's NCAA tournament. Allen Iverson and Han E leading Georgetown University are certainly noteworthy. Additionally, there is Sharif Abdurrahim leading the University of California, Marcus Camby leading the University of Massachusetts, Ray Allen leading the University of Connecticut, Stephon Marbury leading Georgia Tech, Anthony Walker and Tony Delk leading the University of Kentucky. Moreover, the 64 talented players in this year's NCAA tournament include not only those already committed to entering the 1996 draft, Paul Pierce from the University of Kansas, Antoine Jamison and Vince Carter from the University of North Carolina, Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University. These players are also eyeing the NCAA championship trophy. In the first round, the 64-32 matchups, Georgetown faced the University of Maryland, which lacked even a single prospective NBA player. For Georgetown, this was akin to a slaughter against their own league. They commenced their March Madness journey with a resounding victory of 80-56. In the round of 32, however, their formidable opponent emerged. Marcus Camby, who is already declared for the 1996 NBA draft, leads the University of Massachusetts with great momentum. When Tim Duncan announced he would not enter the 1996 NBA draft, but would complete his senior year, Marcus Camby became the hottest interior prospect for this year's draft, without exception. Compared to newcomers like Han E, who were just beginning to shine this year, Marcus Camby had already displayed his prodigious talent during high school. In the High School League of 1993, Marcus Camby led Hartford Public High School to a dominant record of 27 wins and 0 losses, boasting an astounding performance of 27 points, 11 rebounds, 8 blocks, and 8 assists. During his collegiate years, Camby propelled the University of Massachusetts back to the NCAA tournament after a decade-long absence, and last year, he eliminated one of the most prominent NBA draft prospects, Tim Duncan. This year, he triumphed over both Allen Iverson and Duncan to secure the Wooden Award and the Naismith Award in terms of collegiate performance. Camby is certainly on par with Tim Duncan. However, the reason Camby is considered a tier below Duncan is due to the contrast between their high school and collegiate styles, while Camby's defense remains unparalleled in the NCAA. His offense appears lacking that if one cannot dominate even in the defensive realm of the NCAA, their prospects in the NBA are likely relegated to a blue-collar role, compared to the versatile interior powerhouse Tim Duncan. No matter how exceptional a blue-collar player may be, they will always be relegated to a supporting role in the eyes of scouts. Marcus Camby serves as the perfect litmus test for Han E's potential. Thus, all scouts with an interest in Han E turned their attention to this matchup. Should Han E be utterly overwhelmed by Camby, it would indicate he is merely a second-round talent if he can hold his own against Camby. Selecting him late in the first round could be a prudent decision. However, if Han E were to decisively best Camby, apologies, but scouts did not entertain such a possibility, as it would undermine their diligent efforts over the years. Camby is a superlative prospect they have been tracking for a full 3 years. It is inconceivable that a rookie who has only recently emerged could outperform him. Absolutely impossible. As the pre-game festivities commenced, a microphone was thrust in front of Marcus Camby. "Are you aware of your interior opponent Han E tonight?" Camby shook his head. "Who is Han E? I am unfamiliar with him. I only know Allen Iverson from Georgetown. That I will prove tonight who truly deserves to be the first pick this year." In Camby's eyes, the question was nothing short of disrespectful as the most sought-after interior player in the 1996 draft. Camby recognized only Iverson as his rival. "If the media wishes to inquire about the contest between Iverson and myself, I can oblige, but Han E, are you jesting? Why would a nobody like him even think to challenge me? Had it not been for your familiar face, I would suspect you were in cahoots with Han E, trying to create a spectacled AS for Han E." No one posed such queries, for he clearly had yet to attain the media clout for individual interviews. Yet, Iverson spoke on Han E's behalf. "Camby, with my brother Han E in the game, Camby is nothing but a pastry." The scene shifted to the highly anticipated matchup, broadcast live across America. Georgetown University versus the University of Massachusetts. The opening tip-off commenced. Camby versus Han E. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and Han E and Camby leapt almost simultaneously. However, Camby's athleticism prevailed, granting him a slight edge in securing the tip-off. "Humph," Camby smirked. "So you are Han E." Han E, unfazed, charged into the paint, delivering a resounding block to the Massachusetts small forward attempting a sneaky layup. Turning back, Han E flashed a smile at Camby. "Big man, I am Han E. I look forward to your guidance. You cocky little brat. You think you can maintain that smile? We shall see." The ball remained with Massachusetts, despite Camby being the undeniable leader of the team. He was not the offensive focal point, rather serving as an omnipresent defensive wall. Consequently, while Massachusetts focused on interior play, their 3 perimeter players were each adept at creating their own shot, taking opportunities as they arose without hesitation. However, this game was different. Han E's opening block had ignited Camby's wrath. "Give me the ball. I will handle this guy." Naturally, the team obliged. Upon receiving the ball, Camby charged into Han E with uncompromising force. Bang! The sound of muscle colliding reverberated. Then, Camby found himself on the floor. Help! In their first encounter of strength, Han E had sent Camby sprawling. Camby lay on the ground, his face pressed against the floor in a humiliating position. Camby's teammates rushed over, their expressions as if Han E had committed an unspeakable act. Han E shrugged, pointing at Camby on the ground, and complained to the referee. "Please, I did nothing." He was flopping. Meanwhile, Camby, who had heard everything, remained on the floor, not due to any physical ailment, but out of sheer embarrassment. How mortifying! Camby wished he could chew through the floor and disappear. How can this guy possess such strength? As Camby wallowed in his disgrace, the referee glanced at the aggrieved Han and then at the motionless Camby, deliberating before blowing the whistle. Although he was late to call it, the whistle still sounded. The delay was due to the referee's uncertainty about where the foul had occurred. But the whistle blew because, after all, this was Marcus Camby, one of the hottest interior prospects today, who had just been toppled by an unknown Chinese rookie in their first clash. Who would believe there was no foul? However, the ensuing whistle led to an even more awkward situation. Had the whistle not been blown, it would have merely been a minor incident that could be brushed aside. But with the whistle came the scrutiny of Georgetown head coach John Thompson and Han, both questioning the foul call. Consequently, the entire arena began replaying the moment. Thus, the footage of Marcus Camby repeatedly falling to the ground in a dog-eat-dog manner was broadcasted across America. Furthermore, the various angles presented how this top NCAA interior player was toppled by Han in what appeared to be a completely legitimate contest. After thorough review, the referee reluctantly awarded Han a defensive foul, even categorizing it as a shooting foul. Although we could not identify any issues, there must be some underlying problem. Camby's fall must surely be attributed to Han's covert exertion. "Oh," Hani nodded, a naive smile on his face. "Isn't this just a star referee?" Understood. Yet some matters are perplexing. While it is one thing to be deceived by others, it is utterly dismal to deceive oneself. Camby, already feeling acutely embarrassed, was revitalized when he stood at the free throw line due to this call. I thought, how could Han possess such strength? It must be due to some underhanded tactics that I simply failed to notice. The referee truly has keen eyes. Standing at the free throw line, Camby made one of two attempts, putting Massachusetts on the board first. 1-0, you little punk, Camby growled as he turned. "Only with fouls can you halt my advance." Hani replied. "Oh." Unable to tolerate Camby's fierce demeanor, Iverson interjected. "Hey, brother." Before the inbound, Iverson patted Hani on the back. "You need to thoroughly kick Camby, but you must utterly dismantle him. I believe you possess that capability." Hani replied nonchalantly. "Isn't winning the game enough?" "No." Iverson shook his head. "Winning is important, but utterly defeating your opponent is paramount. Don't you wish to enter the NBA draft this year?" Camby is the top interior prospect in this draft. Dismantling him would dramatically elevate your draft stock. Dismantling Camby would boost my draft stock. Han inquired. "I always thought that outperforming Duncan would be the key to rising in the draft." Iverson replied. "I thought I was audacious enough, but it seems you surpass me. Are you already preparing to outshine Duncan? Hold your horses. If all goes well, you will have your chance to match up against Duncan in the next game. Of course, that hinges on us defeating Camby first." Defeating Camby. Han eyed Camby, who was flaunting his prowess, and grinned. "Let's just blow him away." Iverson dribbled across half court, and the Massachusetts guard opted for a double team. But Iverson, not reckless, passed the ball to Han who was positioning himself in the paint. Ever since Han unlocked the technique for spinning and attacking the interior, he had been relentlessly practicing for 2 months. At this moment, Han's interior offensive rating had reached 40. In the fierce battle within the Atlantic 10 Conference, Han had occasionally practiced against some less formidable interior defenders, yielding satisfactory results. However, facing a figure as renowned as Camby was a first for Hani. Yet, he displayed no fear, not because he underestimated Camby, but because as a seasoned basketball enthusiast, he was acutely aware that Camby's one-on-one defense in the paint was rather lackluster. Despite Camby's impressive height of 2.11 meters and a wingspan of 2.24 meters, along with accolades such as the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year and multiple selections to the All-Defensive Team, his defensive prowess lay predominantly in his ability to assist and his extensive mobility that, in terms of speed, the younger Camby surpassed even the current Han. However, in a direct confrontation in the paint, it was akin to giving away free points. As long as one possessed greater strength, they could easily dominate him. This was evident when Duncan effortlessly overwhelmed Camby in the 1999 NBA Finals. Admittedly, losing to Duncan was not particularly shameful. Yet, during a match between the Rockets and the Nuggets, when Yao Ming was sidelined due to injury, the Rockets even resorted to utilizing Chuck Hayes to engage Camby in one-on-one battles. Not only did Hayes rise to the challenge, but he also succeeded. Although this was merely a fleeting episode in a single game, it nonetheless branded Camby a former Defensive Player of the Year with disgrace. The crux of the matter was not whether Hayes could successfully score against Camby, but rather that the Rockets' head coach deemed Hayes a player devoid of any offensive capabilities in the paint. Capable of challenging Camby, Han acknowledged that his own offensive skills in the post were still quite rudimentary. However, even in their raw state, they were undoubtedly superior to those of Chuck Hayes, who boasted a career average of merely 3 points per game that AS Camby pressed against Han back. He incessantly taunted, "Hey, yellow-skinned kid, your pathetic post moves are nothing but sweet little cheeses in my eyes. Today, I shall feast you until you're stuffed." Han was at a loss for words, leaning back against Camby. Camby's previously jovial demeanor abruptly transformed into a scowl, his face darkening to a deep crimson as he braced himself. Refusing to yield an inch, Han chuckled, "Big guy, can you withstand this 7/10 of my strength? Is it all right if I apply a bit more?" Camby's head was suddenly adorned with a flurry of perplexed expressions. Was Han not exerting his full strength yet? While Camby pondered this, an overwhelming force surged forward, crashing against him. With a resounding thud, Camby, who had already maximized his power, was sent sprawling by Han, who seamlessly pivoted and executed a one-handed slam dunk. Boom! A delightful windmill dunk. Why not a grander version? Because his leap still lacked a certain finesse. Nevertheless, this windmill dunk was enough to leave scouts in the audience gaping in astonishment. Wait, is that Han? He just overpowered this year's top candidate for the best big man in a one-on-one and effortlessly scored. This young man had evidently evolved into such a proficient post scorer. While that particular offensive maneuver could be deemed more a display of raw power than skill, the sheer force with which Han overwhelmed Camby was nothing short of astonishing. We had always assumed Han was a mobile big man akin to Camby. Yet it was unexpected to discover that he possessed both commendable agility and remarkable strength. We require more instances of Han Yi's post offense. Should he continue to deliver performances of this caliber, our perception of his potential in the NBA will surely elevate. Damn. Camby, having suffered a setback, failed to learn from his mistake. Following a change of possession, he demanded the ball for a direct confrontation against Han. Logically, Han's previous display had established his superiority in strength over Camby. Yet, Camby insisted on engaging in a physical contest, believing that his initial offensive attempt had indeed been fouled by Han, rather than merely a product of biased officiating. Camby's approach was straightforward, opting for a brute force charge, an unyielding assault, but Han held his ground, steadfast and unmoving, with a slight smile. "Big guy, is this all you've got? Don't get cocky. I haven't even unleashed my full power yet." Although beads of sweat adorned Camby's brow, he remained defiant, drawing a breath to launch yet another charge at Han. Boom! Camby threw himself into the fray once more. Yet to Han, it was as though nothing had transpired. Camby's expression soured, realizing he had exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet Han remained unyielding. Like an immovable mountain that Camby could never hope to shift, though we often hailed Camby as the most formidable big man of the 1996 draft class. However, it was astonishing to consider that this so-called strongest big man of 1996 could not even manage to make Han budge an inch. At this moment, I found myself feeling somewhat sorry for Camby. Throughout high school and college, he had encountered little resistance in the paint. He had expected to effortlessly dominate Han, as he had others. Yet the reality was that in this game, he was the one being overwhelmed. Although Camby was oblivious to the murmurs of scouts and fans surrounding him, he was acutely aware of his own dismal performance. As a junior and a prospective NBA draft pick, to deliver such a lackluster showing under the scrutiny of a national audience was nothing short of disastrous. Should his future team decide against selecting him for this reason, it could very well spell doom for Camby. All of this misfortune could be laid squarely at Han's feet. Fuming with humiliation, Camby shifted from a back-to-basket stance to face Han E head-on. Unable to overpower Han E through sheer strength, he resolved to leverage his physical gifts instead. Suddenly, Camby sprang into action, swinging his long arms in an attempt to dunk over Han E. In terms of height, speed, and vertical leap, Camby held distinct advantages in previous encounters. Camby had faced opponents whose physical strength had eclipsed his own, yet he had always relied on his extraordinary static and dynamic athleticism to turn the improbable into reality. If he could successfully execute this dunk, it would overshadow his earlier failures. However, while ideals are often beautiful, reality can be harsh. As Camby reached his zenith, arm extended wide, he found the ball firmly secured by Han E. In that moment, it was a clash of powers. Oh my. Camby had chosen a dunk over Han E and was met with a spectacular rejection that sent both him and the ball hurtling away. This block was executed with such precision that even the strictest official could find no fault, the basketball soaring into the third tier of the stands. While Camby knelt in defeat, Camby was brought to his knees by Han E's emphatic swat. Remarkably, this marked the second time Camby had been floored by Han E since the game's inception, and it appeared that Han E was now delivering some verbal jabs. Alas, it was a pity that there were no audio devices present to capture the specifics of their exchange. Indeed, Han E did speak to Camby, but it was far from trash talk. Hey, it's neither a holiday nor a festival, so I'm not giving you any red envelopes for kneeling. Camby, already deaf to Han E's words, was consumed by regret. My agent told me I was the top big man of the 1996 draft. I shouldn't still be participating in this damn NCAA tournament. If I hadn't encountered Han E, I'd be the strongest big man. I shouldn't have even stepped onto the court today. In the face of Camby's profound frustration, John Calipari, the head coach of the University of Massachusetts, decisively substituted him out. Although Camby was the undeniable cornerstone of the team, remaining on the court at this juncture would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Although Calipari was merely a youthful 37 in 1996, he would eventually become a highly regarded figure in NCAA coaching circles, and his decision to bench Camby bore fruit. The team did not crumble under the pressure from Georgetown University. Instead, they relied on exceptional perimeter shooting to keep the University of Massachusetts afloat. With 7 minutes remaining in the first half, the score stood at 31-23, prompting Han E to take a breather. 2 minutes later, Iverson also left the court. As Han E exited, Calipari astutely reintegrated Camby into the lineup. A strategic maneuver indeed. Calipari had mastered this tactic throughout the 1990s. His prodigy did not disappoint. Once Han E departed, Camby became an unstoppable force on the court. With merely half a minute left in the first half, Camby delivered a block to Otella Harrington that sent the crowd into a frenzy. In the brief moments following Camby's return to the floor, he astonishingly recorded 5 consecutive blocks. The score tightened to 40-39. Under Camby's leadership, the University of Massachusetts mounted a scoring surge that nearly leveled the game. After Han E's departure, Camby eschewed his previous reliance on isolation plays, instead showcasing his remarkable mobility, making his presence felt on both defense and offense through a series of screens and follow-up dunks, thereby re-establishing his dominance as the premier big man of the 1996 draft class. Witnessing this spectacle ignited a fervor among the scouts. It became clear that Camby was not suffering from any ailments today. As long as he was not matched against Han E, he remained the dominating defensive juggernaut of the NCAA. This affirmed Han E's undeniable strength. With the plan altered, it seemed increasingly unlikely that Han E would be selected in the first round. Lakers scout urgent report. Following this match, Han E's stock is bound to soar. The lottery, indeed. The Maverick Scouts report states, I recommend we select Han E as our top choice in this year's draft. I stake my career on it. He is undoubtedly worthy of a lottery pick. Meanwhile, the Celtic scout beside him was momentarily flustered, nearly dropping his phone. General Manager, how is it you who answered the call? The Celtic scout had intended to relay his insights on Han E after observing the game, to his astonishment. The voice on the other end was that of the esteemed Celtics general manager and legendary coach, Red Auerbach. This is a figure of legendary status. Cut to the chase. Auerbach commanded, briefly introduce Han E to me. The Celtic scout swiftly gathered his thoughts and replied, "Han, he may not merely be a blue-collar center. I believe he possesses the potential to become a core player in the paint. His draft position could very well ascend into the top 10. Very well, I understand." Auerbach concluded the call and turned to his subordinates, stating, "I want all of Han Yi's information within half an hour. Also, arrange my schedule. I must attend the Georgetown University versus Wake Forest quarterfinal. The Celtics are already destined for the lottery this year." But they had never contemplated tanking, at least not after realizing Duncan would not declare for the draft. However, refraining from tanking hasn't improved their record, as the current Celtics are truly abysmal. For Auerbach, he desperately needs a prodigious talent to restore the glory of the greatest dynasty in NBA history. 3 years prior, Auerbach had already identified his savior, Tim Duncan from the Virgin Islands. But Duncan stubbornly refused to declare, insisting on completing his college education. Even the formidable Auerbach could only wait in vain. The year 1996 was widely recognized as a monumental draft year. Yet, in the absence of Duncan, Auerbach felt something significant was lacking. The legendary coach, who personally brought Bill Russell to the Celtics and forged the first Celtics dynasty alongside him. He could not fathom how a player of Allen Iverson's stature could herald a glorious future for the Celtics. While Camby was certainly talented, he was not a guaranteed top 3 pick, and pursuing him would yield no fruitful outcome. His potential simply did not merit such a gamble. In this context, Han Yi's emergence surprised Auerbach. The astute Jew, given the current Celtics position at 12th in the Eastern Conference, securing a top 5 pick seems precarious, but a top 10 selection appears certain. If they could land a player with core potential in the paint, it would be a boon. Should they also manage to acquire Duncan next year, the Celtics' rebuilding phase would be swiftly concluded. Yet whether Han Yi can truly shoulder such responsibility remains uncertain. Auerbach trusts no one but his own judgment. Although the University of Massachusetts reversed their momentum before halftime, when Iverson and Han Yi returned in the second half, Camby was once again rendered ineffective. Iverson, 24 points, 5 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals. Han, 33 points, 6 rebounds, 15 blocks. Both scoring and blocking records were shattered for Han Yi in the NCAA. Meanwhile, Marcus Camby was left in despair. In this fierce battle, Camby managed 15 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 6 blocks. On the surface, those statistics appear reasonable, yet they demand scrutiny. That if one considers Camby's performance solely during Han Yi's time on the court, Camby registered a mere 3 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block. A textbook triple single. Even with the Massachusetts coach's attempts to obscure the truth, discerning eyes could see clearly. The player heralded as the strongest center in the 1996 draft, Marcus Camby, was thoroughly outplayed by the relatively unknown Han Yi, who dominated him repeatedly. All the scouts present and those watching via television understood that this year's draft may have just gained another remarkable talent. Ultimately, Georgetown University triumphed over the University of Massachusetts, 81-70, advancing to the Sweet 16. Following in the footsteps of Allen Iverson, Han Yi became the center of attention for reporters who posed a singular question, one that every NBA executive yearned to confirm. Han, will you participate in this year's NBA draft? Han Yi confidently replied, "My sole focus is on the NCAA championship. I haven't thought that far ahead. However, if I can accomplish this challenge, I will enter this year's draft." 3 days later, Georgetown University faces Wake Forest University in the NCAA Sweet 16. As Auerbach settled into the VIP section, lighting a cigar, he spotted a familiar bald head amidst the swirling smoke. Ah, Mike, what a rare treat. In the midst of the regular season's final phase, the gambling-obsessed Michael Jordan chose to attend an NCAA game instead of frequenting the casino, a miraculous occurrence. Jordan turned around. "Oh, old man, you're still alive, you rascal." The bald figure before him, Michael Jordan, marked the end of the greatest era established by Auerbach as general manager, transforming the entire 1990s into a period dominated by one man. Once, Auerbach regarded Jordan as a thorn in his side, but now he felt at peace. Regardless of Jordan's prowess, he had aged, and last year's playoff return saw him succumb to the young Shaquille O'Neal. While the Bulls have performed admirably this year, whether they can secure another championship remains uncertain. Now, at 79 years of age, Auerbach felt rejuvenated as he observed the warm-up of Duncan, Iverson, and Han, envisioning a new era devoid of Jordan. The so-called New Age. The game had yet to commence, yet Jordan was already hurling insults. He proclaimed he would lead the Bulls to another championship. However, following last year's playoff defeat, the Bulls management began seeking a successor for the next era. Should Jordan lead the Bulls to victory again, all would be well. However, if he falters in this year's playoffs, they would not wish to languish with a cadre of aging veterans. A reliable source indicated that if the Bulls fail to clinch the championship this year, they intend to use QCOC and a first-round draft pick to select a potential prodigy, an individual who happens to be Han E. If it's Duncan, then I wholeheartedly agree. As for Han, what on earth? I've never even heard of him. Returning to the court, the referee tossed the ball smoothly into the air. Han E and Duncan leaped simultaneously. At this moment, Duncan was not yet the seasoned, composed big fundamental, but rather the aerial acrobat from Wake Forest. In terms of physical attributes, Duncan was already at his peak. With superior skill, Duncan secured the jump ball, granting Wake Forest the first offensive possession. Following the successful tip-off, Duncan turned to establish position in the low post. The Wake Forest guards wasted no time in delivering the ball to him. Duncan, with his back to Han E, exerted force to test the waters. A resounding thud echoed as both players engaged in a battle of strength. Rather than forcing the issue, Duncan opted for finesse. Taking a half step back, deftly shifting his weight to evade Han Yi's defensive stance, delicately flicking his wrist as the basketball arched toward the hoop. To the scouts watching, Duncan's footwork was exquisite. The feel of his wrist and fingers was sublime, showcasing a blend of brute physicality and elegant technique. Yet in Han Yi's eyes, if that shot didn't get blocked, it would be a grave disservice to his capabilities. Although Han Yi had been momentarily sealed off by Duncan, he surged forward, leaping into the air. With a resounding smack, he emphatically swatted Duncan's shot against the backboard. Oh my goodness! The commentators erupted. The legendary Tim Duncan had initially faked out Han Yi, but Han Yi still managed to deliver a thunderous rejection. In response to the crowd's applause for Han Yi's block, Duncan remained unfazed, as if it were not he who had just been denied. Wake Forest resumed play, and Duncan received the ball once more. This time, he avoided physical confrontation, pivoting away to create space, using his body as a shield to execute a hook shot. There was simply no countering this. With Duncan's static physical attributes, there was no hope of blocking him unless one possessed a wingspan of 2.5 meters. Duncan is not Camby. In terms of sheer strength, a 20-year-old Duncan far surpasses the currently inexperienced Han Yi, who has only played professional basketball for half a year. To entertain the notion of blocking every shot would indeed be a sign of folly. To overcome Duncan, one must employ strategy and intellect. As Iverson advances with the ball, Han Yi sprints forward with great strides behind him. Upon nearing the basket, Iverson deftly flicks his wrist, sending the basketball soaring toward Han Yi, albeit at a slightly lower trajectory than desired. After adjusting to receive the pass, Han Yi notices Duncan rapidly closing in, clearly intent on avenging his previous block. Rather than forcing the play, Han Yi halts abruptly, executing a behind-the-back pass to Iverson. At that moment, the focus of the Victor Forest defenders is entirely on Han Yi, allowing Iverson to spring up from behind. With a single arm, he hangs on the rim. Boom! The ball goes in. This play exemplifies why Iverson, despite his modest height of barely 1.8 meters, possibly even less, was the number 1 pick in 1996 draft. Simultaneously, it reveals another facet of Han Yi's game to the scouts. This young man possesses considerable basketball intelligence. Unlike his previous encounter with Camby, where he recklessly forced plays, he demonstrates a far more astute approach against Duncan. Auerbach nods in approval. This 1.75-meter-tall Jewish man firmly believes in the supremacy of athletic talent. Yet he equally asserts that without a sufficiently sharp intellect to support it, even the most extraordinary physical gifts are mere illusions. It is the combination of a keen mind and exceptional talent that will allow the Celtics' grand vessel to set sail once more. Auerbach envisions Duncan's number 21 jersey and Han Yi's number 1 jersey being dyed green in this very moment. Duncan, too, lets out a soft Han surprise. He has only recently become acquainted with the name Han. This previously obscure figure has skyrocketed to fame in just a month, prompting many to compare him to Duncan and Camby. Before the game commenced, Duncan presumed he was merely another individual attempting to leverage his fame. However, in the preceding play, he made it clear to Duncan that he possesses remarkable physical prowess. In this subsequent exchange, he further demonstrated that he possesses not only physicality, but also intellect. Duncan scrutinized without displaying any excitement, exchanging a simple high five with Iverson, while silently contemplating if it is indeed true that has only played basketball for 6 months. Then this individual's potential is boundless. Intriguing. The competitive spirit within young Tim Duncan ignited. Let us now determine who is truly superior. As the undisputed core of Victor Forrest University, Duncan understands that his teammates cannot provide much assistance in such a high-stakes contest. Thus, he decisively takes charge of the majority of the offensive responsibilities from the outset. Every shot and pass hinges upon Duncan's capabilities. If is adept at blocking, how will he respond to my hook shot? Duncan subsequently positions himself at mid-range, repeatedly scoring with hook shots. Uncontested, this hook shot is simply unguardable. He had already recognized this from the beginning. He is doing his utmost to defend, yet the inability to stop it does not bother him in the least. Moreover, single defense proficiency 20. Single defense proficiency 20. Single defense proficiency 20. Whether successful or not, the increase in proficiency is unimpeded. In fact, compared to the meager 2 points earned in one-on-one training against Othello Harrington, this single defense against Duncan is exhilaratingly rewarding. As for whether the team will win, remains unconcerned. If Duncan continues to score at will, so be it. Georgetown University has more players than just as Duncan consistently confines to the free throw line on the defensive end. Refrains from engaging in further physical confrontations with Duncan. Instead, he continuously sets screens for Iverson, who exploits the lackluster Victor Forrest perimeter players with ruthless efficiency. Screen proficiency 10. Iverson pulls up for a mid-range shot and scores. Screen proficiency 10. Iverson executes a sharp change of direction for a layup and scores. The dynamic duo of Georgetown University's core is performing magnificently for the Victor Forrest players who are largely ineffective aside from Duncan. The onslaught is relentless. The disparity in talent leads to a complete nullification of their technical attributes. When the 1.94-meter-tall white guard from Victor Forrest attempts to defend Iverson, Iverson dismisses the notion of using speed to evade him, instead overpowering him with sheer strength, converting a 2-1 play under the basket. With a scorer like Iverson on the court, it would be foolish to engage in a one-on-one showdown with Duncan. While it is undoubtedly challenging to contend with Duncan, the others are mere fodder. As Allen Iverson's mid-range shot fails to find its mark, the small forward from Victor Forrest manages to secure the ball in midair. Yet, swoops in from behind, snatching the ball from his grasp and soaring for a thunderous dunk. In the first half, Duncan's mid-range shooting was on fire, keeping Victor Forrest University closely competitive. However, in the second half, whether due to fatigue or other reasons, Duncan begins to falter in the same mid-range shot, missing repeatedly under Yi's defense. Georgetown University seizes this scoring drought to pull ahead by more than 10 points. This development causes Duncan to feel a sense of urgency. He does not wish for his NCAA journey to end here, and he can no longer rely on his jump shots. Instead, he shifts to attacking in the post. As an interior player, it is exceedingly difficult for Duncan to contend with the agile and elusive Iverson. However, if he could decisively overpower it would serve to lift the team's morale. Duncan is well aware of Yi's shot-blocking ability. Attempting to challenge him directly would be akin to courting disaster. Fortunately, as a junior, Duncan has mastered all the offensive footwork in the post. He positions himself low, demanding the ball, and upon receiving it, he skillfully employs his footwork to create space from raising his hand to feint a shot. Indeed, bites on the fake, lunging to block Duncan's attempt. However, Duncan has already created separation from Yet, my shot will still be blocked. Alas, I am still only pretending. As descends from his jump, Duncan swiftly alters the angle of his shot, brushing the ball against the rim. My goodness, those footwork maneuvers appear simple, yet they are nothing short of extraordinary. The series of fakes and flawless footwork displayed by Duncan raises the question, Is this truly the level achievable by college students? Not just in the NCAA realm. If one were to consider all the current NBA big men, aside from Olajuwon, it seems unlikely that anyone else could achieve such finesse. To be fair, Hani cannot feel hard done by in this play. Whether he feels wronged or not is irrelevant. The outcome of the play is not determined by the spectators. As Duncan raises the ball, Han Yi's other hand miraculously catches up, although he has just landed and lacks the time for a proper second jump. He manages to leap halfway. Yet, with his extraordinary wingspan and unparalleled hand size. Indeed, it is more accurate to say fingertips. Han Yi's fingers graze the ball's underside. Whack! Han Yi's large hand strikes the backboard, sending what should have been a guaranteed basket for Duncan soaring away. My God, someone wake me up and tell me this isn't a dream. Such a beautifully executed offensive play has been thwarted by Han Yi. If this block had occurred in the first half, I could understand. The game had just begun, and energy was boundless. Yet I am astonished that it is now the second half, and Han Yi is still capable of such rapid lateral movement and consecutive jumps. Meanwhile, the scouts are too engrossed in their reports to marvel at the spectacle. It is evident that Han Yi's game experience is still lacking. Duncan's every feint successfully deceives him. Nevertheless, Han Yi's static and dynamic talent surpass our previous observations. Even when repeatedly faked, he ultimately manages to secure the block. The success of such an impressive defensive play hinges upon his formidable shot-blocking ability. If even Duncan cannot evade his block, then he possesses the capacity to challenge the vast majority of interior players in the NBA. The first time Duncan was blocked, he merely found he somewhat intriguing. However, after the second block, Duncan's expression betrays his frustration. In Han Yi's recollection, Duncan typically displays little emotion even after hitting a game winner, merely raising a fist in triumph. Yet now, Duncan's brow is furrowed and his jaw muscles visibly tense. If Duncan were truly indifferent to repeated counterattacks, how could he ever ascend to greatness? Once more, Duncan receives the ball, launching an aggressive assault, directly challenging Han Yi, colliding with him and causing discomfort in Han Yi's ribs, before executing a jump with a powerful step. In the previous life, the Duncan that people witnessed in the NBA was one who sought to score in the most reasonable manner, with his feet preferring to remain as close to the ground as possible. Yet today, Duncan suddenly soared like a rocket. Previously, it was said that the premier leaper in the NCAA was Marcus Camby. But upon closer inspection, it became evident that Duncan's vertical leap, though concealed, was formidable. When he truly exerted himself, his jumping ability was nothing short of terrifying. The term flying devil was not merely an embellishment. For the 20-year-old Duncan, it was a vivid reality. Is he truly that dazzling? Just moments ago, Duncan's powerful drive made Hani acutely aware that in terms of strength, he still fell short. A score of 76 in strength was insufficient. However, when Duncan unleashed his full power, Hani's character did not permit him to sit idly by. If a battle was to ensue, he would gladly engage. Hani leapt high, even willing to sacrifice some balance for the sake of the contest. Under the watchful eyes of cameras and the gaze of the audience, the two most formidable interior forces in the NCAA collided violently. Duncan slammed the ball down with both hands, while Han clung tenaciously to the basketball. With a resounding bang, the ball was sent flying once more under the force of their grip. A thunderous roar erupted as the ball soared. Yet Duncan's hands crashed against the rim, causing the entire backboard to tremble. Han Yi, having exerted too much force, landed awkwardly, executing a forward roll before sitting down, appearing somewhat disheveled. However, this time, the block was successful. 2 blocks on Duncan in a single possession. Duncan has been a guaranteed #1 draft pick since 1995. What is the foundation of his prowess? Certainly, his exceptionally mature skills play a part, but more crucially, it is his unparalleled static and dynamic athleticism. In terms of static talent, he could indeed rival Duncan. Yet concerning dynamic ability, he was likely a tier below Duncan. Nevertheless, in their actual performance, it appeared they were evenly matched. Duncan sighed and shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with himself. Yet he extended a hand to Han, who sat on the ground. Hey buddy, you're truly impressive, even better than the rumor suggested. You're not too shabby yourself. Hani grinned. If it were at the beginning, I definitely wouldn't have been able to block that shot. After a fiercely contested first half, Duncan might not have realized it himself, but Hani sensed that Duncan's jumping ability was indeed being affected by fatigue. For Hani, with a stamina attribute of 100. The energy expenditure from such an intense NCAA game was merely a trifle. In terms of current physical capabilities, Hani did indeed lag behind Duncan. However, as the game progressed, Duncan's fatigue became more pronounced, while Hani grew increasingly vigorous. With only 3 minutes left in the second half, Tim Duncan, having relentlessly exerted himself throughout the game, was finally exhausted. In a moment of oversight, Hani darted past Duncan. Charging toward the basket at that moment, Iverson conveniently tossed the ball into the air. An alley-oop. The announcer's voice nearly cracked with excitement. Hani caught the ball midair with one hand and slammed it down. Bang! It went in. My goodness, to still leap so high at this stage of the game. Did Hani not know the meaning of fatigue? Stamina, stamina. The scouts continued to furiously scribble notes, despite being of Asian descent. Hani's physical gifts are astonishing. Observing him on the court, one would hardly perceive any trace of exhaustion, as he exhibited the same vitality in the final 35 minutes as he did in the opening minute. By the end of the game, Tim Duncan amassed an impressive 29 points, 22 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 blocks. Allen Iverson, 33 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, 5 steals. Hani, 17 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 11 blocks. In terms of statistics, Hani did indeed fall short of Duncan, yet he was the one who smiled in the end. The victorious Georgetown University triumphed over the University of Mississippi State by a margin of 15 points. 60-75, Iverson and Hani advanced to the NCAA Elite Eight. After the game concluded, the tumult subsided, and Duncan, Iverson, and Hani exchanged sincere handshakes. Duncan remarked earnestly, "This time, I haven't lost. Once I reach the NBA, I will have stronger teammates, and then we shall settle the score." Hani grinned. "It's a deal, but I must remind you, losing as a team while claiming personal victory is not a commendable habit." After bidding farewell to Duncan, Hani and Iverson were informed that Jordan had also attended the game. Jordan, where? Upon hearing this news, Hani felt a surge of excitement. Unlike Iverson, Hani had yet to have the opportunity to meet Michael Jordan in this lifetime. Michael Jordan, although at this juncture had just completed his first three-peat, had already become a deity of this era. Hani knew that when Jordan achieved another three-peat, no one in the basketball world would be able to compare with him. Who among basketball players does not revere Jordan? Yet, despite the crowd's fervor, Michael Jordan's presence was no longer discernible, for he had left after merely watching the first half. He directly called the management. "Forget about Hani. With just Q-Cock, you will never be able to secure a pick to draft him. Let us focus on this season's championship." A new era in the NBA was indeed dawning. Following this battle, Hani finally gained widespread recognition. Perhaps compared to Tim Duncan, Hani appeared somewhat inexperienced, with a singular offensive approach, insufficient defensive experience, and weaker rebounding skills. However, with Tim Duncan announcing his intention to continue his college education, Hani, who had just decisively triumphed over Camby, was undoubtedly the strongest interior player of this draft class. Moreover, unlike Camby, who could only play a blue-collar role in the NBA, Hani possessed the potential to evolve into a versatile core player capable of both offensive and defensive prowess. According to reliable sources, teams projected to draft in the lottery this year had dispatched professional scouting teams to conduct thorough evaluations of Hani, and many teams that initially considered Camby as their top pick were likely reconsidering their choices. If Georgetown's Iverson and Hani were to ultimately lift the NCAA championship trophy, it would be the most remarkable basketball fairy tale of the year. The story Georgetown University could potentially witness two core players selected in the top 3 of the draft simultaneously. In the NCAA semifinals, Georgetown University defeated Mississippi State University 88-73. NCAA finals, Georgetown University versus University of Kentucky. The two most prominent teams in the NCAA finally clashed in the championship game. Georgetown University boasted an average winning margin of 16.5 points over their opponents, ranking second in the NCAA tournament. The University of Kentucky, with an average winning margin of 22.5 points, held the top spot. Georgetown University featured two potential first-round draft picks from the 1996 class, Allen Iverson and Han. In contrast, while the potential first-round picks from the University of Kentucky lacked the renown of Georgetown's players, they could assemble an entire lineup: PG, Tony Delk, SG, Derek Anderson, SF, Ron Mercer, PF, Antoine Walker, C, Walter McCarty. Moreover, their claim that all five players were first-round caliber was no exaggeration. According to the previous timeline, Antoine Walker, 7th pick in 1996. Tony Delk, 16th pick in 1996. Walter McCarty, 19th pick in 1996. Ron Mercer, 6th pick in 1997. Derek Anderson, 13th pick in 1997. These five players not only all entered the NBA, but all were selected within the top 20, with 3 making it into the lottery and 2 landing in the top 10 of that year's draft. Since the inception of the NCAA, no university had ever produced 5 first-round picks in a single year. Yet the University of Kentucky achieved this feat. Previously, all eyes had been on Georgetown University, as they had consistently overpowered the year's top interior players, Marcus Camby and Tim Duncan. If Tim Duncan could be overwhelmed, what chance did a player of Antoine Walker's caliber stand? However, once the competition began, it became evident that everyone had significantly underestimated the University of Kentucky in this era, which did not yet embrace the three-point shot. The University of Kentucky managed to field a lineup of 5 perimeter players. This star-studded starting lineup from the University of Kentucky saw only the undisputed leader, Antoine Walker, with a three-point shooting percentage below 38. Even center Walter McCarty managed to average 1.8 three-pointers per game. On the defensive end, the University of Kentucky allowed Iverson to shoot from the perimeter, while everyone else collapsed into the paint, refusing to venture out, leaving Han with immense strength yet completely unable to penetrate inside. Conversely, on the offensive front, Kentucky embraced an unconventional approach to three-point shooting. From point guard to center, every player seized the opportunity to launch a three-pointer with unwavering decisiveness. In this scenario, Hani couldn't help but exclaim, "Am I not traversing time once more?" During the first half, Iverson was precise with his mid-range shots, while Kentucky's three-point shooting faltered across the board, allowing Georgetown University to establish a 10-point lead. However, for a team that thrived on three-pointers, a 10-point lead was hardly significant. As the second half unfolded and Kentucky's shooting from beyond the arc regained its form, they unleashed a relentless wave that swept away Georgetown University. The final score was 90-85. Iverson erupted for 44 points, dismantling the opposing backcourt, yet the outcome remained beyond salvation, despite being relentlessly double-teamed by 2 NBA-caliber behemoths. Hani managed to play the full 40 minutes, but his dismal statistics reflected only 11 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 blocks. Once again defeated, as the University of Kentucky hoisted the championship trophy, Georgetown University departed in desolation. In the locker room, Coach John Thompson lit a cigar, yet hesitated to place it between his lips. Only after the cigar had burned halfway and was nearly scorching his fingers did Thompson comfort the tear-streaked Iverson and, gazing at the dejected Han, remark, "You are all good kids. I know you did your best. Alas, how can youth be devoid of regrets? Do not be too sorrowful. From this day forth, you shall leave the world of college basketball and venture into the NBA." Though John Thompson was an old-school coach, he recognized that both of his prize pupils were likely to be drafted within the top 5. Given such a high draft position, it would be unwise to forego the opportunity and continue in the NCAA. After all, not everyone is Tim Duncan. History is replete with examples of players who could have entered the NBA at a high draft position but saw their stock plummet after an additional year in college. College basketball has its merits, but it is not financially rewarding. Entering the NBA as a high draft rookie can transform one into a millionaire overnight, especially for Iverson, who needed funds for his sister's medical treatment. Entering the NBA was imperative. "You all go now. Let me have some peace." Thompson took a deep draw from his cigar, lost in memories of this year's NCAA championship defeat for Thompson, who was nearing 60. It was a painful reckoning. It was time to contemplate retirement. The chances of finding another gifted young talent like Iverson or Han were exceedingly slim, and his dreams of an NCAA championship had been shattered. If he could not secure a championship, continuing to coach especially given his declining health in recent years, would hold little significance. What a pity! If one had never possessed something, perhaps one would not yearn for it so. Thompson closed his eyes, seemingly transported back to that electrifying night in 1984 when Ewing nearly brought the championship trophy crashing down upon him. On that championship night, the youthful Ewing was playfully tossed into a beer barrel by his teammates, eliciting hearty laughter from Thompson. "Hey, old man." He had not followed the others out. Instead, he lingered until everyone had departed. Suddenly, he spoke. "Let us fight for another year. You little rascal. Let me have my piece. Why are you still here? Go prepare for your NBA tryouts. By the way, I'll introduce you to an agent. I assure you, he won't cheat you, being my disciple." Wait a moment, Thompson's eyes snapped open. "What did you say?" "Ahem." He cleared his throat and declared loudly. "Old man, I said, let us fight for another year. I will surely bring back the championship trophy for you." Thompson's cigar fell to the ground in astonishment. "Kid, have you lost your mind?" He grinned. "I'm not insane. I'm very, very clear-headed." At that moment, the system's notification chimed in Han Yi's mind. "Congratulations, host, for achieving NCAA runner-up status. Reward, 10 free attribute points." He was bemused by this system. When a task was issued, it only mentioned that a championship would yield 50 attribute points, with no mention of the runner-up. To his surprise, even the runner-up came with a reward. Do you understand basketball? Please, the runner-up is the biggest loser in a basketball competition. Yet despite his complaints, faced with the reward of 10 free attribute points, he hesitated only briefly, for that would be a sign of diminished intellect. As for where to allocate those attribute points, he had yet to decide, but he knew that hoarding them always proved advantageous. The higher the proficiency required for future points, the more beneficial the effects of using those 10 points later on. This is what one calls using good steel on the cutting edge. There was no way he would relinquish the 50 free attribute points for the NCAA championship. However, unbeknownst to Han, this seemingly trivial decision would send ripples through the fabric of fate. The next day, sports headlines proclaimed, NCAA final concludes. Georgetown narrowly loses to Kentucky. Hot lottery prospect Han announces withdrawal from the 1996 NBA draft. Upon the release of this news, the entire internet was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Han was not entering the draft. All major rankings placed him within the top 5, yet he chose not to participate. What was going on with this 1996 draft? Duncan was one thing, but now that Han had finally emerged, he was opting out too. Just because he didn't secure an NCAA championship, he decided to play another year. This was far more absurd than Duncan's decision to complete his 4 years of college due to his mother's wishes. He appeared quite mature on the court, yet this decision was utterly incongruous. This was a case of no guidance. Had he had an agent, they would have certainly advised him to seize the moment while his stock was high and enter the NBA, without Duncan's absolute prowess. Waiting another year could very well result in a significant drop in his draft position. It was reported that Celtics coach Red Auerbach was livid, berating Han for a full hour. The reasoning was understandable. The Celtics had their sights set on Duncan. But with his announcement not to participate, they had pivoted to securing Han this year, followed by Duncan next year, to form an epic twin tower duo. Now, with Han's announcement, the situation had turned exceedingly awkward. The Celtics' desired picks for this year had all opted out, and next year, even if they committed all their resources, it would be impossible to land both of them. The legendary Twin Towers, before they even began, had already met their demise. Following Han's announcement to withdraw from this year's NBA draft, a swarm of reporters descended upon Georgetown University. Allen Iverson, who was poised to declare for the draft and was listed atop numerous NBA expert rankings, initially thought the reporters had come for him, but he donned the suit he had prepared for the occasion, looking sharp and ready for interviews. However, the reporters merely asked Iverson a perfunctory question before eagerly inquiring, "Allen, do you know where Han is?" This scene rendered Iverson, already uncomfortable in his suit, even more so. Resigned, he pointed. "Over there." Iverson gestured towards the nearby field. "Han," he said, he was going to run a marathon today. "And until then, no one is to disturb him." "A marathon?" The reporters exchanged glances. Do basketball players really have such stamina these days? 2 hours and 56 minutes later, Han glanced at his watch. Gradually slowing to a halt, I completed my first marathon in under 3 hours. Not too shabby, I suppose that a milestone indeed. However, to elevate his speed from 59 to 60, he still required an additional 800 points of proficiency. Given that 100 meters could be exchanged for 1 point of proficiency, he needed to run an additional 80,000 meters. While 80,000 meters sounded extensive, it equated to merely 2 marathons, and with 5 days left in the week. He aimed to achieve it. Of course, to meet this goal, he needed to check if any of his attributes were on the verge of a breakthrough, as relying on natural recovery to run marathons continuously was a fanciful notion. Although possessing 100 stamina was impressive, it still fell within human limits. Not superhuman that he needed to rely on attribute upgrades to achieve full stamina recovery to pull off such feats. Thus, he closed his eyes and mentally accessed the system panel for review. Yet the reporters were relentless, thrusting microphones into his face. What prompted you to forego this year's NBA draft? Are you aware that if you entered, you would likely secure a top 5 position? Will you reconsider your decision to withdraw from the draft? Observing the accusatory expression of the reporter, was momentarily taken aback. Just then, he spotted a journalist who had interviewed him previously and turned to him, saying, "I have made my stance abundantly clear. If I secure the NCAA championship, I will enter this year's draft. Did I not say that?" The reporter replied, "Indeed, but that is all there is to it." Hani shrugged. "I did not win the championship this year. Hence I have opted out of the draft. Is there anything wrong with that? Yet, you're still so young. You may not comprehend the implications of foregoing the draft." A middle-aged woman, with an air of maternal concern, chimed in, "For a young basketball player like you, having a chance to be selected in the top 5 of the draft is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I understand you are an orphan, and your sustenance relies solely on a meager scholarship provided by the NCAA, which barely covers your basic needs. However, if you were to enter the draft, you would transform into a millionaire." Indeed, a middle-aged man nodded in agreement, saying, "Young man, you are too inexperienced to grasp the rarity of such opportunities. Missing out on the NCAA championship may seem regrettable at present, but in the grand scheme of your career, it is trivial. Ladies and gentlemen," he responded with confusion. "Are you here to lecture me? I have contemplated this matter thoroughly and have stated clearly that I will participate in the NBA draft only after winning the NCAA championship. You must be aware that your exceptional teammate, Allen Iverson, has announced his intention to enter this year's draft. Iverson is the leading scorer and leader of your team, and his departure will undoubtedly diminish Georgetown University's strength. Do you truly have confidence in winning the championship next year?" "Yes." Hani nodded affirmatively. "Of course I have confidence." Are you suggesting that Iverson's presence has hindered your performance? Thus, you are certain that after his departure, you will claim the championship?" Caught off guard, he momentarily lost his words. A man who had lived an ordinary life had never faced such interrogations. The reporters were relentless in their probing. However, this question required no answer from Iverson stepped forward, boldly stating, "You lot should stop trying to trap my brother in these questions. Staying to fight for another year is not just his dream, but also mine. That if I could gather 100,000 to treat my sister, I would also stay for another year." Iverson laughed, saying, "I know better than anyone how difficult it is to win the NCAA championship. Yet I also believe in my brother Han Yi's potential to achieve it. His training regimen surpasses that of anyone else, and his rate of improvement is nothing short of extraordinary. Do you think he is impressive now?" Iverson chuckled. "In reality, he has only tapped into 10 of his potential." Iverson's exuberant praise successfully deflected attention from Han Yi, while simultaneously providing the reporters with new material. Han, when asked about becoming a millionaire, responded with a resolute "No." Iverson proclaimed that next year, he will be 10 times stronger, running a marathon as a warm-up. He completes a marathon every day before training, with an IQ of 180. He is not just a basketball prodigy, but also a genius in the sciences. You thought he was on a basketball scholarship? Wrong. It is actually a mathematics scholarship, despite the reporters being present, and and Iverson speaking in English, albeit with a slight accent. The nuances were unmistakable. However, after the reporters' embellishments, he was absurdly portrayed as a super scion. The American Marathon Association humorously criticized the absurdity of running a marathon daily, Non-professional marathon runners could never achieve such feats. As for using a marathon as a warm-up, sorry, such an extraordinary individual should not exist in this world. When a reporter approached Georgetown University for clarification, their response was, Han E is on a basketball scholarship. Thus, the misinformation spread by the reporters was systematically debunked. Han E regarded this as a silver lining. Yet, unexpectedly, the false narratives were pinned on him, as if he had fabricated these absurd tales to elevate his own status. Following the discrediting of these falsehoods, doubts about Han Yi's basketball prowess began to surface. If one were to review Georgetown University's performances throughout the NCAA tournament, it would be evident that Han Yi's scoring opportunities were primarily created by Iverson drawing significant defensive attention, allowing Han E to exploit his physical advantages for easy baskets. Without Iverson, Han E would be rendered ineffective. In the NCAA finals, why did Georgetown lose? Was it due to Iverson? Certainly not. The loss rested on Han E, who was unable to score easily against opponents possessing NBA-level physicality. Lacking offensive capabilities, he could only stand by helplessly, despite Duncan, who had reached the pinnacle of NCAA performance, being unable to advance to the Final Four due to insufficient support from teammates. Han E, who merely rode on Iverson's coattails to reach the finals, seemed to forget his own identity. Han E, a mere blue-collar player without Allen Iverson, would find it challenging to even reach the NCAA 64 next year, let alone claim the championship. Faced with a relentless barrage of criticism in the newspapers, Han E remained oblivious. For someone like him, who had previously slept with a smartphone in hand, newspapers felt antiquated and were utterly disregarded. Furthermore, even if he were to encounter such reports, he would remain silent. After all, speaking would only detract from his training time. Naturally, these rumors might influence fans' perceptions, but for the NBA, they held no significance, given Han Yi's demonstrated physical prowess and defensive capabilities. He was already worthy of a lottery pick. Therefore, Han Yi's refusal to enter the draft was indeed a setback for teams hoping for a high draft position, as his decision deprived them of a guaranteed choice. Consequently, teams anticipating a top 5 pick, particularly the Toronto Raptors, expressed their frustration. Even if Han E decides to enter the draft next year, we will not select him, as we deem his mentality immature. Meanwhile, teams that had not tanked this year, but were preparing to do so next year, such as the San Antonio Spurs, were overjoyed upon hearing about Han Yi's decision to forego this year's draft. Coach Popovich exclaimed, "It has been said that 1996 is a banner year for the draft, but I see now that I was mistaken that it is 1997 that will truly be the year of the draft." Therefore, Popovich turned to Admiral David Robinson, who was leading the Spurs toward the playoffs. "Hey, David, for the sake of the team's future, why don't you take a break next season?" David Robinson replied, "We are currently second in the West. Are you suggesting we tank next season?" "Yes," Popovich nodded vigorously. Following the conclusion of March Madness, the focus of the basketball world shifted back to the NBA. A resurgent Michael Jordan once again led the Chicago Bulls to dominate the Eastern Conference, achieving a record of 72 wins and 10 losses, setting a new benchmark for the NBA regular season. The basketball deity returned to the playoff stage. In the first round, they swept the Heat 3-0, followed by a 4-1 victory over the Knicks. And in the Eastern Conference Finals, they eliminated Shaquille O'Neal's Orlando Magic 4-0, avenging last year's playoff defeat. In the finals, they triumphed over the Seattle Supersonics 4-2. Casting a shadow of terror over the entire league. Michael Jordan's commanding playoff performance led the Bulls management to abandon any thoughts of rebuilding. What future? We demand a championship now. Jordan's victory proclaimed that this basketball deity had not faded into history, but continued to dominantly rule the league. Is there truly a chance to defeat Jordan? I believe it is wiser to plan for the future. In the 1996 draft, the outcomes were largely unchanged from the previous life. The first overall pick went to the Philadelphia 76ers, who decisively selected Allen Iverson. The second pick saw the Toronto Raptors, after much deliberation, select Marcus Camby. Although Camby had been thoroughly outplayed by Han E in their NCAA matchup, Han Yi's decision not to enter the draft left Camby as the strongest interior player of 1996. The third pick, the Vancouver Grizzlies have selected Sharif Abdur-Rahim. The Charlotte Hornets chose the formidable high schooler Kobe Bryant. With the 13th pick, only to trade him to the Los Angeles Lakers shortly thereafter. Yet, for Han E, these developments held little significance. While Allen Iverson's selection as the first overall pick was certainly a cause for celebration, it felt like a foregone conclusion to Han Y.at that moment. He was seated in front of the television in the Georgetown basketball facility's locker room, keeping company with the anxious Olajuwon Harrington, watching the live draft unfold. "Stop watching, please. Don't look anymore, buddy," Olajuwon Harrington exclaimed. Clutching his head, "I know I won't be picked. My stats this year are only half of last year's, and I've aged another year. There's no way I'll get selected." "Relax," Han E replied nonchalantly. "Whether or not you get picked doesn't stop us from enjoying the show." "Does it? Why are you so tense about a television program?" "I don't want to watch. This program is utterly torturous. One moment it's heaven, the next it's hell. It's driving me insane," Olajuwon Harrington retorted. "I have no expectations of making it into the NBA. I'm already looking for a job in sales. Perhaps I could sell basketballs or hoops. That if I sell basketball hoops, I'm confident I would be the best seller among them. Absolutely, without a doubt." "Shut up," Hani chuckled, scolding him playfully. "Just watch the television, you rascal. Watch television." Olajuwon Harrington suddenly turned around, his eyes sparkling with hope. Though he verbally expressed doubt about being selected, every cell in his body was yearning for the possibility of being chosen. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned when he realized that what appeared on the screen was not the draft, but an advertisement for large trucks. "Come on," Olajuwon Harrington fumed. "I'm practically your mentor, and you're just going to toy with me like this? Open your eyes and see that tiny print below." When Olajuwon Harrington finally caught sight of the text, it was almost obscured by the advertisement, leaving only the name Harrington visible. Perhaps there was another Harrington participating in the draft this year. In that moment, he could hardly believe it. Just then, a phone call came through, and a deep voice on the other end inquired, "Are you Olajuwon Harrington from Georgetown University?" "Ah, yes. Congratulations, you have been selected by the Boston Celtics with the 51st pick. Please prepare to report to the team." After hanging up the phone, Olajuwon Harrington sat in stunned silence before suddenly leaping from his seat. "Yes, I got picked." He was utterly ecstatic, almost delirious with joy. Han E quickly made his exit. "This is exactly how one feels when passing the Imperial examination, right? I should go train. Let me start with 1,000 squats to warm up." Jumping proficiency increased by 1. Jumping proficiency increased by 1. Jumping proficiency increased by 1. However, after a brief training session, Olajuwon Harrington approached Han E once more, tears in his eyes. "Han, I believe my selection has a lot to do with you. You mentioned in an interview that I had provided you with basketball coaching. Perhaps they value that aspect of my abilities, but the reason you become so strong is due to your relentless training and exceptional talent, enabling you to improve so rapidly in such a short time. How could that possibly be connected to me?" All right. Hani comforted him that it can't possibly be because of that. If they needed a trainer, they could just hire you directly. That would be far cheaper than a second-round pick. If you feel indebted, just dedicate all your time to training with me before you enter the NBA. "I want to keep getting stronger. Deal." Olajuwon Harrington firmly grasped Han Yi's hand. It's settled then. This moment truly showcased the essence of brotherhood. However, had Olajuwon Harrington known that in an alternate timeline where he had not met Han, he would have been selected first in the second round. It would be interesting to ponder his thoughts. Fortunately, neither Han E nor Olajuwon Harrington was aware of this in preparation for the 1996 Atlanta Olympics. The Chinese men's basketball team participated in the California Summer League. The Golden Generation, comprised of Wang Zhizhi, Bader, Liu Yudong, Sun Jun, Li Nan, Hu Weidong, and Zheng Wu, aimed to make history by advancing to the Olympic quarterfinals. In a match against the Los Angeles Lakers, Hu Weidong and the 18-year-old Kobe Bryant went head-to-head in a scoring duel that was incredibly close. However, as the second half progressed, the Chinese team began to tire, missing shots both inside and outside, allowing the Lakers to gradually widen the lead. Yet in the fourth quarter, Hu Weidong hit consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the score to 74-80, only for Kobe to respond with 10 quick points, sealing the game. Ultimately, the Chinese men's basketball team lost to the Lakers with a score of 85-105. Hu Weidong scored an impressive 30 points, while the young Kobe tallied 22 points. The Lakers' Summer League coach praised Hu Weidong, asserting that he possessed NBA-level scoring ability. Meanwhile, the inexperienced Kobe scrutinized the entire Chinese team, wiped the sweat from his brow, and only had one question. Where's Han E? Didn't he participate in the Chinese men's basketball team? Although Kobe had never met Han E face-to-face, the image of him had already been etched in his mind, from joint workouts to Kobe's trials with various popular teams. Especially during his tryout with the Celtics, the old mastermind, Auerbach, had continuously muttered, "Damn it, I should be trying out Hani right now. If only it were Hani here instead." Kobe believed he had delivered an exceptional performance during his Celtics tryout. Yet the team still longed for someone who wasn't even participating in this year's draft. If it were just the Celtics, it would be one thing. When Kobe tried out for the Raptors, they echoed the same sentiments, and the Grizzlies too lamented the absence of Han. Damn it, Kobe gritted his teeth. I've never despised someone I haven't even met so much before, just because he's taller and has longer arms. What's so impressive about that? However, when Kobe's question surfaced, the entire Chinese men's basketball team was left bewildered. Han E, who is that? Han E, we've never heard of him. That name sounds Chinese, but what does he do? The Lakers Summer League coach assumed Kobe had simplified his words too much, so he elaborated for the Chinese team. Kobe is referring to your country's talented player, Han E, who stands at 2.08 meters and is currently studying at Georgetown University, that he believed his explanation to be quite precise, thinking the Chinese team couldn't possibly be unaware. Yet their expressions remained blank with confusion. The Chinese men's basketball team's leader scratched his head. Pondering, 2.08 meters. Do we have any basketball players studying in the United States? Which region is he from? We haven't received any news. However, such inquiries could never be voiced in front of Kobe and the Lakers. The leader of the Chinese team feigned knowledge, stating, the Chinese men's basketball team consists of players from 3 generations: young, middle-aged, and old. Han E is still quite young. We need players with more experience for the Olympics. Oh, that makes sense. The Lakers Summer League coach nodded in agreement. Yet, Kobe remained perplexed. Could these players truly be better than Han E? Although Kobe had never faced Han E nor attended college, he was a basketball fanatic who watched every NCAA game without fail. And he couldn't help but feel that Han E was superior to the inside players the Chinese team had brought. Thus, Kobe couldn't resist asking a soul-searching question. But from what I see, your inside players seem rather ordinary. Is Han E really worse than the ones you brought? That seems odd. Wang Zhizhi, who had already received waves of praise from scouts, turned to the translator, confused about what Kobe meant. Upon understanding, his face darkened. What is going on? Are you saying I'm not as good as this guy from who knows? Or Kobe intended to respond further, but was abruptly pulled away. The coach, wearing a forced smile, remarked, the young lad doesn't know any better. Don't take it to heart. It's all good. It's all good. The Chinese men's basketball team joined in with hollow pleasantries before departing. As soon as the leader of the Chinese team was out of the Lakers' sight, he pulled out a mobile phone and dialed. Find out which region Han E was sent from. I demand all his information. A week later, the Chinese team leader received news. They searched everywhere in China, inquired with all the basketball teams, and not a single individual fitting the description was found participating in the NCAA. Does this person truly exist? This was the first question in the mind of the Chinese team leader. The second question was, even if such a person does exist, what relevance does he have to us? Is Han E truly a wild basketball prodigy outside of our system? Forget it. There's no need to dwell on it. Let us focus on the Atlanta Olympics first. Let us win the championship. Georgetown University's head coach, John Thompson, sighed while observing the training ground, remarking, this kid is absolutely insane. Hey, coach, a burly young man standing beside John Thompson glanced at the sprinting Han E and asked, is that Han E? Indeed. John Thompson nodded affirmatively. He is the most formidable training maniac in the history of Georgetown University. Even during the NBA offseason, this rascal has not taken a single day off since the madness of March. He maintains at least 8 hours of high-intensity training every day. I truly do not understand what material his body is made of. Coach, the young man with stars in his eyes, eagerly exclaimed, can I train with him? Of course, John Thompson replied with a smile, Ron. But you must promise me not to overexert yourself. I would prefer you not to become an invalid right after joining Georgetown. 17-year-old Ron Artest patted his chest confidently. Coach, look at my muscles. He flexed his biceps and patted his chest again. Check out this physique. I have endless energy every day. Oh, John Thompson wore a knowing smile. Then go ahead, 2 hours later, when Ron Artest lay exhausted on the track. John Thompson sighed. Well, here we have another overambitious individual. Han E, having completed the full marathon, walked past the gasping Artest and, glancing down at the stout young black man, approached John Thompson. Coach, what brings you here? Oh, let me introduce you to a new teammate, the one sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. John Thompson gestured. His name is Ron Artest, hailing from Queens, New York. Like you, he's also a training fanatic. Take good care of him. Artest? Han, he felt he had been remiss. That name was undoubtedly renowned. However, looking at Artest's somewhat youthful face, it hardly matched the ferocious persona he would later embody in the NBA. To call him a killing machine was no exaggeration, considering that he was the only one to have broken a rib of basketball deity Michael Jordan. Yet, why was this youthful version of Artest looking at him with such unabashed admiration? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. Han, he had something to discuss with John Thompson. Coach, you've arranged for someone to join our team, and I would like to arrange for someone as well. What do you think? Upon hearing Han Yi's words, John Thompson felt somewhat uncomfortable. The individual I brought back is a genius high school student, sought after by numerous NCAA Division I universities, the head coach of ST. John's university even had a falling out with me over this matter. Why does it sound like you're trying to pull strings? However, John Thompson maintained a friendly demeanor. After all, Hani was set to play another year for him. Regardless of the motives, he was still a beneficiary. With Han E on the team, despite others claiming Georgetown's championship aspirations were bleak, it still allowed him to harbor a glimmer of hope. Where is he? There, the one currently bench pressing. Han E led John Thompson to the weight room, where a remarkably muscular individual was bench pressing 200 kg. My God. John Thompson gasped. Did you recruit him from the weightlifting team? The young man, upon noticing John Thompson's entrance, immediately stood up respectfully. Coach, my name is Ben Wallace, a junior from the University of Virginia. From Virginia? John Thompson was taken aback. What are you doing here? Well, how should I put it? The towering John Thompson, standing at 2.08 meters, along with his authoritative presence, left Ben Wallace flustered. Coach, Hani interjected, he participated in the draft this year, but went undrafted. I promised him he could train with us for a year. And when I make it to the NBA, I'll bring him along. Oh, an undrafted player. John Thompson's enthusiasm waned immediately. How great could an undrafted player truly be? Basketball isn't like weightlifting. Mere strength alone is insufficient. John Thompson scrutinized Ben Wallace multiple times. You don't seem to be quite 2 meters tall, but with that physique, you should be playing inside, right? Yes, Ben Wallace nodded. Han, John Thompson chuckled. Are we really going to recruit someone under 2 meters to play power forward? Georgetown has lost many players, but it can't be that dire. No. Hani shook his head. He is not a power forward. He is a center. A center? Are you joking? John Thompson exclaimed. You want a guard-sized player to play center? I fear we won't stand a chance of making it to the top 64. Ben Wallace, hearing this, immediately protested. Coach, I can play guard too. I can dribble. Please stop with the dribbling talk. If you could dribble. Why would you go undrafted? Coach. Hani pulled Ben aside, smiling. Let us just give it a shot. If we don't take risks, how can we win? Very well. John Thompson reluctantly agreed, but I must say, I cannot guarantee he will get any playing time. If he can play guard, I might give him a chance, but to play inside at this height, he must be extraordinarily talented. Absolutely. Hani nodded. There's one more thing. What is it? Coach, you'll need to arrange for his transfer. His grades might not be sufficient. Huh. John Thompson raised an eyebrow. For a prodigy like Artest, he was willing to swallow his pride. But for an already fourth-year, undrafted player, was his dignity truly so worthless? Yet, looking at Han E.'s earnest smile, it was genuinely hard to refuse. All right, if he can keep up with your training. Yes, Ben Wallace exclaimed. I guarantee I'll meet the requirements. Thus, although Georgetown University had officially begun its summer break, 3 relentless training enthusiasts populated the basketball court, weight room, and athletic field. Time flew by, and another NCAA season arrived. Last season, Han E was merely a rookie, but today he was the undisputed core of Georgetown University. This year, Georgetown had lost Allen Iverson and a number of fourth-year players represented by Othello Harrington, leaving the roster considerably thinner. The only reinforcement came from John Thompson's successful recruitment of Ron Artest, who had initially been chosen by St. John's University, of course. Han's illustrious reputation also played a crucial role. Ron Artest, who had fought his way up from the impoverished neighborhoods of Queens, New York, was merely average in terms of absolute basketball talent at the NBA level. His rise to prominence was due to his relentless determination, fighting fiercely against opponents on the court and pushing himself to the limit in training, thus earning the title of true warrior. The only individuals he admired were those who trained harder than he did and possessed greater strength. It was exceedingly rare to find someone who embodied either of these traits, let alone someone who possessed both. In Artest's life, he was the first to achieve that. When players who lacked the talent and ability compared to and Artest witnessed the two titans' unwavering commitment to training, it ignited a fervor within them to strive for greatness. As for Ben Wallace, his primary focus remains on the simple phrase, "Big man, please drink some water." It is not that John Thompson has denied him opportunities. Rather, Wallace has been diligently honing his skills as a purely defensive guard for an entire month. The conclusion drawn from this period is that not everyone possesses the tenacity of who, starting from scratch, has managed to excel. What of Ben Wallace's ball handling skills? They might suffice for a casual game, as he indeed has some proficiency in dribbling. However, on the NCAA court, John Thompson would stake his career on the assertion that among the plethora of erratic white guards in the NCAA, Ben Wallace stands little chance of advancing the ball past half court. His dribbling is lacking, shooting even more so, and despite rigorous practice, he remains unable to surpass a 50 free throw success rate. John Thompson lamented, "Even if I were to teach a stroke victim to shoot free throws for this long, they would perform this poorly." In response to all this, Ben Wallace has resolved to train harder, dedicating himself to relentless practice day and night. If Georgetown University feels reverence for and Ron Artest's tireless work ethic, then witnessing Ben Wallace's dedication is truly moving. He is a senior, having missed the NBA draft with no further opportunities to showcase his talents. Yet he persists with such fervor. What reason do we have not to strive as well? The collective training spirit of the Georgetown basketball team has brought John Thompson to tears. Reflecting on this, he mused, "Had I known it would come to this, I should have allowed Iverson to enter the draft. Look at the zeal everyone now exhibits and compare it to the lethargy of last season. It's all because the leader failed to set a proper example." This thought left John Thompson fuming. Curse Iverson. If he had trained with such diligence last season, we would have already claimed the championship. Yet, there remains a chasm between aspirations and reality. Upon concluding the Big East regular season, Georgetown University has only managed a record of 20 wins and 12 losses, a stark contrast to their formidable 30-2 record from the previous season. Fortunately, in the Big East Finals, they narrowly triumphed over the University of Connecticut, who had also lost Ray Allen, securing the Big East Championship again and stumbling into the NCAA tournament, reaching the round of 64. At least Han's boast from last season remained intact as March Madness approached. However, it is evident that, even without elimination, few hold faith in Georgetown's meager chances of claiming the ultimate title after barely scraping into the NCAA's top 64. Han averages 25.5 points, 8.4 rebounds, 3.3 assists, and 8.8 blocks per game. Ron Artest averages 10.3 points, 6.6 rebounds, 5.5 assists, and 2.2 blocks. And what of Ben Wallace? A mere 2.5 points, 3.5 rebounds, 0.5 blocks. This year, Artest's performance has been relatively commendable. However, considering he is replacing Allen Iverson as the core of the perimeter offense, that is hardly impressive today. For Ben Wallace, he has become a mere afterthought under the steadfast John Thompson. Observing Han's statistics, it is clear they have indeed improved from last season, but the rate of enhancement is far slower than anticipated, particularly in rebounding, the absolute anchor of Georgetown's interior. How is it possible that he has yet to average double-digit rebounds? This is simply unacceptable that on the offensive end, he has exhibited more versatility compared to last season's version, who primarily relied on putbacks. Showcasing moves such as turnaround hooks, power post-ups, and even mid-range shots. This allows him to score without depending on opportunities, unlike last season, when he became ineffectual beyond the free throw line. Yet, What use is this? Had Georgetown University still possessed Iverson, they would undoubtedly have been frontrunners for the championship, if not the sole favorite to win. After all, this year, NCAA lacks the star-studded roster of Kentucky from last year, where 5 players were poised to enter the NBA's first round. However, at present, Iverson is thriving in the NBA, racking up accolades as the Rookie of the Week and shattering scoring records, including the remarkable feat of 5 consecutive games scoring over 40 points, a legendary achievement that remains unbroken even into 2024. Against the Bulls, he scored 44 points. Against the Bucks, 40. Again against the Bucks, 44. Against the Cavaliers, 50. And against the Warriors, 41. As for the criticisms regarding Iverson's shooting percentage, there is little ground for such complaints. In those 5 games, his shooting percentage exceeded 40, and in 4 of them, it surpassed 45. That despite the depth of talent in the 1996 draft class, numerous experts and former players continued to sing Iverson's praises. Yet he has found a chink in his armor and called him up. Hey, AI, what is there to be proud of? You've lost all 5 of those games. You jerk, mind your own business, Iverson retorted with laughter. Seeing you lead that sorry team, I truly feel for the fans of Georgetown University. During my years there, I never experienced such a dismal regular season record. All right. Hani decided to engage in mutual jabs. No matter how many games I lose, I didn't lose as many as your 76ers. Are you planning to draft 2 first overall picks? You don't know anything. Iverson scoffed. I'm playing a long game here, something you little kids can't comprehend. Hani chuckled. Brother, you can fool your friends. But don't deceive yourself, I gotta go train now. You little. Iverson attempted to retort, but Hani had already hung up. That scoundrel. Iverson fumed. If it weren't for wanting to draft you next season, would I be putting in all this effort to lose? In Iverson's eyes, selecting he would require a top 3 pick, a notion he deemed unattainable. However, according to NCAA experts and NBA scouts, had Hani participated in the 1996 NBA draft, his selection would have been assured within the top 5, with a strong possibility of contending for the 2nd overall pick alongside Camby. But what of this year? Considering Hany's performance in the Big East regular season and the team's overall results, he has yet to meet the expectations set by the experts. Thankfully, he did not enter last year's NBA draft. Had he been selected high, it would have undoubtedly marked yet another case of a draft bust. Last season, I believed Iverson's presence hindered Hany's growth, only to realize that Iverson had been his greatest shield. After Iverson's departure, Hany's statistics did not experience explosive growth, while the team's performance noticeably declined. Georgetown University, which averaged 83.4 points last season, leading the NCAA, has now plummeted to an average of 69.4 points, ranking 59th among the NCAA's top 64, but more critically, as the interior presence and rebounding leader of Georgetown. Hany's rebounding figures have shockingly failed to reach double digits. This is simply unacceptable. Last season, we assumed Hany's limited rebounding opportunities were due to the presence of multiple formidable centers and seasoned players like Othella Harrington. However, after the first half of this season, it is evident that he does not lack opportunities. He genuinely lacks the essential rebounding skills required in the paint, comparing him to last season's Marcus Camby, who, despite similar limitations in offensive versatility, averaged 18.4 points and 16.6 rebounds while leading his team. While it can be argued that Camby lacks offensive creativity in the realm of rebounding, he is an absolute beast. Hany appears to have a slight edge in offensive capabilities over Camby, but this marginal difference is insufficient for a transformative role as an offensive centerpiece in the NBA. In essence, both and Camby are destined to serve as blue-collar big men in the NBA. But if a blue-collar big cannot rebound, it constitutes a fatal flaw. Dismissing the experts' self-indulgent critiques, Hany chose to remain unperturbed. However, Ron Artest, as Hany's loyal protege, could no longer contain himself. Those who criticize Hany are absolute fools. Utterly foolish. Anyone who spends an afternoon training with him will be compelled to meet his great-grandmother. If those clowns dare to show up in front of me, I'll make sure they regret it. Despite being a newcomer at Georgetown, Artest's reputation has already spread throughout the NCAA, throughout the entirety of the Eastern Conference regular season. Artest on the court delivered a devastating blow to a defender who had deliberately targeted Han E, rendering him concussed. Off the court, he cornered the center who had intentionally pushed Han E to the ground, trapping him in the team bus. Out of 32 regular season games, Artest found himself suspended for a staggering 15 matches. Essentially, throughout the entire season, Artest was either on the path to suspension or embroiled in altercations. Firmly establishing himself as Han Yi's formidable, muscle-bound bodyguard. Had Artest adhered to the game and conducted himself appropriately, he would have had a considerable chance of clinching the title of Rookie of the Year in the Eastern Conference. However, his fiery temperament ultimately sabotaged his own aspirations for this accolade. Despite Georgetown University's dismally low average scoring this season, their average points allowed were impressively the lowest among the top 64 teams in the NCAA. This season's Georgetown team lacked the explosive talent showcased last season with the Iverson-Hani connection. Yet like a blunt sword, they methodically carved their way through every opponent. John Thompson was quite pleased with this development. With Iverson gone, the team no longer needed to play at a frantic pace, and with Han E at the helm, they had returned to a more traditional inside game. As a former backup center to the legendary Bill Russell of the Boston Celtics, who secured 8 consecutive championships, John Thompson inherently favored an inside-oriented style of play. John Thompson declared, as a center, we must continue to hone our footwork in the post. You have much to learn in that regard. And starting to practice three-point shooting now would be a folly. Beyond offensive prowess in the paint, your rebounding skills require refinement as well. This is not merely my expectation of you on the NCAA stage. Your three-point shooting ability will not impact your draft position next year. However, if you cannot secure rebounds, that will have significant repercussions. I'm not new to practicing three-point shots, Han E retorted, flashing a grin. Coach, I've been diligently honing my three-point shooting since we were eliminated last March. Indeed, Coach, Ben Wallace exclaimed excitedly that I've never seen anyone as dedicated as Han. He insists on shooting 1,000 three-pointers daily since I arrived at Georgetown. Without fail. Oh, John Thompson turned to Ben Wallace. So, you've been practicing alongside him? Not exactly, Ben Wallace awkwardly shook his head. I just watch him practice. John Thompson huffed. What is so impressive about watching him practice? Get out of here, Ben Wallace protested. He told me I didn't need to practice, just to focus on my interior defense. If you're not going to heed my advice and practice your perimeter shooting, then you'd better excel in the paint. John Thompson chastised. I want to see if the NBA would even consider a center like you at 1.96 meters. Ben Wallace replied. Han advised me to style my hair into an afro and wear shoes that could make me appear over 2 meters. With sufficiently thick soles, I could reach 2.05 meters. Right? John Thompson retorted sarcastically. If you wore high heels, you might even reach 7 feet, 2.10 meters. Now, get out of my sight. You're becoming irritating. John Thompson then scrutinized Han E from head to toe, a warm smile gracing his face. Speaking of height, Han, you've grown. Haven to you. You must be nearing 7 feet. Wow. Han E feigned exaggeration. Coach, your eyesight is impeccable. Of course, John Thompson said proudly. My eyes are like a measuring tape. Let us go. John Thompson, despite his reservations about centers shooting three-pointers, was affectionate towards Han. Since he had committed to practicing, Thompson was prepared to observe. From the corners and the 45-degree angles, plus the top of the arc, shoot 100 three-pointers. All right, Coach. Han E replied confidently, executing his shots. Then John Thompson stormed off in a huff, leaving behind a parting remark. Focus on your post-play. Stop thinking about shooting those damn three-pointers. Ben Wallace glanced at the retreating figure of John Thompson and then at the calm and collected Han. This atmosphere is quite awkward. After attempting 100 three-pointers, Han E made 40. How to assess this performance? In a high-intensity game, hitting 40 out of 100 three-pointers would indeed be impressive. If we were to consider the 1990s, it would be regarded as extraordinary. Given that the top three-point shooter of that era, Reggie Miller, achieved a mere 39.8. Yet, in a non-competitive training environment, a 40 success rate is less commendable. It hardly differs from someone who has never practiced three-point shooting, as even a novice could potentially hit 10 out of 100 shots. It's worth noting that even the white guards at Georgetown, who are unlikely to make it to the NBA, typically hit at least 80 out of 100 in their regular three-point drills. In terms of performance in the NCAA, a shooter with such a percentage might barely scrape a shooting average of just over 30, managing perhaps a single three-pointer per game. This encapsulates the state of three-point shooting in the 1990s, while teams like Kentucky, the reigning NCAA champions, exemplified a different era with a collective reliance on the three-point shot. For other teams, unless a player could shoot with exceptional accuracy, hitting over 40 in game conditions, they would not earn the right to take three-point attempts, especially under defensive pressure. He clapped Ben Wallace on the shoulder. "Why are you so tense? The coach is scolding me." "Not you." He loosened his shoulders, preparing to resume his three-point practice. Ben Wallace's eyes widened. "What are you doing? Didn't the coach say you weren't allowed to practice three-pointers?" He grinned. "Are you joking? Just because the coach said we shoot in T, we're supposed to stop? If you're going to be such an obedient child, you might as well play guard." With that, Hani disregarded the discontented expression on Ben Wallace's face and focused intently on his three-point shooting. Today, Hani's three-point shooting performance was indeed subpar in front of John Thompson. Based on his usual shooting proficiency, hitting 50 to 60 out of 100 would be considered normal, although still within the realm of unqualified three-point shooting. Standing at 2.10 meters, weighing 110 kg, with a wingspan of 230 centimeters. His attributes included speed, 65, strength, 78, vertical leap, 60, agility, 60, explosiveness, 60, toughness, 40, and stamina. 100 offensive attributes were as follows. Inside scoring. 50, ball handling. 40, layups. 15, dunks. 90, mid-range shooting. 20, three-point shooting. 55, free throws. 60. Defensive attributes included rebounding, 40, steals, 15, post defense, 50, man-to-man defense, 40, help defense, 20, blocks, 100, screen defense, 15, box out, 30, lateral movement. 40. Playmaking attributes were passing, 20, vision, 10. Game experience. 1,000. Game experience influences the performance of various attributes. Is this a negligible improvement? When viewed solely from the surface, it may appear minimal. However, when compared to last year, Hani demonstrated significant progress over the past year, enhancing his speed by 9 points, strength by 2 points, agility by 10 points, and explosiveness by 10 points. His offensive attributes saw increases of 30 points in inside scoring, 20 points in ball handling, 55 points in three-point shooting, and 20 points in free throws. Defensively, he improved by 20 points in rebounding, 10 points in steals, 30 points in post defense, 20 points in man-to-man defense, 20 points in help defense, 10 points in screen defense, 10 points in box out, and 20 points in lateral movement. In light of these incremental improvements, he could proudly assert that apart from eating, sleeping, and competing, his training regimen had remained uninterrupted. If time were limitless, he would gladly fulfill John Thompson's aspirations by maximizing his inside scoring and rebounding capabilities. However, the reality was that he did not possess infinite time. All his efforts were directed toward securing this year's NCAA championship. Hani was thoroughly fatigued by the helplessness he experienced last season when pushed to the free throw line. Of course, he could opt to refine his mid-range shooting to resolve this issue, and initially he did. However, after half a month, he realized that the proficiency required to elevate his mid-range shooting was identical to that needed for three-point shooting. Given this equivalence, he recalled the lyrics. 3 points are simply one more than two. Thus, Hani opted for the bolder choice, recognizing that in the NCAA, where scoring over 80 points is a challenge, those additional 3 points could potentially alter the course of a game. In this era, it is considered fashionable for interior players to excel in mid-range shooting, and if a center ventures out to shoot three-pointers, it is deemed madness, not to mention the year 1996. Even in 2010, Andrew Bynum faced severe criticism for his obsession with three-point shooting, to the extent that he was benched by his coach after making just one three-pointer. Of course, Bynum's lack of accuracy was a significant factor as well. Moreover, it is now commonplace for interior players to possess mid-range shooting skills, making it essential for every team to master the defense against such shots. However, if a center were truly proficient in three-point shooting in this age, The impact would likely be even more terrifying than it would be 2 decades later. Put it bluntly, that would be nothing short of a dimensional blow. After all, in 1997, no team employed a small ball lineup. Having 2 7-footers was simply regarded as a standard setup rather than a twin tower arrangement. This implies that if he could indeed step out to shoot 3-pointers, the opposing big man would be utterly unable to defend against him, as only a player under 2 meters could possibly guard him. For standing at 2.10 meters, this would present no interference at all, akin to shooting an open 3-pointer in practice. Naturally, another critical reason why coaches today oppose centers shooting threes is the issue of mobility. Due to their height, centers typically possess slower movement speed. If a center stands beyond the 3-point line and manages to shoot accurately, that's one thing. But what if he fails? Who will secure the rebounds? If the tallest player on the team remains stationed at the 3-point line, how can his teammates outmaneuver the opposing center for rebounds? Thus, this year, in addition to practicing 3-point shooting, emphasis must also be placed on enhancing speed. As long as the speed is sufficient, the limitations of shooting threes in this era would dissipate. The system requires a certain proficiency level for 3-point shooting. Missing a 3-pointer grants 1 point of proficiency, while making one provides 5 points. This is precisely why Han Yi's 3-point shooting percentage presented to the coach is somewhat lower. The main reason being that he has only practiced 3-point shots from the left and right corners. The rationale is simple. The corners are the closest 3-point spots, and with the same shooting ability. The probability of making a shot from these positions is slightly higher. Although this difference is minor, under a mechanism that awards 1 proficiency point for a miss and 5 for a make. Even a slight increase in accuracy accumulates significantly over time through consistent training. The AS for Han Yi's current issue of specializing in only certain 3-point spots is not a significant problem. Once his 3-point proficiency level rises and he becomes familiar with various spots, his shooting percentage will naturally improve. Presently, the most crucial aspect is still the 3-point proficiency level. Han Yi's 3-point skill has reached 55. With only 1,000 proficiency points left to the next level. With diligent practice today, he should be able to achieve that soon. Of course, Han Yi is well aware that using a 3-point skill level of 56 recklessly in actual games would likely lead to pitfalls. But fortunately, he possesses a trump card: 15 free attribute points. 10 of these were earned from last season's NCAA runner-up finish, while the remaining 5 were a reward from the recently concluded Big East Championship. To be precise, this system is quite meticulous. Last season, it issued a clear task to win the Big East Championship, rewarding 5 free attribute points. This year, however, such a task was not provided, yet after winning the Big East Championship, Han Yi was granted an additional 5 free attribute points. Although this reward is half of what was given when he first completed this task last season, it is still an invaluable asset on Han Yi's path to championship glory. While a 3-point skill level of 56 may seem abysmal, adding those 15 points could potentially create significant waves in the NCAA realm. Naturally, this remains Han Yi's secret weapon, and whether it will be unleashed depends on whether this year's opponents possess the requisite skills. The NCAA 64-team tournament has commenced once again. Compared to last year's rich talent pool, this year's NCAA battlefield appears considerably less crowded. However, it is precisely because the competition is less fierce that the remaining talents on this stage shine even brighter. Among them, the unparalleled prodigy remains Tim Duncan. It is evident that, compared to last season, although Duncan's technical skills may not have room for exponential improvement, his physical presence has noticeably expanded. A physically imposing player with developed skills is undeniably marching toward the NBA. With the incident merely serving as a footnote, fortunately, his teammates are still somewhat lacking. Otherwise, Han Yi might find it challenging to contend with him. As for the others, Paul Pierce, Vince Carter, Antoine Jamison, Mike Bibby, Kevin Cato, Chauncey Billups, and Keith Van Horn. While they are indeed formidable, none rival last season's Kentucky team that boasted 5 first-round NBA draft picks, as long as no one replicates such a feat. Everyone can remain friends. Georgetown University faced off against the University of Minnesota, led by Bobby Jackson, in the 64-team tournament. No one expected Georgetown to clinch the championship, yet few anticipated their early exit. After all, on paper and based on past performances, Georgetown clearly outmatched Minnesota. However, Bobby Jackson's explosive 37-point game nearly propelled the underdog to victory, resulting in a narrow 80-77 defeat. Following this match, various media outlets exclaimed, "The NCAA still has its Iverson. Only this time he stands opposite Georgetown. While Bobby Jackson's talent cannot be directly compared to Iverson's, his scoring prowess indeed bears a resemblance." Despite Minnesota's elimination, Jackson, who is declared for the NCAA draft, initially projected to be a mid-second round pick, saw his name rise to the end of the first round or the beginning of the second due to this impressive performance. As for Hani, he recorded 23 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, and 6 blocks. These statistics are unmatched in the NCAA, and yet scouts evaluating Han as a potential top 5 pick feel he has shown significant improvement compared to last year. Wait, this player seems a bit peculiar. In Boston, Auerbach, having reviewed Han Yi's performance in the 64-team tournament, immediately summoned a video analyst, pointing at the screen and instructing, "I want you to compile all of last year's footage of Han Yi's running and driving to the basket during the NCAA tournament. Calculate his speed, and then do the same for today's game and the upcoming matches to assess any changes in his speed compared to last year." The tournament progresses to the Sweet 16, with Georgetown facing Duke University as a prestigious NCAA powerhouse. Duke won consecutive championships in 1991 and 1992 under the renowned Coach K. However, this year's Duke team is not particularly strong, caught in a transitional phase. While the freshman recruit Elton Brand possesses elite talent, he remains merely a child for the other players. Despite their years of experience in the NCAA, their talent appears to fall short. Georgetown's strategy against Duke revolves around shot blocking. Artest has already blocked 7 shots from Duke's perimeter players. As for Hani, in just the first half, he managed to block 7 shots from Duke future star Elton Brand. When asked why he only blocked 7, Hani could only sigh, stating, "There's nothing I could do. He only attempted 7 shots while matched up against me." Elton Brand, despite being a shorter interior player, became a force in the paint due to his exceptional wingspan and refined offensive skills. However, against Han all of that proved futile. At 18 years old, Brand stands at 2.01 meters with a wingspan of 2.20 meters, an impressive 19 centimeters greater than his height. Yet, Han at 2.11 meters with a wingspan of 2.30 meters, significantly outmatches him. Blocking Brand is akin to a father blocking his son. Brand is no fool. Recognizing he cannot overpower Han he wisely shifts to playmaking, yet as a crucial scoring option for Duke. If Brand cannot establish himself, the team struggles to score. While Brand's passing ability is commendable, it relies on drawing defenders inside, and when that fails, relying solely on a few underwhelming perimeter shooters traps the team in a brawl against Georgetown. With Artest leading Georgetown's perimeter, they cannot replicate the ease with which they scored during Iverson's tenure last season. However, you urge them to exert a fierce resistance, engaging in a relentless battle against their opponents, which was truly fitting. In the first half of the match, Georgetown University managed to score only 33 points, a rather modest tally for a half, while Duke University astonishingly recorded a mere 20 points. They ended the half trailing by 13 points. The number of baskets Duke made was even fewer than the blocks recorded by Han and Artest. As the second half commenced, Georgetown University slightly intensified their efforts, stretching the lead to over 20 points. Coach Han suggested to John Thompson, given the score, "Let Ben Wallace give it a try." The opponent, a fellow named Elton Brand, appeared to be of similar height to Wallace. "Ben Wallace?" John Thompson glanced at the somewhat dazed Ben Wallace and scoffed. Brand, on the other side, is a prodigious high school talent. There are hardly a few who can match him at this level. He is simply too young, and his physique has yet to fully develop in 2 years. When you encounter him in the NBA, you'll realize that this young man is far from the underperformer he appears today. It's only natural that he struggles against you, even though many scouts have ranked you lower than last season. But I'm well aware of how much stronger you are compared to last year. It is only reasonable that Brand cannot contend with you. As it stands, the only player in NCAA who can truly rival you is Duncan. If we put Wallace in now, who knows, Elton Brand might gain his rhythm against him and turn the tide. Coach Han gritted his teeth. "Isn't that a bit too conservative? We currently lead by 20 points. A 20-point lead at halftime is hardly significant. John Thompson replied sternly, "Remember, you must never underestimate your opponent until the final whistle blows. Any contempt can lead to catastrophic consequences. I am not underestimating him." Han Yi retorted, "You yourself said that Elton Brand cannot surpass me, that if he truly overwhelms Wallace, I can just go in to contain him." "Oomph." John Thompson snorted dismissively. Yet he decided to grant Han Yi a concession. "Ben, you may go in." The conversation between Han Yi and the coach had been overheard by Ben Wallace, who felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Han Yi. Knowing that this opportunity was sought on his behalf, "I must not let Han Yi down. I must prove myself to the coach." With boundless hope, Ben Wallace stepped onto the court, only to find Elton Brand, who had been stunned moments ago by Han Yi, now revitalized. Faced with Ben Wallace, who was of similar stature, Elton Brand's footwork soared, scoring effortlessly, hitting all his shots. He made 3 consecutive baskets, quickly closing the gap. This infuriated John Thompson, who stood at the sidelines, glaring as if he wished to obliterate Ben Wallace with his gaze. Han Yi couldn't help but feel anxious for Wallace. Time was of the essence. His intention in recruiting Wallace to Georgetown was not purely altruistic, but to have him as a pivotal ally in this thrilling NCAA tournament. What is Ben Wallace most adept at? Rebounding and defense. While Han Yi's defensive prowess, complemented by shot blocking, was commendable, his rebounding, at merely 40, left much to be desired. Han Yi needed Wallace to complement him in the paint, to bolster this weakness. After all, throughout NBA history, there are few who possess rebounding skills as formidable as Ben Wallace, especially when considering his height of less than 2 meters. His rebounding ability is virtually a cheat code. If Wallace's rebounding prowess could be integrated into Han Yi's system, it would undoubtedly yield phenomenal results. However, since joining the Georgetown team, Ben Wallace spent half his time playing guard and the other half on the bench, with scarcely any time allocated to the post position. As the rounds of the NCAA tournament progressed, Wallace's absence from the court became increasingly problematic, although Georgetown University had the match well in hand. Wallace's performance was crucial for him to impress the stubborn coach John Thompson. Only then could Wallace truly enter the rotation, and Han Yi believed that once in, Wallace would shine brilliantly. After all, in a previous timeline, Wallace's start had been even more dismal, yet he fought tooth and nail to become a top-tier blue-collar player in the NBA. Thus, the crux of the matter was for the coach to notice him. Otherwise, in the current scenario, the more challenging the match became, the less likely Thompson would utilize Wallace, rendering Han Yi's efforts half futile. Much like the first round against the University of Minnesota, where Georgetown struggled against a frenzied small guard from the opposing team. Artist, as a forward defender, was unfazed by those towering outside players, but he found himself utterly helpless against the smaller guards of around 1.8 meters. Yet, had there been a top-tier rebounder present at that moment, the dynamics would have been entirely different. As long as the boards were secured, those diminutive players would shy away from reckless long-range shooting. Currently, Han Yi was unable to be the rebounding machine. But Ben Wallace could. At that moment, Ben Wallace was also praying to the heavens, and his future self responded. After a series of unsuccessful one-on-one defenses, Wallace took a deep breath, finally finding his rhythm on the court. Utilizing his forward-level foot speed and more extensive game experience. As previously stated, Elton Brand possessed extraordinary offensive talent in the paint, but he was still too young. Once Wallace ramped up his defensive intensity, Brand began to show signs of distress. An inside player could not shake off Ben Wallace's defense and inadvertently committed a traveling violation. This performance shifted John Thompson's demeanor from anger to surprise, then to joy, prompting him to substitute Han Yi back in the game. Ben Wallace and Han Yi finally joined forces in the paint. For Elton Brand, it could only spell disaster. Brand was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? I can accept losing to Han Yi, but how can I not surpass this newcomer? If it were one thing to be outmatched by Han Yi, who is one of the brightest stars in NCAA and a projected high draft pick, Elton Brand, merely a freshman, could accept that defeat. However, if Georgetown University were to place someone on me who had never set foot on the court before, and I still couldn't perform, what would that say about my pride? Despite a dip in his offensive efficiency, Elton Brand remained undeterred, determined to challenge Ben Wallace. Wallace chuckled inwardly. Is this my lucky day? He is practically handing me opportunities to showcase my abilities. One was eager to fight, while the other was willing to endure. Ben Wallace not only successfully defended Elton Brand in a series of one-on-one encounters, but also unleashed his massive wingspan to snag rebounds. In just 15 minutes on the court, he collected 13 rebounds. Regardless of whose rebound it was, no one could pry it from Wallace's grasp. 70-36. Georgetown University triumphed over Duke University by a staggering 34 points. No one would be surprised by Georgetown's victory over Duke. After all, Duke's talent was youthful, and their seasoned players were underperforming. However, winning by such a margin, especially with Georgetown scoring merely 70 points, was remarkable. The disparity in scores was almost equivalent to Duke's total points. 24 points for rebounds, 1 assist, 13 blocks. Ron Artest, 11 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 11 blocks. Ben Wallace, 0 points, 13 rebounds, 5 blocks. Just by glancing at the block statistics, one could understand why Duke suffered such a crushing defeat. After defeating Duke University, Georgetown had little time for celebration and quickly shifted focus to prepare for the next match, the Sweet 16. In the upcoming game, Georgetown would face the University of North Carolina, led by Vince Carter and Antawn Jamison. Speaking of rivalries, prior to Hanyi's future, it was Iverson who was eliminated by North Carolina, back when their core consisted of Jerry Stackhouse and Rasheed Wallace. Now, they had transformed into a younger, flashier team with Vince Carter and Antawn Jamison. Last season, Georgetown sought revenge but missed the chance. But this year, the opportunity had arrived. Revenge. Georgetown University was destined to lose this match. The sophomore Vince Carter was a powerful guard, combining strength, speed, and skill. Although he had declined to enter the draft this year, he was still ranked within the lottery range on multiple lists. Should he decide to enter, he could easily secure a top 10 pick. He was a contender to become the top guard in NCAA. While Vince Carter possesses the potential to become the foremost guard in the NCAA, it is Antawn Jamison who stands as the undeniable cornerstone of the North Carolina team. From his freshman year, he has consistently delivered impressive stats, averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds per game on the NCAA stage. Jamison's formidable scoring consistency has propelled North Carolina to an average of 85 points per game, ranking them second in the NCAA. The unanimous optimism from the media has indeed inflated the confidence of North Carolina's young core. Last season, Vince Carter was merely a supporting player, but this year, his statistics have surged across the board. Although there remains a gap between his numbers and those of Jamison, Jamison's gentlemanly demeanor hints at his aspirations to become the new leader of North Carolina. This year, our sole objective is to secure the championship. Antawn and I will rekindle North Carolina's former glory. As for Georgetown, if they still had Iverson, we might be wary, but now we are already considering the next round. Tim Duncan of Victor Forest is hailed as the strongest newcomer in recent years, and this is his final NCAA journey. Yet, we have yet to face off, and I eagerly anticipate that encounter. Goodness, even before the game has commenced, Vince Carter is already contemplating the next round. However, Carter's bravado is indeed justified. Just in terms of average points scored, North Carolina surpasses Georgetown by a staggering 14 points. Bear in mind, this is within the confines of a 40-minute NCAA game, where a 14-point average disparity is significant. Under normal circumstances, North Carolina could outscore Georgetown by that margin. This indicates that the scoring capabilities of the two teams are not merely a tier apart, but at least 2 tiers. Such a scoring gap cannot simply be bridged by mere words. This disparity in scoring is a remnant from the Iverson era. Who, after Iverson, can fill that scoring void? This overwhelming favoritism has also contributed to the inflated egos of the entire North Carolina squad. As the game approached, Vince Carter and Antawn Jamison were all smiles, brimming with confidence, as if victory was already within their grasp. Especially after Carter spotted Michael Jordan in the stands, he sprinted over to greet him respectfully. "Hello, senior. I am Vince Carter." Although Carter is the core of North Carolina, it was indeed his first encounter with the living legend. Jordan. After all, with Jordan's character, he seldom returns to North Carolina in this era, who among the basketball enthusiasts is not a fan of Jordan. Yet, in response to Carter's respectful demeanor, Jordan merely snorted dismissively, showing a reluctance to engage in conversation. Though Vince Carter has yet to enter the league, he has already been dubbed as Jordan's successor, which seems to evoke a peculiar animosity from Jordan. After all, Jordan, who scored 29 points this year, remains atop the NBA scoring charts, showing no signs of aging. He has no intention of yielding. As for those so-called successors who have already entered the league, Jordan's only inclination is to thoroughly trounce them. And for someone like Carter, who is yet to make his mark in the league, Jordan simply wishes for him to step aside. However, Carter, undeterred by Jordan's demeanor, boldly approached him. "Senior, rest assured, I will perform admirably and lead North Carolina to triumph over Georgetown." "Umph," Jordan scoffed, retorting coldly, "Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm here to watch Hani play. With your skills, winning against Han, it will be quite a challenge, don't you think?" Carter felt utterly deflated. How he wished he could be deaf at that moment. The greatest player in North Carolina's history, the pride of all Tar Heels, Michael Jordan, had come to witness a North Carolina game. Yet his support was for the opponent. How profoundly ironic. For Carter, the new leader of North Carolina. This was indeed a painful slap in the face. Rodman, trailing behind Jordan, couldn't help but tug at his sleeve as the atmosphere turned palpably awkward. After a long pause, Carter finally mustered the resolve to lift his head, his eyes reddening. "Senior, I will prove to you that I am stronger than Han." Michael Jordan shook his head. "I have no expectations for your proof." Rodman interjected, grasping Jordan's arm and pulling him back. "He's your junior." "No need to be so harsh, you obsessive man," Jordan chuckled. "I'm merely speaking the truth. Are today's youth truly that fragile?" As this year's March Madness reached its latter stages, Ron Artest, and Ben Wallace finally took the court together. Center, Han E, power forward. Ben Wallace, small forward. Ron Artest, +2 supporting guards. Just imagine the spectacle of Han E alongside the future NBA's two best defensive players. Vince Carter is indeed the true airborne artist of the NCAA. He soars effortlessly, displaying dunking prowess that could claim the title of NCAA champion. Yet, facing off against Ron Artest is akin to a scholar encountering a warrior. Logic fails to prevail. Carter's aerial skills are impressive. But in the realm of Artest, he might as well stay grounded and struggle in the mud. Artest, with his reckless abandon, pays no heed to fouls, launching into fierce attacks that leave Carter's shooting hand bruised. Of course, the referees will call fouls, granting free throws that seem to level the playing field, but Carter misses both attempts. His hand is numb from Artest's brutal blows. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. How could he suffer such indignity in what was supposed to be an advantageous matchup? He has come to challenge Han E, with Jordan watching from above. How could he falter against such a minor opponent? Resolute, Vince Carter darted without the ball, and after receiving a pass from the point guard, he suddenly accelerated, leaving Artest in his wake. In terms of pure talent, Carter effortlessly outmatched Artest. With Artest trailing, he was utterly left behind. The sky is the limit for Carter. Unshackled from Artest's grasp, he sliced through Georgetown's defenses like an indomitable blade. As he looked up, the path was clear, his focus solely on the hoop. To boost morale, Carter knew that if he was going to dunk, it had to be spectacular. He charged forward, his toes barely grazing the free throw line before he leaped into the air. The wind billowed and the clouds swirled. His form was so graceful, it seemed as though Carter's Achilles were bound to a rocket booster, soaring higher and higher with each passing moment. Only upon entering the paint did his altitude begin to wane. But at that point, it mattered not. Carter swung his arm wide. This dunk was already a foregone conclusion. The audience was so stunned they could hardly gasp, holding their breath in anticipation of this divine slam. Had this moment occurred 20 years later, the crowd would have been raising their phones to capture it, freezing the instant in time. Yet in '97, only the photographers had the opportunity to immortalize such a moment. The reporters had already envisioned this breathtaking dunk as the accompanying image for the night's showdown between Georgetown University and the University of North Carolina. However, as the photographers relentlessly clicked their shutters, the images they captured were entirely different from what they had anticipated. In that split second, just before Carter was about to execute his dunk, Han E, previously out of the camera's view, suddenly emerged from the side, his hands rising like colossal claws, blocking the ball with unrelenting force. It wasn't just a block, it was a theft. Han Yi's hand snatched the ball from Carter's grasp with the ferocity of a crab's pincers. And without needing to land, he flung the basketball down court. Artest, in a frenzied sprint, managed to corral the ball just before it went out of bounds, executing a jump stop under the basket. Score, although the front court had just registered basket. The crowd's gaze remained fixated on the backcourt. In the replay, it was evident that during the airborne tussle for the basketball, Carter, exerting too much force, plummeted from the air, crashing heavily onto the hardwood floor. The sight was alarming, prompting all North Carolina fans to rise in unison, hurling a torrent of insults at Han E. Meanwhile, Han E felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Vince Carter was destined to be one of the NBA's greatest dunkers. Would he truly be sidelined by his actions? Fortunately, after lying on the ground for 10 seconds, Vince Carter stood up, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the fans. No problem, he can still play. Before the game, Carter had promised Jordan that he would annihilate Han E, yet what had just transpired? He had been thwarted by Han E right out of the gate. No, this was unacceptable. In the next possession, Vince Carter resolved to confront Han E once more. This time, Carter, having learned from his previous encounter, approached the basket with fierce determination, fully aware that he was inviting another rejection. Thus, he decided to charge directly at Han E. Jordan, I will dunk over Han E. Even if you are here to support him, I will ensure that I leave a lasting impression on you tonight. This time, Carter shortened his takeoff distance, amplifying his explosive power and astounding vertical leap. Here we go, Han E. Carter exerted every muscle in his body to the utmost, neither dodging nor retreating, determined to confront Han E beneath the basket for a decisive showdown. However, as Carter soared into the air, he caught sight of Han Yi's face. Suddenly, he felt the world spinning around him. Bang! An unparalleled swat sent Carter crashing once more to the floor, if the first fall was within Carter's realm of adaptability. This time he was left dizzy, lacking even the strength to rise. Am I about to perish? Teammates from North Carolina rushed in, along with the team doctor. Carter lay on the ground for a full minute before slowly getting up. Fortunately, he was still alive. Standing, he moved his body, finding no significant issues. Though that block was ruthlessly fierce, it was merely painful, with no serious injuries. Yet when Hani approached to inquire about Carter's well-being, Carter instinctively took 2 steps back. For from Carter's perspective, Hani's face bore a large inscription of danger. This guy is too perilous. Han E now appeared quite amiable, but in that moment of blocking him, he seemed possessed by a fierce beast. Han E was indeed just pursuing the ball in the air. Had he been aiming for Carter, he would have truly needed to be carried off on a stretchered in comparison Han. The outside shooter Artest began to look increasingly appealing. I should stick to attacking from the perimeter. I certainly don't wish for my NBA dream to be dashed here before it even begins. And as for Jordan? He wouldn't even look my way. If he doesn't tee, so be it. Once I make it to the NBA, I shall show him. I just hope he isn't too incapacitated to play by then. In this regard, Jamison was already acutely aware of the situation earlier than Carter. Though Jamison was a sophomore, he had to honestly ask himself how his interior footwork compared to Duke's prodigious big man. Elton Brand. Not a chance. How did Brand fare against Han? He was blocked so thoroughly he couldn't even get a shot off. And what of me, if I brawl with him in the paint? The outcome would surely be even more disastrous. With this self-awareness, Jamison chose to remain outside the free throw line from the very first possession, avoiding the paint entirely. This strategy might have sufficed in previous matches. But in this game, it was utterly futile. Hani may not have left the paint, but Georgetown had Big Ben. Ben's mobility was simply too effortless compared to Jamison. Although slightly shorter, his impressive wingspan and iron-like muscles continuously challenged Jamison, almost dismantling the already slender Jamison. During their college years, Jamison and Carter had cruised through the NCAA world relying on their top-tier offensive talent and remarkable skills. Who could have anticipated that today they would confront the relentless duo of Artest and Big Ben? Entrenched in a quagmire, the offensive storm envisioned by North Carolina was nowhere to be found. The game devolved into a series of relentless skirmishes against Georgetown. Whether on offense or defense, it was a constant exchange of blows. Georgetown either entrusted the ball to Han E or handed it to Artest to attack. After this series of maneuvers, The game concluded with Georgetown scoring 73 points, a tally that hardly qualifies as high. Yet the offensive fury of North Carolina, renowned for its prowess, managed a mere 60 points, 73-60. Georgetown. Hani 12 of 15, 27 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 10 blocks. Ron Artest 6 of 13, 13 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 5 blocks. Ben Wallace 1 of 5, 3 points, 17 rebounds, 2 steals, 7 blocks. North Carolina. Antoine Jamison 7 of 22, 16 points, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, blocked 7 times. Vince Carter 5 of 19, 13 points, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, blocked 8 times. For fans who could not attend the game, the post-game statistics revealed just how painfully North Carolina had faltered. Over the course of the match, Carter and Jamison combined for a staggering 15 blocks. Utterly bewildered. Why should Georgetown bother competing for high scores to defeat North Carolina? Han confidently addressed reporters, stating, "We are not particularly adept at scoring high, so we chose to bring North Carolina down to our level and then utilize our extensive experience to conquer them." Georgetown triumphed over North Carolina, advancing to the NCAA Elite Eight. After the game, when confronted by reporters, Vince Carter ignored them and fled, the bravado he had displayed before the match now weighing heavily upon him like a bruise. At that moment, it was Jamison who stepped forward to comment, "We made a grave error in underestimating the resilience of this Georgetown team without Iverson. They are now entirely different from the Georgetown of the Iverson era." As a victim, Jamison succinctly pinpointed the primary reason for North Carolina's elimination. Was Georgetown too formidable? No, it was due to a lack of preparation. The Georgetown of Iverson's era was an offense-heavy team, consistently ranking among the NCAA's top 10 in scoring today as for defense. Even with Han ES edition last season, they barely managed to maintain an average level. Following their encounter with North Carolina's offensive might, they belatedly realized that the current Georgetown had transformed into one of the NCAA's elite defensive teams. Last season, Han had already showcased his exceptional shot-blocking talent, highly coveted by numerous lottery teams. The other two seemingly unremarkable dark horses proved to be the true assassins who inflicted pain upon North Carolina. The outside shooter, named Ron, excelled defensively, making it exceedingly difficult for Carter to take flight even once. The interior player named Ben seemed to possess magical hands, effortlessly securing every rebound. As the NCAA reached the Elite Eight, the remaining powerhouses recognized that Georgetown was not as easily confronted as they had presumed. However, for Georgetown's next opponent, Wake Forest, underestimating Georgetown was entirely out of the question. Since being eliminated by Georgetown last season, Duncan had not wavered from his goal after Han announced his return for another year. "Hani, I can hardly wait to face you again in the NBA. Today, I shall avenge last year's defeat. Hani, I have grown stronger since last year. I hope you have as well, and that you can provide me with an exhilarating challenge." As Duncan uttered these words to himself before the jump ball, Han was left bewildered. "My goodness, this Duncan is nothing like the one I remember." "The Duncan you remember?" Duncan was taken aback. "Were we ever that familiar? Do you know me so well?" Although he had misspoken, Han quickly recovered. "I believe you are a person who appears cold and indifferent on the outside, devoid of emotion, solely focused on using your skills to teach others. Yet internally, you are ablaze with passion." After contemplating for a moment, Duncan candidly replied, "If we disregard basketball, that does sound a bit like my father." Han murmured, "Well, I suppose this trait is hereditary." NCAA Elite Eight, Georgetown versus Wake Forest. The arena, filled with over 20,000 spectators, was once again at full capacity, and today the number of scouts had surged 3 or 4 times compared to previous games. Whenever Duncan played, scouts were like mosquitoes drawn to fresh blood, utterly unable to contain themselves. After each of Duncan's games, all the scouts could say was, "This guy is stronger than the last time I saw him." As for the matchup today, the confrontation between Han and Duncan left scouts with one burning question. Would Duncan's Wake Forest succeed in avenging last year's loss? As for the duel between Duncan and Han, scouts did not pay it much heed. This year was not last year. Although Duncan lost last year, in terms of statistics and on-court performance, he still outshone Han. Now, Duncan was clearly stronger than the previous year. While Han's progress, though present, paled in comparison to Duncan's, given that Han's overall ability was already inferior to Duncan's, and with a year passing, the gap had widened further. What suspense could remain in such a duel? None. Without Iverson's assistance, the matchup between Duncan and Han, he would be lucky to avoid a blowout. Yet, Tim Duncan had other ideas. From the opening jump ball, he was determined to confront Han for supremacy. However, when the referee tossed the ball into the air and Duncan leaped high, he noticed that Han didn't jump at all, simply allowing the ball to fall into his hands. This jump ball was nothing short of a lonely leap. As I observed Duncan, who had clearly won the jump ball, wore a look of dismay and betrayal, I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. If it weren't for the gravity of the match, Han would have burst into laughter. Of course, in such a crucial game, Han had no time to toy with Duncan. The stakes were far too high. Unlike Carter or Jamison, Duncan was acutely aware that without the formidable scoring prowess of Iverson to fall back on, any lapse in firepower could spell disaster. After successfully securing the jump ball, Tim Duncan darted into the paint, only to find not Han waiting for him, but the less renowned Ben Wallace. Naturally, Duncan did not recognize the unheralded Wallace, and seeing his forward physique, he thought little of it and opted for a direct assault. After all, in Duncan's eyes, Han was the only worthy opponent. He regarded the stout Wallace with disdain. Yet when muscle met muscle and a dull thud echoed, Duncan was taken aback. Did Georgetown just add another formidable contender? Duncan attempted to overpower Big Ben, but found himself repelled by Wallace's resilient base. With a slight smirk, Big Ben thought, my strength has been unmatched in the NCAA. Who do you think you are? Challenging me? Though surprised, Duncan did not pause in his efforts. Initially aiming for a layup, he pivoted and executed a smooth hook shot. It glided in effortlessly. Without even a glance towards Wallace, he turned and sprinted back. Duncan prided himself on having faced countless opponents like this robust figure. Responding to such trivial trash talk would only diminish his stature. He pointed a finger at Han, silently conveying a clear message. You can't escape today. The play was quintessentially Duncan, although Wallace initially thwarted Duncan's entry into the paint. Duncan's flawless turnaround and exquisite hook shot demonstrated his versatility, establishing him as a true sovereign on the NCAA court. Turning back to Georgetown's offense, Han surged forward, charging towards the basket, leading the charge. Meanwhile, the Georgetown guard, undeterred, propelled the ball before even crossing half-court, not aiming for Han but launching it directly towards the hoop. Han leapt within the paint, reaching skyward to snatch the ball with one hand, then unleashed a powerful one-handed dunk. Thwack! What an explosive statement for the opening round. My goodness, I'm a devoted Georgetown fan and have watched every game in the NCAA tournament. But I must say, I have never before witnessed such a ferocious dunk from Han this year. It has been said that Han Yi's draft prospects were limited by his average athleticism. Yet, with that leap in speed, can one truly categorize him as merely average? When did the NBA's draft standards become so elevated? Witnessing Han Yi's electrifying display ignited a competitive spark in Duncan's heart. Come on, let's see who reigns supreme. Duncan received the ball on the perimeter and made a beeline for Han. Other opponents from Georgetown typically avoided engaging with Han as his reputation for blocking was well known. Challenging him would be akin to inviting trouble. However, for Duncan, the NCAA had become a solitary realm of invincibility. If it weren't for his mother's dying wish, he would have already transitioned to the NBA. While scouts may not perceive Han as a top-tier talent, Duncan could genuinely sense his strength in their confrontations. In Duncan's eyes, following Iverson's departure, only Han was worthy of being his rival. No, it would be more accurate to say that Han was the only worthy opponent in the entire NCAA. Last year, Duncan had not gained a significant advantage in strength against Han. Thus, over the past year, Duncan had diligently trained to overpower Han. Boom. Duncan charged forward with the ball. To his surprise, Han did not step up to challenge him. Instead, he evaded, not daring to confront me. A hint of disdain crossed Duncan's face. You have truly disappointed me. Duncan cast one final glance at Han before preparing to attack the basket. Yet upon bringing the ball together, he found it was gone. The shorter Wallace had taken advantage of Duncan's complete focus on Han, deftly stealing the ball. He passed it forward to Arteist, who charged towards the basket, only to be met with a relentless swarm from Victor's team. Failing to score, but in the split second the ball ricocheted off the rim, a pair of large hands reinserted it into the hoop. Han-E slammed the ball down with both hands, gripping the rim as the entire backboard trembled from the force. Just as Han-E completed his dunk, Duncan, who had desperately chased after him, managed a futile block. The ball had already gone through the hoop, and Duncan's hand could only slap the backboard in frustrated anger. This act of venting coincided with the creaking backboard, creating a perfect backdrop for Han-Yi's spectacular airborne dunk. Wow! How commanding! Han-E. My heavens, what did I just witness? It felt as though Han-E was grappling with Duncan one moment, and the next, he was assisting Arteist in a follow-up dunk. When did Han-E become so swift? I questioned my own vision. Duncan and Han-E had practically raced down the court simultaneously. Yet by the time Han-E executed his ferocious dunk, Duncan was still catching up. Did Han-E just outpace Duncan in this full-court sprint? The scouts present were equally astonished. Was Han-Yi's draft position truly limited by winning an NCAA championship? Absolutely not. The real constraint lay in athletic ability. Athletic ability, athletic ability, athletic ability. This bears repeating thrice. If he were merely a blue-collar big man with exceptional shot-blocking skills and mediocre static attributes, he would never become a core player. If he could not become a core player, then selecting him in the top 3 picks would feel like a loss. But what if Han-E were a rookie possessing both outstanding dynamic and static talents? Then his future potential would far exceed current expectations. Scouts currently liken Han-Yi's NBA potential to a slightly shorter, more athletic version of Mark Eaton or Georgetown alumnus Mutombo. But what if Han-E could make that explosive full-court sprint a regular occurrence? Even if he remained just a blue-collar big man, his ceiling would still rise several tiers. Yet, could that recent display have been merely a fluke? After all, the game had only just begun. Perhaps Han-Yi's sudden burst was merely an adrenaline-fueled anomaly. His scouting reports have repeatedly stated that his athleticism is poor, average, or below average, appearing in every authoritative report. And now you tell me that Han-Yi's athleticism is even more explosive than Duncan's? General Manager, a staff member from the Celtics video analysis department, rushed into Auerbach's office, breathless. General Manager, after analyzing all of Georgetown's games this season, we found that Han-Yi's speed without the ball has improved by 15 compared to last season. And this is even with him growing 3 centimeters and gaining 2 kg. Moreover, not just his speed, but his jumping, agility, and strength have all seen slight improvements, likely due to his physical growth and better mastery of technique. Compared to the somewhat restrained Han-E of last season, this year's Han-E can evidently integrate his physical gifts into the game much more effectively. This is reflected in his significant progress in basketball skills, his footwork, post moves, lateral agility, pick-and-roll execution, and even his shooting mechanics all showcase the meticulous refinement he has undergone over the past year. However, the most astonishing revelation is his stamina. Last season, Han-E displayed a stark contrast in performance between the first and second halves of games. Yet this season, he has maintained a consistently high level of offensive and defensive play from the first minute to the last. Auerbach interrupted the obviously rehearsed analyst with a derisive snort. Are you guys just sitting around doing nothing? Auerbach angrily pointed at the screen showing Han-Yi's breathtaking full-court highlights. Look at that. Look at Han-Yi's performance now. Do we really need your analysis for this? The whole world knows. I pay a fortune to keep you around, only to find out the same information as the fans, right? Go fetch that incompetent head coach and have him explain why we won against the Spurs recently. Doesn't he know that the Spurs are our direct competitors? This year, the Boston Celtics have relentlessly engaged in a deliberate tanking strategy. Traditionally resistant to three-point shooting, the Celtics have this season allowed Antoine Walker the freedom to launch from beyond the arc. Walker has not disappointed, averaging 2 3-pointers per game with a shooting percentage of 28, embodying the essence of futility as he leads the Celtics to the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings. With April fast approaching, the Celtics win total rests at a mere 14 games. Yet this is still precarious, as the Western Conference's last-place team, the Vancouver Grizzlies, has managed to lose 2 more games than the Celtics. The third-to-last San Antonio Spurs have only secured 16 victories, while the fourth-to-last Philadelphia 76ers are eyeing the top draft pick with 19 wins. The competition for futility remains fiercely intense. should the Celtics win more than one additional game before the season concludes. I shall dismiss the entire coaching staff. Mark my words, Celtics head coach Ems.L. Carr, appearing indifferent, remarked, "Why complicate matters? Just say we're losing everything." Since taking the helm in 1995, Carr's singular mission has been to orchestrate a tanking strategy, maintaining a dismal winning percentage below 30 across these 2 seasons. If you seek the epitome of futility, you have indeed found the right person. Will Han be entering the draft this year? David Stern quietly inquired of those beside him in the secret box atop the stands. "Mr. President, it's uncertain." Han mentioned he would consider participating if he could secure the NCAA championship. "No, Han must participate," Stern asserted emphatically. 1996 was a banner year for the draft, but should Han enter in 1997 alongside talents like Duncan, Han, Billups, and Tim Thomas, that year could also become a monumental draft year. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is that Han is Chinese. You grasp the magnitude of the Chinese market. I can recount my struggles in 1989 to have our NBA games broadcast in China. I waited 2 hours at CCTV for an entry permit, and when I finally met with their officials, our discussion lasted less than half an hour. What was the outcome of this ordeal? They reluctantly agreed to air our game recordings during off-peak hours, yielding us no profit and incurring mailing costs. Moreover, I had to purchase tickets to persuade Chinese hosts to cover our All-Star game and finals. A struggle that has persisted for nearly a decade without any tangible return. However, if we could secure a Chinese player in the NBA, that would change everything. Stern gazed at Han on the court as if he were a prized morsel. In that moment, Han's commanding presence seemed to radiate divinity in Stern's eyes. What if we not only have a Chinese player, but a highly ranked, gifted Chinese player in the NBA? I refuse to believe I cannot penetrate the Chinese market. Returning to the game, the University of Victor Forrest continued its offensive. Tim Duncan positioned himself low, seeking Han. Yet Han was nowhere to be found. Ben Wallace matched up against Duncan once more, much to Duncan's annoyance. Despite Wallace's imposing strength, Duncan was undeterred. He possessed a wealth of technical skills that could outmaneuver him. Duncan showcased his refined footwork, elegantly weaving past Wallace for a soaring layup. To the untrained eye, this maneuver appeared effortless. Yet to those who understood, the fluidity of his movements was striking, the execution pristine. With no energy wasted, scouts were poised to laud Duncan's effort. But Han arrived just in time. Emerging from blind spot, he executed a resounding block on Duncan. Duncan, nearly apoplectic with frustration, thought to himself, "I want to compete with you, Han, but you're playing mind games with me." However, the game was in progress, and anger was not the appropriate response. While Duncan fumed in place, Han was already igniting a fast break. The rebound he secured was cradled by Wallace, and without pausing, Han sprinted toward the front court. Wallace, lacking the capability for such a long-distance pass, relayed the ball to the guard, who launched it immediately. A blitzkrieg attack, a quarterback-like pass, traversed the entire court. Han soared once more. A touchdown-like score dazzled the crowd. This time, Duncan refrained from pursuit, for he was no fool. Having exerted all his effort to chase previously, he knew that attempting again would yield the same result. Although Duncan had significantly increased his strength this year, the trade-off was an inevitable decline in speed. Last year, their speed and strength were comparable, but this season, strength triumphed while speed faltered, that he needed to capitalize on his advantages, strength and technique. Yet, it soon became clear to Duncan that Han had no intention of engaging in a star-studded showdown. When Duncan held the ball high, Han defended him one-on-one, but the moment he descended to the low post, the defense morphed into a dual effort with Wallace leading the charge, with Han providing assistance. Whether it was Wallace or Han, Duncan felt confident in scoring against either in isolation. But the combined pressure of both defenders rendered him quite uncomfortable. A powerful Wallace, coupled with the formidable shot-blocking prowess of Han, provided a comprehensive defensive scheme against Duncan in the low post. Despite Duncan's extensive repertoire of post moves, he found himself utterly helpless in this moment. Of course, such a double team was not a flawless strategy. Should Duncan opt to pass, it would be the most effective remedy against the double team. Unfortunately, the other players on the University of Victor Forrest were simply inadequate. While they might score a few points against Duncan's double team, those paltry points proved inconsequential. Back and forth, Georgetown University established a commanding lead. As the first half concluded, Georgetown held a 10-point advantage. In the second half, Han rested for a few minutes, while Duncan remained on the court, continuing his assault. Indeed, the results were impressive. Without Han, Duncan was uncontainable. Duncan not only scored effortlessly, but also compelled Wallace, who had previously committed only one foul, to accumulate 3 fouls and exit the game. With Wallace sidelined, Han was summoned back into action. Although the University of Victor Forest trailed by 5 points, Duncan grinned. Han, you can no longer hide. It's time for us to go one-on-one. At this moment, the outcome of the game seemed less significant. What truly mattered was Duncan's desire to face Han in a direct confrontation. Even though no one had anticipated that Duncan needed to prove his strength against Han in this matchup. Han merely smiled as Ron Artest joined the double team. Big guy, this is the NCAA championship, not a personal showdown. Who wants to duel you one-on-one? Han quipped mischievously against a formidable opponent like you. How can we possibly engage in a one-on-one duel? If you're so confident, have your teammates take us down? Or have you become so powerful that you could defeat us both single-handedly? Ha ha! Ha ha! Han and Artest exchanged playful smirks, truly a case of overwhelming the opposition. Duncan, ball in hand, forced his way up. The result mirrored the previous encounter, only now with Han defending and Artest assisting. Duncan found himself ensnared in a quagmire once more. Meanwhile, on the offensive end, Han showed no signs of restraint. Facing Duncan's challenge, he showcased the fruits of his year-long marathon training. Of course, while others ran marathons to build endurance, Han's marathon encompassed both stamina and speed, both surging concurrently. In the first half, Han was as swift as lightning, and in the second half, he remained equally rapid. Should Duncan have defended him one-on-one, it must be said that Han would indeed struggle. Although he had diligently honed his post moves, he still fell short of challenging Duncan's defense. However, if he engaged in a full-speed counterattack, as long as Duncan failed to establish an effective position, Han could easily manipulate the other players on the University of Victor Forest. A series of spectacular dunks reverberated throughout the arena. A sense of helplessness enveloped Duncan once again that a year had passed. He had grown stronger, yet he found himself unable to overcome Han. Moreover, Duncan glared at Han, who was playfully interacting with teammates during a break, with Iverson gone. Why do I feel even more frustrated? In one-on-one scenarios, he was confident he would not lose to anyone, but this battle he had envisioned against Han, a clash of titans, had never truly existed. All of this was merely Duncan's own imagination. He believed the NT lost to Han last season, as his statistics had been superior and his matchup effectiveness had been better. Though he managed to contend with Han, he could not thwart the relentless charge of Allen Iverson. This year, Han finds himself devoid of the prodigious talent, Allen Iverson, who could rival Duncan. He is surrounded only by an undrafted junior and a freshman just embarking on his collegiate journey. In such a matchup, how could Tim Duncan, possibly face defeat? Throughout the first half of the game, Duncan was engaged in a fierce struggle. Han, if you are unwilling to take me on in a one-on-one, I shall dismantle all your support, compelling you to face me. Yet the outcome revealed that he could overpower Ben Wallace and also dominate Artest. However, when Artest and Ben remained steadfast beside Han, it was Duncan who found himself overwhelmed. Upon witnessing Han soaring skyward, aided by his teammates' passes, while he himself had no opportunity to even position defensively, the ever-persistent Duncan experienced an epiphany. Indeed, I have lost. Basketball is a team sport. He may not match me in individual prowess in the post, yet he seamlessly integrates into this collective, clearly superior to his teammates. Han, he has the remarkable ability to embody the essence of the entire team, whereas I remain disconnected, never truly seeking to assimilate into this unit. The score stands at 77-64. Georgetown University triumphs over Victor Forest University by 13 points to advance to the NCAA Final Four. Tim Duncan smiled as he shook hands with Han. Thank you. You have taught me so much. You have revealed to me the true essence of basketball. Han replied with a grin. Spare me the platitudes. I won't say the future is yours, the present is mine, and the future is also mine. Today, I admit defeat, Duncan solemnly stated. But in the NBA, I shall not lose again. I will, like you, elevate my teammates and forge an even stronger team. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback. So it seems my influence is the reason Duncan evolved into a team-oriented superstar later on. In a previous timeline, he was indeed puzzled by Duncan's audacity to await the 28th pick. Tony Parker, alongside the 57th overall pick, Manu Ginobili, to form the formidable GDP of the early 21st century. Yet in this timeline, it appears I'm the butterfly flapping its wings. Did I just transform the solitary warrior Duncan into a team player in this match? I truly cannot discern whether this is a boon or a bane for my present self. Of course, it is a fact that individuals with Duncan's temperament, even without Han Yi's tutelage, might experience a similar awakening after facing adversity in a future game. However, Han Yi still felt compelled to say, I never really contemplated the distinction between team-oriented players and lone wolves. I currently play cohesively as a team, primarily because Ben and Arteist are indeed well-suited for such play. And quite frankly, I am not yet strong enough. Tim Duncan, 16 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, 11 turnovers. Han Yi, 31 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 11 blocks, 0 turnovers. Except for the rebounding stat, one could assert that Han Yi thoroughly outperformed Duncan in every other aspect. This was truly beyond anyone's imagination. Not even the most devoted fans of Georgetown University, who confidently believed their team would prevail, dare to dream that Han Yi could eclipse the NCAA's top interior player and the already destined first overall pick. Tim Duncan, let alone obliterating Duncan statistically. Lost? Victor Forest University actually lost. Victor Forest University may have succumbed, but the notion that Han Yi could dominate both offensively and defensively against Duncan is simply unacceptable. Hey, don't exaggerate. That hardly qualifies as dominating Duncan. While Han Yi indeed excelled in the statistics, the opportunities for direct confrontation between him and Duncan were quite limited. Most of Han Yi's scoring stemmed from fast break layups. Moreover, although Han Yi did block Duncan numerous times today, most were collaborative efforts, with only one true direct block. Without double teaming, Han Yi would undoubtedly struggle to contain Duncan. Hey, pass me a smoke. A scout from the Los Angeles Lakers handed a cigarette to a scout from the Rockets. How do you think today's matchup compares to an NBA showdown? Well, let us both say it simultaneously and see if our thoughts align. Olajuwon versus Shaquille. Olajuwon versus Karl Malone. Though utterly out of sync, both scouts burst into laughter. Indeed, as Tim Duncan has firmly secured the first overall pick this year. Everyone has clearly identified his template. Hakeem Olajuwon, who claimed 2 championships during Jordan's 2-year hiatus. The young Duncan may not exhibit the same flamboyance in his footwork as Olajuwon, yet from a practical standpoint, his interior skills are undoubtedly comparable. As for Han Yi, his positioning is somewhat perplexing. Last season, his role was fairly well-defined. A super interior blue-collar prospect, template, Georgetown University's alumnus, Dikembe Mutombo, exceptional static talent, extraordinary shot-blocking ability. However, after this match, scouts discovered that Han Yi's fast break capabilities surpassed anything the Uncle Mutombo of any era could accomplish. If we were to find a template in the NBA, it could be a younger Shaquille before he gained significant weight, or perhaps a young Karl Malone, who often showcased such dazzling performances in tandem with Stockton. Yet to liken Han Yi to these 2 NBA titans seems to fall into the exaggerated traps commonly employed by scouts. After all, Han Yi indeed demonstrated the ability to launch full-court fast breaks. However, upon dissecting his offensive core, he is still far from the caliber of Shaquille or Karl Malone, if we were to solely discuss fast breaks. Last year's 3rd overall pick, Marcus Camby, also frequently executed such plays. Yet if we compare him to Marcus Camby, who was thoroughly bested by Han Yi in last year's NCAA tournament, it could risk diminishing Han Yi's stature. Regardless, one thing is certain. Before this fierce confrontation commenced, a faction had questioned, is Han Yi truly worthy of a top 5 selection? Yet, following this match, such skepticism appears utterly foolish. The real question now is it even feasible to select Han Yi without a top 3 pick? Hey Han, Allen Iverson excitedly called Han Yi. I have repeatedly emphasized to the 76ers that we must use this year's pick to select you. You absolutely must declare for the draft this year. Let us reunite in Philadelphia and chase the championship together. Is that so? Hani did recall the 76ers pick this year. In the previous timeline, they finished with the fifth worst record, ultimately acquiring the second overall pick. Missing out on Duncan, they opted for a white center named Keith Van Horn with that pick.as for Van Horn's actual prowess. He could not quite recall, but since he had no strong impression, it likely wasn't anything remarkable. If he were to declare this year, he would almost certainly not surpass Duncan for the top pick. He was not overly concerned that if he could enter the NBA with the second pick, that would be commendable. The current 76ers are a chaotic mess, which might suit him for a while. However, he coldly replied, "Let us discuss it later. If I don't secure the championship, I intend to play another year. .88. I must hang up now. I need to train." Click. As the phone disconnected, Allen Iverson was left fuming on the other end that a smile crept across Han Yi's face. There was a certain delight in teasing Iverson. NCAA Final Four. Georgetown University's opponent is none other than the University of Kentucky. Yes, the very same Kentucky that left Han E. and Iverson bitterly disappointed in last season's NCAA championship. Although Kentucky this season has lost Antoine Walker, Tony Delk, and Walter McCarty, they still boast three players with potential first-round draft aspirations. Among them, Ron Mercer, who is the sixth pick this year, actually ranks slightly higher than last year's Antoine Walker. After the previous team star, Walker, departed for the NBA, Mercer naturally ascended to become the team's undisputed core. Mercer boldly declared, "Our sole objective is to defend our title. As for the obstacles along the way, I remain unconcerned." In stark contrast to the top man's arrogance, the second-in-command, Derek Anderson, was much more cautious. Han E is formidable, but last year we, Kentucky, proved that we are the superior team, and we shall reaffirm that this year. Facing the team that eliminated him last season, Han E refrained from making any bold statements, merely responding, "See you on the court." The game commenced. Han E faced off against yet another potential first-round talent from Kentucky, Jamal Magloire. Standing at an imposing height of 2.11 meters and weighing 115 kilograms. In a previous life, he participated in the NBA draft in 2000, where he was selected as the 19th pick in the first round. Although merely a freshman, Jamal Magloire has already shattered the single-season block record for freshmen in the Kentucky Wildcats regular season. Naturally, Kentucky would not naively believe that a single talented freshman center could contain Han E. However, it is reasonable to assume that serving as the primary barrier against Han E would pose no issue. Kentucky's head coach, Rick Pitino, spent the night analyzing the game between Georgetown University and Victor Force University, garnering valuable insights. How did Duncan lose in the last game? Was it truly because he couldn't compete with Han E? Certainly not. It was due to Duncan being double-teamed throughout the match, coupled with his teammates' lackluster performance, leading to the defeat. Today, facing us at Kentucky, I intend to teach Han E a lesson on how to counter his own tactics. In this game, Jamal Magloire must do one thing. He must always stay glued to Han E. Whenever Han E descends to the low post, Kentucky's power forward or small forward, whoever is nearest, must engage him. How Georgetown defended Duncan in the last match will be precisely how Kentucky defends Han E today. With this thought, a smile began to form at the corners of Rick Pitino's mouth. Although Han Yi's recent performances have been impressive, when considering him separately from the team, defending him is significantly easier compared to defending the formidable interior scorer Duncan. After all, once he steps away from the paint, this individual poses no offensive threat. Moreover, without Allen Iverson, Georgetown has become excessively reliant on Han Yi's scoring, with Han E accounting for over 35 of the team's total points during the NCAA tournament. This suggests that as long as we can restrain Han E, victory is assured. Viewed in this light, if we diligently execute our game plan, haven't we, even before the game has commenced, already secured a win for Kentucky? At this moment, Rick Pitino could no longer suppress his laughter. Were it not for maintaining the serious image of a head coach, he would have burst into laughter. However, this smile endured only for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Rick Pitino's expression turned ashen. 10 minutes in, he was shouting passionately at his Kentucky disciples from the sidelines. During halftime, he furiously smashed the tactical board in the locker room. 5 minutes into the second half, Rick Pitino glared intensely at Han E, who was darting across the court like the wind, fiercely gripping his hair as his brain cells seemed to be dying in droves. 10 minutes into the second half. Rick Pitino stood at the sidelines with hollow eyes, appearing to watch the game while seemingly seeing nothing at all. As time progressed, he transformed into a statue on the sidelines, too exhausted to utter a word. In this match, Rick Pitino had envisioned a flawless strategy. Yet from the game's outset, its progression diverged entirely from his expectations. He intended for his star center to contain Han Yi throughout the game. However, in the very first possession, Han Yi's explosive sprint revealed the foolishness of Pitino's strategy. When Han Yi unleashed a thunderous dunk to score the first point for Georgetown, a panting Jamal Magloire had only just reached the free throw line. If this were the only issue, Rick Pitino's tactics might not have entirely collapsed. Failing to keep pace with Han Yi on the fast break could be acceptable as long as they could stifle all of Han Yi's low-post offensive attempts. They could still triumph over Georgetown and Han Yi. Yet, it soon became painfully evident to Rick Pitino. When Han Yi positioned himself in the low post, even with Jamal Magloire firmly established in an advantageous defensive stance. Arms outstretched to ambush Han Yi. Han Yi simply disregarded Magloire, extending his arms like a great rock and swiftly enveloping the equally towering Magloire, executing a ferocious dunk. In the second possession, Magloire, now hesitant to defend Han Yi alone, called for help from his teammates, only for Han Yi to soar over Kentucky's Twin Towers for another emphatic dunk. The sheer dominance of talent, a raw display of talent suppression. Rick Pitino had fundamentally erred from the start. If the strategy of double-teaming Duncan could yield success, then Victor Forest University wouldn't have even made it to the NCAA's top 64. To effectively double-team Duncan, one must have a player with a physique and athleticism comparable to Duncan's. Only under such circumstances could the strategy be effective. Georgetown could defeat Duncan because they possessed Han Yi. But does Kentucky have anyone with a physical prowess akin to Duncan's? Are they relying solely on Magloire? Though he is indeed a competent starting center poised to enter the NBA, and has even made an all-star appearance in his career within the NCAA, he undoubtedly qualifies as a star player. Yet, what Han Yi teaches them today is that disparities exist even among star players. Moreover, this gap may be even greater than that between star players and ordinary players. After the first half, Han Yi had relentlessly scored 18 points against Kentucky's Twin Towers, utterly dismantling them. By the second half, Rick Pitino had abandoned the hope of restraining Han Yi. He contemplated a second strategy to overcome him, a shootout. Kentucky boasts an array of NCAA-level star players, unlike Georgetown's singularly focused team. Since they could not contend with Han Yi on the star level, they decided to engage in a shootout. Today, Jamal Magloire's offensive contributions should not be overly anticipated. If he could merely constrain Han Yi's defense, it would be a blessing. But apart from Magloire, Kentucky still has Ron Mercer, averaging 15.5 points, and Derek Anderson, averaging 13.6 points. This duo of sharpshooters has been honing their skills together for 3 years, playing pivotal roles in last year's championship victory. Surely, they could handle Georgetown's lesser-known perimeter players, right? Indeed, they could not, because Georgetown possesses Ron Artest. Watching Ron Mercer exert all his might in a futile one-on-one against Artest, Han Yi couldn't help but chuckle. While Mercer may appear formidable as a 6th overall pick in the future, and a proficient scorer in the NCAA, how could he ever compete with Artest? Ron Artest would become a future Defensive Player of the Year, accumulating accolades for his defensive prowess. A player of Mercer's caliber would not even warrant Artest's attention in the NBA. Hence, during today's NCAA semifinal, let Mercer relish his misfortune. Artest approached Mercer with full intensity, actively seeking confrontation, making every one of Mercer's possessions feel like a descent into hell, mercilessly tormenting him, resulting in a dismal 2-for-12 shooting performance and a mere 5 points. Derek Anderson, on the other hand, managed to score 20 points, but to what avail? It was of no consequence. Today, Han Yi orchestrated a scoring spectacle reminiscent of Duncan's dominance. Against Kentucky, it was annihilation, destruction, and further annihilation. Why didn't Han Yi enter the draft last year? Because of Kentucky. Why didn't Han Yi team up with Allen Iverson to secure the NCAA championship last year? Because of Kentucky, who was the imagined adversary for Han Yi's rigorous training over the past year. Once again, it was Kentucky. With so many new grievances and old grudges, How could Hani possibly relent without reducing Kentucky to rubble? Hani possessed a myriad of ways to vanquish Kentucky. Yet he chose the most brutal of them all. With 5 minutes remaining in the match, Kentucky's head coach, Rick Pitino, gazed at the 15-point deficit and signaled for a retreat. However, Hani continued his relentless assault, ultimately widening the gap to 25 points before finally relenting, departing the court amidst the chants of MVP from Georgetown's fans. Hani, 44 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 11 blocks illuminated the game. 85-60, Georgetown University redeemed itself with a resounding 25-point victory, eliminating Kentucky, and Hani, with his inaugural 40-point performance, ousted the reigning champions Kentucky, advancing to the NCAA finals. His opponent in the finals will be the formidable Arizona University, led by Mike Bibby, Jason Terry, and Michael Dickerson. As the NCAA tournament reaches its zenith, Hani's fangs have only just begun to reveal themselves. In the face-off against North Carolina, experts favored North Carolina due to its status as the second most potent offensive force in the NCAA tournament. So, the question arises, who is the most formidable offensive team in the NCAA tournament? As the championship game approaches, the answer becomes unmistakably clear. It is Arizona University. The University of Arizona has never crossed paths with Georgetown University in past NCAA tournaments. Arizona's core player is a freshman, while Georgetown boasts the sophomore Hani, alongside freshman Atai and senior Ben. The two teams have no common ground, let alone a history of rivalry. During the pregame banter, Arizona's head coach, Lute Olson, exhibited a commendable restraint, stating that Hani is the second-best player in NCAA history after Duncan, and that Georgetown, last year's runner-up, possesses a wealth of experience in major tournaments. He emphasized that their focus should be on playing as a cohesive unit. In contrast, the youthful Mike Bibby displayed a brash confidence, asserting, Hani is indeed formidable. However, we are no pushovers. Jason, Michael, I did not come here to settle for second place. Georgetown may have the strongest star players, but we boast an even stronger team. Even if Hani dominates our interior defense, I firmly believe we will emerge victorious in the end. Bibby certainly has the credentials to back up his bold claims. In the past, Arizona was merely an unremarkable team in the NCAA landscape, struggling even to reach the top 64, let alone contend for the championship. Yet this year, with the addition of freshmen Mike Bibby and Michael Dickerson, along with sophomore Jason Terry, Arizona has been wreaking havoc in the NCAA tournament. This once-overlooked team has unleashed a devastating backcourt, dominating the competition. When facing Arizona, opponents often exceed their previous performance levels, delivering career-best showings. Nevertheless, Arizona remains unfazed. Regardless of how many points the opposing team scores in the paint, they refuse to concede. They remain steadfast in their commitment to unleashing a barrage of three-pointers, competing to see who can score more rapidly. Arizona is the first team in NCAA history to average over 90 points per game during the elimination rounds. It is important to note that this occurs in a 40-minute game with no stoppages for dead balls and a 35-second shot clock. In contrast, NBA teams, playing 48-minute games with stoppages and a 24-second shot clock, average just over 90 points per game. Arizona's offensive prowess is undeniably ferocious, fueled by 3 guards, including Bibby, who each average at least 15 points per game. This year's NCAA championship, held at the iconic Yankee Stadium, is set to be an event of grand proportions. With a capacity of 53,000, the venue is sold out, attracting not only the fans of Georgetown and Arizona, but also basketball enthusiasts from across the nation who can afford to attend. After all, this is the NCAA championship, an event that even overshadows all NBA games. The atmosphere is electric, with numerous stars in attendance, particularly towering NBA legends who stand out in the vast stadium. Figures like Ewing, Mutombo, and Mourning, Georgetown alumni, are expected to be present, alongside rising stars such as Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, and Stephon Marbury. NBA team executives and coaches are also gathered in clusters. However, as media cameras sweep across the venue, they notice an absence. David Stern, the NBA commissioner, is not in attendance, despite being a regular fixture at earlier rounds. The reason? At this moment, he is at the entrance of the CCTV broadcasting hall in China. Having successfully acquired entry to watch the NCAA championship alongside CCTV leaders, Stern confidently states to his subordinates, "I believe this game will serve as a stepping stone to unlocking doors for China." The second-in-command at CCTV glances at his watch, frowning. "I can only give you half an hour. I have a meeting in 30 minutes. Stern, beaming, responds, "All right, boss, no problem. Just watch the big screen." The second-in-command, somewhat perplexed, glances at the colorful spectacle for a minute before losing patience. "My time is precious. I can't be wasting it watching a basketball game." Stern, realizing the leader lacks an understanding of basketball, patiently explains, "Boss, you see, this is the pinnacle of college basketball in America, the NCAA championship." The leader interrupts again. "If you're trying to sell basketball, I suggest you head to the sports administration. They might welcome you that I have connections there and can provide you with the address, so you won't need to ask for permission." "No, no," Stern insists, waving his hands. "The most important thing is that this game features a Chinese star player, the first ever to compete at the NCAA Division I level. Do you understand what this means?" "What does it mean?" The leader replies nonchalantly. "Does it mean that our Chinese students can now gain admission to your American universities? Are you doubting our intelligence?" Stern finds himself momentarily speechless. His subordinates roll their eyes in disbelief. Yet, after a brief pause, Stern regains his composure and continues, No, you see, this means that this Chinese player is on the path to the NBA, and he's almost guaranteed to be a high draft pick. If all goes well, he could become an NBA All-Star." "I still have 10 minutes. The leader interjects. Though only 5 minutes have actually passed, he is already exasperated, uninterested in Stern's vivid descriptions, eager only to attend his meeting. "No," Stern exclaims, urgency rising. "This player, Han E, I believe he will undoubtedly become the preeminent basketball figure in China, garnering a vast fan base and achieving astonishing viewership ratings for every game he plays." Stern is certain that a television executive would care about ratings. However, the second-in-command at CCTV remains indifferent, as such metrics hold little significance at his level. Nevertheless, Stern ultimately prevails. Half an hour later, the second-in-command decisively approves a live broadcast of NBA games if Han E successfully enters the NBA next season. Although the specific matches will be determined by CCTV. This outcome was anticipated by Stern, yet the point that swayed the second-in-command was entirely unforeseen. Upon hearing Han Yi's name, the leader's eyes suddenly lit up. "Found you. Han Yi, could you be the stepping stone to my advancement?" In recent years, Chinese basketball has been transitioning from a state-run system to a commercial model. The Chinese men's basketball team achieved a historic milestone by making it to the quarterfinals of the Atlanta Olympics, significantly boosting nationwide enthusiasm for the sport. Consequently, the record-setting Chinese men's basketball team has become a national idol. However, despite claiming a top-8 finish, the team's performance was far from impressive. It was, in fact, rather ugly. During the Olympics, the Chinese men's basketball team played 8 games, winning only 2 and losing 6, resulting in a mere 25 win rate. They lost a total of 263 points across those 8 games, averaging a loss of 32.9 points per match. Their victories? A narrow 3-point win over Angola, 70-67, and a 10-point win against Argentina, 87-77. But as for the losses, they suffered a staggering 31-point defeat to Croatia, 78-109. A 63-point blowout against the United States, 70-133. A 61-point loss to Lithuania, 55-116, and a 67-point drubbing by Yugoslavia, 61-128. Thus, while they may have reached the top 8, what does it truly signify? The genuine strength of the Chinese team pales in comparison to elite international squads, and even against second-tier teams, the gap remains insurmountably vast, leaving this generation of Chinese basketball players feeling as if they could never catch up. If one were to identify the position with the most significant disparity compared to world-class teams, it would undoubtedly be the front court. In particular, starting power forward Liu Yudong averaged just 8.6 points and 4 rebounds. With a shooting percentage of 35 and a true shooting percentage of 45, ranking second to last on the team. The warrior Liu Yudong excelled in domestic play, yet at a height of just 1.98 meters, he struggled against top international power forwards. However, the Chinese men's basketball team returned from the U.S. with a mysterious name, Han Yi. Rumor has it that this player is superior to all current Chinese basketball athletes and is even capable of competing in the NBA as a star player. Furthermore, he is a legitimate interior player and is only 19 years old. If he were to join the Chinese national team, it could potentially level the playing field against second-tier teams. The second-in-command gazed at the grand screen, showcasing Han Yi's astonishing feats. Chuckling to himself, "If I can identify the foremost player of the Chinese men's basketball team, might I not stand a chance of becoming the head of the sports administration? I have certainly had my fill of being in the second position." Of course, there was no need to convey such musings to that foolish foreigner, David Stern. Meanwhile, David Stern was quite satisfied, despite still providing live-stream resources to China for free, and the Chinese seemed to want even more, requesting additional free matches of their own choosing. Yet, David Stern remained indifferent. "Han, he will serve as my stepping stone in China, as long as he successfully enters the NBA and becomes an NBA All-Star. I cannot fathom a scenario where the NBA does not flourish in China. I refuse to believe I cannot profit from the Chinese market." However, as he exited CCTV, Stern's subordinate hesitantly stammered, "President, Georgetown University is now trailing by 8 points. What?" David Stern erupted with fury. "Han, he must win this game. Georgetown must prevail. Whatever it takes, Han, he has to win this match. I have just signed a contract with China. I cannot afford to wait another year for Han E." But the subordinate lamented, "This is an NCAA game. Our interference is not so easily executed, and with less than 5 minutes left in the second half. It is too late for us to intervene. Damn it, damn it, damn it." David Stern, who had just been playing the submissive, now erupted with expletives. "If this championship eludes Duncan, I can tolerate it, but must Han E also be denied? What nonsense is this NCAA system? Do they not comprehend that a championship should be awarded to superstars to hold any true significance?" Gulp, gulp. Hani sat on the bench, gulping down water, sweat cascading down his neck. In this game, he had already amassed 35 points, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, 13 blocks, and 6 turnovers. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace and Ron Artest were so exhausted that they could barely utter a word. Ben Wallace, 3 points. 17 rebounds, 3 turnovers. Ron Artest, 15 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 turnovers. Apart from Ben Wallace resting for 1 minute, Ron Artest and Han, he had played the entire match without pause. The score stood at 62-70. With only 3 minutes and 37 seconds remaining, and Georgetown University trailing Arizona University by 8 points. Han's current predicament mirrored the challenges we faced in our time. Morning shook his head and remarked to Mutombo, "No matter how formidable our interior game, without a competent guard to deliver the ball from the perimeter, success becomes exceedingly difficult. Even a powerhouse like Olajuwon cannot consistently advance the ball solo." Mutombo nodded in agreement. If Iverson were still around, we would not have reached this impasse. A single Iverson could dismantle the opposing star backcourt. Alas, basketball is devoid of what-ifs. Damn it, damn it. Iverson lashed out at Georgetown's inept perimeter players. "I won't even mention your poor shooting. Continue to seize the open opportunities that Han E has created for you. You train day in and day out. Yet what have you produced?" "Calm down, Allen," Kobe interjected nonchalantly. "It's merely a student competing in a low-quality game. The lower the level of competition, the more mediocre players abound. This is an unavoidable natural law. You should reflect on how such a subpar player even made it into your school. Han, you should not have played for another year. It is simply a waste of time." "Shut your mouth," Iverson retorted angrily. "What qualifications do you have to critique the NCAA when you have never even attended college?" Boom! Kobe was instantly silenced, yet remained defiant. "What's wrong with not having attended college? You didn't finish your degree either. What's the difference between us?" John Thompson observed his weary protege and found himself at a loss. Having exhausted all his strategies to no avail, in a bid to provide Georgetown's perimeter shooters with better opportunities, Thompson had instructed Ben Wallace and Han E to frequently venture outside, setting screens for the perimeter players. However, while Han E did create chances for the shooters, they simply could not convert. In stark contrast to Georgetown's silenced perimeter, Arizona's shooters were remarkably accurate today. The leader of Arizona was undoubtedly Mike Bibby, prompting Georgetown to deploy their top perimeter defender, Artest, for close marking. While Artea's defense did impose some restriction on Bibby, the issue was that Bibby was not merely a scorer, but a seasoned playmaker. When his own scoring options faltered, he continuously fed the ball to Jason Terry and Michael Dickerson. Arteas could easily neutralize any one of them, but to simultaneously contain all three, that would require the ability to clone oneself. Arizona strategically exploited Georgetown's defensive resource deficiency. Jason Terry and Michael Dickerson wreaked havoc against Georgetown's lackluster perimeter defense. Even though Han was dominating in the paint, Arizona maintained their lead through precise perimeter shooting. A sense of helplessness began to permeate among the Georgetown players. Though the 1990s were still an era ruled by interior play, this was contingent upon both teams lacking exceptional three-point shooters. Should one side possess a dearth of three-point proficiency while the other excels, no matter how fiercely one attacks inside, it would be futile. Jason Terry, the unpredictable sharpshooter, would receive the ball, advance it to the front court, and shoot without regard for defenders. His confidence in making such shots was remarkable. In contrast, Han needed to establish position in the low post. He had to contend with the physicality of the big men. And even after securing his spot, he had to rely on the perimeter players to deliver the ball, but if they managed to do so, it represented the optimal scenario, as Han's prowess could overpower Arizona's interior defense, regardless of how many were in his way. He possessed a high probability of scoring. However, in half the cases, the perimeter shots simply would not land. Arizona was overly prepared in this regard, applying intense pressure on Georgetown's perimeter from the onset. This interference was not aimed at disrupting the shooters' attempts. Georgetown's perimeter could shoot freely if they wished, but if they sought to deliver the ball to Han, apologies, but they would have to endure significant struggle to do so. Consequently, to counter this, Han was compelled to initiate his offense from a higher position. For instance, near the free throw line, he executed a pick and roll with the guards, dribbling his way to the basket. While this approach was less efficient than a direct low-post attack and undoubtedly more taxing on Han's stamina, it had become the best option in this do-or-die situation. As Georgetown's key player, if Han did not step up, who would? By halftime, Han had already forced Arizona's starting center to accumulate fouls and exit the game. Initially, Han believed that removing the opposing center would ease the game. However, he was unprepared for Arizona's coach, Lute Olson, to be so ruthless. Rather than substituting in a backup center, Olson sent in a player who had not seen regular playtime. This substitute player, upon entering, did nothing but latch on a Han's leg, sending him to the free throw line. In that moment, Han was bewildered that such a foul tactic was being employed on an NCAA court. Goodness, must it be so extreme? Han's free throw shooting hovered around a mere 60 at this point. While missing a free throw might be acceptable in regular circumstances, in this high-stakes game, it was disastrous, particularly under the peculiar NCAA free throw system. Such shortcomings became even more catastrophic. In the NCAA, the free throw rule follows a one-and-one principle. If the shooter makes the first attempt before the team commits 10 fouls, they are granted a second shot. Conversely, if the first attempt fails, the opportunity for a second shot is forfeited and the ball is up for grabs. Were it not for this long-standing rule in the NCAA, Han would have considered reporting it, as it seemed tailored to expose both his free throw and rebounding deficiencies. As this tactic unfolded, Georgetown, which had managed to keep the score close, finally unraveled, with the deficit ballooning to a daunting 10 points. Fortunately, the number of fouls committed by the University of Arizona has now exceeded 10, triggering yet another NCAA rule. When the foul count in a half surpasses 10, the free throw mechanism reverts to the traditional scheme of 2 free throws for each foul. The long-awaited turning point for Han is finally arriving. This time, the University of Arizona is hesitant to extend their hands. Firstly, the bench players available for fouling have nearly been exhausted, and secondly, for Han, while making both free throws is indeed a challenge, hitting 1 out of 2 is quite feasible. In NCAA games, securing a point per possession is certainly above average, and with a lead of nearly 10 points. The University of Arizona is reluctant to take further risks. If Han makes 1 out of 2 free throws, they hardly gain any advantage that if he were to make both, it would merely assist Georgetown in closing the gap. Wouldn't it? The University of Arizona has been overly greedy, unwilling to bear even the slightest risk of allowing the score to tighten, had they consistently maintained their strategy against Han E throughout the game. Georgetown's chances of a comeback would have been nearly impossible. Yet, the current situation has opened a glimmer of hope for Han E as long as he is granted the opportunity to initiate an offensive play. It is not too late. The current score stands at 62-70, an 8-point deficit. Under NCAA rules, with just over 3 minutes left in the game, Georgetown University is but a step away from overcoming despair. Han E set down the crumpled water bottle and declared, "Coach, I will initiate the offense next round. NCAA championship. Today I am determined to seize it." John Thompson, observing the exhausted Han E, felt a twinge of concern. As a seasoned coach, he knows that players are most susceptible to injury when they are utterly fatigued. John Thompson had resolved long ago that regardless of whether Georgetown University could secure the championship this year, he would ensure Han E reaches the NBA, thus he could accept a loss in this game. But he could not bear the thought of Han E being injured because of it. Yet Han E resolutely reassured Thompson. "Rest easy, coach. I am certain of victory in this game. What I said last year, I shall fulfill today." As Han E spoke these words to John Thompson, he quietly murmured within himself, "System, allocate points. Distribute all 15 points of free attributes to three-point shooting." Instantly, Han E's three-point shooting level surged from 56 to 71. The exhilarating sensation brought on by the attribute allocation coursed through his entire being, replenishing the energy he had lost. A three-point shooting level of 71 is already on par with the NBA average. Han E surveyed the NCAA three-point line, noting that, in comparison to the NBA, every position is significantly shorter. His three-point attributes are calculated based on the NBA's three-point line. This is an NBA level 71 in three-point shooting. When converted to NCAA standards, it would only become stronger. The Arizona trio, is it? Bibby, Terry, Dickerson? Let us engage in a decisive battle. The timeout has concluded, with 3 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the game, and the University of Arizona still holds an 8-point lead. Let us see what hidden strategy John Thompson has up his sleeve, or if that recent timeout was merely to give Han E a breather. Han E has already accomplished everything within his power in this game. In my recollection, every offensive possession has relentlessly attacked the interior, either scoring or drawing fouls, ensuring that none of Arizona's interior players have fewer than 4 fouls on the defensive end. He has towered within the paint as an indomitable force. When Dickerson sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, Han E even extended his defense to the three-point line, single-covering Dickerson. A 7-foot center switching out to guard beyond the arc is a rarity even in the NBA. Yet, Arizona's three-point shooting has been ferociously potent. While Bibby has been stifled by Arteist, and Dickerson's shooting has waned under Han E's defense, Arizona still possesses Jason Terry. Today, Jason Terry has made 7 out of 10 three-point attempts. Akin to a massacre, what? As one commentator was still immersed in reviewing the past of this game, the guest commentator erupted. "For heaven's sake, what am I witnessing? The Georgetown guard just dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Han E. The center is 7-footer. What can he possibly do with the ball at midcourt? What can one expect him to achieve? I refuse to believe this is a tactic devised by John Thompson. This must be a mistake." I suspect Han E is utterly bewildered at this moment. While the commentator vocally questioned Georgetown's current strategy, Han E was not flustered. Instead, he calmly advanced with the ball to tee this moment, apart from Terry guarding the three-point line. All other Arizona players were clustered near the free throw line, forming an impenetrable fortress. What threat does Han E pose beyond the three-point line? Regardless of how he dribbles, he must eventually descend to the low post. Thus, although Han E's dribbling is somewhat lackluster, he managed to advance the ball to the top of the arc without opposition. As he surveyed the court, he noticed that there was absolutely no defensive pressure approaching him. An unguarded area within 3 meters. Han E smirked. "This is an utter disrespect towards me." With a slight lift of his hand, he released a three-point shot. At that moment, Han E was not bewildered. The entire crowd, including the commentators, was left in shock. "Han, what are you attempting to accomplish? Have you given up?" There are still 20 seconds left in this possession, and he intends to conclude it with a reckless three-pointer. For heaven's sake, if I recall correctly, Han E has only attempted 1 three-pointer in the past 2 years, and that was a desperate shot due to time constraints. I would rather see Georgetown methodically chip away at the interior and meet a tragic end than witness our leader attempt a ludicrous three-pointer at the last moment. Even with an 8-point deficit, I refuse to believe that an unreliable three-pointer can save the day. Compared to the fans, John Thompson's emotions as the head coach are far more complex. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly reprimand his players, but faced with such a dire situation, he has become powerless, placing all his hopes on the performance of his superstar. Han, are you truly going all in? The Georgetown fans were heartbroken at Han's three-point attempt, on the verge of tears. Yet just as they were about to weep, their emotions were abruptly stifled. Swish, the basketball sailed through the air, ultimately sinking into the net with a clean swish, 65-70. The deficit has been reduced to just 5 points. Han's score in this game has now reached 38 points. What more is there to say? Who could possibly oppose this? Han surveyed the crowd. Do you have any grievances? Awesome. The Georgetown fans instantly transitioned from despair to elation, their turnaround in emotions swifter than a Sichuan opera face change. I told you, Han, you wouldn't let us down. Always believe in Han. MVP. 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 The Georgetown fans, who had been rendered silent by the University of Arizona, erupted in a frenzy once more. Defense. Defense. Jason Terry of the University of Arizona was left speechless. A guy who has never played in an NCAA tournament hits a three-pointer. And you all get this excited? Isn't this merely a stroke of luck? What? Do you really expect to rely on Han hitting one three-pointer after another to secure victory in this game? Terry scoffed. What a joke. This is clearly a sign that Han is out of options. If a top-tier interior player had any means, they wouldn't resort to shooting three-pointers. Being forced to shoot from beyond the arc signifies that Georgetown has already sealed their fate in this game. Terry took the ball and advanced past half-court, ignoring any thoughts of passing. Today in Arizona, no one has a hotter hand than he. Yet as Terry approached the three-point line, he looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Han, with a beaming smile, was daring to defend him. Standing at 1.85 meters, Jason Terry found himself puzzled looking at Han, who stood at 2.11 meters. Who gave you the audacity? Is Georgetown truly at the end of their rope? In the 1990s, the strategy of small players challenging larger ones was not prevalent, as the majority of interior players would retreat, rarely matching up directly against smaller guards. In traditional basketball perspectives, three-point shooting was viewed as quite unreliable. A big man not guarding the paint, but instead defending a smaller guard beyond the three-point line was deemed utterly absurd for a guard like Terry, standing just over 1.80 meters, evading a 10-meter giant beyond the arc would indeed be as effortless as drinking water. Terry couldn't help but sneer. You think you can single-handedly guard Dickerson beyond the arc and handle me too? Han, underestimating me is your greatest downfall this year. Han, continued to chuckle, boss. I have amassed quite a wealth of experience regarding failures in the NCAA finals. In the face of the towering Han, Terry displayed no sign of fear, choosing not to engage in unnecessary banter. With deftness, he executed a three-threat fake before swiftly transitioning into a rapid crossover, followed by a pronounced lateral movement to shake off his defender. A seamless series of moves allowed him to evade Han's defense, and he subsequently took a step back to shoot. Terry's confidence in his shot was palpable. Yet, in the realm of basketball, mere confidence is insufficient. As soon as Terry released the ball, he glimpsed Han's large hand swooping in from the side. Had he ever been fortunate enough to read Journey to the West, he might have understood that this was the very maneuver that once subdued Sun Wukong. Did he truly believe he could effortlessly escape Han's defense, who was truly underestimating him? Han merely shifted slightly to the left. Without even needing to jump fully, his exaggerated wingspan was more than adequate to send Terry's shot soaring away. However, merely deflecting the ball was not the end of the story. This was beyond the three-point line. At that very moment, the other four players from Arizona had instinctively dashed toward the basket. Meanwhile, the basketball that Han had sent flying was now hurtling towards the backcourt. At this juncture, a burly figure clad in Georgetown University attire was crouching in wait, a robust, dark-skinned individual with an explosion of hair. Who else could it be but Ben Wallace? Earlier, during a timeout, Han had meticulously briefed Ben Wallace. Ben, I will personally engage in defending the opposing perimeter, and I shall ensure a block. Your task is to sprint down the moment I execute the block, and you will find yourself with an effortless scoring opportunity. Initially, Ben Wallace had been reluctant to accept this strategy that if Han E ventured out to the perimeter, he would be the sole protector of the paint. Should he also step out, Georgetown's interior defense will be woefully exposed. Yet, Hani dispelled his doubts with a single statement. Do you really think those Arizona players, already in a frenzy, would consider passing the ball? Ben Wallace, eyes wide with delight, grinned as he watched the basketball soaring toward him. Han not only possesses immense strength, but also a remarkable intellect. I truly made the right choice coming to Georgetown. Positioned beneath the basket, Ben Wallace seized the basketball that Han E had deflected, rose up without hesitation, and executed a powerful dunk. Duong. The ball was sent flying. In terms of finesse, Ben Wallace was unrivaled. Yet as the basketball rebounded above the rim, a massive figure descended upon it once again. Bang! The crowd was left in astonishment. What had just transpired? Han E, in midair, caught the errant ball with one hand and ferociously slammed it back into the hoop. The backboard and rim echoed with a collective lament. 67-70. The deficit was reduced to a mere 3 points. Hani had scored his 40th point. Oh my God, yet another 40-point game. Following the NCAA semifinals, Han E had once again reached this remarkable milestone. Wait, look, this marks the first time in NCAA history that a player has scored over 40 points in consecutive semifinal and final games. In the NCAA, 40 points are equivalent to 50 in the NBA, perhaps even more. Timeout. Immediately, call for a timeout. Arizona requested a pause. Amidst the mixed emotions, while Arizona was bewildered, Georgetown found itself enveloped in a sea of joy. Although still trailing by 3 points, Georgetown's spirits surged with renewed determination. Coach John Thompson stood at the sidelines, cheering for his cherished prodigy. This expression left Han E feeling somewhat bashful. Where had the serious? No nonsense, Coach gone. We are seasoned coaches with a wealth of experience. There's no need for such excitement. It is rather unbecoming. Yet, John Thompson paid no heed to this. Americans value genuine expression. As Han E approached the bench, John Thompson pulled him into an embrace. Incredible. You are simply magnificent. You are our superhero at Georgetown. At this moment, what need is there to discuss tactics? It is all about star power. It comes down to who can place that damned basketball into the hoop when it matters most. If our superstar can not only score but also single-handedly defend his opponent, then his prowess is off the charts. Stay calm. Do not panic. Arizona's coach Lute Olson was scribbling tactical notes in a frenzy. Listen up. Fellas, do not panic. There are still over 2 minutes left. We have a 3-point lead in possession of the ball. The key is to slow the pace of the game. Remember, 35 seconds per possession. We need to take our time and focus on ball movement. Hey, Lute Olson slapped Terry on the back. I'm talking about you. We need more ball movement. If Han E comes to guard you, pass the ball. When you're off the ball, make sure to move more frequently. Got it? You have a cadre of elite shooters as teammates, not a bunch of reckless players. Of course, I'm not just referring to Jason. All of you need to remember, compared to Georgetown, we have a superior team. With the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Arizona held possession. To prevent Terry from getting overly ambitious, Olson instructed Mike Bibby to bring the ball up. However, upon seeing Bibby with the ball, Arteis' eyes lit up. Here, that's my chance to shine. Yet, Bibby was no slouch. Despite Arteis' aggressive defense, Bibby skillfully advanced past half court, and then, from beyond the three-point line. He deliberately consumed time. Arizona had no reason to rush. The urgency lay with Georgetown. Bibby only initiated the offense when the clock dipped below 2 minutes. Following the prearranged tactical setup, the Arizona power forward set a screen. And at the moment he pinned Arteis behind him, Mike Bibby took a step back and launched a 2-point shot, scoring 67-72. This crucial basket restored Arizona's lead to 5 points. This 2-point shot allowed Arizona's fans to finally ease their anxious hearts. What is there to fear? We are the ones in the lead, with just under 2 minutes remaining and a 5-point advantage. The NCAA is not the NBA, as long as we can stretch each possession to its limit. We are secure. Now, the urgency belonged to Georgetown. They could not delay. Every second counted, and they needed to strike quickly and with precision. Easier said than done. Arizona's fans were half right. Georgetown had to play fast. The Georgetown guard crossed half court in just 4 seconds, delivering a direct pass to Han E, who was poised in the center circle. Boldly, Han E dribbled forward. This offensive approach mirrored Georgetown's previous strategy. If not identical, Arizona's choice, too, was consistent. They remained in a defensive shell. All Arizona players huddled inside, resolutely denying Han E a lane to the basket. As for Han E shooting a three-pointer, that was precisely what Arizona would welcome. Kobe furrowed his brow and remarked to Iverson, "This shot is going to be challenging. Your strongest scorer finds himself in the least favorable position to shoot, and Arizona is inviting Han E to take a three-pointer without any defense. If Han E doesn't attack or pass, the others will have no opportunity to shoot, as they are tightly guarded. What would you do if you were in his shoes?" Iverson shot back. "If it were me, do I even need to say? I would absolutely shoot. No matter how difficult the basket, I would not back down." Just as Kobe finished speaking, Han E launched his three-pointer. He was not at the NCAA three-point line. Rather, he shot from the NBA distance. As he released the ball, Arizona's coach Lute Olson sensed impending doom, his heart racing. How dare Han attempt that? Swish! The basketball swished through the net. 70-72. Han E netted another three-pointer, bringing his game total to 43 points. Time: 1 minute 39 seconds. Georgetown was now trailing by just 2 points. What had once seemed an insurmountable 8-point deficit was now reduced to a manageable gap. Iverson grinned at the astonished Kobe. "Han's choice mirrors yours because you are cut from the same cloth. Do you truly think we are alike?" Kobe was taken aback. "I feel like this guy is even crazier than I am. If I hadn't practiced my three-pointer, I would never consider taking a shot from such a critical distance, let alone consecutively. That is practically gambling with my life. Who says he hasn't practiced?" Iverson chuckled. He has been diligently practicing his three-point shooting. Just after last season concluded, he confided in me that he would no longer be the guy rendered ineffective once outside the paint. He vowed to master the art of the three-pointer, and evidently he has succeeded. Oh my God, I truly ought to have our team's hefty fellow learn a thing or two. Kobe retorted indignantly. If Shaquille were to become proficient in three-point shooting, he doesn't even need to master that. If he could merely make a few close-range two-pointers and occasionally clear the lane for me, I would perform so much more comfortably. Come on. Are you out of your mind? Iverson laughed heartily. You expect the big shark to give way to you, a mere bench warmer? Humph. Kobe scoffed. I will continue to train hard this summer, and once I become stronger, Shaquille will definitely have to yield space for me. I suggest you practice alongside Hani this summer. Iverson recalled something painful. In terms of training, I have never encountered anyone as relentless as Han E. Are you joking? Kobe immediately took offense. When it comes to training, I have never been outdone by anyone. Not even Michael Jordan. As Iverson and Kobe exchanged playful jabs, the University of Arizona was meticulously following their coach's directives to consume the clock. Mike Bibby skillfully dribbled beyond the three-point line, often feigning an unsteady grip on the ball. Ron Artest, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, felt an itch of anxiety. He knew he absolutely could not commit a foul, especially not at this critical juncture. Internally, Artest was aware of everything, but as Bibby executed a step back to assume a shooting posture, he instinctively reached out too early, slapping Bibby and sending both player and ball tumbling to the ground. Bibby, dirted but undeterred, stepped to the free throw line and, despite the circumstances, sank both shots, showcasing his composure under pressure. Meanwhile, Artest was filled with regret, tempted to confront Bibby directly, but John Thompson had to pull him back to the bench to cool off until the next offensive possession. 70-74, only 1 minute and 3 seconds remained. The University of Arizona still held a 4-point lead. Earlier, when they were ahead by 5 with 2 minutes left, the Arizona fan shouts of confidence seemed a bit premature. But now, with just 1 minute remaining, leading by 4, they could boldly declare, "We've got this. It's all secure, more secure than ever." Yet Georgetown University appeared unfazed in the face of such a dire predicament. Han E, the towering figure, remained poised beyond the three-point line, ready to strike. Despite Arizona's 4-point advantage, they could not afford to relax. If Han E were to sink another three-pointer unchallenged, it would undoubtedly shatter Arizona's confidence. The backup forward for Arizona surged forth, extending his arms to their fullest. attempting to completely shadow Han. Han E smiled slightly and remarked, "Let me tell you something, true three-point shooters don't even need to look at the hoop while shooting." The forward was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. In that instant of hesitation, Han E unleashed another three-point shot. Swish! It was another clean basket. 73-74. Han E had amassed his 46th point of the game. And Georgetown was now trailing by just 1 point. 3 consecutive three-pointers. The commentators erupted in excitement. "Oh my God. Han E has once again nailed a three-pointer while facing a defender." The University of Arizona could no longer tolerate Han E.'s open shots, opting to send a lumbering giant to serve as a target for him. Why was it that, despite both being 7 feet tall, Han E appeared so agile, while his defender seemed as clumsy as a brute? If the defender's slow movements indicated strength, it was irrelevant, as Han E had effectively turned him into a mere plaything in the paint. How could that be justified? Could it be that Han E truly possessed the prowess to shoot three-pointers? Auerbach's gaze towards Han E was ablaze with intensity. "I've been telling the team that Han E resembles a young Bill Russell. Tall, quick on his feet, excellent shot-blocking ability, expansive defensive range, and impressive finishing skills that if he could just improve his rebounding, he would be the next Bill Russell incarnate." Yet, where could one find Bill Russell with such a three-point shooting ability? Of course, in his era, the three-pointer did not exist, but I mean to convey that if he could excel defensively in the paint while simultaneously spreading the floor like a three-point shooter, the tactical implications would be immense. While the NBA does have a few big men who can shoot threes, they are invariably the team's defensive liabilities, lacking the athleticism to compare with Han E. If Han E were to join the Celtics, forming a twin tower with Antoine Walker, it would spell nightmares for every other big man in the NBA. Add a Grant Hill-like perimeter scorer, and they would be primed to make a significant impact in the NBA playoffs. And it wasn't just Auerbach harboring such thoughts. Lakers general manager Jerry West's eyes were glistening with excitement. "We brought in Shaquille at a high price, yet we still need a reliable power forward to create space for him. After 4 or 5 years, when Shaquille ages, Han E will have matured to that point. If we trade Shaquille, Han E and that kid Kobe will become the new face of the Lakers. As for assets, that was hardly a concern. Aside from Shaquille and Kobe, the Lakers had no untouchables. Stay calm. Whatever you do, don't panic." Mike Bibby urged his teammates loudly, rallying their spirits that were still ahead by 1 point. "And we have possession of the ball. Only 45 seconds left. If we can score, we will secure victory." However, his teammates were evidently rattled, as only 45 seconds remained. Either they would claim all the glory or face utter defeat, leaving in disgrace. This immense pressure was particularly burdensome for the largely freshman and sophomore roster of the University of Arizona. Bibby himself felt the weight of this pressure, struggling to breathe as he faced the fierce defense of Ron Artest. Artest, exuding a menacing aura akin to a beast, seemed intent on annihilating Bibby. With only 5 seconds left on the shot clock and a mere 15 seconds remaining in the game, Bibby resolved to initiate an attack. As long as he could execute a smooth shot, even if it missed, he would have consumed ample time. But as Bibby raised the ball above his head, darkness clouded his vision. Artest and Han E converged in a double team. Bibby, only realizing Han E.'s presence at his side when it was too late, found himself in a precarious situation as Han E., emboldened by his height and reach, brazenly attempted to snatch the ball. At the point guard position, Bibby had size, especially as he bulked up in the latter stages of his career. However, even if future Bibby were to traverse through time, he could not hope to contend with Han E.'s authentic 7-foot frame in terms of strength. Before Bibby could comprehend the unfolding events, Han E had already snatched the ball from above his head. Once in possession, with no one in front to assist, Han E wasted no time and charged towards the basket. The Arizona players' eyes widened in alarm. How could this be happening? They had a 1-point lead. If he succeeded in this drive, wouldn't they be doomed? All of Arizona, regardless of the consequences, lunged at Han E. With Jason Terry sprinting the fastest, just as Han E prepared to take his third step, Terry grabbed hold of Han E.'s leg, abruptly halting his fast break. But before Terry could even revel in his moment, the referee's call left him in despair. Foul. 2 free throws for Georgetown University. Only 8 seconds remained in the game. Terry felt darkness creeping in, nearly fainting. How could this be happening? After leading the entire game, Arizona was now on the brink of defeat. Indeed, given the circumstances, it appeared that Arizona was destined to lose. Unless Han were to miss both free throws, the outcome was all but certain. Was it difficult? It was nearly impossible. Yet it was not entirely without hope, as Han's free throw shooting had only yielded a 50% success rate in this game. Far from reliable. Nevertheless, facing the frenzied cheers of the Arizona fans, Han smiled and released his shots. Both free throws were successful. 75-74. The game paused. Georgetown head coach John Thompson called for his team's final timeout, since a brief lead of 5-3 at the start. Georgetown had regained the lead with just 8 seconds remaining. During this timeout, both coaches were racking their brains, vocally urging their players while frantically scribbling incomprehensible symbols on the tactical board. Alas, the arena lacked sound equipment to accompany the basketball game, leaving the audience oblivious to the exchanges between coaches and players. Yet, this was of little consequence. Despite being unable to hear their words, the atmosphere in the arena had reached a fever pitch. Sensitive spectators began to sweat profusely, as if they themselves were about to take the court as soon as the timeout concluded. As for Allen Iverson, the former star who had just departed Georgetown, he could hardly contain himself. Without Kobe's guidance, he felt an undeniable urge to charge onto the floor and execute this crucial final play. This play was nothing short of pivotal for the University of Arizona. It was indeed a dire situation. However, for Georgetown University, they were merely 8 seconds away from clutching the NCAA championship trophy. With a mere 1-point lead, the trophy was tantalizingly within reach for Georgetown. But they had only 8 seconds left to secure it. Arizona would surely mount a frenzied counterattack. As soon as Georgetown initiated play, they would immediately commit a foul, sending Georgetown to the free throw line, and then launch a desperate offensive in the final moments. Though time was of the essence, Arizona still retained one timeout. The urgency was palpable, but if they could foul Georgetown after their free throws, they would still have a chance to compose an offense. Even if Georgetown sank both free throws, Arizona would only trail by 3 points. It must be noted that Arizona excelled at three-point shooting. Their trio of sharpshooters was already primed to seize the moment and achieve redemption with one final play. Conversely, for Georgetown, after being submerged throughout the game, the exhilaration of finally surfacing for air brought with it a weight of apprehension. Just as Arizona firmly believed that even if they trailed, they could still hit a three-pointer after Georgetown's potential successful free throws, Georgetown had begun to fret over their own free throw performance. The reality was stark. Georgetown's players were notoriously poor free throw shooters. This season, Athey had a free throw percentage of 71, Han had 65, and Ben a mere 44. The two bench guards shot slightly better, around 80 to 85, but there was not a single elite free throw shooter among them. This meant that even if Arizona anticipated Georgetown making both free throws, the reality was that for Georgetown, achieving 2 successful shots was a daunting task. When the ball was finally inbound, Arizona would foul immediately, meaning the player receiving the pass would be tasked with executing 2 free throws. These 2 attempts could very well determine Georgetown's fate for the season. Who would bear this responsibility? As John Thompson devised this strategy, he, a towering figure with an 88 career free throw rate, longed to shed his suit and take to the court. Unfortunately, NCAA rules forbade such a course of action. Moments before the game resumed, Han was troubled by a singular thought. Please, whatever happens, the inbound pass must not result in a violation or land directly in the opponent's hands. Having witnessed all of China's national basketball team's matches in his previous life, Han understood that in the final moments of a game, the minutiae that occupied John Thompson's mind were trivial. The inbound pass was the true conundrum, at least in Han Yi's past life. For all fans of the Chinese national basketball team, the mention of an inbound pass elicited nothing but frustration. In the 2019 World Championship, as the host nation, China faced the Polish team in a group match. A victory would secure their passage to the Tokyo Olympics. In the final moments of the fourth quarter, China held a slight lead. After calling a timeout to strategize, they assigned Zhou Qi to throw the sideline pass, only for Zhou Qi's attempt to nearly land in the hands of the Polish team. Fortunately, China regained possession, leading to a tactical foul by Poland. China then sank both free throws to achieve a 3-point lead. As Poland regained possession, China resorted to fouling, allowing Poland to make both free throws, leaving China with merely a 1-point advantage. Subsequently, Zhou Qi again attempted a sideline pass, but this time luck was not on their side. The ball was intercepted by Poland, leading to a foul and a split on the free throws, resulting in a tie game that went into overtime. Ultimately, Poland triumphed over the Chinese national team, shutting them out of the Olympic Games. Of course, there was still a match against Venezuela, but that game shattered their momentum, leading to a collapse against Venezuela. This failure deprived this generation of the Chinese national basketball team of their Olympic dreams, leaving them to languish year after year. Adding to the distress, prior to the inbound error, only 8 seconds remained on the clock, and now, fatefully, it was Georgetown's turn to inbound the ball, with precisely 8 seconds left. 8 seconds was an ominously inauspicious amount of time. Hani could not help but remind John Thompson, "Coach, the inbound pass is the crux of this strategy. We must be vigilant, and then vigilant again." To which John Thompson scoffed, "Han, are you mocking me? Anyone who can't even perform an inbound pass isn't worthy of our team." Without further ado, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. The crowd held its breath. Even the NBA stars, who had been chattering incessantly, now sat in rapt attention, eager to witness Georgetown's final offensive play. For this crucial moment, Georgetown substituted out Ben, whose free throw skills were abysmal, keeping Athi and Han E on the floor. The player replacing Ben was a bench player with a free throw percentage of approximately 75. Georgetown opted for their bench point guard to execute the inbound pass. The question was, to whom would the ball be passed? At that moment, the closest and most active player was Georgetown's bench shooting guard, boasting an impressive 84 free throw percentage, the highest among the active players. Naturally, he was being closely guarded. Despite being a bench player throughout the game, he now shone as the most prominent figure on the court. Bibby and Dixon were relentlessly pursuing him. Would Georgetown's inbound pass reach him? Suddenly, he stepped in to set a screen for the bench shooting guard. The bench shooting guard utilized the screen to drive hard towards the basket, arms outstretched, desperately calling for the ball. In the frantic movement, Arizona's defense had spread outward, and at that moment, standing in the paint was none other than the shortest player on the court, Jason Terry. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could Georgetown be so audacious as to attempt a steal? At this instant, the strategy appeared to be perfectly clear. Unfortunately, Han Yi's screen technique proved inadequate. While he did set a screen, neither Bibby nor Dixon was hindered. Like bloodthirsty sharks, they effortlessly slipped past Han E and bolted towards the basket. Terry was trapped inside, while Bibby and Dixon surrounded the bench shooting guard, attempting to receive the ball, seeking to attack the rim. There was no hope whatsoever. However, witnessing this unfolding scene, John Thompson could not help but chuckle. He recognized that Arizona had fallen into a trap. It's all set. Han E, this cunning player really called it right. Looking back at the court, where was Hani now? Just moments ago, he had been setting a screen for the bench shooting guard. Yet now, he found himself isolated in the backcourt beneath his own basket. As the bench point guard inbound the ball with mere seconds remaining, it sailed directly to the backcourt. Han E confidently caught the ball, beaming as he regarded the 5 Arizona players across half-court, provocatively beckoning with his finger. "Come on, gentlemen, let us play." Without needing Han E to say more, 2 of the 5 players stationed themselves under the basket, while Bibby, Terry, and Dixon surged towards Han E. Yet Han E was not idle. He eluded their grasp, playing a game of hide-and-seek. As they pursued him, precious seconds slipped away. 8 seconds is but a fleeting moment. Just as they finally managed to tackle Han, only 2 seconds remained. Georgetown still led Arizona by single point, 75-74, and retained 2 free throws. Yet Arizona believed they still had a glimmer of hope. The free throw shooter was Han E, who had only a 50 success rate in this game. And having just made 2 free throws, the odds suggested that at least 1 miss was likely this time. If he only made 1 of 2, Arizona could very well have a chance to pull off a last-second victory against Georgetown. The thought of a last-second shot in the NCAA championship sent shivers of excitement through Bibby and Terry. Such an opportunity was perhaps even rarer than a game-winning shot in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. For the under, 20 Bibby and Terry, should this shot go in, it would be worth any sacrifice. Although Han was yet to take his free throws, Bibby and Terry were already gearing up, knowing that if he scored, he would become the brightest star of this NCAA season, while Han, he would be the biggest laughingstock. Terry, who had no need to grab rebounds, stood behind, watching Han prepare for a shot, his eyes blazing with intensity that it was as if his gaze had transcended time and space, envisioning the moment just minutes later when he would score the winning basket and be hoisted high by his teammates. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, Han took his first free throw. Duong. A clang. Oh my God. Fans of Georgetown University and the University of Arizona simultaneously cried out to the heavens, though their sentiments were entirely opposed. At that moment, Georgetown University bore the heavier burden compared to Arizona University. Han's failure to make the first free throw meant that even if Arizona made a three-pointer, there was no certainty of victory. If the opposing team scored a three-pointer in the next 2 seconds, Georgetown would face a heart-wrenching defeat, suffering in the NCAA finals for the second consecutive year. Moreover, compared to last year when they had no chance. A loss this year would haunt all Georgetown fans for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the Arizona fans were already beaming with joy. As if it were Georgetown University that was trailing, it seemed as if the winning three-pointer had already been mentally banked by the Arizona supporters. A bead of sweat dripped from Han Yi's nearly perfect jawline onto the floor. He scrutinized the hoop, the ball in his hands now damp with perspiration. The pressure was immense. Han swallowed hard. Glancing at the statue-like Jason Terry, who didn't even spare him a glance, resembling a monk in deep meditation. I'm going for it, Han declared as he took his second free throw. If the first free throw had seemed somewhat accurate until it veered slightly off course of the basket, this second attempt was askew from the outset. Duong. It struck the rim heavily and ricocheted away. Disaster. Han had missed both free throws. Cheers erupted. Yes, Han has missed both free throws. We are certain to win. However, Arizona's coach, Lute Olson, was taken aback. Even before the ball hit the rim, he shouted, "Rebound." But it was too late. As the basketball soared above the rim, Arizona's interior players prepared to leap, only to find themselves obstructed by Georgetown's players. They were momentarily bewildered. Why aren't you guys going for the rebound? In less than half a second, realization dawned upon them. Ben Wallace leaped high, not to secure the rebound, but to deflect it outward. This maneuver immediately captured everyone's attention, and Arizona's players jumped to snatch the airborne basketball. Yet the ball still landed in the hands of the tallest player on the court, Han. Without a moment's hesitation, Han seized the basketball in midair and pounced toward the hoop like a hungry tiger. Boom! Ben and Han. An aerial connection in a constricted space. After slamming the ball through the hoop, Han swayed 3 times in midair, refusing to descend. Why didn't he come down? Because a player, Jason Terry, was clinging to his thigh. Terry, with a grim expression, swung back and forth with Han Yi's movements. Han sighed in exasperation. Come on. Can you let go? Terry, hearing this, became agitated. I'm not letting go. The referee blew the whistle. Han was awarded another free throw. With only 0.5 seconds remaining, the score stood at 77-74. Georgetown led by 3 points. The game was already in their favor. Moreover, Han had another free throw opportunity. At that moment, Han Yi's score had reached 49 points. If he failed to make this shot, Arizona would still have a chance for a desperate three-pointer. However, if Han made this free throw, Arizona's hopes would be utterly extinguished, extending Georgetown's lead to 4 points. This meant that in the subsequent possession for Arizona, Georgetown would not even need to defend. As long as they prevented a three-point play, Arizona would naturally lose. Terry began his fervent mental plea. Oh my God, please let him miss. Do not let him make this cursed shot. Just as Terry continued his silent prayers, a crisp swish echoed in his ears, the sound of the ball netting. Terry's anxious heart finally sank. Han had successfully scored his 50th point, sealing the game. 78-74. Arizona was left with a mere 0. 5 seconds of despair. The players from Arizona had no illusions about the significance of data over victory. Hence, when the final shot was taken and they noticed Georgetown's lack of defensive intent, they couldn't even muster the effort to shoot. In the blink of an eye, zero point 0.5 seconds had passed. In the raucous atmosphere of Yankee Stadium, Georgetown University triumphed over the offensively fierce Arizona University with a 4-point advantage, successfully clinching the championship. The commentator passionately extended his congratulations to Georgetown. Just last year, we witnessed Georgetown's defeat in the NCAA tournament in 2001. Aside from Georgetown itself, believed they would return to the NCAA finals, let alone win the championship. Yet, against all odds, they achieved it. Let us offer the most enthusiastic applause and cheers for the great, resilient Georgetown University. However, the players of Georgetown could no longer hear his blessings. The arena was enveloped by the deafening cheers of Georgetown fans. Under the spotlight, Han raised the NCAA championship trophy high above his head, alongside his teammates and coaches, shouting the long-awaited slogan, "We are the champions." Subsequently, Han placed the trophy gently into the arms of the now gray-haired John Thompson, grinning as he said, "Coach, I'm here to fulfill the promise I made a year ago. This is for you." Without a doubt, Han was named the most outstanding player, MOP, of the Final Four. However, Han Yi's performance in this year's NCAA tournament surpassed what could be encapsulated by the title of MOP alone. Following the selection of former star Allen Iverson to the NBA, everyone believed Georgetown would falter when Han announced he would return for another year solely to reclaim the NCAA championship. The response was one of ridicule. So many legendary players who had made their mark in the NBA struggled to secure a title in the NCAA. What right did Han have to be so audacious? Furthermore, he was merely a blue-collar center, a player who had no additional scoring means beyond the paint. Without a historic perimeter scoring core like Allen Iverson, what could he possibly offer to win? In other words, if he truly possessed such capability, he would have secured the championship while Iverson was still with the team. Now that Iverson had departed, was he merely daydreaming? Did he think the NCAA was child's play? One must remember that even Tim Duncan, after years of battling in the NCAA, had yet to reach the Final Four. So what right did Hani have? If Hani could lead this Georgetown team, devoid of any talent, to the round of 64, it would be a monumental achievement. As for the NCAA championship, that was a pipe dream. Yet, in the face of skepticism, Han responded. NCAA round of 64 against Minnesota, 23 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 6 blocks. NCAA round of 32 against Duke, 24 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 13 blocks. NCAA round of 16 against North Carolina's Carter and Jamison, 27 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 10 blocks. NCAA Elite 8 against Tim Duncan of Wake Forest, 31 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 11 blocks. NCAA semifinals against defending champions Kentucky, 40 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, 11 blocks. NCAA finals against Arizona's trio, 50 points, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, 9 blocks. Throughout the elimination rounds, it was not simply about winning. Hani obliterated every opponent he faced, including the 1997 projected first overall pick, Tim Duncan. Moreover, throughout the NCAA tournament, Han demonstrated an ability to rise to the occasion, his strength magnifying against formidable opponents. All of this culminated in the NCAA finals. Han's 50 points set a new record for the highest score in NCAA finals history. More dramatically, those final 15 points were scored within a mere 3 minutes. What an astonishing display of scoring explosiveness. It's worth noting that not only in the slow-paced NCAA, but even in the NBA, few possess such capability. Simultaneously, Han Yi's shot-blocking performance during this NCAA tournament set a new single-season record for blocks. Television broadcasts underscored this achievement with a caption. Han Yi's total number of blocks in this NCAA tournament surpassed the combined total of all 63 other teams participating in this year's NCAA tournament. In other words, if we consider Han as a new entrant on the NCAA championship block for blocks, he would rank second, merely trailing behind his alma mater, Georgetown University. This signifies that while Han has transformed into a formidable offensive powerhouse this season, his defensive prowess remains intact and perhaps has even strengthened. Last year, he was merely a defensive stalwart alongside Allen Iverson. But this year, he has metamorphosed into a dual threat and a superstar capable of going toe-to-toe with Tim Duncan. Such rapid progress is astonishing. One might say it's swifter than a rocket, In light of Han Yi's explosive performance, scoring 50 points, one can only imagine who would be the most elated. Certainly, it would be David Stern. Far away in China, David Stern had already arrived at the airport. However, upon witnessing Han Yi's remarkable statistics and his extraordinary performance in the final 3 minutes, he immediately called the United States. Transmit the NCAA championship game footage at the fastest speed. I must show it to them. Right away. Subsequently, David Stern directed his driver to rush back to the headquarters of CCTV in China, feeling as if he were floating atop a mountain of cash. With this game alone, perhaps Han need not even become an NBA All-Star to unlock the doors to China. The duo of Han Yi and Michael Jordan will undoubtedly become an unrivaled force in promoting the NBA in China. As the championship celebration drew to a close, reporters encircled Han Yi. Han, may I ask, is the three-pointer your secret weapon? We have never seen you shoot a three in the NCAA. Secret weapon? Han, he shook his head. No. My three-point shooting is contingent on the situation that I will do whatever the team needs me to do. I only shot the three because it was required. Han, I just interviewed your teammate, and he mentioned that with just over 3 minutes left in the game, when you were trailing Arizona by 8 points, you told your coach you would bring the championship back to Georgetown. Then you proceeded to score all the subsequent points and clinch the game. Were you holding back your strength until the very end? Hani chuckled. Are you asking if I was simmering down to a boil? You could say that. Arizona is strong, but this year, I am determined to secure the championship. The metaphor of simmering down is quite clever. Make sure to note it as today's headline. The reporters then posed the most significant question. Han, will you participate in this year's 1997 NBA draft? Hani smiled. Why not? Although everyone knew he withdrew from last year's draft solely for the NCAA championship, now that he has achieved it, there is no reason to remain in the NCAA. Hearing him say it directly provides a sense of reassurance, especially for those who have been tanking for the 1997 draft all season long. Since we have secured the championship, I will of course participate in the 1997 NBA draft. Han, as I understand, Tim Duncan, who has long been anticipated by the NBA, has also announced his participation in this year's draft. Most believe Duncan's position as the first overall pick is a foregone conclusion. Do you have confidence in competing with him for that spot? Of course, Hani retorted. Everyone thinks we cannot compete with Duncan's led Wake Forest. But what happened? They were eliminated from the Final Four by us. Han, I also want to ask if you have a girlfriend. Han, if you do, would you mind having another? What kind of reporter is this with such a romantic mindset? Get out of here. Don't disrupt my focus. After escaping the media's relentless pursuit, Han finally found a moment to breathe. But that was not to be. As he pushed open the locker room door after the interview, a torrent of foamy liquid erupted upon him. His Georgetown teammates were passionately spraying champagne, each wielding 2 bottles. Han wiped his face. Come on, I've never backed down from a spray battle. Bring it on. Thus, a spirited champagne battle ensued among the dozen or so burly men in the locker room. Peeking through a slightly ajar door, head coach John Thompson, upon witnessing this chaotic scene, attempted to flee, only to be pulled back in by the keen-eyed Hani. Let us celebrate together, coach. We've set aside a barrel of champagne just for you. Ha ha! Ha! After a frenzied celebration, Han drenched from head to toe, emerged victorious from the champagne-soaked locker room, letting out a long sigh. Thank goodness I inherited an invincible constitution from my past life. Otherwise, I might have met my end in there. Han rubbed his brow, confident that his physique forged by Ergo II could easily handle these American college students. At last, he could take a breather and check if the championship rewards had been credited. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared to access the system. But he was interrupted once more. Han, where do you think you're going? Let me take you somewhere fun. Han looked closely and recognized it was Allen Iverson. Upon further inspection, he noticed Kobe was also present. Oh no, Kobe, you're here too. What are you talking about? Kobe was bewildered. Han Yi's English pronunciation was fine, yet he couldn't comprehend the context. What do you mean do? I just came to watch a game. I didn't do anything. Moreover, he questioned whether he even knew this kid. However, Iverson's surprise was entirely different. He was equally astonished, pointing at the still slender Kobe. Strange. How do you know this guy? Barely played this season. Hey, who are you disparaging? Kobe retorted, growing agitated. Disparaging who? I play 16 minutes every game, and I'm on the court every time. More importantly, I will eventually become the strongest player in the NBA. Strongest? Huh? Iverson scoffed. Your Lakers would rather start Eddie Jones, a known scrub, than you. Doesn't that say something? Humph. It's true that Eddie Jones is a scrub, but that's the coach's issue. Not mine. All right, both of you, stop arguing. Hani had just finished a game and had already engaged in a champagne battle in the locker room. Though his stamina was fine, his spirit was truly fatigued. Hani patted Iverson on the shoulder. Well, you're my favorite big brother. I must say this guy's popularity is genuinely high. He will surpass you in the future. This was simply stating the truth, although Allen Iverson had already become a top-tier star in the NBA. Compared to Kobe, he indeed fell short, and this shortcoming was accompanied by Hanyi's fondness for Iverson. If they were to compare strictly, the difference would be even more pronounced. Han watched much basketball in his previous life, but he couldn't think of another player who, in their second year with the Lakers, was still a bench warmer, yet managed to become an all-star starter in the NBA. As for the more distant future, Kobe was already rumored to be worth $6 billion in China. How could we compete? It was impossible. The not yet 19-year-old Kobe grinned widely. You really know how to sweet-talk, little brother. Come join the Lakers next season and hang out with me. Get lost? Iverson regretted bringing Kobe along. How could this rascal entice his brother away? Who could tolerate that? Moreover, the Lakers were already second in the West. Did they really think they could take Hani? Why not just ask for Jordan? Dream on. We certainly do not want Jordan. We already have me as the shooting guard for the Lakers, and there's no position left for him. Kobe raised his chin, looking down at Iverson. Besides, the Lakers are a powerhouse. Even though I can't stand that guy Shaq, he is undeniably strong, that if we can secure Shaq, why wouldn't we be able to get Hani? I believe Hani and I would make a great duo, creating space for each other. Iverson retorted, puffing out his chest. Create space for you? You're a bench warmer. You need someone else to create space for you? If you're that bad, then practice more and don't waste others' time, all right? Hani must join me to form an inside-outside duo. Our Georgetown partnership will shine brightly in the NBA once again. Nonsense, your glory is nothing but a facade. Hani teamed up with you and lost, yet left to win the championship. What does that indicate? It shows you're just dragging him down with your track record. It would take Hani 800 years to even make the playoffs with you. What nonsense. If it weren't for my desire to have the 76ers select Hani, I would have already led the team into the playoffs. The two gentlemen are getting increasingly heated in their argument, even forgetting the existence of Han. Why, that moment. An unfamiliar phone call came through to Han. He said, "Enough with the noise." "Let me take this call." As he answered, a venerable yet commanding voice came through. "Han, this is Arnold Auerbach. I'm outside the arena. Let us meet." Han Yi's first reaction was, "Who the hell are you?" "Auerbach? I might as well be Qin Shi Huang." In Han Yi's eyes, Auerbach's stature in the NBA was akin to that of the legendary emperor, undoubtedly a figure of mythic proportions. However, if this were indeed a deception, Hani could easily verify the truth by stepping outside the arena, incurring no cost. Thus, this matter drew perilously close to reality. Hani glanced at the already flushed and heated Kobe and Iverson, cleared his throat, and said, "Apologies, brothers, but I must take my leave. Auerbach is looking for me." Iverson and Kobe exchanged incredulous glances. What? Auerbach? For these young upstarts, yet to make a name for themselves, Auerbach was indeed a legendary figure. Surely this cannot be a jest? Are we certain he is not a fraud? The team tryouts are still far off. Kobe volunteered. "I've met Auerbach once. I'll accompany you to see if it's genuine," as Hani stepped outside. He saw Auerbach leaning out of a car, extinguishing his cigar, and saying, "Come here to talk, kid." "My goodness, it truly is Auerbach." Kobe exclaimed, "Han, this is quite the spectacle. You should know that during my tryout, he wasn't even present. I only met him as I was leaving." Auerbach chuckled, addressing Iverson and Kobe. "You two stars, should you be interested in joining the Celtics, I shall open the car door for you." Iverson and Kobe quickly waved their hands in refusal. "What are you joking about? We are still rookies, for goodness sake. Isn't this a bit excessive?" Kobe even retorted, "Humph. You didn't choose me back then, opting for that worthless Walker instead. Regretting it now?" "Too late." Auerbach let out a hearty laugh. offering no response as he beckoned Han E to enter the car, completely disregarding Iverson and Kobe. At that moment, in Auerbach's eyes, only Hani mattered, once inside the vehicle and driving into a lavish private estate. As a servant presented Han E with a cup of coffee, it was only then that he began to grasp the reality of the situation. Arnold Auerbach, the most successful head coach in NBA history, undeniably so, was also the most formidable dictator in the league, and the most audacious experimenter, without a doubt. To date, all 16 championship rings won by the Celtics were under Auerbach's stewardship as either coach or president. It could be said that while the Celtics could lose anyone, they could not afford to lose Auerbach. Years before Martin Luther King Jr. made his iconic "I Have a Dream" declaration against racial discrimination, this 175 centimeters tall Jewish man, Auerbach, boldly introduced African-American players into the predominantly white NBA. Today, Auerbach aspired to embark on another new chapter, to become the first to usher Asian players into the NBA. Lighting a cigar, he took a deep breath and said, "Han, to keep it brief, you know we've been tanking this year, and we have finally secured the worst record in the league. Our aim is to select you for the team, to revive the slumbering Celtics to glory once more. You should know, our last championship was 11 years ago. I don't require you to participate in tryouts. I only need you to understand that we, the Celtics, are set to claim you. You will become the core of our next era." Han, he had to admit that receiving a call from such a legendary figure left him somewhat dazed. While he was not surprised that the Celtics had an interest in him, he was astonished that Auerbach, now approaching his 80th year, had come all the way from Boston to New York, standing outside the arena, as if he had foreseen Han Yi's victory in this game and his subsequent entry into this year's NBA draft. However, upon hearing Auerbach's enticing yet flawed discourse, Han Yi regained his composure. This old fox has been playing tricks on me from the start, hasn't he? Han Yi stated candidly. So if you secure the first overall pick, will you select me or Duncan? I suspect you just told Duncan the same thing last week, didn't you? In an instant, Auerbach was taken aback. He had not expected this barely 20-year-old to possess such audacity. It was worth noting that even the brash Jordan had been exceedingly respectful upon their first meeting. To think he would be questioned by this young upstart was indeed unexpected. Moreover, Han Yi's deduction was entirely accurate. That very night, after Duncan had been eliminated by Han, Auerbach had also picked up Duncan outside the arena. However, Auerbach, being the cunning strategist he was, knew that he could not afford to display any embarrassment at that moment. As long as he remained unperturbed, the awkwardness would not touch him. Auerbach readily acknowledged, "Indeed, I did say the same thing to Tim last week. However, he evidently possesses more confidence and did not pose such a foolish question to me regarding whether I would choose you or him. My answer is that I want both. The Celtics have prepared 3 first-round picks for you this year, 2 of which are likely to be in the top 5, and the last around the 20th pick. I'll be honest with you. Should we secure the first overall pick, we will choose Duncan. But we will utilize the remaining 2 first-round picks along with additional resources, such as any promising rookie from our team, or valuable ready-to-play players or expiring contracts, to trade for you. This way, we will form a twin tower with you and Duncan that can dominate the NBA for the next decade. However, if we do not secure the first overall pick, then regardless of whether it is the second or third pick, you will still be my first choice. The Celtics will build the team around you as the core, allowing you to unleash your talents in Boston. You may even tell me whom you wish to bring back to the Celtics, and I will make it happen. Stop boasting." Hani interrupted Auerbach's grandiose visions again. "If I say I want Iverson, what resources do you have to acquire him? No matter how you spin it, to you and your Celtics, I am merely a backup because you did not select Duncan." You are quite the amusing little fellow." Auerbach chuckled again. "I haven't heard a young person speak to me like that in over 30 years. You are far bolder than a young Larry Bird, but I admire it. As long as you are strong enough, you can be as audacious as you wish with me. I appreciate your spirit. If the Celtics truly secure the first overall pick, I might just be tempted to select you outright." Continuing to probe, Auerbach asked, "If you were to express a preference for only joining the Celtics and refuse tryouts with other teams, we would certainly select you." Han Yi's response was a simple "ha." He found not a single word of this old fox trustworthy. The empty promises made by previous owners had already sufficed for 3 lifetimes of sustenance. Surely, This American capitalist cannot think to weave more illusions for him. Han, he made his position clear. Listen, Mr. Auerbach, there's no need for that. I require no commitments. I will strive for a higher draft position through my own efforts. If you secure the first overall pick and select me, I will assuredly join. You can rest assured of that. Auerbach scrutinized Han Yi's youthful face, astonished that this freshly minted adult had managed to make the 80-year-old victorious general feel outmatched. How could he tolerate this? Auerbach took a deep puff of his cigar and said, Child, you are still too young. Does it truly matter if you're the first overall pick? What is paramount is building a dynasty around you. Bill Russell was not the first overall pick. But who remembers who the first overall pick was in 1956? People only remember Bill Russell as the ring king of the NBA. Do you not wish to become the next ring king? Do you not aspire for a championship? I have already promised you a core position, the top pick, and the difference of merely a few $100,000 for those who are not the top pick. As long as you declare your intent to join the Celtics, we can better utilize our resources to provide you with stronger teammates. Would you not desire companions akin to the next Bob Cousy or the next John Havlicek? No need. Han, he shook his head. I am still young. My professional career has only just begun. I am not in a rush for a championship, nor do I favor forming super teams. I prefer to earn my accolades through genuine effort and struggle, culminating in a championship forged by my own toil. That if you wish for me, be prepared to pay a handsome sum. You may profess your desire for me to be the core of your team, yet even your draft position is calculated. How can I trust that? Rejecting tryouts from other teams serves me no benefit, for I believe I can secure a satisfactory draft position on my own. After declining the invitation from the cunning Auerbach to stay the night, Han returned to the hotel where his team was lodged, lying in bed, gazing at the moon in the late hours of the night. He recalled Auerbach's face. This sly old fox thinks he can outmaneuver me. What do the Celtics possess that grants them such audacity? Shouldn't it be you who begs me, rather than the other way around? Do you genuinely, naively believe you can secure the top pick? Do you think the NBA draft operates without any undercurrents? At 80 years of age, do not be so naive. The San Antonio Spurs. From now until 2024, will only actively tank twice. Once for the impending 1997 NBA draft, and again for the 2023 NBA draft. Coincidentally, during the former, they secured the coveted top pick, Tim Duncan, after 3 years of yearning. The latter garnered them the generational talent, Victor Wembanyama. Surely, you cannot assert that this is mere coincidence. According to the timeline of Han Yi's previous life, this year's top pick will belong to the San Antonio Spurs, the second pick to the Philadelphia 76ers, and the third pick to the Boston Celtics. To be frank, surpassing Tim Duncan this year in draft position is exceedingly difficult. Duncan's prowess is indisputable, and he has left an indelible impression on various teams over the years. Regardless of how Han Yi performs, wresting the top pick from Duncan's grasp is an impossible feat yet, aside from Duncan, who could possibly overshadow Han Yi. The once-lauded second pick, Keith Van Horn, often compared to the next Larry Bird, never made an all-star appearance throughout his career. Or perhaps the highly talented but late-blooming third pick, Chauncey Billups. As for those further down the list, Antonio Daniels, Tony Batty, Ron Mercer, Tim Thomas. Who are they really? Historically, apart from Tim Duncan's singular excellence in the 1997 draft class, only Billups and a later Tracy McGrady could be regarded as noteworthy figures. The rest are hardly worth mentioning. In such circumstances, it is one thing to fall behind Duncan, but if another player were to surpass me, that would be utterly intolerable. Of course, there remains much time before the final NBA draft arrives. For the present NBA, nothing holds greater significance than the playoffs, so, Han Yi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. It is time for my favorite part. System, reveal to me the rewards I have garnered. System panel. Host. Han Yi, age, 20, height, 2.11 meters, weight, 110 kg, wingspan, 230 centimeters, speed, 67, strength, 78. Jump, 60, agility, 60, explosiveness, 60, toughness, 40, stamina, 100, offense, inside scoring, 50, ball handling, 45, layup, 25, dunk, 90, mid-range shooting, 20, three-point shooting, 71, free throw, 60, defense, rebounding, 40, stealing, 15, post defense, 50, on-ball defense, 40, help defense, 20, blocking. 100, screen defense. 20, positioning. 30, lateral movement. 40, playmaking, passing. 25, vision. 25, game experience. 1800, game experience influences the effectiveness of various attributes. Congratulations to the host for winning the NCAA championship, rewarding 50 free attribute points. Congratulations to the host for entering the 1997 NBA draft, rewarding an upgrade in game experience effects. For every 1,000 game experience accumulated, all attributes receive an additional 1 non-official games. 1 game experience. Summer League, preseason, international competitions, Continental 5 game experience, international competitions, World, regular season, 10 game experience, playoffs, lost 30 game experience, playoffs, win 50 game experience. The known rewards may not evoke excitement, but these free rewards are different. Earning 300 in a day at work pales in comparison to the thrill of finding 30 on the street. Moreover, Han Yi's acquisition of this reward far exceeds 30. By the way, system, the extra bonuses from this game experience are calculated additionally. Correct? Indeed, host, this amounts to a permanent game enhancement buff, providing additional benefits based on the host's specific attributes prior to each game. Han Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Every 1,000 game experience accumulated grants an extra 1 to all attributes. This is not merely a boost. It is a transformative leap. When examined closely, it may seem like a minor enhancement. However, Han Yi's attribute panel comprises over 20 subdivided attributes. Elevating each one even slightly results in a significant overall boost. Furthermore, the current meager additions appear insignificant because most of Han Yi's panel data is quite low. As his foundational attributes improve, the gains will also become increasingly apparent. It is important to note that Han Yi is still in the NCAA. While the volume of games in the NBA is exponentially greater than that of the NCAA, presently, the enhancements may seem trivial, but after several seasons of accumulation, they will no longer be negligible. Moreover, this enhancement can directly elevate those attributes that have already reached their NBA ceilings, such as the current 100 attribute in blocking. Though he can improve through practice, advancing a 100 attribute further requires an astounding 30,000 proficiency points. A successful block grants 10 proficiency points, while failed block yields 5 points that if one were to attempt to elevate a 100 level attribute, one might fear for their limbs. However, under the influence of this buff, Han Yi's blocking ability has already reached an unprecedented level of 101. As for the 50 free attribute points already received, Han Yi firmly believes that hoarding is always beneficial. Of course, this is not the end. The system has unveiled the next task. Secure a top 3 draft position in 1997 to receive an additional 10 free attribute points. This reward, though modest, is still a reward nonetheless. After all, how challenging is it to secure a top 3 draft position? Based on current circumstances, entering the top 3 indeed seems difficult. As the first round of the NBA draft unfolds, the teams that have been strategically tanking are not idle. Before the NBA championship is decided, the results of their season-long efforts will also be revealed. According to the NBA lottery rules amended in 1994, the 14 teams that did not qualify for the playoffs will participate in a lottery. The announcement begins with the teams that secured the 4th to 14th picks, leaving the final 3 ping-pong balls for the remaining 3 teams to draw. The team with the worst record has a 25% chance of obtaining the top pick. The second worst team has a 19.9% chance, while the third worst team has a 15.6% chance. The fourth worst team possesses an 11.9% chance at the top pick. Thus, based on this year's regular season standings, the Vancouver Grizzlies, with the worst record, have a 25% chance at the top pick. The second worst, the Boston Celtics, hold a 19.9% chance. The third worst, the San Antonio Spurs, have a 15.6% chance. The fourth worst, the Philadelphia 76ers, hold an 11.9% chance. The lottery ceremony draws a host of influential figures, the most prominent of whom is undoubtedly the cigar-chomping Red Auerbach, despite the Celtics narrowly losing to the Grizzlies in their tanking efforts. Auerbach's commanding presence seems as if he has already grasped this year's top pick. Meanwhile, the Spurs are represented by owner Peter Holt, with the coach he championed, Greg Popovich, standing behind him. In 1997, Popovich was merely 48 years old, a genuinely young head coach. The The Philadelphia 76ers and Vancouver Grizzlies have opted to send their head coaches to draw for the lottery, as the fateful ping-pong balls begin to roll. The announcements commence from the 14th pick onward. In the 14th position, the small ball representing the Los Angeles Clippers descended slowly, devoid of any miraculous twist. The Clippers secured the 14th pick. The expression of the Clippers representative remained impassive. After all, being the 8th seed in the Western Conference, their participation in this lottery was a stroke of luck, given that they benefited from one less team in the West. Statistically, they held a mere 0.5% chance of clinching the top pick. Next, the 13th position saw the small ball representing the Cleveland Cavaliers fall just as slowly, also lacking any unexpected turn of events, resulting in the 13th pick. The selections from 12th to 5th positions proceeded in accordance with the team's records, as if everything unfolded in a rather mundane manner. However, when the small ball representing the 4th position descended, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The 4th pick did not belong to the Philadelphia 76ers, who had the 4th worst record, but to the Vancouver Grizzlies, who finished last. The Grizzlies head coach nearly fainted. Last season, the Grizzlies held the league's worst record yet only received the 3rd pick, which was already rather outrageous. This year, they found themselves at the bottom once again, and to their shock, instead of securing one of the top 3 picks, they were handed the 4th amidst the mixed emotions. While the Grizzlies coach faced utter despair, the coach of the 76ers could not suppress a triumphant smile. Successfully entering the top 3 picks already marked a significant achievement in this year's draft. As for why it was only a partial victory, it was because, focusing on this year, the truly valuable selections lay solely within the top 2. Whether it was Duncan or Hahn, securing either would essentially equate to acquiring the cornerstone for future team building. However, obtaining the 3rd pick would be rather awkward. While many practical players existed in these teams' eyes, none could serve as a 3rd foundational core around which to build. This year's draft resembled a lottery, where the 1st and 2nd picks were akin to world-class luxury vehicles. Limited editions, while the 3rd pick transformed into a subpar model. Any position within the top 2 would be acceptable, but the 3rd pick was utterly intolerable. Soon, the fate of the top 3 picks began to roll. Auerbach maintained an air of strategic calm. His Boston Celtics stood as the most successful franchise in NBA history, without exception. From the start of the season, they had made their intentions to tank abundantly clear. Did David Stern still not comprehend this? Whether it was Duncan or Hahn, was there truly a team better suited for them than the Celtics? Reviving the Celtics' former glory was surely preferable to propping up a struggling franchise like the Spurs. Yet, in the next moment, Auerbach was left dumbfounded. He beheld the small ball representing the Boston Celtics. This meant that after a year of deliberate losing, they had only managed to secure the 3rd pick. Oh, what utter nonsense! Auerbach erupted in fury, causing everyone to tremble in fear, genuinely concerned that this once-feared tyrant might flip the table in protest. Thankfully, after unleashing a tirade against everyone, Auerbach sat back down. The 2nd pick was soon revealed. The Philadelphia 76ers obtained the 2nd overall selection. Following this success, the 76ers head coach excitedly called Iverson, exclaiming, "Hahn is ours." Ultimately, in a twist echoing history, the San Antonio Spurs claimed the 1st overall pick. With the presence of the 97 duo, both the 76ers and the Spurs were elated. At that moment, it seemed as though Auerbach stood as the greatest loser. However, Auerbach opened his bloodshot eyes, inhaled deeply on his cigar, and exhaled, "Humph, this battle has only just begun." Thus, a rather amusing scenario unfolded in Han Yi's eyes. While he was training alone on the court, Allen Iverson suddenly arrived in a luxury car, stepping out to declare that he should prepare to battle alongside him in the NBA next season. Yet just an hour prior to Iverson's arrival, he had received a call from Auerbach, who assured him that he would undoubtedly acquire urging him to anticipate donning the Celtics' number 1 jersey. He earnestly inquired of Iverson, "Are you certain the 76ers will select me?" Iverson appeared perplexed, responding, "No, do you still believe you're guaranteed to be the 1st overall pick? Come on, the top pick belongs to the San Antonio Spurs. And the entire world knows they will undoubtedly choose Tim Duncan." Hani chuckled and shook his head. Given that this year's lottery order mirrored the one he recalled from 1997, it signified that the Spurs were destined to welcome their true star. If given another 2 years, he was confident he could surpass Duncan. However, at this juncture, Duncan undeniably represented the superior future inner core. Losing to Duncan was hardly unjust. The uncertainty lay with the 76ers' commitment to selecting him. After all, Auerbach, the old schemer, had declared his intentions. Hani replied, "Allen, I would certainly relish teaming up with you, but whether this materializes depends on this year's draft. You must understand, I am truly in high demand right now." There will be no changes," Iverson asserted confidently. "We, the 76ers, hold the second pick. As long as we wish to select you, no one can take you away." "Let us hope so." Hani grinned. "So what are we waiting for? Let us kick off our first practice as teammates. Get lost." Iverson repeatedly declined, training during the early off-season. "Come on, I'm now a millionaire. I want to enjoy some time with my girlfriend. Training? That was reserved for you ordinary talents. I am a genius among geniuses." With that, Iverson drove off, leaving Hani to ponder. A genius among geniuses? Iverson certainly had the confidence to declare so, while an ordinary fellow like he could only train. Train, and train some more. Hani resumed practicing his free throws on the court, contemplating, I wonder where I will end up. Regardless, my goal is to elevate my free throw rating to 70 before the new season. "Hey, you're about to graduate. Can't we go on a date just once?" Hani turned around to find Adele from the Georgetown long-distance running team. This young lady, or rather, this senior, being 2 years older than Hani, had indeed been persistent. Each time Hani ran, she seemed to appear, initially inviting him to join the long-distance team, later seeking opportunities for a private outing with him. However, Hani, engrossed in his training, had never given her a moment's chance. Yet, her determination remained unwavering. Even after graduating, Adele, facing the now nationally celebrated college basketball star Hani, yearned for one last attempt. Hani glanced down at her tall, slender figure, her legs long and powerful, dressed in a crisp white shirt that accentuated her alluring form. Her golden hair was tied up in a high ponytail, with loose strands framing her delicate features, exuding an even more charming allure than usual. "All right." Hani nodded. Occasionally dining with a beautiful girl for relaxation surely posed no harm. Adele's blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she linked her arm through his, the softness of her touch warming Hani's firm muscles in an unexpected way as they stepped outside. After a drink, Adele's complexion flushed and her body became languid. Upon realizing he had to escort her back to her hotel, Hani discovered he had been ensnared. It turned out that Adele's invitation for dinner extended far beyond mere dining. Observing Adele's enticing advances, Hani understood. In this meal, he was the main course. However, being the one to be consumed was not Hani's style. Transforming passivity into proactivity was the superior strategy. Hani genuinely wished to inquire, "Are you serious about your ball handling skills?" As dawn broke, Hani closed his eyes, preparing for a brief respite. Yet, just as he shut his eyes, he was jolted awake. "Goodness, my resilience has increased. To be precise, the system recorded 2130, resilience 0.3, 2300, resilience 0. 100, 44, resilience 0.1, 01, 55, resilience 0.1, 03, 30, resilience 0.1. Over the course of the night, his resilience surged by a total of 0.7, with the system indicating 0.2 remaining to reach 41 resilience. Among all attributes, resilience was undoubtedly the most challenging to enhance. After 2 years of training, he had experimented with various methods, resulting in a mere 0.1 increase in resilience. Yet, following a night of intense engagement with Adele, his resilience had surged by 0.7. It turned out that the challenge lay not in difficulty, but in a lack of the right approach. Resilience directly correlated with a player's durability. The higher the resilience, the less prone a player was to injury during games. It could be asserted that if one wished to carve a niche in the NBA, inadequate resilience rendered all other attributes moot. The significance of resilience could not be overstated. In NCAA competitions, a resilience score of 40 was barely sufficient. However, throughout the journey in the NBA, one should not hastily accuse others of deliberate malicious fouls. Even for a rookie like Hani, Enduring the grueling schedule of 82 games poses a significant risk of injury that a considerable part of the so-called rookie wall stems from the inability of these newcomers to withstand the physical demands. Thus, shortly after clinching the NCAA championship, Han contemplated allocating the 60 attribute points he had amassed directly to enhance his resilience. Yet, after much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Thank goodness, Han sighed in relief. I managed to discover a more astute method to boost my resilience before investing my attribute points. The initial increment was 0.3, with subsequent increases limited to a mere 0.1. Was the system compelling me to act like a scoundrel? Observing Adele, who lay unconscious on the bed, her beauty fully exposed, Han stretched his limbs and deftly seized the opportunity. At precisely 5:00, resilience increased by another 0.1. The sunlight of Washington filtered through the delicate curtains, casting a warm glow upon Han Yi's profile. Drops of sweat trickled down his jaw, landing upon Adele's supple skin. Congratulations to the host. Resilience has reached level 41. At that moment of elevation, Han Yi's stamina was replenished once more, and he cast another glance at the flushed Adele. The NBA of 1997 evidently belonged to the Chicago Bulls, boasting a regular season record of 69 wins and 13 losses, firmly securing the top position in the league. As they advanced through the playoffs with relentless momentum, sweeping the Washington Bullets 3-0 in the first round, overcoming the Atlanta Hawks 4-1 in the second, and triumphing over the Miami Heat 4-1 in the Eastern Conference Finals. The finals showcased a series of iconic moments against the Utah Jazz. In the pivotal Game 5, Michael Jordan, suffering from food poisoning, took to the court despite his illness, playing for 44 minutes, scoring an astonishing 38 points, leading his team to a narrow 90-88 victory. Following the game, Jordan collapsed in Scottie Pippen's embrace, immortalized in a moment of sheer exhaustion. In the sixth game of the finals, Pippen's remark about the weekend postal worker unsettled Karl Malone, who subsequently missed two crucial free throws, allowing Michael Jordan to seize the final opportunity with a mid-range jumper, securing an 84-82 victory and clinching back-to-back championships. Following this finals victory, Michael Jordan's 5 championships solidified his status not merely as the best in the league, but elevated him to the pinnacle of NBA history. Naturally, in the annals of the NBA, many players boast more championships than Jordan. Yet, when it comes to the terrifyingly consistent performances delivered in the playoffs, none can compare to Jordan, coupled with David Stern's vigorous promotion of star power. Michael Jordan had long since become the NBA's golden emblem, and his ascent to the throne of history was but a natural progression. Indeed, David Stern's strategy primarily involved editing Jordan's dazzling performances into highlight reels and distributing them to every corner of the globe, unlike his successor Adam Silver, who often elevated players lacking the requisite talent through dubious officiating, even aspiring to unearth the next Michael Jordan. Concurrently with the playoffs, this year's rookie tryouts commenced. Heeding the advice of his mentor John Thompson, Han chose to sign with the same agent as Allen Iverson, Alonzo Mourning, and Dikembe Mutombo. David Falk. Of course, David Falk was not exclusively tied to Georgetown. While the aforementioned names were indeed illustrious, they did not define Falk's brand. Rather, he was widely recognized as Michael Jordan's agent. Thanks to Jordan, David Falk had become the preeminent agent of the 1990s that John Thompson emphasized that Falk was a genuinely good person. Indeed, for the players under his wing, Falk was undoubtedly benevolent. However, for the teams, he was a true tyrant. As Jordan rose to prominence, the current league allowed Falk to manipulate teams into making decisions that favored his players with alarming ease. Kevin McHale once remarked, if a nuclear bomb were detonated in an area, only 2 entities would survive, cockroaches and David Falk. During Han Yi's initial lengthy discussion with Falk, the agent stated, Han, compared to the Philadelphia 76ers, I believe you would thrive better with the Boston Celtics. That I know you and Iverson are good friends, but I imagine your aspirations extend beyond merely being a blue-collar big man, correct? This is not the future I envision for you. You require a larger stage, a chance to become a superstar like Michael Jordan. The more you succeed, the more I stand to gain. Han harbored doubts, questioning whether Falk uttered the line about becoming a superstar to every rookie he intended to sign. Deception. followed by more deception. Nevertheless, entrusting his future to a man capable of constructing Michael Jordan's commercial empire brought Han considerable assurance. The only concern was, David, could you perhaps lower your commission? Especially the 20 cut on commercial deals? You must understand, I am not American. I have access to a vast, expansive Chinese market. Thus, the gears of fate began to turn. For a top-tier prospect like Han, participation in the NBA's joint tryouts was superfluous. David Falk had early on declared that Han would only conduct workouts for teams with a top 5 draft pick or those in major cities like Los Angeles and New York that sought to elevate their positions to secure him. Although lacking the measurable data from the joint tryouts, scouts were able to gather intelligence on Han Yi's physical metrics. Han Yi, born on February 25, 1977, stands at 7 feet, 2.13 meters, weighs 115 kilograms. Possesses a wingspan of 2.30 meters, a standing reach of 2.86 meters, and a running reach of 3.67 meters. He can bench press 84 kilograms for 22 repetitions, with a maximum bench press of 130 kilograms. Sprinting 34 feet in 3.11 seconds and completing a baseline shuttle run in 11.88 seconds. His body fat percentage stands at 7. During his sophomore season at Georgetown University, he averaged 30 minutes per game, scoring 23.3 points with 5.5 rebounds, 0.8 assists, 1.1 steals, and 10.5 blocks. His shooting percentage was an impressive 71.8, and he achieved a 103-point shooting rate, albeit on only 3 attempts. Han Yi's remarkable physique and perfect power forward dimensions, combined with his exceptional strength and wingspan, positioned him to become an outstanding power forward early in his career. However, his physique also encompassed all the prerequisites to excel as a center. Strengths. Offensively, Han Yi possesses the running speed of a small forward, demonstrating formidable abilities in driving to the basket. His extraordinary speed and strength render him a monster in transition, with a balanced finishing capability with both hands, making his attacks at the rim nearly unstoppable. As a large player, he exhibits a certain level of post-up ability, explosive leaping, exceptional agility, and high basketball intelligence, allowing him to flawlessly execute the tactical assignments set by his coaches. Defensively, his exaggerated wingspan and innate judgment enable him to complete blocks with ease. Although Han Yi hails from Georgetown, which produced shot-blocking king Mutombo, there is no doubt that he surpasses Mutombo in shot-blocking prowess and may very well be the strongest rim protector of this draft class. Without exception, he possesses outstanding defensive potential, coupled with off-ball defensive capabilities, and even exhibits some ability to switch onto perimeter players. Weaknesses. His shooting ability remains inconsistent. Free throw proficiency is below average, and most of his scoring occurs within the paint. While his rebounding skills are somewhat lacking, with poor box-out awareness and inadequate pick-and-roll recognition. In summary, undoubtedly, if Han Yi can achieve an average level of rebounding in the NBA, he has the potential to become the most formidable defensive big man in the future. Without Tim Duncan, he would be the unequivocal top choice of this draft class. Ideal comparison: Bill Russell. Worst comparison: Manu Ginobili. The 1997 NBA draft is on the verge of commencing within the draft venue. Tim Duncan and Han Yi find themselves once again in the green room, accompanied by Keith Van Horn, Antonio Daniels, Chauncey Billups, and the recently turned 18-year-old Tracy McGrady. Yet over 90 of the cameras are fixed upon the faces of Duncan and Han Yi. The other prospective draftees have long since grown accustomed to this, displaying not a hint of jealousy. Although the draft has yet to begin, the top 2 picks had already been determined months in advance. The youngest McGrady appeared quite excited, glancing around nervously as Han Yi and Duncan engaged in casual conversation. He mustered the courage to approach them. Tim, Han, could you both sign an autograph for me? Tim, my mom is a big fan of yours. Han, please don't misunderstand. My mom likes Duncan. I am your die-hard fan. From the moment I teamed up with AI, I've been captivated by your performance on the court. Your 3-point shots during the NCAA finals were nothing short of spectacular. Absolutely stunning. Of course, Duncan, you are formidable as well, but I find myself favoring Han. Han, I have heard that your training regimen is exceptionally rigorous. If the opportunity arises, I would love to train alongside you. It is said that a player named Harrington from your team last year managed to enter the NBA simply because he trained with you every day. I have long desired to train with you, yet I have struggled to find a way in. I was initially set to attend Georgetown University this year, but upon hearing of your NBA draft candidacy, I decided to join you. Duncan glanced at the incessantly chattering McGrady, then turned to the increasingly flustered Han E, nearly bursting into laughter. Han, you truly are something. Your fans have even followed you to the green room. Han E, unable to endure any longer, retorted, Please, McGrady, can we have a moment of peace? Wow, McGrady exclaimed, even more thrilled. Mom, my idol actually knows who I am. For other rookies, rather than competing against Han, E, and Duncan for the top pick or the second pick, it would be wiser to put in their efforts and see if they might have a chance at third. Undoubtedly, the future ranking of this year's draft will hinge on the development of these two prodigious big men. At that moment, Han E remained unaware that through the efforts and coordination of David Stern, the 1997 NBA draft was being broadcast live across China. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Sun Jinping, and I am currently bringing you the live coverage of the 1997 NBA draft. This marks the first time in Chinese history that we are broadcasting the NBA draft live. I believe many viewers may not be familiar with the NBA draft, so let us invite former key player of the Chinese national basketball team and former head coach of both the men's and women's teams, Zhang Weiping, to provide us with a brief introduction to what the NBA draft entails. Hi, the NBA draft is quite straightforward. Zhang Weiping smiled. IT is when young basketball players from all corners of the globe, chosen by the NBA, come together to participate in the draft. Sun Jinping responded. He continued, just like 2 years ago, when Wang Zhizhi was selected by the NBA to participate in the draft. However, he was still too young and decided to wait a few more years. That I recall that the scouts from the Mavericks were nearly in tears upon hearing that news, that I believe that in 2 more years, Wang Zhizhi will undoubtedly become the first Chinese player in NBA history. Not quite, Sun Jinping said, perplexed as he scrutinized the script, then glanced at the self-assured Zhang Weiping. Cautiously, he mentioned, Director Zhang, this year, it is said that there is a Chinese player participating in the draft. Impossible. If there is, there must be a naturalized American, Zhang Weiping confidently asserted. The only player from China who can join the NBA is Wang Zhizhi. Observing Zhang Weiping's unwavering confidence, Sun Jinping had no choice but to let the broadcast team air a commercial break before quietly asking Zhang Weiping, Director Zhang, did you not see the information sent to you by the radio station yesterday? Hi. Zhang Weiping waved his hand dismissively. Based on my understanding of the NBA, the materials prepared by our station are of no use whatsoever. This draft has dozens of participants. Even if you read them, you wouldn't remember. Rest assured, the NBA will provide at least 5 minutes of introduction for each player, and we can simply relay that information. Sun Jinping began to sweat, realizing that Zhang Weiping had not reviewed the materials at all. The information primarily focused on one player, Han E. When Sun Jinping forcibly handed the materials to Zhang Weiping again, Zhang Weiping was taken aback. Han, wasn't it said that this player could not be found? Everyone claimed this was a hoax. Could it possibly be true? CCTV had kept the news of Han E under wraps, revealing nothing to the sports community. For Zhang Weiping, receiving this information was a shocking revelation. He quickly perused Han Yi's relevant materials, his eyes widening with each line. Just as the broadcast signal returned, the NBA draft had officially commenced. Across televisions in China, basketball enthusiasts were witnessing the live broadcast of the NBA draft for the very first time. NBA Commissioner David Stern, wearing a broad smile, took to the stage, repeating his annual introduction, which was nearly identical for American audiences but entirely novel for Chinese viewers. We are thrilled to welcome a new cohort of young talents into the NBA family tonight. This is the moment these young individuals have long dreamed of, and it is the culmination of their years of hard work and training. As David Stern spoke, the talented individuals in attendance erupted in cheer. However, those teams that had failed to secure the top or second picks wore faces darkened by despair. As long as they did not acquire the top or second pick, there would undoubtedly be disappointment. Among the most unfortunate was the head coach of the Vancouver Grizzlies, who, after a dismal last season, had drawn the third pick in the lottery and had been severely reprimanded by the owner. This season, with another last-place finish, he had drawn the fourth pick, leading to his immediate dismissal by an enraged owner. After completing his introduction, David Stern opened the envelope representing the San Antonio Spurs. With the first pick, David Stern announced loudly, the San Antonio Spurs select Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University. Upon hearing the news, Duncan displayed no overt excitement. He merely stood to acknowledge the crowd before turning to extend his hand to Hahn, who reciprocated with a hearty embrace. "Congratulations, congratulations!" Yet Duncan wore a serious expression, stating quietly, "Hey brother, our rivalry has only just begun." "Huh." Hahn chuckled. "Are you that confident, Tim?" "I can only say that the future is mine as well." As Duncan took the stage to shake hands with David Stern, the broadcast began showcasing Duncan's highlights from his NCAA tenure at Wake Forest. Meanwhile, in the Chinese broadcast studio, Sun Zhongping, seizing the moment, began to highlight the key points of the draft that should have been presented by Zhang Weiping. This year, many highly touted rookies are participating in the draft, including Tim Duncan, Tim Thomas, Ron Mercer, Chauncey Billups, and Antonio Daniels. However, for a Chinese audience, the most noteworthy player is Han Yi, who is set to become the first Chinese player in NBA history. Moments ago, the NBA commissioner announced Tim Duncan as the #1 pick in the 1997 NBA draft, commonly referred to as the top draft pick in China. Yet, this was of little consequence, as insiders indicated that Han Yi was likely to be selected within the top 5 picks, and we would soon witness Han Yi take the stage. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Zhang Weiping repeatedly waved his hands. "I genuinely hope Han Yi gets selected by the NBA, but being chosen in the top 5 is simply out of the question." Scouts had previously indicated that if Wang Zhizhi were to enter the draft, he would likely be picked towards the end of the first round or the beginning of the second. You know, Wang Zhizhi has not only excelled in the CBA, but also on the international stage. Especially at the recently concluded Atlanta Olympics, he played as the starting center and helped the team reach the quarterfinals, a feat that Han Yi, playing in the American College League, cannot compare to. Though he's a Chinese player, we must remain realistic and hope he can be selected in the second round. Sun Zhongping glanced at the materials, then at the self-assured Zhang Weiping, his face once again adorned with a series of question marks. Genuinely wanting to ask, "Brother, are you feeling all right today?" Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, the second pick of the Philadelphia 76ers was about to be revealed at the NBA draft event. As Tim Duncan embraced David Stern, everyone's gaze shifted towards Han Yi. Allen Iverson, who had arrived with the Philadelphia 76ers team, was excitedly waving at Han. Amidst the raucous atmosphere, Han Yi could not discern what Iverson was saying, but appeared exhilarated, as if joining the 76ers was a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Billy King's phone was ringing off the hook. "Hello, Billy, this is Jack Crowder. Let us discuss a trade for the second pick that will offer this year's and next year's first-round picks, along with Tony Kukoc and Dennis Rodman. You must understand, these players are crucial to our Bulls championship aspirations this year." Billy King replied, "If you want the second pick, it's simple. Offer Michael Jordan, and I'll make it happen. Beep, beep, beep." "Hello, Billy. This is Popovich. The Spurs are willing to offer the towering David Robinson along with next year's first-round pick in exchange for your second pick this year." Billy King chuckled. "If you include Duncan in the deal, we would be willing to throw in next year's first-round pick." Billy. We in New York are willing to trade the superstar Patrick Ewing for your second overall pick. What do you say?" Billy King chuckled. "Do you think your Ewing is like Jordan from Bulls? A guy whose even won a regular season MVP, is hardly worthy of being called a superstar. Get lost." "Billy, I am Jerry West. If you are willing to give us the second pick for the Lakers, I am prepared to offer this year's and next year's first-round picks, along with all-star guard Eddie Jones." Billy King laughed. "What kind of scrap metal do you think you can trade for our Han Yi? Aside from Shaquille and Kobe, I'll let you choose anything else from the Lakers." Billy King bluntly stated, "But in Philadelphia, we only want Shaquille. Just as the call ended, the phone rang again. Auerbach spoke to 76ers general manager Billy King. "Come on, Billy, let us discuss a trade regarding your second overall pick." "Trade?" Billy King replied seriously. "We have no intention of trading the second pick. Han Yi was Iverson's best teammate during college, and we plan to build our future around them. They're the cornerstone of our 76ers for the next decade. So there is absolutely no possibility of a trade." "Huh." Auerbach chuckled. "If there is truly no possibility of a trade, then you should have just hung up like the Spurs did earlier." We are willing to offer this year's third pick, sixth pick, and 11th pick, 3 first-round picks for your second pick. How about that? Ha! Billy King scoffed. You must be dreaming. You know this year is a weak draft class. Aside from Duncan and Han E, the rest wouldn't even make the lottery last year. That I know you're clever, but I'm not a fool. Auerbach nodded. What do you want then? You're a smart man. You know I don't have many chances to take advantage of you. Billy King smiled. As he said, we want your cornerstone players. Last year's 6th overall pick, Antoine Walker. Along with Eric Williams, Rick Fox, this year's 3rd and 6th picks, and your first-round pick next year. Ha, you really are asking for a lot. Auerbach sneered. You're quite bold. You want all our top scores from last season in one fell swoop? Rick Fox was drafted by us in 91 and nurtured all the way. Eric Williams was our 95 pick, and Antoine Walker was last year's selection. We developed them all for you 76ers. Did we? And then you want 3 first-round picks on top of that. If you say this year is weak, next year is definitely a strong draft year, that we Celtics are in rebuilding mode. And next year's draft is guaranteed to be in the top 5. You want to give all our current and future young talents to you 76ers. It's you Celtics who should be begging me for a trade. Billy King replied proudly. Let us do the trade or not. You know Han E is our foundational player. More importantly, he's a close friend of Iverson. Iverson strongly recommended I choose Han E, and if he finds out I traded him away, he will be furious. You know I agree. Auerbach interrupted without hesitation. What? Auerbach responded brightly. I said I agree. This trade is settled. Billy King doubted his ears. Had he misheard? Was his hearing faulty? He had arbitrarily inflated the offer, and how could anyone possibly accept such a price? A last year's all-rookie team member, a power forward who averaged 18 and 8 in his rookie season. Antoine Walker, a 95 lottery pick, a small forward Eric Williams who averaged 15.5 points last season, a versatile 28-year-old Rick Fox who was just entering his prime. Plus this year's 3rd pick, 6th pick, and a likely top 5 first-round pick next year. With such terms, not only Han E, but even if the 76ers had the first pick Duncan, facing such a bountiful offer, it would be hard for Billy King to remain indifferent. However, when Auerbach agreed so decisively, Billy King began to doubt whether he had made a mistake. Billy King quickly added, Did you not hear clearly? It's not just these. You also need to take on Derek Coleman's remaining 2-year contract to balance things out. Derek Coleman, while undoubtedly talented, had become a liability. After a season-ending injury last year, he returned overweight and was sidelined again due to a knee injury, turning his remaining 2 years and $14 million contract into a trash contract. Derek? Auerbach mocked. You're so generous, just handing us a 90s talent. I'll certainly take that. Billy King still couldn't believe such good fortune and replied seriously. You're not just joking with me. Are you? Auerbach laughed. My time is precious. I don't have time for jokes. It's settled then. Han E is mine, and you can take all these players soon after when Tim Duncan left the court. David Stern opened the envelope belonging to the Philadelphia 76ers. With a confident smile, David Stern declared, with the 2nd overall pick, the Philadelphia 76ers select Han E from Georgetown University. Yay, in the green room. Han E showed little excitement, while Allen Iverson jumped up in joy from afar. Of course, Han E had no time to pay attention to Iverson at that moment. Instead, he donned the cap representing the Philadelphia 76ers handed to him by the staff and walked onto the stage. Han, welcome to the NBA. David Stern embraced Han, whispering in his ear. After you step down, you will receive my contact information that if you encounter any difficulties or issues in the NBA, feel free to call me. Remember, I mean any issues. That a glint of desire sparkled in David Stern's eyes. If Han, didn't he know that this old man had no particular bias, he would have wanted to flee at that moment. Just a glance made Han E understand that for this old man, it was not just Han E's talent that mattered, but also the untapped market behind him that had yet to be conquered by the NBA. The NBA has never lacked talent. Just look at Duncan, who was stronger than Han E at that moment. Yet David Stern remained unfazed, as the NBA sees exceptionally gifted young individuals every year. But Han E, the first Chinese to enter the NBA, was a rare find. Undoubtedly, Han E, who entered the NBA in 1997, would replace Yao Ming as the bridge between the NBA and the Chinese market. I understand. Han E smiled and nodded, Mr. President. Having ambition is not a bad thing, especially for Stern, who turned the NBA, which seemed mediocre in America, into a global phenomenon, making it the world's basketball paradise. Without such extraordinary ambition, this feat would have been impossible. For Han E, who would soon become the link to China, this could only be beneficial, not detrimental. In the Chinese live broadcast room, while Zhang Weiping was still in shock, Sun Jinping loudly proclaimed, "Congratulations to Han E. Let us celebrate Han E for becoming the second overall pick in the 1997 NBA draft. This is another milestone moment in the history of Chinese basketball. We hope Han E can showcase the spirit of Chinese basketball on the NBA stage and lead it to new heights." Facing the impassioned Sun Jinping, Zhang Weiping was intently watching the highlights of Han E's NCAA performances being broadcast from America. This was undoubtedly the first time Zhang Weiping had seen Han E play. Han E. So this is the Han E that we in China have been eagerly anticipating. Remarkable. It's simply fantastic. Upon witnessing Han E receiving the ball in a low position without any semblance of feints and forcefully attempting a dunk amidst a double team in the paint, Zhang Weiping's mouth fell agape. Such physical prowess is extraordinary. This sheer brutality in execution I have only ever seen in the likes of Bolster. As Zhang Weiping observed the towering Han E, standing at 2.11 meters, swiftly moving to catch the ball. He was awestruck as Han E elegantly evaded the defender's attempt to block him and soared to complete an emphatic reverse dunk. The joy radiating from Zhang Weiping was palpable. This hardly resembles a player of 2.10 meters. Such finesse I have only witnessed in forwards like Hu Weidong and Sun Jun. When Zhang Weiping saw Han E sinking consecutive three-pointers in the final moments of the NCAA championship, he was rendered speechless. Good heavens, a big man capable of hitting three-pointers with such consistency. Had it not been for the preceding displays, I might have mistaken him for a specialist sharpshooter like Li Nan. With the strength akin to Bolster, the agility reminiscent of Hu Weidong, and shooting skills comparable to Li Nan, Zhang Weiping pondered, what kind of basketball prodigy has emerged from China? Sun Jinping interjected, "Director Zhang, let us maintain our composure. The announcement of the third pick is imminent." Zhang Weiping retorted, "What? Are there other Chinese players in this draft?" "No, only Han E," was the reply. "Shouldn't we provide some background on other popular rookies?" Zhang Weiping scoffed, waving dismissively. "What is there to discuss? Do you truly believe our Chinese fans care?" As Han E descended from the stage, Allen Iverson swiftly approached, leaping to embrace Han E. "Brother, you're rolling with me now. Together, we'll turn the NBA upside down." Han E glanced around, noticing the absence of Auerbach among the Celtics' ranks. Although excited to team up with Iverson, Han E felt a tinge of melancholy at the sight of the Celtics, who had boasted before the draft, now seemingly abandoning their pride. "It appears I am still not formidable enough. Not only do I fall short of the complete Duncan, but I also fail to compel the Celtics to invest heavily in me." Meanwhile, the answer regarding the third pick was about to be revealed. In the original history of the 1997 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs selected Tim Duncan with the first pick. The Philadelphia 76ers chose Keith Van Horn second, and the Boston Celtics picked Chauncey Billups third. However, since the 76ers opted for Han E with the second pick, the past has lost its relevance, and Han E found himself curious about whom the Celtics would ultimately select. David Stern opened the envelope for the Boston Celtics, reading aloud, "With the third pick, the Boston Celtics select Keith Van Horn from the University of Utah," clutching his one-year-old daughter proudly above his head. Van Horn embraced his wife, kissing her joyously. Had it not been for the need to care for his wife, who had just given birth, Van Horn would have participated in the NBA draft in 1996. If one were to compile a list of family-oriented good men among NBA players, Van Horn would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Yet, the Celtic selection of Van Horn with the third pick left Han E feeling somewhat displeased. He recognized that the future Keith Van Horn would indeed prove to be a competent NBA starting power forward, possessing commendable rebounding skills and a shooting ability that was exceptionally rare among big men from the 1990s to the early 21st century. In a draft year considered weak, being selected as either the second or third pick was certainly a commendable choice. However, Han E recalled Auerbach's fervent declarations. "How could Auerbach believe that he could replace me?" Van Horn's nickname as the next Larry Bird had captivated many, but would Auerbach, who had personally discovered and coached Bird, truly be swayed by such hyperbole? Just as Han, he was lost in these thoughts. A staff member from the 76ers suddenly informed him, "Han, you have been traded to the Boston Celtics." Han, Iverson. Iverson seized the collar of the staff member, exclaiming, "What the hell are you saying?" This is no laughing matter. The staff member remained unperturbed, stating, "Allen, this is the decision of our general manager, and it has been personally approved by the owner. I will call Billy King right now." Allen Iverson furiously shouted, "Trade Han? Then trade me away as well." "Hello? Hello?" Iverson frantically dialed numbers, but both the general manager and the owner's phones went unanswered. "Damn it, this is all nonsense. I'm going to confront them." Iverson stormed out of the venue in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, David Stern, who was hosting the draft, was equally taken aback. What is happening? How could this seed for the Chinese market be poached by that old trickster Auerbach? My original plan was to have Han, E, and Iverson team up, forming a new generation to challenge Jordan in the East, orchestrating a splendid transition that, of course, given their current abilities, that was not feasible. But with my assistance, they might have had a fighting chance. Now what? Han, E is going to the Celtics, the team I despise the most, and they're a complete mess. Is Auerbach intentionally trying to sabotage this kid? At that moment, the Celtic staff approached Han, E, extending a hand. "Han, congratulations on joining the Boston Celtics. We have given up this year's third pick, the sixth pick, next year's first-round pick, along with two absolute key players for you." Simultaneously, the television broadcast revealed the details of the trade. The Boston Celtics traded Antoine Walker, Eric Williams, Rick Fox, this year's first-round third pick, the sixth pick, and a future first-round pick in 1998 for Han, E, and Derek Coleman from the Philadelphia 76ers. The Celtics representative solemnly handed Han, E, the team's cap, stating, "Mr. Auerbach has said you will be the cornerstone of our franchise for the next decade. The future of the Celtics rests in your hands." "Young man," Han, he scratched his head uncomfortably. "Why does it feel like everything the Celtics say is so insubstantial and vague? How can that be?" Auerbach's voice resonated even before his presence. "I've already contacted Ben Wallace. He will come for a workout with us tomorrow, and I will offer him a fully guaranteed 2-year minimum salary. Now, you need to exercise your authority as the cornerstone of our future. We have the 11th pick and the 35th pick. It is up to you to decide who we choose." This was the power that the old fox Auerbach promised Han, E, as a foundational piece. And this time, it was not an empty promise. However, the implications of this power were not to be taken lightly. Upon reflection, it seemed rather futile. After all, this year was infamous for being a weak draft class. With the top 10 picks featuring a plethora of underwhelming talents, and beyond the top 10, it could be said that there was hardly a viable candidate. Even if Han, E possessed foresight into the careers of these players from his previous life, he would struggle to identify any standout choices. Furthermore, Han, he had no recollection of these lesser-known players from the past draft class. The only names he recognized were Tim Duncan, Keith Van Horn, Chauncey Billups, and Tracy McGrady, and then nothing more. This was quite awkward. He had the 11th pick, yet all these players were top 10 selections. Ah, wait. Han recalled recognizing another standout from the second round. Stephen Jackson. At his peak, he was undoubtedly an all-star caliber swingman, excelling on both ends of the court, albeit with a fiery temperament. The issue arose from the fact that he was merely a second-round pick, and opting for him with the 11th pick would surely be a gross miscalculation. How clever of Auerbach, this old fox. It seemed he was unable to secure a worthy player and was instead bestowing this opportunity upon me as a favor. Was he not? Moreover, could this truly be considered a favor? Han, he felt a shiver run down his spine as he sensed Auerbach's scrutinizing gaze upon him, as though he were being tested. Meanwhile, the draft continued, and with the Celtics selecting Keith Van Horn with the third pick, the fourth pick selection was also about to be revealed. In a parallel timeline, the Vancouver Grizzlies selected Antonio Daniels with the fourth pick, thereby overlooking Chauncey Billups, who was originally meant to be chosen third. Subsequently, the fifth pick remained unchanged, with the Denver Nuggets selecting Tony Batty, mirroring the previous timeline. This unexpected turn of events reignited hope in Hani, who had resigned himself to the outcome. Could it be that Chauncey Billups had been overlooked? Hani's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Billups was known for his late-blooming talent and had a rocky rookie year, so much so that he was swiftly traded by the Celtics in the earlier timeline. He remained undeterred. After all, a quality point guard capable of achieving championship caliber is an exceedingly rare commodity in this league. Without hesitation, he inscribed Chauncey Billups' name on the envelope marked 11 and submitted it. Securing Billups with the 11th pick, a position originally held by the 3rd pick in the previous timeline, was undoubtedly a lucrative gamble. The 6th pick, initially belonging to the Boston Celtics, was now traded to the Philadelphia 76ers, who chose Ron Mercer. Once again, a decision in perfect alignment with the past. Han Yi's heart raced with exhilaration as the draft progressed. It felt as though he was destined to reap a significant reward today. The 7th pick saw the New Jersey Nets select Tim Thomas, followed by the 8th pick, where the Golden State Warriors opted for Donald Foyle. As the 9th pick approached, Han Yi's heart raced faster than before. The anticipation was far more thrilling than his own selection. Only 2 picks remained, and then it would be his. David Stern slowly unveiled the envelope belonging to the Toronto Raptors, glanced at the note inside, and announced with the 9th pick the Toronto Raptors select Chauncey Billups from the University of Colorado. Yes, I am one step closer to acquiring Chauncey. Han Yi's excitement was palpable, even as he barely registered Stern's words. However, when he saw Chauncey Billups rising from his seat, donning the Raptors cap with a glum expression, he was utterly taken aback. To make matters worse, the staff swiftly returned, stating, "Celtics, since Chauncey Billups has already been selected, we now require your immediate alternative list." Oh, how infuriating. Just 1 pick away, and such a blunder occurred. If only Billups had been mine. Yet amidst the chaos, maintaining composure was essential. Han had been so fixated on Chauncey Billups that he had no backup plan in mind. What was to be done? Time was of the essence. The simplest solution was to glance toward the green room and see if there was anyone he recognized. Standing up, Han navigated over the heads of the crowd. Casting his gaze toward the green room, lo and behold, he spotted someone familiar. That him. Han hastily scribbled his name on the paper. With the 10th pick, the Milwaukee Bucks selected Danny Fortson. Following that, it was time for the 11th pick. David Stern leisurely opened the envelope for the Boston Celtics. Already aware that he had been traded to Boston, he was curious to see who the Celtics would select to complement Han. After all, the sooner he made an impact, the better it would be for penetrating the Chinese market. The NBA is not like the NCAA. In the NCAA, a singular talent like he could lead to a championship. However, in the NBA, without solid support, even the great Michael Jordan would struggle in the playoffs. But as David Stern read the name on the paper, his brow furrowed. The Celtics' choice was quite audacious. They had selected a high school player 2 years younger than Han. Pairing a young rookie with an even younger player, was that truly a wise decision? Stern announced, with the 11th pick, the Boston Celtics select Tracy McGrady from Auburndale High School. As the draft progressed, the green room grew increasingly sparse. McGrady, feeling increasingly desolate as familiar faces were chosen, wondered why he had been overlooked despite positive feedback during tryouts. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, David Stern's proclamation of Tracy McGrady jolted him from his gloom. What? The Celtics selected me. McGrady blinked awake, accepting the Celtics cap, instinctively murmuring, "Thank you." However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the person handing him the cap was not a staff member, but rather McGrady rubbed his eyes in disbelief, a wide grin breaking across his face. "Idol, I'm going to be on the same team as you." Han chuckled, giving McGrady a gentle pat on the back. "Hurry up, the president is waiting for you. After the draft, we train together tomorrow. All right." McGrady's face beamed with joy as he stepped onto the stage, grinning widely, oblivious to everything Stern had said, his mind filled with thoughts of Han. Meanwhile, he was on the phone, comforting Allen Iverson. "Hey, Allen, don't be too down. Why are you crying? We might not be teammates, but we can be rivals. You're not scared I'll blow you out, are you? All right, stop crying. I'll go easy on you next season." "Haha. You don't want me to. Relax, it's not that hard to team up with me. I'll be waiting for you at Georgetown's gym this summer." Sighing, Han remarked, "You're too pragmatic." "AI. The moment I mention training, you hang up. I'm truly at a loss. In the second round, without any suspense, Han secured this year his only hidden gem of the second round, the future War Saint, Steven Jackson. On July 7, 1997, the 20-year-old Han officially signed with the Boston Celtics, receiving a 3-year, $10 million contract from Auerbach, who granted him the maximum authority. 18-year-old McGrady signed a 3-year, $4.2 million contract as the 11th pick. Ben Wallace, as a free agent, signed a 2-year, $960,000 contract with the Celtics. Clad in the green number 1 jersey, Han joined McGrady and Ben Wallace to represent the Boston Celtics in the California Summer League. Commencing in mid-July, additionally, Han would reunite with a familiar face, Othella Harrington, who had been selected by the Celtics in the previous second round. The Georgetown alumni were regrouping in Boston for those aspiring to realize their NBA dreams yet left undrafted. The Summer League undoubtedly represented a golden opportunity to prove themselves. Even if one were to produce MVP-worthy statistics or dominate all selected rookies, it would ultimately result in nothing more than a short-term, non-guaranteed contract. However, for many, this was the closest they would ever come to the NBA. For Han, and McGrady, they could only look up to the drafted elite, though resentment simmered beneath the surface. It flared when they saw Ben Wallace, who was a year older and had been undrafted the previous year. Why was it that while everyone else was fighting for the last 3 roster spots, Wallace, who had entered summer camp, had automatically secured a spot, reducing the number of available positions from 3 to 2? Han and McGrady were the legitimate darlings of the draft class, while Wallace was just another undrafted player like them. If they were to compete based on summer league performance, and Wallace emerged victorious to secure a contract, there would be no jealousy. Yet he waltzed in with a contract without even stepping onto the court. Wasn't that a bit excessive? However, facing the hulking Ben Wallace, whose arms were thicker than his legs, they were hesitant to confront him directly, leading to incessant gossip. Oh, you know how that guy Ben got in here. I heard he asked the summer league coach's girlfriend's lover. Otherwise, with his lackluster ball-handling skills, how could he possibly make it to the NBA? Don't be ridiculous. A mere summer league coach has no authority to offer a formal contract. That guy must have at least seduced the Celtics head coach's wife. The head coach? Don't be absurd. He doesn't have that power either. Climb the ranks through seduction. He would at least need to have wooed Auerbach's wife. My goodness, Auerbach is 80. How old would his wife be? Ben Wallace must be quite daring to go to such lengths. Though Auerbach is in his 80s, his wife is barely in her 40s, and I've heard that before marrying Auerbach, she was a supermodel. A supermodel, my goodness. How can I possibly connect with her? Please, I'm exhausted from trying. These fellows chatter incessantly during their training breaks, while Ben Wallace feigns indifference, letting their prattle drift in one ear and out the other. It is not that Ben is particularly easygoing. Rather, he cherishes this rare opportunity. Although a 2-year contract worth $960,000 pales in comparison to those of the newly drafted rookies, for Ben, it represents his greatest asset in pursuing his NBA dreams. He certainly doesn't want to be perceived as a troublemaker over trivial matters. What's wrong with berating oneself a bit? It's not like I lose any flesh over it. Yet, after Han completes 100 free throws, he approaches Ben and asks, Ben, are you deaf? Han, it's all good, Ben replies, grinning foolishly. Let them say what they want. I haven't done anything. Oh, how naive you are. Han laughs teasingly you're not actually pining for Auerbach's lovely young wife, are you? Dream on. Subsequently, Han jestingly tells the 4 individuals who had just been discussing Ben, you can pack your bags and leave. Upon hearing this, the only white guard among them boldly retorts, Han, who do you think you are? What give you the right to kick us out? We came here with an invitation from the Celtics. Well, it's quite simple. Han replies that I don't like the look of you 4, so I don't want you participating in the summer league tryouts. What a joke. I'm a starting guard for Boston University. And the Celtics promised me a second-round pick for this training camp that if you hadn't guaranteed me a contract, do you think I would have come? Indeed, I was invited to this year's joint tryouts. And the Celtics coaching staff said my scouting report was a treasure. One of them asserts, you can't just tell me to leave. The coaches would never allow it. Exactly. I challenge that guy Ben to a one-on-one. Any rules he wants. If I lose, I'll walk out immediately. Right? As long as he can score a single point against me, I'll consider a loss. I'm the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year in our league. Han chuckles. You lot actually think you can go one-on-one with Ben? You think you're worthy? Not being chosen means just that. No point in whining about it. Perhaps you possess some talent or meet a specific NBA threshold. But we simply do not care. Hani reflects on their names and, given his NBA knowledge, realizes he has never heard of these four before. Thus, he stands firm. As for your questioning my authority to send you away, you can ask the Summer League coaches. Initially, the four thought he was joking, but as he spoke more earnestly, they were left stunned. You wait, the white guard exclaimed, storming off with the three towering black players to confront the Summer League head coach. 15 minutes later, the four returned, cursing under their breath, accompanied by a group of security guards who kindly assisted them with their luggage. The white guard attempted to say something to Han, but two imposing black security guards formed a wall, declaring, "Move along. No more nonsense. If you've angered him, you'll never be recruited by the Celtics again. If you utter another word, and that esteemed figure finds out, you'll never have a chance to enter the NBA." Upon hearing this, the four slunk away like defeated roosters, heads hung low. However, as they reached the door, he decided to clarify things. "Let me tell you, Ben is indeed involved with someone. But it's not just anyone. It's because of me that he secured this contract. Ben is under my protection, and anyone who has an issue with him is not welcome on this team." Hani's voice was not loud, but it brooked no dissent. Ben belongs to Hani, and if anyone wishes to make a living with the Celtics or participate in the Summer League, they had better not provoke him. "Idol," the stunned McGrady exclaimed. "Idol? You're such a quality idol. You too, you can't possibly be." "Of course not," Hani retorted, delivering a playful knock on McGrady's head. "We were college roommates. What on earth are you thinking?" "Oh, right," McGrady suddenly understood. "Thank goodness. Otherwise, your image would truly be shattered in my eyes. Goodness, you really need to practice more. And you, Ben," Hani patted Ben's shoulder. "Remember, in this team, no one can bully you but me. If anyone dares to bother you, you fight back. Now, let us not dawdle. The three of you should go for a half marathon to warm up." McGrady and Ben cried out, "Help!" After less than 10 days of intense training, the 1997 California Summer League kicked off in full swing. Hani's first opponent was the Toronto Raptors, among whom was an old rival of his, last year's all-rookie first-team center, Marcus Camby, and Chauncey Billups, who had been selected third by the Celtics in the previous life, but had fallen to the 9th pick this time. "Hey, Marcus," Hani greeted Camby amicably. "Long time no see. How had you been this past year?" Camby glanced at Hani and huffed. "As long as I don't see you, I'm doing just fine." He rubbed his hands together excitedly. "You've bulked up quite a bit this past year in the NBA. Haven't you? I'm just a rookie, so I'll be counting on your guidance today." This remark brought Camby back to the painful memories of their matchup during last year's NCAA championship. The beatings he endured in the NBA that year were few and far between compared to that game. "Get lost. Guidance my foot. You want to teach me how to get wrecked, don't you?" No. Hani waved his hands that I'll take it easy today. "Take it easy," Camby's smile returned. "Let us be honest, your Celtics sold nearly all their young talent for you. You're the absolute core for the future. Meanwhile, I'm struggling with the Raptors. If it's not too much trouble, could you let me off easy? I'm not asking for much. Just don't annihilate me again, if you spare me. I know a newly opened bar nearby with an abundant selection of fruit platters that I know you just signed a big contract, but you haven't received your paycheck yet. Have you? Just let me go. And tonight, you can have as many fruit platters as you want." "All right." Hani nodded, smiling. "No problem. Training must be balanced, and it has been ages since he engaged in flexibility training. After all, this is merely a summer league game with no rankings or stats to consider. Rather than going all out here, it would be more beneficial to conserve energy for specialized training. If it weren't for the invaluable game experience, he would have been reluctant to participate at all. So he aimed to save as much energy as possible. Although this is just an inconsequential summer league game, the stands are packed with fervent Celtics fans. They are here for one sole purpose: to witness the magic that the second overall pick possesses, which led the Boston Celtics to part with nearly an entire roster of young talents. Most Celtics fans had high hopes for Antoine Walker, who managed to secure a spot during the 1996 draft. A year bursting with talent, especially with Walker's infectious energy on the court and his palpable offensive prowess. The Celtics, who have languished in mediocrity for years, saw a glimmer of revival in his rookie year. The 20-year-old Antoine Walker averaged 17.5 points, 9.0 rebounds, 3.2 assists, and 1.3 steals, with shooting percentages of 41.5 and 30.5, respectively. Such shooting percentages could be deemed abysmal for a power forward. However, considering this was his rookie year, and he bore such a heavy load, one could only imagine the potential that lay ahead as he honed his skills. Making an all-star appearance would be merely a matter of time. Yet, just before the season concluded, the Celtics lauded Walker as a foundational piece for their team, only to promptly package him away for Hahn. Moreover, it is not merely Walker. Last season, Rick Fox, with a shooting percentage of 47, a three-point accuracy of 36, an average of 15.4 points, 5.6 rebounds, and 3.8 assists, was a product of the Celtics' nurturing over the years. After finally reaching his peak, he was sold off. Not to mention that in order to acquire Hahn, they relinquished a third overall pick, a fifth overall pick, and next year's first-rounder. This price is such that one would think not only could they have traded for an unknown rookie, but even a prime all-star would seem a reasonable exchange. Hahn, indeed, has showcased remarkable prowess in the NCAA. Yet the NCAA is not the NBA. They are worlds apart. Not to mention the NBA, even the Summer League, which is a tier below the NBA, is filled with players who are the cream of the crop from recent NCAA tournaments. To illustrate, on the bench of the Toronto Raptors sat Bobby Hurley, the most outstanding player from the 1992 NCAA Final Four. Hurley was a sensation back in the NCAA, yet upon entering the NBA, he had to claw his way up from the very bottom of the Summer League. From the onset of the game, the hearts of Celtics fans sank that on both ends of the court. Hahn was directly matched up against Camby. Not only did he fail to gain any advantage, but he also seemed to be subtly suppressed. Under Camby's leadership, the Toronto Raptors surged ahead, leading by 5 points in the first quarter, 10 in the second, and 15 as the third quarter commenced. The standout player of the night was undoubtedly Marcus Camby, who had connections to secure his position. What a thrill it was! Camby felt that this was the best money he had ever spent. This game effectively erased the shadow Hahn had cast over him during last year's NCAA tournament. When last year's second overall pick, Marcus Camby, racked up a staggering 26 points and 17 rebounds across 3 quarters. This year's second pick, Hahn managed only 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks on 6 of 7 shooting. Hahn appeared indifferent to the outcome of the Summer League, yet the fans could not afford such apathy. Trash. The Celtics supporters felt as if they had been dealt a grievous blow. We sacrificed our present and future for this mediocrity. A brute who can merely dunk? Selecting him with a second-round pick would have sufficed, yet they spent the second overall pick on him, along with such a hefty price. Ahem, that old man Auerbach has utterly ruined our Celtics. In 1986, he selected Len Bias with the second pick, only for Bias to succumb to a drug overdose the very next day. In 1987, he chose Reggie Lewis, who, after being painstakingly developed, tragically died during training in 1993. Now, in a splendid turn of events, he opts for a waste of a pick with the second overall selection in 1997. Does he? Why hasn't T. Auerbach departed this world yet? Meanwhile, the Toronto Raptors fans were in high spirits, rallying behind Camby. Destroy the opposing rookie. Show him what the NBA is all about. After Camby once again wreaked havoc at the rim, amidst the cheers of the Toronto Raptors, he fully unleashed himself. Looking down upon all, roaring, "Who's your daddy?" Hahn, standing behind Camby, coldly replied, "Who do you think?" Camby suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, turning with a forced grin. "I got a little carried away. How was he talking about you?" "How could I?" As the game progressed from the opening tip to the midway point of the third quarter, for the perspective of Celtics fans, Hahn's offensive repertoire appeared limited to merely finishing easy layups. Beyond that, he was incessantly setting screens for perimeter players. However, including T-Mac, the entire Celtics squad was struggling with their shooting. That wretched basketball simply refused to find the bottom of the net, with jump shots clanging off the rim repeatedly. For the Celtics supporters who arrived with high hopes, the viewing experience was catastrophic, with half of them unable to endure the misery and opting to leave. After all, tickets for the Summer League were relatively inexpensive. Who would want to witness such a dismal display? Some die-hard fans even contemplated canceling their season tickets for the Celtics. Last year, despite their lackluster performance, they still held their draft rights. But what will be the point of continuing to tank this year? The first-round pick was in the hands of the 76ers. If they continue to falter, would they merely be sewing garments for others? It was unbearable. True fans could not withstand another moment. The remaining supporters stayed, not out of love, but rather fear of traffic, still waiting for the first half to clear out before they too would depart. Yet, just as they were about to leave, the game took an unexpected turn, as the ball returned to the hands of the Boston Celtics. Their guard had just crossed half-court. Han E signaled for the ball, launching an aggressive attack. With long strides, he covered ground in mere steps, driving into the paint, leaping high against the bewildered Camby, as Camby's expression turned to one of terror. Han E unleashed a thunderous dunk upon him. Boom! The sound reverberated through the arena. Subsequently, when Billups fed the ball to Camby, as soon as he made his move, Han E's large hand swooped in once more. Bang! Another emphatic block. At this moment, Han E was a completely different player from the one seen in the previous 2.5 quarters. The once seemingly unstoppable Marcus Camby now appeared on the verge of tears. Camby sniffled. It's back. The feeling of being dominated from last year. The Celtics fans who had been ready to leave found themselves seated once more. Let us stick around. Perhaps we're not in such a hurry to depart. The Toronto Raptors prepared to inbound the ball, with Billups once again passing it to Camby. After all, Camby was the leader of this Summer League Raptors squad, and giving him the ball was a step towards progress. Yet, upon receiving the ball, Camby grew agitated. Give me what? Can't you see Han E is guarding me? Why do you keep feeding me the ball? Are you looking to make me a laughingstock? Of course, he could not voice such thoughts. He merely dribbled a couple of times before passing it back to Billups. However, this exchange consumed precious time. With little choice left, Billups took a mid-range jump shot from just beyond the free throw line. Yet, just as the ball left his hands, Han E's enormous hand shot out from the periphery, swatting the shot out of bounds. In that moment, the shot clock light illuminated. 24 seconds. Oh my God. Han E's block must have traveled across the Pacific Ocean. Indeed, this was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 7-footer, for his defensive reach extended well beyond the paint, encroaching into the territory past the free throw line. Just moments ago, I had deemed him a bust. Yet, even if his offensive game revolved solely around dunks, his defensive prowess alone warranted the second overall pick. Excluding Garnett of the Timberwolves, I could scarcely think of another big man with such extensive defensive coverage. But Han E was not limited to just dunking. On the next possession, as T-Mac missed a mid-range shot, the basketball bounced out, perfectly landing in Han E's hands as he grabbed the offensive rebound above two guards standing at around 9 meters. Rather than barreling back inside, he took a step back and positioned himself just beyond the three-point line. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. Turning around, the Toronto Raptors sought to initiate a quick inbound play. However, unexpectedly, despite the haste as the Raptors' small forward prepared for a windmill dunk, Han E executed another explosive block, dismantling the dunk attempt on the floor. Upon securing the ball, Han E did not even pass it to the guards. He took charge, dribbling forward with force. The opposing power forward attempted to intercept him from the side, but with a swift change of direction. Han E's long legs and strides allowed him to evade the defender effortlessly, driving straight into the paint like a cheetah. Camby, wishing to avoid the collision, found himself unable to react in time. The terrifying force of Han E collided with the unprepared Camby, akin to a massive truck rolling over him, causing Camby to stumble and fall flat on the ground. Boom! Han E delivered yet another dunk over Camby, leaving him scrambling for cover. After landing gracefully, Han E inquired of Camby, "Who is your daddy?" "My God, our 7-foot giant can shoot threes." Previously, I had perceived those capable of shooting threes to be slow and cumbersome, unable to establish themselves beyond the arc, yet our player can sprint across the court and execute blocks. Such athleticism is something Antoine Walker could never hope to replicate. Upon closer inspection, our second overall pick is not even that bulky. However, the onslaught was truly unstoppable. Last season's Rookie of the Year, Camby, was utterly humiliated as Camby, in a fit of arrogance, shouted, "Who's your daddy?" The Toronto Raptors were ahead by 17 points. Yet from the moment those words escaped his lips until the end of the third quarter, the Raptors managed to score merely 2 points from free throws, while all their attempts were either swatted away by Han E or hastily bricked in a desperate bid to evade his blocks. Han E, single-handedly, unleashed an onslaught of 18-2, and with McGrady sinking a three-pointer during this stretch, the score flipped to a staggering 21-2. What began as an unremarkable summer league game transformed into sheer bewilderment for the Raptors' 5 players. What grudges had they incurred? At the end of the third quarter, Han E once again queried Camby. "Who's your daddy?" Camby, with a face of despair, replied, "You. Are you not my true father? Furthermore, did you forget I promised to take you out for some fun tonight? Did you forget I would cover all the expenses?" Upon hearing this, Han Yi's expression shifted. "What? Do you intend to default on your debt? I've already let you off the hook for 2.5 quarters. Is that not enough?" Camby, with pleading eyes, responded, "A royal set. Tonight, I'll treat you to 3 fruit platters. Isn't that sufficient?" Thus, in the fourth quarter, the Raptors once again engaged in a fierce contest with the Celtics, ultimately succumbing to a narrow defeat at 107-100. Han E. 37 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, 16 blocks for turnovers. Camby, 33 points, 21 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 blocks, 9 turnovers. Judging solely by the statistics, Han E and Camby indeed crafted a sense of a legendary rivalry. Camby amassed his statistics, while Han E garnered resilience. It was yet another day of mutual benefit. For Han E, the sole significance of today's match was experience points 5. Of course, that night post-game. Han E indulged in 6 distinct fruit platters, prompting Camby to exclaim that Han E was a glutton in one evening. Resilience 2, elevating his resilience attribute to 45. Han E smiled faintly. Not too shabby. All this is for training. In the subsequent Summer League games, Han E merely played 3 to 5 minutes to accumulate those experience points 5. As for Ben Wallace, he indeed secured a guaranteed contract through Han Yi's connections. However, to truly establish himself with the Celtics, he would still need to rely on his own efforts. Initially, the Celtics Summer League coach habitually placed Ben in the small forward position, leading him to compete for playing time against McGrady and Stephen Jackson, with the outcome being all too evident. Against these 2 players who possessed both ample size and skill, Ben Wallace was deemed inconsequential in the eyes of the Summer League coach. Dribbling, lacking. Offense, non-existent, aside from snagging a few rebounds. What else could he offer? "Coach, look here." On the bench, Han E gently urged the coach. "If you believe he can rebound, then let him play center." The Summer League coach was taken aback, but he's not even 2 meters tall. That's not the point. Han E grinned. With that explosive hair, he has certainly a solid 2.03. All right then. Now the Celtics were attuned to Han Yi's directives. The Summer League coach was acutely aware that whatever Han E suggested, they would comply. Who didn't he know Ben was Han E.'s man, despite his status as the head coach in the Summer League? Upon returning to the regular season, he would merely be an assistant coach sitting at the far end of the bench, barely visible on camera. When Ben transitioned to the center position, the coach was left dumbfounded. My God. Aside from height, this guy exhibits no flaws as a center. At 23, even including his hair, Ben Wallace barely reached 2.03 with his thick-soled basketball shoes, yet against opponents towering over him by at least 10 centimeters. He effortlessly secured rebounds. Though he didn't T-jump high, Ben had an uncanny ability to pinpoint the best rebound locations, a rare talent in the league. However, when it came to defending against taller opponents, his strengths were less apparent. Yet, once he was tasked with guarding someone significantly taller, his rock-solid lower body strength became apparent. Although height limited his ability to block shots directly, those larger players found it nearly impossible to move against him. Attacking the paint should have been their strategy. However, after a few seconds, they found themselves drifting further from the basket. After the Summer League, when the Summer League coach reported to Celtics head coach Rick Pitino, he spoke of Ben with fervor. He is undoubtedly the greatest discovery of this Summer League. I've never seen someone under 2 meters play center this effectively. While he may lack offensive prowess, his rebounding and interior defense are top-notch. If paired with Han E in the future, it would be simply phenomenal. Of course, Han E also showcased why he was the 2nd overall pick and why the president was willing to pay a hefty price to acquire him. His merits were undeniable. Rick Pitino interjected, "I need no Summer League to assess him. I'm already exceedingly familiar with him." At this point, Rick Pitino could not suppress a sigh. His mind flooded with memories of his own coaching at the University of Kentucky. where Han E had wreaked havoc during the NCAA tournament. Indeed, Rick Pitino was the head coach of the University of Kentucky. When they faced off in last year's NCAA championship, Pitino sensed the young prodigy's strength. Though his weaknesses were apparent, it was not difficult to contain him. However, a year later, when they met again in the NCAA semifinals, Rick Pitino was left speechless. In their previous encounter, it sufficed to push Han E out of the paint. Once outside the key, he was devoid of scoring options. But the following year was different. He was unstoppable. Against one or even two defenders, he wreaked havoc in the paint. Last season, he struggled with offensive capabilities. This year, he easily dismantled NCAA-level interior defenders. As for his speed, he was utterly uncontainable. In just one game, his relentless drives to the basket netted him 15 points. Pitino, known for his fiery temperament and strict discipline, found himself devoid of any frustration. What could he do? Pure talent had been stifled. However, he found solace in the fact that next season he would surely not encounter this phenomenon. At that moment, Rick Pitino felt relief knowing that the invincible Han he would inevitably declare for the NBA draft. Yet, when he received a call from Auerbach, that notion quickly shifted. Auerbach earnestly asked Rick Pitino, "Are you interested in coaching Han E with the Celtics next season?" The now renowned NCAA coach. Rick Pitino could not resist the allure of coaching such a super talented player and gladly accepted. Certainly, it was not merely for the Celtics offer, which was tenfold greater than his NCAA salary. Soon, in October, NBA teams began reconvening, gearing up for the new season, the 1997 to 1998 season. Han E.'s rookie NBA season was on the brink of commencement. The Chicago Bulls, having secured 2 consecutive championships, aimed solely for a three-peat, solidifying Michael Jordan's already esteemed legacy as the greatest of all time. Meanwhile, the Vancouver Grizzlies, perennially unlucky in the draft, faced no other option but to continue their dismal trajectory. Conspiracy theories abounded, suggesting that Stern was reluctant to grant high-profile rookies to the Grizzlies due to their Canadian location, leading the team's owner to contemplate relocating back to the United States. As for the Boston Celtics, their situation was somewhat precarious, although last season was a deliberate tanking effort orchestrated by Auerbach. Even without such strategies, they would scarcely have won more games given the abysmal state of their roster. Now, with Han E as their undeniable core, they had traded away last season's offensive linchpin Antoine Walker and their most stable player in recent seasons. Rick Fox, would they truly survive this season without resorting to tanking? Undoubtedly, they had no choice but to push forward, for next year's draft pick was already in the hands of the Philadelphia 76ers. Even if next year proved to be a bountiful draft year, the Celtics had forfeited their chance to tank. Yet before the season had even commenced, ESPN's so-called experts began to cast doubt on the Celtics. Last season, when the Celtics were blatantly tanking, ESPN ranked them 23rd before the season began, suggesting that while they had no chance of making the playoffs, they were still somewhat middle of the road among the tanking teams. Yet this season, as the Celtics intentionally recruited the esteemed NCAA coach Rick Pitino, preparing to make a serious push, ESPN outrageously placed them at 28th each. It is worth noting that in the 1997 NBA, there were only 29 teams, implying that ESPN considered the Celtics to be the second worst team, only ahead of the completely rebuilding Denver Nuggets. The rationale provided by ESPN's experts was quite compelling. Last season, the Boston Celtics had 4 players averaging over 15 points per game, including Antoine Walker at 18 points, Rick Fox at 16.4 points, Eric Williams at 15.5 points, and David Wesley at 15 points. In a trade involving the second overall pick, Han E, they packaged off 21-year-old Antoine Walker, 28-year-old Rick Fox, and 25-year-old Eric Williams, leaving only the 27-year-old David Wesley, who entered the league as an undrafted player. This summer, the Celtics also chose not to re-sign David Wesley, who subsequently joined the Hornets with a 4-year, $10 million contract. Now, contrasting last season's Celtics roster with this season's, it is evident that the only remaining player who averaged over 10 points last season is the 180-meter tall point guard, Dana Barros. Last season, the Boston Celtics ranked 20th in the NBA for average points per game. So after losing 5 players who scored over 10 points last season, who will fill this scoring void? Are we truly expected to rely on a second overall pick, Han E, known for his defensive prowess in the NCAA, Or perhaps on the exceptionally talented but 18-year-old high school graduate Tracy McGrady, who shot under 30 in the Summer League? Oh, I almost forgot. This year, the Boston Celtics also welcomed a peak performer averaging over 20 points per game, Derek Coleman. However, it remains questionable whether the 300-pound, 136 kilograms, Derek Coleman has the stamina to endure an entire NBA game. It is often said that defense wins championships, but for a team to win, they must at least score some basic points. Even the notorious bad boys could average 95 points. Therefore, I find it hard to envision how a team, aside from the alcoholic Coleman, with only one player who has ever averaged over 10 points in the NBA, could secure victories on the NBA stage if the Celtics hope to achieve more than 20 wins this season. It is imperative for Coleman to abstain from alcohol, regain his form of 25 points and 10 rebounds, and for either Hahn, E. or McGrady to contend for the scoring title. Otherwise, this season is destined to be a year of servitude to the Philadelphia 76ers. So, is there any possibility that Coleman could truly quit drinking? Of course not. When Coleman first appeared at training camp, he was already heavily intoxicated. Upon his first encounter with Coleman, he could hardly see any resemblance to a basketball player. Aside from his towering height, standing at 2.08 meters, Derek Coleman resembled a bloated ball more than a professional athlete, more akin to a middle-aged man sporting a hefty beer belly. With a loud thud, Coleman slammed a 1-meter-high package to the ground, squinting his alcohol-soaked eyes and demanding, "Hey, you two rookies, bring me my stuff, and don't forget my drinks before practice starts, or you will regret it," despite being new to the Celtics. Coleman already positioned himself as the elder statesman, given that all the prominent veterans have been traded away. Although Coleman is only 30 years old, having been an All-Star and a two-time All-NBA third-team selection, he is now the most seasoned and accomplished player on this Celtics roster. In the NBA, it has become an unwritten rule that seasoned veterans often prey on newly minted rookies. All rookies must comply, with their only hope being that once they become veterans themselves, they can openly bully the next generation of newcomers. Legends like Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, and Hakeem Olajuwon all navigated their rookie seasons in this manner. Is Coleman's demand unreasonable? Not at all. However, when Coleman felt he was being quite lenient, the rookies completely ignored him, continuing their repetitive warm-up routines under Hanyi's guidance, treating Coleman as if he were invisible. Bullshit! Derek Coleman erupted in fury. "You worthless rookies have no respect. You really need to be put in your place." Fueled by alcohol, Coleman strode forward, forcefully pushing a curly-haired player at the back of the line, intending to teach this group of oblivious rookies a lesson. But the push had no effect. In his half-drunken state, Coleman felt as if he had shoved a stone lion. Coleman began to exclaim when suddenly he found himself airborne, followed by a jarring disorientation, and then a sharp pain in his back. Thud! Ben Wallace showed no mercy to this drunken man, executing a flawless shoulder throw that left Coleman sprawled on the floor. Unable to rise for quite some time, Ben Wallace grunted, "In this team, aside from Hahn, no one can command me. You old bird better learn some manners, or every time I see you, I will deal with you." This Celtics team has truly turned upside down. At this moment, Coleman had partially sobered up, clambering to his feet, swaying unsteadily as he approached Ben once more, grabbing the collar of Ben Wallace and grinding his teeth. "You little punk, are you looking for trouble?" Ben said nothing, swiftly seizing Coleman's wrist and executing another shoulder throw. Thud! Coleman was once again slammed to the ground. This time, Coleman was fully awake. It turned out that the player he had carelessly provoked was a true powerhouse. In a battle of strength, how could the now battered and intoxicated Coleman possibly compete against the league's strongest player, Ben Wallace? Damn it! Coleman rubbed his temple, standing up unsteadily once more. Ben Wallace, looking up, asked, "What, you want to fight again, big guy?" Coleman scrutinized Ben, saying, "With your height, you look like a guard, but your build resembles a center. What on earth are you?" "I'm the center for the Celtics," Ben replied with pride. Coleman found this to be a tremendous joke. The 1990s were not like 30 years later. Back then, even players just over 2 meters tall were not deemed fit to play center. Players like Ben, who stood just over 1.90 meters, were not even suitable to play small forward, let alone step into the paint. Of course, one might argue that Charles Barkley, at 1.98 meters, dominated the paint, and even won the MVP award. But such an exceptional specimen as Barkley was a rarity in the NBA. Do you think you can hold your own in the paint? Coleman scoffed. Do you even realize you're in the NBA? This isn't some community basketball game. Who do you think you are? Ben Wallace was furious here. Aside from Hahn, no one dares to speak to me like that. Whoever does will get dealt with. Are you even a basketball player? Coleman, not being foolish, recognized that he had no chance in a fight. Provoking, let's play 5 shots. If you can score one on me or stop me from scoring. You win. If I lose, I'll let it go, but if I win, you rookies will have to carry Mickey Mouse backpacks home every day. Ben, confident in his defensive skills, immediately chose defense without hesitation. Oh, Coleman was somewhat surprised. He had no idea how poor Ben's offensive skills were. Only that he himself was known for being offensively strong, but defensively weak. It seemed foolish for Ben to try to defend against him. Ben was quite confident in his defensive abilities, having faced numerous interior players in the NCAA and the Summer League. Regardless of whether one stands 10 or 20 centimeters taller, scoring from one's own hands is far from an easy feat. It soon dawned on Big Ben that he had gravely misjudged the situation, for he was up against Derek Coleman, a peak performer capable of dunking over Shaquille O'Neal, although the current Coleman pales in comparison to his former self. The vast reservoir of experience he possessed was something a rookie like Big Ben could not hope to match. During their recent tussle, Coleman was acutely aware that in terms of sheer strength, he could not possibly outmuscle the youthful and vigorous Ben Wallace. Just when Big Ben foolishly believed Coleman was preparing for a brutal contest of strength, Coleman deftly used his rotund waist to nudge against Ben's formidable physique, twisting his body and gliding into the paint. At that moment, Coleman's seemingly encumbered body appeared remarkably agile. As Big Ben rose to defend, Coleman abruptly halted, transforming a layup into a jump shot, his hand lifting gently. The ball glided smoothly through the net. "Where's your defense?" Coleman inquired. "What happened to your defense? It's softer than a donut." Again, Big Ben was instantly incensed. Defending the paint was his pride and joy, and Coleman was undermining his livelihood. This time, when Coleman actively engaged Big Ben once more, Big Ben remained vigilant, acutely attentive to any subtle signals conveyed by Coleman's body. Coleman employed the same tactic, pivoting towards the basket once again. Big Ben scoffed. "Not so fast. I want to be taken down by the same trick twice." In terms of sheer mobility, Big Ben was undeniably faster than the now portly Coleman with a lateral slide. He easily positioned himself to thwart Coleman. Yet Coleman pivoted against the grain, switching hands as he dribbled, leaving Big Ben completely bewildered, executing a smooth hook shot. It went in, 2-0. Coleman gazed down at Big Ben with disdain. "I haven't encountered an opponent as weak as you in years." Big Ben remained defiant, ready for more. This time, upon receiving the ball, Coleman opted not to engage in the paint, stepping forward after receiving the inbound from Big Ben, launching a 2-point shot. It swished through. At that moment, Big Ben hadn't even had the chance to contest the shot. Just a moment ago, he had instinctively retreated, mistakenly believing Coleman would drive to the basket once more. That single step back cost him the opportunity to defend. Coleman chuckled. "Oh no, I misspoke earlier. I cannot compare you to a donut, for I cannot describe something that does not exist. I won't back down." Big Ben insisted on continuing the challenge, but Hani interjected, playfully stopping him. "Senior, I'm a captain here. Let me take a turn, you." Coleman scrutinized him. "Oh, I recognize you now. You're the one who replaced half of the Celtics. What do you mean?" Coleman shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you planning to rotate players against me?" "No." Hani shook his head. "Senior, the 3 shots Big Ben miscount against me. I only need 2 opportunities." With a grin, Hani passed the ball to Coleman. "You choose to attack or defend. If I miss or fail to defend, it's my loss." "You're quite audacious." Coleman found it amusing. "Do you even realize who you're speaking to?" "I do." Hani nodded. "I am competing against Derek Coleman, the first overall pick of 90, a prodigious talent once hailed as the future of the NBA's greatest forwards, yet utterly devastated by alcohol. A man who has squandered his gifts without the slightest effort is hardly deserving of my respect." "You ask why I am so bold." Hani smiled. "It's the result of relentless, systematic training." Coleman nodded. "I'll show you what it means for effort to be worthless in the face of talent." "You attack." Coleman returned the ball to Hani. Hani was taken aback. Hey, this isn't fair. I know your defense is lacking. Will you try to weasel out of a loss? You little brat. At that moment, Coleman felt an urge to pound Han Yi's head into the ground. His tongue was far too sharp, but glancing at the fierce Big Ben behind Han Yi, Coleman decided to let it go. After all, we are basketball players, and we shall settle this on the court. All right, the moment Hani uttered the word all right, he launched into action. Without any tricks, the basketball hit the floor as he bent low, darting past Coleman like a cheetah. While Coleman's mind registered Han Yi's movements, his cumbersome body could not keep pace. Helplessly watching as Han Yi effortlessly penetrated the lane, delivering a one-handed slam. Boom! An explosive dunk. Hani hung on the rim, turning back to Coleman. Senior, you've lost. All of this transpired in a mere 5 seconds. Coleman rubbed his heavy knees. He simply could not keep up. No matter how well he envisioned his moves, the body was brutally honest. He couldn't keep up. Coleman nodded. Today, I'll let you off the hook, but you must face me again. This time, I'll take the lead. Defense had never been Coleman's forte. Despite being easily dunked on by Han Yi, he was still unwilling to concede defeat. After all, it was offense that truly filled Coleman's plate in the NBA. Why did Coleman continue to receive lucrative contracts despite his late-night revelries? The answer lay solely in his extraordinary offensive talent. Even when intoxicated, Coleman could conjure 100 ways to score. Only when his offense faltered would Coleman truly concede. No problem, senior. Hani nodded. The reason I asked for 2 opportunities earlier was due to my uncertainty about scoring with just 1 shot. It seems I was overly cautious. Therefore, consider this duel as a gift. Hani felt his words rang true. Yet to Coleman's ears, they came off as particularly sardonic, a mockery. How could I, Coleman, be ridiculed by a rookie who has yet to play a single NBA game? Just wait. Coleman had spent nearly a decade in the NBA, and not only did he possess offensive talent, but his offensive experience was equally vast. At a single glance at Han Yi's physique revealed that he was not a power player like Big Ben. He was a typical leaper. So what do leapers fear? They fear being outmaneuvered by skill. You want to jump? Very well, I'll showcase technical finesse, one feint, and you'll be left open for an easy basket. However, once matched against Han Yi, Coleman realized he had gravely underestimated the situation. Regardless of the fakes he employed in the post, Han Yi maintained an unyieldingly advantageous defensive stance, resolutely shadowing Coleman, giving Coleman's loss of verticality due to his weight. What reason had Han Yi to jump? With a wingspan of 2.30 meters and a perfect blocking attribute, he could easily contain Coleman, while Coleman remained oblivious to the fact that he was being outmatched. His years of offensive instinct told him that no matter how he adjusted his footwork, he could not escape the fate of being blocked. Thus, Coleman circled the basket, searching for the ideal moment to strike, hoping for a chance where Han Yi might misread his intentions. But that opportunity was non-existent. Then, Han Yi's words shattered Coleman's resolve. Derek, I must remind you, you've traveled, and not just once, but 6 steps. Coleman immediately deflated, slamming the ball to the ground. Damn it, I lost. For a player known for his technical prowess in the post, being coerced into consecutive traveling violations by defensive pressure was far more infuriating than a mere defeat in a one-on-one. And his frustration only grew when the new head coach of the Celtics arrived, offering Derek Coleman no semblance of kindness. Derek, Rick Pitino stated coldly, you need to lose weight. Do not participate in games until your body fat drops below 15. Naturally, the same applied to all of you. Rick Pitino sternly addressed the group. We will commence conditioning drills. Those who fail to meet the standards will not qualify for formal training. Of course, mere training was insufficient. Pointing at the still-present Coleman, Rick Pitino declared, why did the team trade for Coleman? To demonstrate to you what discipline truly means. In terms of talent, none of you can surpass this man. If he were 20 years old again, he could easily dominate each of you. But now, his mobility resembles that of a sluggish pig. Gluttony, alcoholism, and smoking have transformed this once gifted talent into a burden, requiring the team to pay to offload his contract. If you do not wish to be in the same predicament, it is imperative that you commence abstaining from alcohol, cigarettes, and all fried foods. Adhering to a scientific diet. Only then will your training hold any significance. Rick Pitino spoke these words with fervor and conviction, yet the atmosphere was undeniably awkward for Coleman, who was being used as a cautionary example. Was present on the sidelines. Coleman twitched his jaw and remarked, "I haven't left yet, coach." After an hour and a half of physical training, aside from Hahn, Ben Wallace, and Otella Harrington, the others had collapsed. McGrady harbored deep suspicions that this coach, who had arrived from college, regarded them as mere objects, with each training exercise seemingly designed to push the players to their limits. However, when he found himself unable to move another inch, he noticed the Georgetown trio still engaged in relentless short-distance sprints. Excellent, splendid. Another half hour passed, and as Otella Harrington reached the brink of dehydration, Rick Pitino clapped his hands and announced to the still-standing Hahn, Ben, along with the barely upright Harrington, "Well done. Now the three of you may join me for shooting practice. As I have stated, those who cannot even endure physical training are unworthy of touching a basketball." Although Rick Pitino had entered the realm of the NBA, in his eyes, as a former luminary of the NCAA, he felt no need to change. These individuals in the team were merely larger versions of college students. Moreover, the team included young talents like McGrady, just 18 years old, and Hahn, who should be in college, not to mention Walter McCarty, who hailed from the University of Kentucky and was, in fact, one of his GS. Yet compared to the sparse NCAA schedule, the NBA resembled a tightly wound spring. Once it began to turn, it would continue until the championship trophy was awarded. Here, every day was precious and could not be squandered. Under Rick Pitino's stringent expectations, the Celtics, with the exception of Coleman, gradually began to align with their coach's rhythm. But the preseason had arrived. Accompanying the preseason was Han Yi's quiet system, which had remained silent since he acquired the second overall pick's 10 points in free attributes. Achieved victory in the first game of the regular season. Reward: 30 vision. Upon receiving this task, Han Yi could not help but shake his head. This system is truly cunning. I suspected you would pull something like this, although the system frequently awarded free attribute points. Han Yi remained acutely aware that this mischievous system could directly reward specific attributes. For instance, his physical attributes had once been instantaneously elevated to 100 by the system's generous gift, in comparison to the precious free attribute points. These specialized rewards were even more bountiful. Yet, while this attribute point appeared alluring, it was not easily obtained, for the task at hand was to secure victory in the first game of the regular season. A glance at the Boston Celtics schedule revealed that their inaugural battle would take place in Chicago. Their opponent would be none other than the Chicago Bulls, led by the legendary Michael Jordan, who had been elevated to the status of a deity by Stern. The first regular season game, on the Bulls' home turf, marked their ring night and the commencement of their quest for a three-peat. Well, system, you certainly know how to challenge me. My career's inaugural game is against this behemoth, and I must secure victory to earn the reward of 30 points in vision, correct? Just with our team, which would even dismiss a scrap as lacking appeal. Daring to confront the Chicago Bulls, the great monster, is quite a tall order, isn't it? Why is it that upon this realization, the reward suddenly seems less enticing? However, when Hani once again pulled up his meager system panel, he realized he truly had no right to lament about what was appealing or not, as long as there was a reward. He must exert himself fully to attain it, for that was the only righteous path. Current panel. Host. Han E. Age. 20 height. 2.11 meters weight. 115 kg. Wingspan. 2.35 meters speed. 67 strength. 80 jumping. 70 agility. 65 explosiveness. 65 toughness. 43 stamina. 100 offense. Inside scoring. 55 ball handling. 45 layup. 40 dunk. 90 mid-range shooting. 40 three-point shooting. 71 free throws. 70 defense, rebounding. 40 stealing. 30 on-ball defense. 50 help defense. 40 block. 100 screen defense. 40 box out. 30 lateral movement. 40 organization, passing. 20 vision. 20 game experience. 1950 remaining free attribute points. 60 after 2 years of effort. My vision is still only at level 20 to S. Oh, what right do I have to disdain those 30 points in vision? Moreover, Basketball vision is truly enigmatic. It is fundamentally different from the notion that tall players can see further. Take John Stockton, a barely 1.8-meter tall player who could deliver one precise pass after another amidst towering giants. For those unversed in basketball, it may seem inconsequential. Yet in Han Yi's eyes, this was nothing short of extraordinary. His gaze seemed to hover above the court, perpetually capturing every astonishing passing opportunity in a 360 sweep. For viewers watching the game on television, when a player receives the ball, they might naively assume, wow, the player at the left corner has just found an opportunity. Doesn't he know how to pass? But the truth is, it is not a matter of ignorance. It is simply that they cannot see. After all, this is a 5v5 basketball game. Once you have the ball, you become the focus of attention on the court. While you are intently searching for passing opportunities, you unwittingly become the target of defenders. When you manage to control the ball while simultaneously looking for passing windows, by the time your eyes spot an opportunity that was visible to fans on television, it may have long since vanished or even turned into a trap for passing. Therefore, for a towering figure like Han, despite being nearly the tallest presence on the court, when he receives the ball, it is already a challenge to seize passing opportunities within his line of sight, let alone those beyond it. Basketball vision, in a mystical sense, bears a striking resemblance to an intangible innate talent. Just try counting the top 10 playmakers in NBA history or the greatest passing savants of your viewing era. Their other abilities might have been mediocre when they first entered the league, but their passing vision was almost universally exceptional. At least during Han Yi's limited viewing time, none of the playmaking geniuses he observed were products of mere practice. They were all born with it. After playing basketball for 2 years, Han Yi remained uncertain about how to accurately enhance this so-called vision. In fact, he could not even comprehend how he had progressed from 0 to level 20. Thus, for Han Yi, these 30 points in vision felt like a heavenly blessing, yet obtaining this blessing would not be an easy feat. He would have to face the formidable McGrady. Han Yi smiled slightly. System. Grant me points. As Han Yi completed his shooting practice on the sidelines, preparing to take the court as a starter for his first professional preseason game, the expressions of his fellow Celtics were devoid of any mirth. Especially McGrady, whose youthful face was filled with anxiety. Hey, Han, is this reliable? We only just ran through the plays yesterday, and now we're in an official game. This isn't really an official game, is it? Han Yi chuckled, patting McGrady on the head. The preseason does not count towards a regular season record, and besides, you're not even a starter. Just relax and enjoy the game from the sidelines. It's precisely because I'm not a starter that I'm worried, McGrady lamented. Am I going to miss out on the regular season? You won't. Han Yi reassured him, giving McGrady another pat on the head. I have faith in you. Young man, keep your confidence up, Stephen Jackson timidly inquired. What about me? I didn't even make it into the rotation today. What's going on? Well, Han Yi scratched his head. It was a well-known, unspoken rule in the NBA that coaches often overlooked second-round picks. Regardless of their talent, they were relegated to the bench. Stephen Jackson had performed admirably during training, yet it seemed he wouldn't even make the 12-man roster. However, the reality was that he did not make the cut. Despite Coach Rick Pitino's arrangements, rookie McGrady did not receive a starting opportunity, and second-round pick Stephen Jackson was excluded from the 12-man roster. Yet this did not imply that the Celtics starting lineup was particularly strong. On the contrary, it was far from impressive. Aside from Han Yi, they are nothing but a collection of scrap metal. PG, Dana Burrows, SG, Greg Minor, SF, Dante Jones, PF, Han EC, Rick Smits, to encapsulate just how lackluster these four are. One statement suffices. The pinnacle of their combined careers in the NBA culminated in a mere selection to the all-rookie second team. Excluding Dana Barros, the other three have never averaged double-digit points throughout their NBA tenures. This year, while the Celtics' current roster undeniably leaves much to be desired, it certainly does not sink to such dismal depths. In truth, the reason for presenting this lineup is that Rick Pitino is experimenting. What should have been a settled rotation during regular training sessions has been thrust into the preseason. Why this approach, you ask? Because previously he was preoccupied with galvanizing this disjointed Celtic squad, restoring some semblance of spirit. And in doing so, he has partially reinstated his authority. Yet the roster for the new season remains unconfirmed. Pitino has a clear idea of the starting lineup or the top 6 players, but the other 6 candidates for rotation remain entirely uncertain as the preseason unfolds. Were it not for Auerbach's insistence that Han E must start, Pitino would have preferred to place Han E on the bench. In his view, Han E is evidently exempt from scrutiny. A mere appearance in the preseason suffices, and there is no necessity for him to feature in this experimental lineup. After all, Pitino is acutely aware that the starting 5 he has assembled is rather abysmal. With a chuckle, Pitino remarked, "Playing alongside these fellows is indeed a trial for Han E. But isn't this a form of honing one's skills? If one aspires to be a core player in the NBA, what eccentricity among teammates cannot be tolerated?" The Celtics' inaugural preseason match pits them against the Indiana Pacers, last season's Eastern Conference runners-up, led by Reggie Miller. The worst team in the East from last season faces off against the second best, which starkly highlights the disparity in strength. Moreover, it is worth noting that the current Celtics lineup is not even the starting roster for this year, but rather Han E surrounded by 4 misfits. For the Pacers, who are intent on contending for the championship, the preseason serves as a rehearsal for the regular season, with a relatively stable core. They prefer to further solidify their starting lineup during this period. Thus, the Pacers lineup features PG, Mark Jackson, SG, Reggie Miller, SF, Chris Mullin, PF, Dale Davis, C, Rick Smits, compared to the Celtics' motley crew, the Pacers roster. Though slightly aged, shines with star power. It is no exaggeration to assert that any one of these players boasts a career scoring total surpassing the combined total of the Celtics quartet. Therefore, Han E is acutely aware that his current predicament is likely worse than in the NCAA. Yet, dire circumstances often present straightforward solutions. That is to say, let me take the ball. I shall handle it all. While the Indiana Pacers diligently execute their plays against the Celtics, a top-tier underdog, Han E disregards the intricacies, demanding the ball from his teammates, and when it is in his grasp, he attacks directly. However, what happens when the ball is in the opponent's possession? Mark Jackson lofts a pass directly into the hands of the towering 24-meter center Rick Smits. Notably, in a previous life, when Yao Ming was preparing to enter the league, scouts liken him to Rick Smits. Smits possesses commendable offensive habits. Jackson's high pass allows him to receive the ball without bringing it down, raising it high for a dunk. Yet he utterly neglects the young beast standing beside him. While Smits' offensive habits are commendable, his execution speed is regrettably slow. Just as Smits is about to dunk, he has already leapt into the air. Thump! A thunderous block sends the ball crashing against the backboard. But that is not the end. As the basketball ricochets off the backboard, Han E springs up again, transitioning from defense to offense. When Celtics point guard Dana Barros signals for Han E to pass, Han E notices. However, he has no intention of relinquishing the ball. He strides forward with determination. While one might describe his speed as lightning, the pace and stride he displays is certainly beyond what one would expect from a 7-footer. Chris Mullin, nicknamed God's left hand, is closest to Han E and attempts to impede him with a foul to disrupt the fast break. Yet, as Han E steps into the paint, he ascends into the air. Thump! With force and power, Han E slams the ball into the hoop, at which point he finally has time to glance down at Chris Mullin, who is still clutching his waist. Han E kindly states, "Sorry, a monstrous dunk while hanging onto a defender? Goodness, is Han E truly managing such feats in a preseason devoid of significance? He ascended while holding on to someone." Celtics head coach Rick Pitino is even more astonished than the fans. During training, Han E showcased enough strength to thrive in the NBA. However, his strength is merely average among power forwards. Any claims of extraordinary power are utterly unfounded. Yet can an average level of strength allow one to dunk while holding onto a 100-kilogram Chris Mullin? Equally bewildered is Chris Mullin, who is still gripping Han Ye's waist. Were it not for the fact that Han Ye's waist is noticeably slimmer than Shaquille O'Neal's, Mullin might have believed he was embracing the Diesel himself. My goodness, what kind of monstrous rookie have the Celtics elected this year? As Han E lands on one foot, he gently protects Mullin behind him, flashing a warm smile. "Hey, senior, be careful." "Oh, you rascal." One does not strike a smiling face. No one can sense the terrifying energy embodied in Han Ye's physique better than Chris Mullin in the NBA. While many rookies possess terrifying talent, polite ones are exceedingly rare. Yet a minute later, Mullin realizes he has misjudged the situation. Han E executes another soaring dunk, And this time, the unfortunate victim is still Mullen, though not on his waist, but beneath him. Chris Mullen sits slumped on the ground, gazing up at Han E, who is once again hanging one-handed from the rim. Han E radiates the same harmless smile. "Senior, are you all right? If you're fine, please stand up, stretch a bit, and don't frighten me." Is this truly a display of politeness? Chris Mullen doubts it. "I am perfectly fine, so just get away from me. Your presence is irritating." Although the Pacers orchestrate wave after wave of intricate plays to score with remarkable quality, Han E surges through like a current against the tide. Whenever the ball finds its way into his hands, scoring becomes an inevitable outcome. Even the towering 2.24-meter Rick Smits is rendered helpless against him. The 2.11-meter Dale Davis, feeling indignant, remarks, "Hey Rick, you've really softened. It's just a rookie over there, a yellow-skinned one at that. And you can't stop him?" Rick Smits candidly replies, "If you think you can, then go ahead and try. I refuse to believe this." He is merely a rookie. Dale Davis, a quintessential blue-collar worker in the paint, has a career-high average of just 10.8 points. Yet he has made an all-star appearance once, relying on the toughness afforded by his muscular physique. In a championship-contending team, a tough guy is indispensable, and Dale Davis embodies that role for the current Pacers. As Hani strides towards the basket from the free-throw line, Dale Davis lunges forward, ostensibly aiming for the basketball, seeking to execute a block that in reality. However, Dale Davis is not concerned about whether he can block the shot. His intent is solely to target Han E's head. His calloused hand comes crashing down on Han Yi's forehead that if he cannot render this arrogant young man unable to return to the game, then Dale Davis has wasted his time in the NBA. Yet from Han Yi's perspective, it seems he remains blissfully unaware of this brutish malice. He merely thinks, is this fellow really jumping so low? Can he truly block my shot at this height? While it's certain he cannot block Han Yi's shot, this imposing figure is indeed obstructing his dunk. Consequently, Han Yi opts to press down on the glaring Dale Davis's round head with one hand, leaping again in the air. Thump! It sounds as if the sky has erupted with a muffled thunder. Han Yi slams the ball through the hoop, but to be more precise, he is perched atop Dale Davis's head, utilizing his astonishing wingspan to thrust the ball through the basket. One must concede that the dunk indeed contained an element of forceful aggression. However, upon landing, Han Yi still lowered his head to check on the somewhat dazed Dale Davis. "Senior, are you all right?" "I'm just a rookie. I miscalculated the strength there. My apologies." Simultaneously, Han Yi cast a skeptical glance at the referee nearby. How could the official remain indifferent after such a significant display of physicality? If this were 2 decades later, surely a foul would have been called, either an offensive foul against Han E or a defensive foul against Davis. Perhaps even a technical foul or, in the most extreme scenario, a flagrant foul against Han E. If such a foul were to be called, it would truly be a day wasted for Han E. Given his meager salary. Fortunately, it was the 1990s. Astonishingly, the referee seemed to disregard the incident entirely, urging the game to continue. Yet, how could the game proceed so easily? Dale Davis's head had been violently pressed down by Han E, nearly forcing it into his chest cavity, and subsequently, Han E had effectively pinned the basketball into the net. Dale Davis was seething with anger, wishing he could leap up and devour the audacious young man who was grinning at him from across the court. How dare a mere rookie display such arrogance? The audacity was beyond comprehension. Yet, the reality was that Han Yi's emphatic dunk left Dale Davis's head ringing, while Han E smiled at him, leaving Davis feeling as if Han E had sprouted 3 extra heads, making it difficult for him to even rise, let alone seek revenge. Nevertheless, the cautious Rick Pitino chose to substitute Han E out, shaking his head at Han E, who still appeared eager to continue. "You need to calm down. Just sit this one out. I don't care about you injuring others, but I certainly don't want our promising rookie to get sidelined in the preseason." The NBA was not the NCAA. The thugs here could do anything, especially considering Han E was merely an obscure rookie. Anyone could easily take him down. As it turned out, Pitino's foresight was accurate. The first thing Dale Davis did upon regaining his composure was to seek out Han E for a confrontation. But sadly, Han E did not return to the game. All Davis could do was mutter angrily from the sidelines, reminding Han E to be careful during the regular season. Han E smiled and nodded. "Senior, don't worry. I will be cautious." Faced with Han Yi's calm demeanor, Davis couldn't help but recall the moment he had been dunked on by this young man, leaving him dizzy, reflecting on that scene. Davis found himself puzzled over who was truly the hunter and who was the prey between him and Han Yi. Meanwhile, Han Yi sat on the bench, lamenting, "Damn it, I underestimated the sheer intensity of that 100 strength. If I hadn't controlled my force at the last moment, I might have seriously injured someone." In their preseason opener, the Boston Celtics suffered a humiliating 30-point defeat to the Indiana Pacers, without Han Yi. The Celtics lost all semblance of competitiveness against a team poised for championship contention. Tracy McGrady played for 20 minutes, scoring 16 points with 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 7 turnovers. Ben Wallace contributed 2 points, 10 rebounds, 1 steal, and 2 blocks in 15 minutes. Han Yi, however, excelled in his 13 minutes on the court, going 9 for 9 and amassing 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist with 2 turnovers. His teammates were already aware of Han Yi's prowess, but they were still taken aback by the ferocity he displayed today. Ben was beginning to question if he was no longer the strongest on the team, but McGrady was baffled. "We train the same. Why does my idol progress so much faster than I do?" Throughout the 8 preseason games, the Boston Celtics fell to defeat each time, with Han Yi averaging 10 minutes per game, scoring 14 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 blocks, boasting an impressive 80 shooting percentage. Each time he took the court, he left a lasting impression on Boston's fans. However, before they could fully appreciate his performance, Han Yi was already off the court. Fans who witnessed Han Yi's explosive displays would certainly resonate with the ancient phrase, "to hold a loot half hidden," feeling the frustration of not seeing more. With Han Yi on the court, the Celtics swiftly crumbled. For Celtics fans, even a fleeting glance felt nauseating. Yet as Han Yi repeatedly dismantled the opposing defenses, they felt a pang of regret at the thought of missing the next preseason game. "All right, you Celtics, unwilling to let your prize gem Han Yi play longer? Why not let him have 10 minutes in the regular season too?" Many Celtics fans harbored such thoughts, despite a winless preseason. Ticket sales for the Boston Celtics doubled compared to the previous year. Of course, for fans indifferent to the Celtics, their losing streak was entirely expected. After all, experts predicted that the Celtics, who had just set a franchise record for worst performance last season, had a high probability of sinking to new lows this year. Yet Han Yi remained indifferent to the opinions of others. After immersing himself in 8 preseason games, he gradually adapted to the changes in his body. Before the preseason began, Han Yi raised his speed from 67 to 90 and his strength from 80 to 100. He had spent 43 attribute points, leaving him with 17. So what more could he do to contend with McGrady? Han Yi glanced at his game experience. 1990. Just 10 more points of experience were needed. He still had to put in more effort. For the Celtics, the overall pace this year was decidedly sluggish. Thus, Rick Pitino continued to work tirelessly post-preseason, striving to instill his tactical system into every player as swiftly and thoroughly as possible. Pitino's coaching philosophy was in stark contrast to that of the 1990s NBA, which revolved around dominant inside players like Hakeem Olajuwon and Shaquille O'Neal, or lethal perimeter scorers like Michael Jordan, relying on methodical, tactical sequences to orchestrate offensive and defensive plays. Pitino, however, was different. His style echoed that of Mike D'Antoni's early 21st century Phoenix Suns. Led by Steve Nash, D'Antoni openly acknowledged Pitino as a pioneer in this regard. While everyone else focused on half-court sets, relying on star players to execute plays, Pitino was already conditioning his players to minimize dribbling after gaining possession, to swiftly seek opportunities for fast breaks, and to capitalize on any advantageous break, even at the risk of turnovers. Other players were urged to seize every open three-point shot and abandon the pursuit of offensive rebounds. Regardless of whether shots were made or missed, they needed to prioritize defensive transition. Compared to D'Antoni's later emphasis on fast-paced offense, Pitino also stressed the importance of solid defensive recoveries. Yet, while this sounded good in theory, it placed even greater demands on his players' abilities. In his previous life, Pitino's tenure with the Celtics lasted 4 years without a single playoff appearance, ending with a quiet exit. However, his assistant, who took over, quickly propelled the team into the Eastern Conference Finals. To claim that Pitino was without fault would be impossible. His true issue lay not in his philosophy being incompatible with the NBA, but rather in its impracticality for the players he had at the time. In the original timeline, while Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker could be encouraged to shoot threes, asking them to forsake their individual scoring for a frantic pace of less than 7 seconds per possession was truly asking too much. Returning to the present, Pitino's demands felt like the whims of a tyrant to the players on the brink of an intense and unyielding regular season. In this moment, Pitino imposed his thoughts and philosophies onto every individual without restraint. Yet Hahn, McGrady, and Wallace thrived in this environment that wasn't just about running. Youth was their greatest asset. Compared to his previous life, Pitino seemed to have better fortune this time around, as he encountered more promising talents capable of adapting to his tactical approach. Yet, if there was one standout, it was Hahn, who, even after Pitino declared the training session concluded, insisted on squeezing in 2 more scrimmages by the time they had finished the first of those additional matches. Pitino could no longer contain himself, advising Hahn, "Your enthusiasm for training is commendable, but you have yet to grasp the brutal nature of the regular season, far removed from the relaxed NCAA schedule. You must learn to conserve your energy. In contrast to these scrimmages, you need to absorb much more during the lengthy regular season." "Understood, Coach. I comprehend everything you've said." As Rick Pitino departed, Hahn turned to the others and declared, "There is still time. Let us engage in another match. Completing this training game would yield a substantial boost in competitive experience, crucial for overcoming Michael Jordan. By the way, what is our slogan? Let's take down Mike." Michael Jordan stands as the idol for all young basketball players of this era. What could be more exhilarating than shattering Jordan's ring on the night of one's professional debut? However, Tyrese Halliburton, last year's first-round draft pick who had faced Jordan twice, candidly expressed, "Do you know why Jordan is referred to as the GOAT? There is no particular reason. It is simply because he is overwhelmingly powerful, instilling despair in all his adversaries. Surely, you do not believe that we, a band of nobodies, could possibly challenge the Chicago Bulls? I am acutely aware of Jordan's formidable strength." Hahn replied with a smile, "Fear not, for I have a plan. But first, we must conclude this final training match." On October 30, 1997, the Chicago Bulls faced the Boston Celtics in the season opener at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. Yet more significant than this opening game was the championship ring ceremony that would precede it, where the reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls, would receive yet another championship ring. For both Jordan and Pippen, this marked their 5th championship ring together. Due to injury, Pippen could not participate, yet as he donned a suit to receive his 5th ring, he bestowed kisses upon it. As the ring presentation neared its conclusion, the Celtics players surged forward, clamoring for Michael Jordan's autograph amid a flurry of camera flashes. "Michael," Hahn spoke, his voice trembling with emotion, "you are the sole reason I came to the NBA. Without you, I would never have embarked on this basketball journey. You are not merely the GOAT. You are the god of basketball." "Indeed, indeed," Ben Wallace stammered, reciting the words Hahn had prepared for him. "Michael, to compete against you as a fan in a regular season game is worth dying for." Otis Thorpe added, "Michael, may I make a humble request? Could you grant me a dunk over you today? I wish to capture this moment for my descendants, to tell them that I once dunked over the basketball god." "Absolutely, absolutely," Stephen Jackson chimed in. "In high school, they called me the heir to Jordan, that I gave them a thorough beating and told them I was unworthy to carry Jordan's shoes. If I could watch Jordan practice every day, I would gladly forego my salary and pay $100 daily." Upon hearing this, Tracy McGrady was taken aback. "Aren't those the words Hahn prepared for me? Call the police. He just stole my lines." However, McGrady, feeling the pressure, said, "Me too. People have said the same about me. I not only beat them up, but made sure to confront them every time I saw them." Though McGrady's claims grew increasingly ludicrous, the season Michael Jordan was touched by the heartfelt admiration expressed by these youthful faces. Throughout his life, Jordan had encountered far more fervent basketball fans, yet his 2 teams stood poised for battle. Even those who admired him on the opposing side typically restrained their enthusiasm, preferring to seek autographs after the game. But the exuberance displayed by the Boston Celtics' young players seemed to indicate that their singular ambition in joining the NBA was to compete alongside Michael Jordan. What did this imply? Jordan licked his thick lips. "This signifies that I am not merely the GOAT of basketball. I am the true deity of the sport. Initially, Michael Jordan approaches opponents with a mindset steeped in rivalry, fueled by animosity and competitive fervor. However, at this moment, he transformed into a figure resembling a benevolent elder. Basketball is not solely about competition. It is also about educating the next generation through the sport, spreading love and peace. You youngsters are truly wonderful. Once I retire, this league will belong to you. With Jordan receiving accolade from Han E and his fellow Celtics, Rick Pitino felt as though his legs were about to buckle under the weight of the flattery. Seated, Pitino mused, "Goodness, I never knew the NBA could be so whimsical." Today, it was not just Jordan who was jubilant. The entire Bulls team shared in the joy, perhaps amplified by Jordan's exceptional happiness. Consequently, the Bulls players, amidst wave after wave of flattery from the Celtics' young athletes, might have believed they had wandered into a training camp hosted by Jordan rather than a formal, record-keeping NBA regular season match. In light of this scene, a coach with acute crisis awareness or a strict disciplinarian might have reprimanded the players vocally. However, within the Bulls, such a reaction was implausible, as their head coach was the unflappable Phil Jackson. As the Celtics players joined the chorus of praise for Michael Jordan, Rick Pitino, despite feeling awkward, approached Phil Jackson, saying, "Phil, you are my idol, truly." The 1997 to 1998 NBA regular season opener. The Chicago Bulls hosted the Boston Celtics, predicted by experts to be the second worst team in the league. The starting lineups were as follows: Chicago Bulls, PG Ron Harper, SG Michael Jordan, SF Jason Caffey, PF Dennis Rodman, C Luke Longley. Boston Celtics, PG Dana Barros, SG Greg Minor, SF Tracy McGrady, PF Walter McCarty, C Han. Aside from Pippen's absence due to injury, the Bulls lineup featured the 24-year-old Jason Caffey, selected in 1995, temporarily filling in. The remaining four were the core starters from the Bulls' previous championship seasons. Their synergy honed to an almost telepathic level. However, alongside their heightened camaraderie, their arrogance reached a peak, bolstered by their recent championships and the flattery from the exuberant Celtics youth. The Bulls regarded the Celtics' spirited young players with disdain, underestimating them as mere fans rather than genuine competitors. They believed these aspiring athletes posed no threat to their championship night. The Bulls were a collection of proven legends from the finals, while the Celtics' most notable player was the rookie Han E. Was there any need for further discussion regarding the strength of the two sides? Did they think this was a sports manga? How could fanatics ever hope to best superstars? Even Zhang Weiping, a guest commentator for the first broadcast of Han Yi's game, began with a confession. "You want me to give the Celtics some tips? I'm afraid there's really no way to help. The disparity in strength is simply too vast. The Bulls aim for the championship, while the Celtics focus on developing their young talent. Our only hope is that Han E performs admirably, regardless of the outcome." As the game commenced, it unfolded precisely as Zhang Weiping had anticipated. The Bulls immediately unleashed their intensity upon the Celtics. The Celtics' underwhelming backcourt faced utter devastation at the hands of the elite defensive duo of Ron Harper and Michael Jordan. Under the Bulls' championship-level defense, both the 1.85-meter Dana Barros and the 1.96-meter Greg Minor found their energy depleted merely attempting to cross half-dash court. As for the quality of their passes, they were woefully inadequate. Any moderately challenging pass was swiftly intercepted by Harper or Jordan. Moreover, feeding the ball to Han E in the post became a daunting challenge, as this was the singular defensive task Phil Jackson had assigned to the Bulls for the day. Han E is the only reliable scoring option for the Celtics. He lacks shooting range and cannot step away from the paint. Your objective is to make his reception of the ball as difficult as possible. Difficult and even more difficult, though Han E had once turned the tide in the NCAA finals with a three-pointer. Such a small sample size was inconsequential in the eyes of an NBA coach. After all, this was a player whose average three-point attempts per game fell below 2, even with a perfect shooting percentage. It is challenging to muster the enthusiasm to defend. Thus, although Han E was flailing his arms, attempting to establish position in the paint, he succeeded in positioning, but the ball never reached his hands. The Chicago Bulls capitalized on their aggressive start, crafting an impressive 12-0 lead. However, soon after, the Bulls appeared to relax, as if that initial 12-0 run was Michael Jordan's way of saying to the rookie Celtics, "Welcome to the NBA." Consider this your initiation gift. Han E, meanwhile, continued to extol Jordan. Wow. Michael, I learned to play basketball by watching your tapes. You are my inspiration. Yeah, I must admit, watching you live is far more exhilarating than 100 viewings of your videos. That last play was magnificent. Everyone knows you're the king of mid-range shots, but I am aware your three-point game is equally formidable. You're simply playing with these kids. Jordan smirked. I only need one hand. What do I need two for? T-Mac chimed in. Even a single finger is enough for us to handle. Both Jordan and Han E were momentarily taken aback. Han E pulled T-Mac aside and whispered, "That is a bit much." Yet, Jordan accepted the banter. Well, at least you're perceptive. If you learn even a fraction of my game, you'll thrive in the NBA. Following this, the Bulls' offensive prowess remained as sharp as ever. However, their defense took a noticeable dip, almost suggesting, go ahead, play freely. It's your first game. We want to let you lose too embarrassingly. Naturally, the young Celtics understood the hierarchy and graciously accepted the Bulls' generosity. However, they weren't going to overindulge. As the game entered its final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Chicago Bulls held a steady 4-point lead. While 4 points may not seem substantial, in the Bulls' eyes, the Celtics had no chance of catching up. Absolutely impossible. One team was mired in mediocrity, while the other stood as a towering powerhouse. The only conceivable outcome would be the Bulls extending their lead to over 10 points in the final moments. Michael Jordan, during the timeout, had ceased to concern himself with the game and began inquiring with Rodman about whether he could procure any exquisite companions for leisure upon returning from the break. While Rodman pondered which of his previous conquests to summon, Han E made a sudden baseline cut, positioning himself near the three-point line. An open opportunity. T-Mac's vision was ignited at that moment. With the ball at the arc, T-Mac immediately spotted Han E. Han E had made 6 of 8 shots thus far, accumulating 12 points, all from dunks in the paint. Yet, when Han E appeared at the three-point line, T-Mac showed no hesitation in passing the ball. As Han Ye's most ardent admirer, T-Mac firmly believed Han E could replicate the three-point prowess displayed in the NCAA finals. Han E caught the ball perfectly and released it smoothly. A graceful arc sailed through the Bulls arena, hitting the mark. 81-82, the Boston Celtics trailed by a mere point. At this moment, only 1 minute and 47 seconds remained in the game. The Chicago Bulls, clinging to a slender 1-point lead, remained oblivious to any impending crisis. In Michael Jordan's eyes, Han E, as a center, had made a regrettable choice in taking that three-pointer, despite its success. Kid, center shooting threes? That is simply laughable. Han E chuckled. McGrady, there's no choice. Your interior defense is too formidable. I had no opportunities inside. His voice was so loud that Luke Longley, about to inbound the ball, couldn't help but laugh, momentarily forgetting who had been the recipient of Han Ye's repeated dunks. In this match, facing the Celtics' almost non-existent perimeter defense, Jordan had not performed particularly well, perhaps a consequence of last night's revelry.to date. He had shot only 8 for 20, with a mere 20 points. Although Jordan was having an off night, it did not prevent him from instinctively taking charge during the critical moments. As the clock dipped below 2 minutes, the usually jovial Jordan suddenly switched to a serious demeanor. Michael Jordan dribbled past half court, requiring no screens or plays as all teammates spaced out, enabling a one-on-one against T-Mac. With a simple feint, he easily shook off the young McGrady, stepping in just beyond the three-point line to unleash a long two-pointer. A shot that would be condemned by coaches 20 years later as utterly inefficient. Swish, the ball gracefully glided into the hoop. 81-84. The Chicago Bulls regained a three-point lead. Jordan felt a surge of joy. Though he had struggled throughout the game, when the team needed him to score, he did not hesitate, and that was sufficient. However, just as Jordan celebrated, the Celtics accelerated their pace, pushing the ball up the court at an unprecedented speed. The previously languid Celtics suddenly executed Rick Pitino's philosophy of faster than 7 seconds during this final stretch. Celtics guard Dana Barros, barely crossing half court, launched the ball towards the hoop. This move left Ron Harper bewildered. Has he lost his mind? There are still 20 seconds left, but in the next instant, Han E surged into the camera's view. In midair, he executed a spectacular reverse dunk, emphatically slamming the ball into the basket. Meanwhile, The Bulls' two big men were far from the paint. 83, 84. While a speed of 90 is common among shorter players, it is a rarity among 7-footers. One could confidently say Han Yi was a trailblazer. It was simply breathtaking. Sun Jinping, a prominent Chinese sports commentator, exclaimed, "Look, our Chinese prodigy Han Yi is going toe-to-toe with Michael Jordan." Oh, this game just got fascinating. Zhang Weiping, who had been praising Jordan, shifted his tone in the final moments with just over a minute left. Trailing by 1 point, could they actually pull off a victory against the Bulls, even with the basketball god Michael Jordan on the court? Yet, in the closing moments of a basketball game, the potential for unpredictability looms large. For Chinese fans, it may well have been at this moment that Han Yi began to take root and flourish among the supporters across the vast land of China. Look, the player in the yellow jersey, number 1, is Han Yi. Wow, my goodness, such a dunk. I've been following Chinese basketball for 15 years and have never witnessed anything like it, with such dunking ability and long-range shooting. Is the Chinese men's basketball team on the verge of a renaissance? Imagine a lineup featuring our towering Yao Ming alongside Han Yi, with Hu Weidong, Liu Yudong, Sun Jun, and Li Xiaoyong outside. My heavens. I can hardly fathom how formidable this roster could be. If I dare to dream, I do, especially with the emergence of a young player named Yao Ming from Shanghai. Who knows, perhaps in the next international competition. It won't just be Han Yi and Yao Ming together. You little rascal. After Han Yi's dunk, Jordan, who had been exuding a friendly demeanor, suddenly transformed, his brow furrowed as he glared at T-Mac. Damn it, you guys aren't seriously trying to win this game, are you? T-Mac shook his head vigorously. How could that be? Idol, tonight is your celebration. We're just trying to score a few points to make our debut more respectable. Michael Jordan once again took control, replicating his previous move, launching another long two-pointer, but this time it bounced off the rim. Rodman kept his eyes glued to the rebounding ball, ready to leap. Yet a darker figure soared higher, fiercely contesting the rebound. Ben Wallace versus Dennis Rodman. The younger Wallace triumphed. After securing the rebound, he immediately passed it to guard Dana Barros at the free throw line. However, as Barros dribbled just once, the already heated Jordan lunged towards him. A swift steal, Barros struggled to maintain control, resorting to a roll on the floor to wrestle for the ball with Jordan. The closest, Dennis Rodman, along with Ben Wallace, joined the fray. The situation turned chaotic. But ultimately, the ball was snatched by Han Yi. As a big man, the common practice in the 90s was to immediately pass the ball to the guards after securing a rebound, regardless of a big man's dribbling skills. They simply could not match the speed of a guard. It would waste precious time. So, upon gaining possession, Han Yi noticed that the Bulls' Ron Harper and Jason Caffey did not rush to confront him. Instead, they focused on blocking their respective opponents, preventing Han Yi from making an easy pass to the frontcourt. However, Han Yi had no intention of passing the ball. Instead, he took a hefty stride forward with the ball. Charging ahead. Why pass? In terms of pure speed, Han Yi might very well be the fastest player on the Celtics, of course. If we consider ball control in conjunction with speed, then Han Yi's pace of advancement is not particularly rapid. Yet it is evident that he is not someone a hulking center like Luke Longley can keep up with. Initially, Longley had a half-step lead on Han Yi, but as Han Yi dribbled forward, the distance between them only widened. By the time Han Yi executed a thunderous dunk under the basket, Luke Longley was nowhere to be seen in the same frame. 85, 84. The Boston Celtics have taken the lead. Only 56 seconds remain. With less than a minute left in the game, the Celtics have secured their first lead of the match after dominating for 47 minutes. Could the Chicago Bulls really lose in the final minute? The Bulls fans fell silent in shock at that dunk, only to erupt in a chorus of curses shortly after. Having basked in their recent victories under Michael Jordan's leadership, they had grown prideful, believing that the Bulls' triumphs were a given, to be overtaken by a team predicted to be at the bottom of the league. Absolutely unacceptable, even if it is just a regular season game. It was an insult for such a lackluster team like the Celtics to take the lead. Regardless of the game's outcome, Mac, what are you doing? Go out there and crush them. What is going on? It's ring night tonight. If a bunch of rookies dominate us, we'll be the laughingstock of the league. Mac, without Pippen, you can't even handle a team as poor as the Celtics. Are you really going to let this Celtics team without Bird trample you? In that moment, Michael Jordan's ears visibly twitched, his competitive spirit reigniting. Damn it, all of you go to hell. Michael Jordan glared at Han. Oh, so you've been playing nice all game, and now you want to play tricks at the end? Hani adjusted his expression, forcing a sincere smile. How could that be? You are the exalted god of basketball. We just wanted to make the game more thrilling to showcase your greatness. Had this been said in the first half, Jordan might have believed it, but now, believe you little brat, I will tear you apart and make you regret stepping into the NBA. Jordan received a pass from Harper and made a decisive move. Slicing through McGrady's defense, facing Han E, who was raising his hands in defense, Michael Jordan charged the basket with ferocity. While Hani spoke sweetly, he offered no leniency in physical confrontation. Han E versus Jordan. It's a clash of titans. Standing at 1.98 meters and weighing 99 kg, Michael Jordan was arguably the strongest shooting guard of the 1990s, if not the strongest. You little rookie dare to go toe-to-toe with me? Jordan's chiseled physique may appear to be merely an outer shell, but he could hold his own against over 80 of NBA bigs. When airborne, he had sent the likes of Olajuwon, Ewing, and Robinson flying. However, when Jordan collided with Han E, he was taken aback. The shock stemmed from the fact that in his mind he envisioned the Celtics' Chinese rookie crumbling under his full force, just as he had dismantled so many others over the years. He imagined himself soaring for a magnificent dunk to reignite the crowd's waning energy. This was something he could do throughout his career, but tonight, Jordan miscalculated. As he collided with Han E, his body lost balance under Han Ye's superior strength, sending him sprawling to the floor. The last time Jordan was knocked down like this, it was against Shaquille O'Neal, whose girth was nearly double Han Ye's. How could this be? This kid looks so lean, yet possesses such strength. What on earth is his muscle composed of? But Jordan could think of nothing else. Now, completely off balance, the only thing he could do was fling the basketball high into the air before he fell. It arced beautifully, evading Han Ye's outstretched hand, and swished through the net. Swish! Did it actually go in? Jordan hit the ground, sliding back a full meter. Wow! My goodness, this is Michael Jordan, the invincible god of basketball. The Bulls commentators shouted hoarsely, as though Jordan had just sealed the game with that shot. Meanwhile, the Chinese commentator Zhang Weiping shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Hani defended as well as he possibly could. Yet Mac managed to sink the shot. At that moment, Han E was more concerned about the referee's whistle, having become an unwitting backdrop to Jordan's miraculous basket. But if they called a foul shot, the game could take a disastrous turn, yet the officials remained indifferent. Han E let out a sigh of relief, grateful they weren't the soft referees of 20 years later. Thankfully, the game still had 38 seconds left. 85, 86, timeout. The Chicago Bulls led by a single point. As Bulls fans and players celebrated with Jordan, Han E calmly observed the scene for the sidelines. 38 seconds. Just enough time for the final possession. There is no need to rush. We have ample time to secure a high-percentage shot. Rick Pitino sketched a play on the board. The opponent is the Chicago Bulls, the reigning champions. The ball must be handled by the guards to ensure we don't turn it over. And then we'll find a way to get the ball inside to Han E for a resolution. Everyone else needs to spread out to create space for Han E. Thus, the final possession rests solely on you. Han, remember, if you sink this shot, we'll have won this game by a substantial margin. Conversely, if we miss, all our efforts will be in vain, and any talk of dominating Jordan will be meaningless. So Han, the last shot is entirely on you. Although Han was still a rookie, yet to complete a single regular season game in the NBA, to Rick Pitino, Han irradiated brilliance. His performance today had exceeded all expectations. While his offensive capabilities remained limited, his talent in every offensive and defensive play was glaringly evident. Winning this game was not the paramount concern. What truly mattered was that the Celtics might have genuinely found their messiah for this era. However, Hani's next words left Pitino fuming internally. I'm fine with that. But can the coach adhere to my play style? What? You dare question my strategy? Pitino felt a surge of irritation as the newly appointed head coach of the Celtics. He believed he had a solid grasp of Han E, the future cornerstone designated by Auerbach. The most critical play of the game was centered around Han. Such treatment was rare for a typical number 1 pick. Yet here was Han E, oblivious to his fortune, questioning Pitino's decisions at such a crucial moment. Han E, you little brat, are you pushing it too far? But Hani couldn't care less about Pitino's shifting demeanor. With time running short, he pressed on. Coach, we can't afford to play slow. After all, we're up against Michael Jordan. Even if we score, we'll leave the Bulls and Jordan with over 10 seconds to play. Giving Jordan that time significantly increases our chances of being defeated at the last moment. Therefore, we cannot afford to stall. We need to seize this possession, which will give us 2 opportunities to score. Start by giving me the ball right away, and I will overpower either Luke Longley or Rodman within 5 seconds, ensuring we gain a 1-point lead. If the Bulls fail to score, we win. If they do score, we will still have approximately 10 seconds to make a game-winning shot. Taking our fate into our own hands is far better than relinquishing it to our opponents. Upon hearing this, Pitino's anger dissipated, and his eyes brightened. You little rascal, you have some serious guts to challenge Jordan's shooting percentage. Truly confident. But since you're so confident, Pitino sketched out a more aggressive play. Let us go even bolder and strike fear into the lofty Chicago Bulls. On the Bulls' side, Phil Jackson merely glanced at the opposing team and confidently stated, for the final possession, the Celtics outside, shooting poses no threat. Thus, it was certain that their final offensive play would be entrusted to their rookie. Han, despite having made a 3-pointer earlier in the game, he would ultimately opt to drive the ball inside. This young man possesses remarkably swift movements. Dennis, Phil Jackson gestured towards a nonchalant Rodman. You need to assist Luke. When Hani charges toward the basket, you must help obstruct him, but remember, do not commit a foul. Dennis Rodman scoffed. Come on, coach, it's just a rookie. Should we double-team him? That would be too much of an affront to his dignity. Would you agree, Luke? Luke Longley's face flushed. Dennis, let us defend him together for a better chance. The Celtics' Tracy McGrady prepared to inbound the ball from the sidelines. The Celtics' backcourt duo quickly spread out near the free throw line, while Hani positioned himself at the 45-degree angle, seeking a quick catch. However, the Chicago Bulls would not permit Hani to receive the ball so easily. Dennis Rodman surged towards Hani, effectively blocking his passing lane. Kid, we've already deciphered your Celtic strategy. Han, he spread his hands in resignation. Well, that's disastrous. I can't catch the ball now. McGrady merely glanced at Han E before focusing on the basket. Beneath the hoop, Ben Wallace was initially engaged in a battle for position with Luke Longley. Suddenly, Wallace executed a retreat and a bounce out, causing Longley, who had been leaning against him, to step back as well. In that fleeting moment, McGrady flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring high over everyone's heads towards the hoop. The Bulls players were momentarily bewildered. What on earth? A mistake right for the get-go. Oh no. Michael Jordan's extensive experience in the game bestowed upon him unparalleled instincts. As the rest of the Bulls stood frozen in confusion, Michael Jordan darted towards the basket, intent on contesting the airborne ball. But as he glanced up at the ball, a massive shadow rushed towards him. Michael Jordan exerted all his effort to claim the basketball soaring above him, yet he was soon astonished to discover a gigantic dark silhouette hovering just above the ball. Han E, gliding through the air, had eyes only for the basketball. McGrady's throw was indeed high enough. As Han E leapt with all his might to intercept the ball, his 2.30-meter wingspan barely managed to graze the basketball's surface. Though he merely touched the edge of the ball, Han E summoned his strength and executed a fierce downward slam. Boom! A precise strike. It pierced through the hoop. 87. 86. Hani had once again secured a 1-point lead for the Celtics. If it had merely been a 90 dunk, there was a high probability it would have missed. But with 100 strength plus a bonus of 2, and the 90 dunk also receiving a bonus of 2, it was sufficient to ensure the ball found its way into the basket, even under such extreme conditions. As Han E forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, his long legs instinctively kicked forward. However, with that kick, Han E felt as if he had struck something, perhaps a person. Oops, my apologies. Han E leaped down from the hoop and approached the figure lying on the ground in a Bulls uniform. After a couple of steps, he found himself unable to move further, for lying on the floor was none other than Michael Jordan. At that moment, Jordan was clutching his chest, gasping for breath, while his Bulls teammates hastily gathered around him. Jordan, please don't let me accidentally break a rib that should only be fractured 3 years from now. McGrady, are you all right? I'm just a rookie. I didn't mean to kick hard. You bastard, if anything happens to McGrady, I'll make you pay. Dennis Rodman glared menacingly as he moved towards Hahn. Yet, just half a second before making contact, he was halted by a solid wall. Ben Wallace coldly stated, "Want to touch Hahn? You'll have to get past me first." Rodman, teeth clenched, glowered. "Who do you think you are to act tough in front of me?" Ben Wallace said nothing further, instead stepping forward and pressing his forehead against Rodman's, calmly locking eyes with him. "Enough already. Do you not feel humiliated enough?" Jordan rose from the ground, having merely been momentarily winded by Hahn's kick. And after taking half a minute to recover, he approached and pulled Rodman away from the brink of conflict, turning to Hahn with a smile. "You've got some skills, young man. It seems you genuinely want to win this game." At this moment, Hahn laid his cards on the table. "You are indeed my idol, but to me, the best way to honor my idol is to defeat him personally." "Defeat me?" Jordan scoffed. "Countless youngsters have uttered those very words, yet their fates have all culminated in being trampled beneath my feet." Hahn chose to stand his ground, but there has to be a first time for everything. "Idol. After all, you're without Pippen today, and I believe I have a chance. Since Jordan was already enraged, why not let him rage to his heart's content? Who knows if his anger spiraled out of control? It might just disrupt his offense." Yet, Hahn still underestimated Jordan. When every one of Jordan's buttons was pushed and his fury reached an unparalleled peak, his mind entered an extraordinary state of clarity. With swift, agile movements, he toyed with McGrady, and under the combined pressure of Hahn and McGrady's double team, Jordan elevated his shooting arc higher and higher. Finally, he unleashed a godly shot that pierced through all defenses, sending the basketball gliding smoothly into the basket. 87, 88, just like the past decade in the crucial moments, Michael Jordan rose once again to save the Chicago Bulls. Only 10 seconds remained. It was once more the pivotal moment. Without hesitation, Rick Pitino placed the ball back into Hahn's hands. For the Celtics, winning or losing this game had become secondary. What truly mattered was that Hahn had showcased the poise and talent of the future leader of the Celtics in this match. Now, it was up to the Celtics head coach to entrust more of these game-defining moments to Hahn, allowing him to mature rapidly under pressure. But for Hahn, this game could not end in defeat. It absolutely could not. The coveted 30-vision reward was within reach, and it must not slip away. Hahn utilized the screen, received the ball, and prepared to drive inside, but upon looking up, he was met with a daunting sight. The Bulls' Rodman, Luke Longley, and Kukoc were all congested in the paint. No matter how long Hahn's arms were, he could not possibly dunk through 3 towering giants, especially with Ben Wallace also wedged among them. And in front of Hahn, Michael Jordan was in close defense. Though Hahn possessed a distinct height advantage, he found himself in a standoff. A direct shot would allow Hahn to disregard Jordan's defense due to his height and wingspan. But the lack of that skill was a hindrance. As for attempting to dribble past, that would be sheer folly. Given Hahn's current dribbling prowess, dribbling against Jordan would be tantamount to serving up a meal on a platter. Time ticked away, the originally 10 seconds dwindling. The Celtics were still trailing, and there was no room for further delay. A sly yet terrifying grin emerged on Jordan's previously fierce visage. "You little punk. You fumble the final play." Hahn disregarded Jordan's taunts. His focus shifted to the actively repositioning McGrady. Hahn executed a fake shot and deftly passed the ball to McGrady. Without hesitation, McGrady launched a 2-point shot from the free throw line. Swish! The shooting form was a work of art. The ball glided smoothly into the basket. 89, 88, despite McGrady's lackluster performance under the Bulls' defense. With only 3 successful shots out of 10 attempts, this 4th shot struck directly at the heart of the Bulls. The arena's timer ticked down. 89, 88. The Boston Celtics reclaimed a 1-point lead. At this moment, only 3 seconds remained. Phil Jackson quickly called for a timeout. Not for any other reason, but to provide Jordan with a final shot opportunity. Only 3 seconds left. For Jordan, the outcome still hung in the balance. "Michael," Coach Phil Jackson said earnestly, "do not let these youngsters outsmart you. The preparation for this game vastly exceeds ours. Therefore, on the final possession, they will undoubtedly concentrate their defense on you, betting everything on your last shot. What you need to do is draw all the defenders' attention and create an open shot for Kukoc that I believe this task is one only you can accomplish. Damn it. Michael Jordan's expression was akin to that of a man driven mad, fiercely declaring, "A few rookies require me to draw the defense. No, I shall end this game with a game-winning shot, proving to them why I'm the strongest in the league." Phil Jackson initially wished to offer a word of advice, urging him not to engage in a rivalry with these young fellows, as it would bear no fruit for the victory of the game. However, upon reflection, he concluded that this was merely a regular season match. For a Bulls team that had already clinched 2 consecutive championships, and for Jordan, who had amassed 5 titles, perhaps a defeat in a regular season game would serve to ignite their competitive spirit more effectively than a multitude of words of wisdom. It would underscore the truth that only through relentless battle could they hoist the next championship trophy. "All right," Phil Jackson declared. "Michael, the final play is yours to decide. We must remain vigilant. These Bulls players are indeed true champions." Aside from Rodman, every individual on the court possesses the capability to decisively conclude the game. Rick Pitino meticulously analyzed, "Today, our defensive focus has been squarely on Jordan, and during this final play, Phil, that cunning fox, will likely position Jordan to draw our defense, thereby creating opportunities for Kukoc, Ron Harper, or even Luke Longley to take open shots for those seasoned warriors who had fought through round after round of playoffs. A mere open shot could spell disaster. But coach, I still believe this ball will be entrusted to Jordan. After all, this is merely a regular season opener, not a playoff game that dictates the fate of the team." Han E explained, "For Jordan, who is already in a fierce competitive mindset, he would never pass this ball to anyone else. More importantly, coach, we are the underdogs. We lack the capacity to contain Michael Jordan without exposing other open players." Rick Pitino fell silent for 5 seconds at the tactics board, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Han Yi's assertion, before resuming his scribbles on the board. "Then we shall prepare to defend against Jordan taking the game winner. However, prior to that, we must create the illusion that Jordan will have a prime opportunity to shoot." The game continued. Dennis Rodman initiated the play. This was also indicative of Phil Jackson's cunning among the Bulls' current lineup. Only Rodman lacked independent scoring ability, so he might as well be the one to inbound the ball. Thus, Longley would stand at the free throw line to attract defensive attention, while the other 3, including Michael Jordan, would position themselves beyond the arc, and the remaining 2, Harper and Kukoc, would use their movement to confuse the Celtics at this moment. Guarding Jordan from the perimeter was Tracy McGrady, while Han E closely tracked Kukoc. "You think you can guard me?" Jordan felt a tinge of disappointment upon discovering that McGrady was defending him. He had anticipated Han E would be the one. Yet, it appeared this was merely a standard matchup. Although such a matchup posed no issues, given Han Yi's astonishing speed, one must consider whether he truly possessed the capability to defend against perimeter players as a legitimate 7-footer in this crucial moment. The coach had assigned him to chase the 2.08-meter Kukoc, which seemed far more reasonable than engaging in a duel with the 1.98-meter Jordan. Still, Jordan felt a slight disappointment, as he yearned to personally vanquish the interloper on his ring night. He desired to land the decisive blow over Han E, illustrating that in the NBA, sheer talent could shatter all petty tricks. Phil Jackson's sole instruction to Rodman was to hold the ball for 2 seconds before passing, ensuring a greater deception for the opponents. Why not extend it to 3 seconds or longer? Because Phil feared that Rodman, in his obliviousness, might commit a violation on the inbound. Yet Phil Jackson underestimated a particular matter. Ever since Rodman's retirement, he had harbored doubts about those who failed to grasp the intricacies of the triangle offense, believing that, at its core, the triangle offense simply entailed passing the ball to Jordan. How difficult could that possibly be? Thus, Rodman possessed an almost obsessive determination to pass the ball to Jordan, although he adhered to the Zen Master's directive and delayed the pass for 2 seconds. During that interval, even before the official inbound timing commenced, Rodman's gaze never wavered from Jordan. Most of the Celtics players were preoccupied with chasing their respective matchups, leaving them little time to notice the ferocious intent in Rodman's eyes. The phrase most is apt, as Han E while shadowing Kukoc, kept a keen eye on Rodman's intentions. 1 second, 2 seconds. Hurry and pass the ball. Do not commit a violation. The Bulls' assistant coaches collectively shouted in desperation. In that fleeting half-second of their cry, Han E, who should have followed Kukoc to the opposite corner, suddenly pivoted and darted toward Rodman. However, Rodman's mind could not process such complexities. He was oblivious to anyone approaching. This pass was destined for Jordan. Jordan's expression turned to one of alarm. Don't pass it. But it was too late. As Rodman sent the ball soaring toward Jordan, a towering figure descended from above. Interposing himself between Rodman and Jordan, bang! Rodman's bullet-like pass was seized by Han E with a single hand. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The game is over. Han E had expected that Jordan would surely come to battle for the ball or resort to a brutal foul that would send him to the free throw line. He was prepared for all eventualities. Yet, nothing transpired. It was as if, in that moment, everyone but Han E had been frozen in time. They simply watched as those 3 seconds slipped away. The lights dimmed. The whistle blew. The game concluded 89-88 on the Chicago Bulls' home turf. On the night of Jordan's 5th championship ring, the Boston Celtics, ranked second to last in the power rankings, triumphed over the once mighty Chicago Bulls. Han E had successfully slain the deity. Michael Jordan, 26 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Han E, 24 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 4 blocks. The first 46 minutes of this match could be succinctly described as utterly unremarkable. Not only was it unremarkable, but also bordered on the soporific. Yet in the final 2 minutes, everything transformed. The tides shifted dramatically. To the spectators, inexplicably, the Celtics rookie sensation suddenly engaged in a scoring duel with Jordan. Michael Jordan, facing multiple defenders, went 3 for 4, achieving 6 points with remarkable prowess. And on the other side, Han E, he went 4 for 4, scoring 9 points, in addition to delivering a game-winning assist and executing a crucial steal that could secure victory. Moreover, what thrilled the fans even more was that this rookie, making his NBA debut, had nearly knocked Jordan out with a kick. In the post-game interview segment, Michael Jordan naturally received the adoration of 90% of the media present. However, the questions posed only intensified his already simmering frustration. Michael, what are your thoughts on the Celtics rookie Han Ye's performance today? Michael, how do you feel about the Celtics players, led by Han E, who revered you as an idol before the game, but then decisively took it to your Chicago Bulls? Michael, has Han E entered your hit list for the new season? No. Michael Jordan graciously waved his hand. Han is a fiercely competitive individual, and I admire such traits. But I must assert, this is merely a regular season game. He played well, but it was just a solid performance. To enter my hit list, he must do more than employ a few tricks. First, let him find a way to face me in the playoffs. In the twilight of his career, Michael Jordan had learned to uphold his GOAT image before the media. Though inwardly, he wished to exact 1,000 tortures upon Han E for causing him embarrassment. Han E, is it? I shall remember that name. Meanwhile, in the Celtics post-game interview, Rick Pitino naturally brought forth Han E, the standout contributor to their victory. Facing the barrage of media inquiries, Rick Pitino did not hesitate to lavish praise upon his prodigy. Han E is the reason I coach in the NBA. When Auerbach presented me with this opportunity, I hesitated at first, having grown accustomed to the soothing rhythm and atmosphere of the NCAA. But when he informed me that I could coach Han E, I knew I had no reason to decline, that I believed that together with Han E and the Celtics, we would embark on something that would astonish the entire NBA. From my first encounter with Han E in the NCAA, I was certain he would become a monumental figure in the basketball world. Han E, congratulations on such a dazzling performance in your NBA debut. Before the game, the vast majority of people doubted you would be a disruptor. How did you overcome skepticism and triumph over the Bulls? Confidence. Han E replied, the fact that no one believed in us became our greatest motivation to conquer the Bulls, the less faith anyone had in us. The more we aspired to create a miracle. Han, a reporter couldn't resist asking, is it true that you regard Jordan as your idol? How did you pay homage to him? Of course. Han E nodded thoughtfully. Jordan is my idol. To compete against my idol and ultimately triumph over him is, in my view, the most profound form of homage. Han E, Can you share any other idols you admire? My other idols include Hakeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, Charles Barkley, Gary Payton, Reggie Miller, and Dennis Rodman. You truly believe he defeated us Bulls through sheer skill? Nonsense. We were deceived. The Celtics are frauds, and he is the chief among deceivers. His debut not only disrupted Michael Jordan's perfect night, but also sent him sprawling to the ground. How could that not make the headlines? Seizing the throne. A new generation has toppled Jordan from his pedestal. Kill the idol. The second overall pick of 97 is adopting an innovative homage. Hanyi's hit list is revealed, and Jordan is merely number one. NBA moguls prepare to tremble. Shocking. It turns out the Bulls' inaugural victory was snatched away. In the concluding segment of the midday news, a sports flash interrupted. Today, our young star he made his professional debut in the NBA in the United States. He was selected as the second overall pick by the Boston Celtics this year. In today's season opener against the Chicago Bulls, he recorded an impressive 24 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 4 blocks. In the dying moments of the game, he and Michael Jordan engaged in a thrilling duel. Within the last 2 minutes, he scored 9 points, made 1 assist, and secured 1 steal, ultimately leading his team to a comeback victory. His performance was nothing short of perfect. While the midday news at noon may not compare with the evening news broadcast and viewership, it remains one of CCTV's top-rated programs. In the 1990s, before the era of smartphones and endless video scrolling, students and office workers would often watch the midday news during their lunch breaks to pass the time. If we liken the number of people in China watching NBA live broadcasts during weekday mornings to 1, then those tuning in for the midday news would be 10,000. Those indifferent to basketball might merely skim over this news. But for those with even a passing interest in the NBA, it would be a revelation. Michael Jordan, our Chinese lad, has managed to overcome the hottest figure in basketball today. As for professional basketball players in China, they were left utterly astonished. Han Yi. Wang Zhizhi exclaimed, "Coach, I want to enter the NBA draft next year." The 17-year-old Yao Ming, watching on television, was moved to tears. "Mom, I want a signed jersey from Han Yi." Han Yi has truly ignited a fire across China. While many were aware of a certain Chinese player in this year's NBA draft, it was only when Han Yi truly competed alongside Michael Jordan that he became widely recognized. If we were to fast forward 15 years, Han Yi would be basking in the adulation of countless fans on various forums. Unfortunately, it is 1997, and in China, even the mobile phone has yet to become commonplace. No matter how fervently Chinese fans might cheer, Han Yi would remain oblivious to all. For someone like Han Yi, who once spent 18 hours a day on his phone, the absence of such technology is unfathomable. Clap, 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 clap. Han Yi had no choice but to dedicate the time typically spent on his phone to grueling resilience training. Congratulations, host. Resilience increased from 48 to 49. Exhausted and weary, another monotonous day passed. Tearfully, he realized, Han Yi, you finally learned to pass. Damn, Han, I thought you were a ball hog, but it turns out you could distribute the ball. No. Defeating the Bulls had broadened Han Yi's perspective, leaving him somewhat speechless. Do you really see me as that selfish? I simply couldn't see the opportunities before. Rick Pitino observed Han Yi, who had now grasped the art of passing during practice, with eyes full of wonder. After years of coaching in the NCAA, I've seen and experienced quite a bit, but I have never encountered talent quite like Han Yi. To witness a player transform from a ball-dominating brute into a cerebral playmaker capable of seizing fleeting offensive opportunities in just one regular season game. My God, facing such a prodigy has left me at a loss for how to coach him, fearful that I might hinder his development. What should I do about this? Rick Pitino decided to consult the greatest coach in NBA history, Auerbach. Geniuses, Rick, are often the easiest to teach. As long as they steer clear of drugs and firearms, let them pursue their passions. Rick Pitino pondered for a moment before responding. While Han, it doesn't exhibit those issues you mentioned. I must ask, is it normal for a 7-foot setter to be honing guard skills, especially without any foundational experience, starting from scratch? Isn't that somewhat misguided? Can it even work? Let me ask you again, does Hani have any bad habits outside of training? This kid, day in and day out, is all about training. If I had a pinpoint of ice, it would be his penchant for nightlife. Since joining the Celtics, he has frequented Boston's nightclubs to the point of earning the nickname Nightclub Prince. Ah, a nightlife enthusiast? Auerbach furrowed his brow. The young man's vigor is understandable. However, the quality of nightlife can be inconsistent, and hygiene is often questionable. Give me some time. I will open a few new nightclubs in Boston to ensure our precious gem avoids any stomach issues. As for Han Yi's training, Rick Pitino felt his inquiries remained unanswered and sought further clarification. However, Auerbach decisively interjected. I've already addressed that matter. Do not constrain or interrupt. Let Hani pursue whatever training he desires and develop as he sees fit. He is still young, and so are we at the Celtics. The seeds have been sown. We need only wait patiently for them to blossom. Coach, today I wish to focus on passing. Rick Pitino nodded with a smile. No problem. This is the individualized passing training plan I've crafted for you, along with a passing master, Kevin Porter, the assist leader from the 1975, 1977, 1979, and 1981 seasons. Passing skill level increased by 1. Coach, today I wish to focus on ball handling. No problem. This is the tailored ball handling training plan I've developed for you, featuring the legendary ball handler Isaiah Thomas from the 1980s. Ball handling skill level increased by 1. Coach, today I wish to focus on rebounding. No problem. This is the personalized rebounding training plan I've created for you, with a rebounding master Moses Malone from the 80s. Rebounding skill level increased by 1. Coach, today I wish to focus on perimeter defense. No problem. This is the personalized perimeter defense training plan I've devised for you, with the former NBA Defensive Player of the Year, Sidney Moncrief, one-on-one defense skill level increased by 1. A month later, the best rookies of November were announced. Western Conference Rookie of the Month, Tim Duncan, 19.3 points, 9.5 rebounds, 2.2 assists, 1.8 blocks, 2.2 turnovers, shooting percentage, 51.2, free throw percentage, 71.2. This is what it means to debut at the pinnacle. Not only does he hold his own against the league's elite big men, but he has visibly elevated the San Antonio Spurs defense to new heights. Before Tim Duncan's arrival last season, the Spurs record stood at 20 wins and 62 losses. Regardless of whether they were intentionally tanking, one cannot deny such a dismal record. However, with Duncan's presence, the team's dynamics shifted drastically, boasting a defense ranked among the league's top 10 while finishing the first month with a record of 9 wins and 6 losses, an impressive turnaround from last season's second-to-last position. David Robinson, during his first week playing alongside Duncan, pondered, I feel like this guy is here to support me. After a month of effort, the issue has dissipated. There's no need for wild imaginings. Simply support Duncan, for he is the future of the San Antonio Spurs, and perhaps even more than just the future. In his rookie season, at the tender age of 21, Duncan is already able to hold his own against the seasoned and still formidable 32-year-old David Robinson in a 50-50 matchup. As for the Eastern Conference's Rookie of the Month for November is undoubtedly Han E. Once again, Han E with averages of 22 points, 7.5 rebounds, 3.2 assists, 4.3 blocks, 2.2 steals, 6.2 turnovers, a field goal percentage of 44, a three-point shooting percentage of 33, and a free throw percentage of 75. His statistics are truly commendable, rivaling those of Tim Duncan. The fervent fans of the Celtics chant, Tim, don't assume your Rookie of the Year title is secure. But Spurs fans are equally formidable, retorting, we cannot merely focus on statistics. Let's discuss the actual records. Consequently, the Celtics fans fall silent, as their 5 wins and 10 losses are indeed lackluster, my friend. With the Celtics sitting at 3rd from the bottom in the East and 5th from the bottom in the league, while the San Antonio Spurs proudly claim the 6th spot in the West. The disparity is quite pronounced. However, the Celtics do have their reasons for their poor record. After all, the Spurs boast a genuine all-star in David Robinson. Meanwhile, the Celtics' most experienced player, Derek Coleman, has yet to pass the coach's physical fitness test and is diligently running laps. Regardless of how strong Hani may be, he remains merely a rookie. While the Rookie of the Year award does take team performance into account, one cannot overlook the comparative analysis of roster differences. More importantly, personal statistics matter most. After all, the Rookie of the Year award is an individual accolade, not a collective one for the team. In terms of personal stats, Han, he certainly holds his own against Duncan. Yet there will still be skeptics who label Han E as merely a stat patter. As a 7-foot center, he hardly attacks the basket, with his attempts at the rim not even constituting a third of his total shots. This hardly seems dedicated. Han Yi, as a center, should be establishing himself in the low post rather than lingering around the three-point line. His incessant forays beyond the arc disrupt the team's offensive flow. Han Yi, as a 7-foot center, continuously lingers beyond the three-point line. What good does that do? If you can't make those shots, how do you expect the Celtics to secure rebounds? Are we to rely on the guards to claim them? While Han Yi's statistics may appear impressive, do they truly benefit the Celtics? I suggest Han exemplifies the quintessential stat pattern, venturing beyond the arc for the sake of securing possessions. Without Han Yi, would the Celtics not play more cohesively this season? Would their record not be better? Such doubts initially stemmed from fans but later gained traction among the media, especially following a string of losses for the Celtics, prompting discussions around head coach Rick Pitino. Pitino, unreservedly, posed a rhetorical question. Do you know what Michael Jordan's record was in his first 15 games in NBA history? The reporters shook their heads. 4 wins and 11 losses. Pitino replied with a smile. 4 wins and 11 losses. Michael Jordan's record in the first month of his career was even worse than our current Celtics. I wonder if the media suggested the Chicago Bulls should part ways with Michael Jordan back then. This retort left the reporters speechless, internally cursing. How dare you compare Han Yi to Michael Jordan? Pitino continued. Han Yi is still young, brimming with untapped potential. We shall not constrain his development or dictate the type of center he must become. He could be O'Neal, Olajuwon, Robinson, or Mutombo, or perhaps a unique amalgamation of these centers, of course. There's also the possibility that he may carve out a path entirely his own, one that is distinctively imaginative. While I am indeed his coach, I do not believe I am qualified to dictate the trajectory of such a prodigious talent. I trust in the natural course of development. That Pitino's words radiated confidence, fervently championing his protege. A rarity indeed to witness such unwavering support before a player's accomplishments manifest. But Pitino is not alone in his faith. Red Auerbach, who boldly selected Han Yi in the draft against all odds, has also extolled him, perhaps more so than Pitino himself. Everyone knows in the 1960s NBA, Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain were renowned rivals, with Chamberlain being unstoppable on the offensive end. The absence of three-point shooting records during that era was simply due to the lack of the three-point line. In that time, Chamberlain dominated offensively, while Russell single-handedly erected a defensive fortress. Had blocks been recorded back then, I believe Russell's records would stand unbroken to this day. In the 60s, fans often speculated, what if Chamberlain and Russell could combine their talents? Now, I can assert with certainty that Han Yi's future embodies the best of both Russell and Chamberlain. However, the higher one is lifted, the harder the fall. The more immaculate the image, the closer it is to collapse, a truth that may not have been widely recognized in the pre-internet 90s. Yet, the lack of awareness does not negate the reality. Once Han Yi was elevated by the Celtics management and coaching staff as the unparalleled rookie of today, Celtics fans reveled in joy, while fans of other teams turned green with envy. What? Is Han Yi the only prized possession? Comparisons to Jordan, Russell, and Chamberlain. How absurd. Han Yi has yet to prove himself. After absorbing the praises and criticisms directed at him, Han Yi felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't the criticism itself that unnerved him. After all, the media scrutiny of the 90s felt trivial to someone like him, who had traversed time from 2024. However, the summation of his current playing style left him dizzy. What does it mean to avoid the paint? What does it mean to linger beyond the three-point line? Oh no, has Han Yi unwittingly transformed into the very figure he once despised in the 90s? He murmured to himself, this cannot be. I absolutely must not become that. My aim is only to enhance my proficiency. I am fundamentally different from Embiid. However, fans will not heed your words. They only observe your actions. Moreover, the current Embiid is merely a young talent from Africa. Who knows him? The media scrutiny is overwhelming. I must prove myself without hindering my training. Thus, Han Yi examined the schedule and found his next opponent, the Toronto Raptors. Oh dear, is that the unfortunate Camby again? Well, it appears I have no choice but to face him. The following day, in a match against the Toronto Raptors, Han Yi charged into the paint against Camby's defense 18 times, successfully converting 16 of those attempts. Coupled with his 2-4-6 performance from three-point range, Han E erupted for 41 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 6 blocks, leading his team to a resounding 107-87 victory over the Raptors. This performance marked Han Yi's first career game, scoring over 40 points. After such a display, who would dare claim Han E shies away from the paint? Alonzo Mourning raised his hand, boldly declaring, "I dare." While Han Yi's statistics are impressive, his team's record is dismal. If a player prioritizes personal statistics, they will achieve little in their career. It is worth noting that Alonzo Mourning is a Georgetown University legend and Han Yi senior. The backhanded remarks from his elder left Han E feeling quite unsettled. However, he soon discerned the root of his senior's criticism. It was a simple matter of conflicting interests in the recently released results of the first All-Star voting. Hani found himself ranked third among Eastern Conference centers, trailing only Dikembe Mutombo and Patrick Ewing, both of whom are also Georgetown alumni in the realm of NBA All-Star selections. Being ranked third among centers is hardly significant, due to the fact that only the first player is directly voted into the All-Star starting lineup. The subsequent rankings will depend on the voting results from coaches across the league, rather than the ballots cast by fans. However, Alonzo Mourning remains exceedingly displeased. As a fellow alumnus of Georgetown University, he finds it irksome that Dikembe Mutombo and Patrick Ewing are ranked ahead of Han E, while he himself is positioned behind him. The trio of Georgetown centers is indeed renowned in the NBA. What gives? This year, yet another rookie from Georgetown emerges, relegating him to fourth place. On what grounds? Isn't Hani placed ahead of me? I shall demonstrate with my prowess just how ludicrous this voting truly is. Hani glances at the latest task notification, selected for the NBA All-Star Game. Reward of 30 points in ball handling. He looks at the calluses he has developed from honing his skills in ball handling and grins. My apologies, senior, but in pursuit of the All-Star status, you shall be my target. Are you, Mourning, dissatisfied with the All-Star voting? Well, I, Han E, am even more displeased. This is the 1990s, an era when casting a vote for the NBA All-Star in China truly meant something. With our vast nation, I only garnered over 90,000 votes? Who are they trying to mock? Of course, one must consider the context of the era. By the 1990s, the internet had already proliferated significantly in the United States. Yet in China, having a computer at home was not exactly commonplace. IT was akin to the early 1980s when a handful of households possessed a television AS for internet access. It was exceedingly rare. And to find someone who could access the internet, be an NBA fan, and even know about the All-Star voting was an infinitesimal fraction. The more than 90,000 votes Han E currently possesses likely includes fewer than 1,000 from China. What does this signify? It suggests that Han E is missing out on the voting benefits from China. No, it indicates that Han Yi's voter base remains a vast, untapped ocean. David, Han E calls his agent. David Falk, I require a reporter from Chinese Central Television to attend the post-match interview following our game against the Miami Heat in 2 days. Yes, he must be there. What do I care about being ranked second, third, or fourth among all-star centers? Han E is utterly indifferent. If one is to enter the NBA, one aims for a starting position. Backed by such a substantial voter base in China, should I not seize the opportunity before it is locked away? Is that not a fair fight? What pretense of high-mindedness? All I desire are results. At this moment, Mourning is not yet the warrior of the kidney. Born in 1970, Alonzo Mourning is merely 27 years old this year. An age that, for a center, is just beginning to reap personal accolades. Since 1993, Mourning has been selected as an All-Star reserve for 4 consecutive years, demonstrating that while his popularity may be lacking, his raw talent is recognized by coaches. Alonzo, do you know where you fall short of the All-Star starting lineup? Mourning answers without hesitation. Fame. It's the damned fame. Pat Riley begins to feed Mourning some toxic motivation. You recognize your deficiency in popularity, but are unaware of why you lack in fame. Your statistics are commendable, and the team's performance is decent. However, all of this is merely satisfactory. When people discuss the best centers in the NBA, your name will never surface among the top 3. Because your statistics are merely satisfactory. You lack your own iconic moments. If you could dominate Shaquille O'Neal, if you could overpower Hakeem Olajuwon, even just once, you would amass a legion of fans. Mourning glares at Riley with a look that screams, "Are you out of your mind?" His expression clearly conveys, "If I had that kind of capability, I would have done so long ago. Why do you need to remind me?" Clearly, although Alonzo Mourning says nothing, his thoughts are evident. If you cannot handle Shaq, Pat Riley smiles slightly. Now, an opportunity presents itself. Destroy Han E for me. Obliterate this ignorant rookie. Alonzo Mourning furrows his brow. No need for your instructions. When he steps onto my home court, I will certainly crush this punk and show him the true strength of the NBA. But what does that have to do with my aspirations to be the best center? Pat Riley. If you cannot even handle a rookie center, how can you discuss being the best? Damn it, that makes perfect sense. I will take him out. The Boston Celtics arrive in Miami to challenge the Miami Heat. Upon entering Miami's home arena, Han E is greeted by the fiery enthusiasm of the Miami crowd. Though it is December, the Miami ladies, with their long legs and low-cut tops, are hardly wearing more than a bikini's worth of fabric. Yet amidst this sea of fiery charm, the uniformly dressed Green Team fans also provide a striking contrast in the stands. A group composed of half Asian and half mixed heritage Celtics local fans may number only a few hundred, but when seated together in matching attire, adorned in the Celtics colors, they are notably eye-catching regardless of where they sit. Such devoted fans are common among championship-caliber NBA teams, yet to see a loyal following emerge during a downturn for a team like the Celtics is quite rare. Chinese students, who have faced discrimination in the Boston area, naturally harbor a fondness for Han E. His explosive performances in the NBA have allowed local residents to see the potential of a player with yellow skin. Meanwhile, those new Boston residents, who inherently oppose the old-school Bostonian mentality, find themselves drawn to everything the traditional Boston crowd disdains. Old Bostonian racism. Damn it, I shall support the yellow skin star to reign supreme in the Celtics. Of course, within this loyal fan base, there exists a smaller faction. Even older, conservatives who have come through the Bill Russell era in their youth. They vehemently opposed black players in basketball, but were ultimately swayed by Russell's prowess, transforming into his devoted followers. Now, as Hani steps onto the stage, bearing the title of a more potent Russell, these elderly gentlemen are immediately enamored. What defines the most authentic conservatives? They are those who deem the radicals too conservative. The custom jerseys worn by the Celtics' loyal fans are hardly extravagant, costing little. However, those who travel city to city to support the Celtics, purchasing plane tickets and game tickets, often in prime locations that are always in view of the cameras and highlighted, are spending sums that the younger, fervent fans cannot afford. Who are they relying on? It is those older gentlemen who, despite their mobility issues, possess ample means. Yet the most striking aspect of this game is neither the fervent Celtics contingent nor the ever-present Miami Sirens, but rather the two former NBA giants, Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell, the two legendary rivals of the 1960s, living relics of NBA history, are both present at the Miami Heat's home arena. The American Airlines Arena. When the pre-game cameras capture these titans of the past, they sit side by side, beaming smiles at the lens. However, at this moment, Alonzo Mourning sits on the bench, wearing a despondent expression, teeth clenched in frustration. To understand the reason, we must rewind to an hour earlier. Wilt, Bill Russell gestures toward Chamberlain. I thought you had long since perished amidst women. To my surprise, you're still alive. I won't die before you do. You old coot. Chamberlain gives his companion a playful squeeze on her ample, rounded backside. My dear, I still possess the prowess I had 30 years ago. Oh, Bill Russell inquires. Then what brings you here? Did the women tire of you, prompting you to watch a game? Oomph. Wilt Chamberlain scoffs. I happen to be hosting a beach beauty contest in Miami, and thought I would stop by to see if that little brat, the one Auerbach has lauded as a combination of you and me, has any real talent. That Chinese kid, Bill Russell, as a Celtics legend, has naturally witnessed Han Yi's performances more than once, smiling enigmatically. He has more than just talent. With a suitable supporting cast, he is likely to ignite another wave of Celtics championships in the NBA. The mere thought of this incites Chamberlain's ire. If you hadn't relied on a strong roster back then, how could you have ever defeated me? Strong roster. Russell retorts angrily. You still haven't grasped the truth. The reason that Celtics team is celebrated today is due to my presence after I departed. What did they win again? Chamberlain, you're talking nonsense. Russell, it is you who is spouting nonsense. As these two 60-something gentlemen engage in a furious exchange over trivial matters, Alonzo Mourning, the unfortunate star of the Miami Heat, approaches them. Welcome to Miami, legends. Get lost, Bill Russell snaps. We are not here for you. We are here to see Han E. Wilt Chamberlain. Kid, if you want to talk to us, at least go and kick that little brat Han E's. But first, Alonzo Mourning, visibly exasperated, faced a situation he had encountered before with these two veterans. Their previous encounters have been lighthearted, so why was it turning into this? In the presence of these esteemed seniors, all Mourning could do was endure the scolding. The resentment, therefore, was redirected towards Han E. After all the words exchanged, it ultimately boiled down to blaming Han E., that scoundrel, for claiming, "Miami is my territory, and I will utterly obliterate you." Starting lineups: Boston Celtics, PG, Dana Burrows, SG, Greg Minor, SF, Tracy McGrady, PF, Walter McCarty, C. Miami Heat, PG, Tim Hardaway, SG, Vashan Leonard, SF, Jamal Mashburn, PF, PJ Brown, C. Alonzo Mourning. Ladies and gentlemen, I am CCTV reporter Zhang Weiping, broadcasting live from United Center in Miami, covering the 1997 to 1998 NBA regular season game between the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat. Today, Han E faces the All-Star center Alonzo Mourning. Since his rookie season, Mourning's average stats have never dipped below 20 points and 10 rebounds. We have all heard of the NBA's four great centers, but if we were to select a fifth, it would undoubtedly be Alonzo Mourning. Standing at 2.08 meters tall and weighing 120 kg, Mourning may be slightly shorter, yet he possesses remarkable speed and defensive prowess that ranks among the elite, presenting a formidable challenge for Han E. As the game commenced, Mourning began to assert his dominance over Han, even before the tip-off. "Rookie, I'm not like the other players you've faced. I'm going to crush you." Han E responded with a classic expression of disbelief. "Really? I don't believe you. Show me some respect in front of me." Mourning retorted, flexing his impressive muscles. "I am your senior." "Hello, senior." Han E replied, "As a junior, I'm curious. What does it mean to be crushed? Is it scoring one more point than me or two?" "Being crushed means this." Mourning growled. "I'll make every shot you take painfully difficult, and I'll score at least twice as much as you." "Twice, huh?" Han E grinned. "Then good luck, senior." Before the game began, there was a delightful anticipation. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air, signaling the official start of this showdown. In terms of vertical leap, Han E was not superior to Mourning, but when considering height and wingspan. "Sorry, senior, you're just a little brother." Han E effortlessly claimed the first possession. Mourning, undeterred, descended to the low post, opting for a one-on-one against Han E. However, as Han E joined him in the low post, the Heat's double team swiftly descended upon him. Mourning wished to go one-on-one, but Heat coach Pat Riley was no fool. The Celtics perimeter players were hardly a threat. Recent games had shown that the Celtics offense revolved entirely around Han to shut him down, and victory would follow. As for whether Mourning could crush Han E, that was not Riley's concern. Han E, upon witnessing the double team, remained unfazed and did not force a play. Since the start of the game, he had focused on improving his vision and passing. Though his passing skills still paled in comparison to guards, he was far from the blind big man who never passed the ball. With a swift pivot, Han E deftly passed the ball to McGrady on the perimeter. McGrady took one step inside the free throw line and made the shot. Swish! The Boston Celtics took an early lead on the road. Han E turned around and noticed Mourning's expression darkening considerably. He furrowed his brow and offered, "What's wrong, senior? Planning to gang up on me? Are you that afraid of losing?" The taunts seemed to irritate Mourning, who, despite recognizing the good intentions, felt a pang of humiliation. "Are you insulting me, kid?" As Miami guard Tim Hardaway brought the ball past half-court, Mourning began to demand the ball in the paint, beckoning Hardaway frantically. According to Pat Riley's strategy, Tim Hardaway and Alonzo Mourning were the dual cores of the team. However, this was the 1.80-meter-tall Hardaway, not the former Magic player Anthony Hardaway, who was once touted as the next Jordan. Though Tim Hardaway was indeed formidable, his ball handling skills ranked second in the league, second only to Allen Iverson, Mourning remained the undeniable star of the Heat. Naturally, when Mourning called for the ball, it was delivered. Mourning leaped high, like a giant spider, clutching the ball, and then barreled towards Han E. The collision of their bodies echoed throughout the arena. Typically, in such a confrontation, the aggressor would hold the advantage if both players were of similar strength. In terms of interior power, Alonzo Mourning was undeniably strong, but unfortunately for him, he was up against Han E, who possessed a staggering 100-plus strength. Mourning's first charge failed to budge Han E. He let out a light, but gathered his muscles for another attempt. The second charge also faltered. Not only did he fail to move Han E, but he also felt the strain himself. With a final surge, Mourning attempted a third charge. Exhausted from repeated attempts, he lost control of the ball. The referee, keenly observing, blew the whistle, awarding possession to the Celtics. Hani casually inquired from behind, "Senior, are you all right?" This spectacle was enough to send Riley into a furious tirade from the sidelines. Mourning, "You fool! Are you so weak from chasing women that you can't even handle this rookie?" "It's an accident, coach." Mourning waved dismissively. "Han, he was pulling tricks from behind. How could I possibly be overpowered by a mere rookie?" However, Pat Riley's expression darkened. "You fool, turn around." "What?" Mourning spun around to find Han E already beneath the opposing basket, with the Celtics point guard effortlessly passing the ball to him. Han E soared into the air, performing a thunderous dunk. Boom! 4-0. While Mourning was still arguing about whether he had committed a foul, Han E had already raced down the court for a fast break. To debate whether he had committed a foul was a foolish endeavor. Whether he fouled or not was irrelevant, as the referee had not blown the whistle, allowing him to continue his offensive onslaught. Despite the Celtics' lackluster record, Rick Pitino's philosophy of rapid counterattacks had ingrained itself in every player's mind. Without Mourning, even if the other four Heat players rushed to the basket, they could not impede Han Ye's scoring prowess. "Damn it," Mourning seethed, watching Han E raise his arms in triumph at Miami's home court. "You scoundrel, always resorting to these petty tricks. If you have the guts, let's go head-to-head. Do you dare?" Thus, Mourning began to charge at Han E recklessly. Han E found himself exasperated. That previous encounter hardly constituted a true head-to-head clash. What was he really trying to prove? Han E kindly asked, "Senior, are you finally putting in some effort?" After two more attempts, Mourning finally accepted the harsh reality he had been reluctant to acknowledge. He could not overpower his junior. All his strength was utterly useless. The situation became exceedingly awkward as the Miami Heat fans watched Mourning struggle beneath Han E for nearly 10 seconds, achieving nothing. Zhang Weiping, who had played power forward in his youth, couldn't help but chuckle. He understood the nuances of post-play far better than the spectators. "Oh my, did you see that? All-star center Mourning is getting dominated in strength by our Han E." And if anyone understood this better than Zhang Weiping, it was none other than Alonzo Mourning himself. In their inaugural confrontation, he found himself questioning whether Han E had resorted to underhanded tactics. By the second encounter, Mourning had come to realize that Han E had not budged an inch. It was purely his own strength that had led to his overwhelming defeat. Fortunately for him, Alonzo Mourning was not merely a power-centric center. Upon recognizing his inability to hold his ground, he adeptly altered his stance, conserving his energy before executing a spinning fadeaway shot. Thud! A resounding block landed squarely in Han Ye's hands. Han E grinned. "Thanks." The dismal performance of Mourning had the Heat fans in a frenzy, clutching their heads in disbelief. Facing off against Mourning wasn't merely a contest against the four great centers. Yet here was a rookie center effortlessly making Mourning look like a novice. Was this the formidable Alonzo Mourning we all knew? "Goodness!" Zhang Weiping exclaimed with delight. "Behold, our young Chinese talent Han. He not only dominates in strength, but he has also mastered the spinning fadeaway maneuver executed by Alonzo Mourning." The recent block by Han E could be more accurately described as Mourning inadvertently delivering the ball right into Han Ye's palms. Judging by their recent exchanges, Han E was clearly in the ascendant. Though the fifth center beyond the four greats appeared quite formidable, in practice he proved to be rather unremarkable. The Heat resumed their offensive play. Even though the match had only just begun, Pat Riley had evidently grown weary of Mourning's foolishness. Riley bluntly stated, "Alonzo, just focus on your defense. Leave the offense to Tim Hardaway. In the Heat, Riley was the ultimate authority, and since Mourning was a product of Riley's trade, he had no choice but to comply and keep a low profile. Meanwhile, Tim Hardaway's offensive prowess was undeniably sufficient. Against the Celtics' fragile backcourt defense, a simple change of direction allowed him to easily create his shooting space, sinking a mid-range jumper. 4-2. While the Heat had scored, Mourning could hardly muster a smile. After all, he had boasted at the outset about outscoring Han E by a factor of 2, yet here he was, not having secured a single point. Moreover, it wasn't just a matter of a few points. Under Riley's directive, he had even lost the right to take personal shots. Nevertheless, what mattered most to Mourning now was his defense. With his offensive dignity already tarnished, failing to contain Han E would spell disaster. Though Mourning was the leading scorer for the Heat, his primary role remained that of a defensive stalwart, utilizing his elite mobility and defensive presence to hold the Heat together. Were Mourning to be placed in the 2024 NBA, he could essentially be likened to a fully enhanced version of the current Heat center, Bam Adebayo, but could he truly stop Han E? In terms of strength, Mourning was no match for Han E. In speed, he was equally outpaced. Engaging in low-post battles with Han E was not a wise strategy for Mourning, but why should Han E bother to play in the trenches? He simply refused to engage, not even sparing a glance at Mourning standing before him. Instead, barreling straight towards the basket. Boom! He bulldozed Mourning with a thunderous dunk. The referee's whistle blew. Mourning was called for a defensive foul. Han E stepped the free throw line, but alas, his shot missed. 6-2. Just moments ago, Han E had emphatically blocked Mourning, and now he had delivered yet another punishing alley-oop. One must wonder, what kind of psychological toll was this taking on Mourning? The Heat continued with their offensive strategy. Once more, Tim Hardaway took the ball for a solo play, hitting a mid-range jumper. Turning back, Han E once again forced his way to the basket, scoring with ease. 8-4. Tim Hardaway had momentarily matched Han Ye's intensity, but after a few exchanges, he began to falter. After all, Hardaway was primarily an outside shooter, relying on shooting probability for his success. Meanwhile, every attempt by Han E was a dunk. No probabilities. Just guaranteed success. Aside from McGrady's initial two-point shot, Han E had accounted for 13 of the team's first 15 points, with an impeccable dunking record. Meanwhile, the Heat's frantic long-range attempt had resulted in a score of 15-8. The Heat were trailing by a staggering 7 points. Pat Riley's expression darkened as he called for a timeout. After the timeout, Riley refrained from reprimanding Mourning, instead directing his ire at the starting power forward, P.J. Brown. "You need to assist Alonzo. Are you blind? You just stood there and watched as Han E obliterated him." P.J. Brown glanced at Mourning, then back at Riley, feeling bewildered, silently thinking, when did my defense become good enough to help Mourning? On a typical day, Mourning would have confidently asserted, "Help, I can handle this myself." But now he merely hung his head, resembling a defeated rooster. Naturally, P.J. Brown dared not defy the coach's orders. As the timeout concluded, he and Mourning swiftly trapped Han E together. In the previous timeline, during this very season, P.J. Brown had earned a spot on the all-defensive second team for 2 consecutive years, while Mourning was destined to become a future Defensive Player of the Year. Their combined efforts were indeed formidable enough to challenge Han E. This was not to suggest that Han E would falter. Rather, under their dual pressure, he would struggle to receive the ball in the low post. The subsequent 2 lob passes from the Celtics perimeter were both thwarted by the combined efforts of Brown and Mourning, with one of the passes converted into a fast break score. The Celtics' initial offensive surge was thus interrupted. Returning the game to the familiar rhythm of the Miami Heat, Pat Riley observed the court, exhaling a weary sigh. Against a bottom-feeding team like the Celtics, Riley had myriad strategies at his disposal to secure victory. Yet, during the recent tussle, he had clearly discerned that Mourning's star quality still fell short. Although Mourning had already reached all-star status and was likely to earn more individual accolades in the future, when compared to a talent like Han E, the disparity was glaringly evident. Alas, Pat Riley reminisced about the draft 6 months prior. "If only I had been bold enough to use Mourning as trade bait. Would I have been able to acquire Han E? How splendid it would be to have Han E on my roster. If he were mine, our Heat would surely thrive in the post-Jordan era." Boom! Another ferocious slam dunk. The explosive sound of the rim reverberated, abruptly pulling Pat Riley from his daydream. When he looked up, he saw Hani once again soaring for a spectacular dunk. Damn it. Pat Riley's fury ignited. Brown, Mourning, can't you two manage to stop Han E? Why are you still here? Why not just go ahead and give up? However, at that moment, Mourning remained silent, panting heavily, while P.J. Brown, with a mournful expression, responded to the coach's wrath. We really can't keep up with him. As time resumed, Riley was momentarily lost in thought when Mourning and P.J. Brown effectively trapped Hani, rendering him invisible on the offensive end. Han E suddenly emerged on defense. Abandoning Mourning, who was caught up in offensive strategies, he charged straight at Tim Hardaway. If this had been an inside play, Hardaway might have hesitated against Han E. But this was the perimeter, where small against big was far too comfortable. Confronted with Han Ye's one-on-one defense, Hardaway confidently took a shot, only to have it blocked. The rejected shot was sent flying to the front court. Han E, with his long strides, sprinted to retrieve the ball before it went out of bounds, executing yet another jaw-dropping windmill dunk. Tim Hardaway could only watch in awe as Han E wreaked havoc upon the rim. As for the others, they simply could not keep pace with Han E. Initially, the Heat had believed Han Ye's speed was merely effective in the low post, comparable to that of Mourning. However, it had become clear that Han Ye's speed was elite even by NBA standards. This pace, while typical for the 1.8-meter Tim Hardaway, was nothing short of extraordinary for the 2.11-meter Han. Strength eclipsed Alonzo Mourning, while his speed rivaled that of Tim Hardaway. Help! Which tank can reach 100 miles per hour? Though Mourning and Brown may not possess the strength to match Han E, they could still leverage their low-post experience to make things somewhat challenging. But if Han E began to move, especially with those full-court drives to the basket, how could they defend against that? Defend? Good luck with that. Remaining calm was imperative. At that moment, Pat Riley unexpectedly shifted to a more amiable demeanor. Alonzo, what are you panicking about? Haven't you seen players like him before? Don't you think he bears a striking resemblance to a young Shaquille O'Neal? Young Shaq. Alonzo Mourning appeared somewhat flustered. Has Han E grown strong enough to be compared to that behemoth? The rookie version of O'Neal had undoubtedly haunted Mourning since the draft, and not only had he been overshadowed by O'Neal, but during his rookie season, Mourning had averaged 21 points and 10 rebounds, only to receive a meager 2.4 votes in the Rookie of the Year balloting. In principle, the statistics produced by the rookie Mourning would have secured him the title of Rookie of the Year in 80 of the seasons. However, in the eyes of those wielding the voting power, Mourning does not even measure up to a mere hair on O'Neal's head. It is better to regard him as comparable to the rookie O'Neal, considering he was the second overall pick in the same draft class as Shaquille. Back then, he was decisively outperformed by the rookie O'Neal, and now he has ascended to all-star status, yet still cannot rival a rookie O'Neal. Damn it, Mourning's competitive spirit reignited. I have evolved, and I shall no longer be overshadowed by yet another rookie-level O'Neal. After 3 quarters of play, Mourning sat on the bench in a daze. The broadcast stats revealed Mourning, 3 out of 13, scoring 8 points with 6 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block. And what of Han E? With an astonishing 17 out of 22, he amassed 37 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and a staggering 9 blocks. What did Mourning say before the game? That he would score more than double Han Ye's points, right? Now, Han Ye's scoring is approaching 5 times that of Mourning's, who can only sit idly by on the sidelines. It is not that Pat Riley intentionally set out to undermine Mourning. Rather, Mourning has been utterly dismantled by Han E in this match. Pat Riley initially thought that provoking Mourning with O'Neal would suffice, but little did he realize that this would backfire spectacularly, inciting Mourning to fiercely contest Han E on both ends, ultimately leading to a thorough schooling. Of Han Ye's 9 blocks, 7 were mercilessly delivered upon the unfortunate Mourning. While it is acknowledged that O'Neal haunts Mourning, he has never been subjected to such a humiliating defeat. This rookie Han E shows no mercy, relentlessly hammering Mourning's head until it was thoroughly crushed. On the court, Mourning proved utterly ineffective, instead becoming a liability. The once steadfast anchor of the Heat has now devolved into a mere shadow of himself in this game. As the second quarter commenced, the Heat initially held a 3-point lead. However, With both Mourning and Han returning to the fray, Hani propelled his team to unleash a staggering 20-4 run, leaving the Heat reeling.